Chapter 201, Headmaster Shinon, Fong Cha. Can I beat him? Suhi! Let's beat him! A golden dragon crashed into Chifeng Mountain and shouted to Suhi. The arena is always the embellishment of monks' activities. A group of mythical beasts and monks gathered together. If they didn't set up a ring, something would be missing. Suhi opened his eyes and shook his head. He was not interested in the ring. Is fighting in the ring comparable to Shao Dui Gua? After staying in Chifeng Mountain for more than 10 days, the pen of the inner shaman of Jiazhu was completely formed. The chaos on the top of Tai Mountain was rolling and condensing, as if it had a premonition of what was about to happen. And it became more and more concentrated. We looked up at chaos from time to time, eager to try. But his strength is still very weak, and he does not yet have the ability to open the sky. He didn't know what kind of pill Jifashua had given him. Not only did there appear strange scenes, but the speed at which Hunghua revealed the origin of the world suddenly accelerated on the second day. The speed made Suhi feel scared. Suhi kept helping Tai Ashen refine the origin. With practice, the power of witches becomes stronger step by step. Suhi has no interest in foreign things at all now, and is addicted to practice. Meng Xian snorted, made a cut, and asked Suhi, "Then do you want to place a bet? Let's start the competition. I am the banker, and I guarantee you will win." Suhi shook his head. "My family doesn't like my gambling." Meng Xian was even more contemptuous. "Don't think I didn't see such a big dice like yours. The mountain god's seal has turned into dice. You said you don't like gambling, so you lied to the dragon." Not feeling happy at all, she snorted and flew up, heading straight down Chifeng Mountain towards the Yunming's arena. Suhi thought for a while, and called out in his heart. The toad appeared in a flash, covered in animal blood, holding a big knife in his hand, and looked up at Suhi with murderous eyes. "What are you doing?" "This turtle is disgusted. It comes here when the war is raging. According to the schedule, the Dragon God Festival hasn't started yet, so it's not time for gifts yet. Right?" "How's Yaya?" Suhi asked. "The consciousness has entered the beast's body, but the memory has not yet been sealed. The female ape is competing with Su Huanyan for her daughter. Are you going to ask about this?" "Can't you ask this from the bottom of your heart? Do you have to call it over?" "The Dragon God Festival has opened the arena. Get some spiritual stones and crystals. As long as Meng Xian is out of the ring, no matter who the enemy is, we will defeat her." Money is not important. Relationships need to be maintained. Spending some money to support can add bricks and tiles to the relationship. There is no more cost-effective deal than this. "And that little beast and that male fish. Please support me if you end up in trouble." "Toad, I leave the military and national affairs alone and come to help you gamble." "And you?" "Practice." This reason was so strong that Toad had nothing to say. He angrily jumped down from Chifeng Mountain and looked for Meng Xian everywhere, hoping to find out Yunmeng's recent information. Although I contacted Suhi occasionally these days, I didn't know much about the situation here. I only knew that Suhi fought and won. It said no more. It took 2 steps, and then raised its head and sighed. The country needs it exactly when it is left. I don't know when it will return. If Fong Yaya turns into a beast and Green Snake usurps the throne, he may not even have the right to speak. The position of prime ministers was gone. The toad felt disappointed. Suhi closed his eyes again. His consciousness sank into the boundary pearl, and used his consciousness to drive the small 64 hexagrams to rotate around Mount Tai. The Hunghua reveals the origin of the world too quickly, and the small 64 hexagrams alone are too inefficient to absorb it on their own. At the beginning of the practice, a picture appeared in my mind again. It was still the opening of a world, but it was no longer a real small world, but a divine beast, which was opening up the world inside the boundary pearl. This was a beast fighting, like a flying snake, marked by a dragon turtle for blood feud. Race. It lay limp on the ground, unconscious. The boundary pearl is controlled by an invisible force, and a black dog-shaped artifact inside it tears apart the chaos and opens up the inner world. The inner world opens up, but only a small one. Nothing special. A white claw appeared, swung its claw and threw food dough out of the screen. A line of writing appeared on the jade plate beside it. It is useless to calm the soul, but it can open the sky before the fetal membranes are released. Looking at the jade board, you can see that the dense linen furniture is similar to the study. In the past few days, just what Suhi had seen in the picture. These white claws had brought disaster to 12 divine beasts. She started researching from the creation of the small outside world, all the way to the world inside the pearl of the divine beast world. After more than 10 days, Suhi knew what she was going to do. She wanted to open up the inner world of the mythical beast and generate fetal membranes. Is this something a turtle can do? But just thinking about it makes me extremely excited. From the experiments of the past few days, Suhi had already seen that if there is a fetal membrane formed when the world is opened, the membrane will collapse when it reaches its limit and become chaotic. Sustainable. Just like the chaos outside the 3,000 worlds. It will be refined into after the world is over. There will still be new chaos emerging. The chaos within the divine beast realm pearl is limited. And the creation of the sky is over. If you want to advance, you must sharpen the inner world bit by bit. Absorb the origin of the world from the outside world. And nourish the inner world. In this way, the advancement time will be recorded in thousands of years. As time passed, the temperature in Yunming's began to warm up. The arena is proceeding in an orderly manner. And it does not stop functioning because of the absence of Suhi. Although people always mention it, there is no one who comes to challenge without knowing how powerful Dui Gua Shui Yuan in the second area is. And those who have climbed Shifeng Mountain know it well. Not many people are really brainless. Ming Xian sang all the way. And she and Fong Yi became the most popular contestants. Originally, with the four spirits gathering together, the arena must have become more exciting. But Suhi, the dragon turtle, was in seclusion. And Muju, the unicorn, was autistic. They hid in their caves and rarely came out, let alone participated in the arena. Only when everyone was surrounding the ring and no one was paying attention to it. She secretly used her magical power to peek into the ring, and then compared her predictions of winning or losing. Although she didn't place bets externally, she placed bets in her heart. The opponent she was sure would win one. And she rolled with joy. On the contrary, he sulks alone in the cave. Toad has been managing well these days, and can no longer go back. It has really started playing in Yunming's gambling, markets, and auctions. And its presence is indispensable everywhere. It purchased a large amount of supplies for their beast kingdom, and even signed supply contracts with several sects to purchase weapons and spiritual rice on a long-term basis. For this expenditure, it also set up a small stall, specializing in shredded tobacco. The business was surprisingly good. Suhi's money belonged to Suhi, and the money from the Beast Kingdom belonged to the Beast Kingdom. It knew the difference clearly. The Dragon God Festival is getting closer and closer, and the battle in the arena is fierce. Ming Xian and Fong Yi finally met. At this moment, a dragon and a phoenix have shattered the ring beneath them. Fong Yi looked at Long Xian and spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood fell to the ground and ignited a raging fire. Phoenix's eyes were full of fighting spirit. But he was also surprised. Aren't the kids these days unreasonable? You are a 6,000-year-old golden dragon. Beating me until I vomit blood is too much. Of course, there was an even more unreasonable one who didn't come to the ring. Fong Yi turned his head and glanced at Chen Fengshan. Bai Fong and Zhu Yin were seriously injured. Although ordinary divine beasts were naturally inferior to the four spirits, it was shameless to defeat a second-level divine beast within half a year of going through the heavenly tribulation. Long Xian shook her body and shook off the broken dragon scales all over the ground. But she didn't feel any pain. Instead, her eyes were full of fighting spirit, and she said carelessly, "Look what Turtle Boy is doing! Do you want to hit him too?" "Bah!" Fong Yi spit out a burst of flames. Don't treat her like B Fong or Zhu Yin. When fighting mythical beasts, they must either fight against those of the same age or in the same realm. When she hits Bai Ling, she hits someone of the same age. And when she hits Ming Xian, she hits someone of the same level. What kind of bird is it to bully a young turtle that has just passed the catastrophe? The dragon and the phoenix looked at each other with disdain, and immediately collided with each other. The phoenix roared and the dragon roared. The two guys made a tacit agreement not to use magical powers and fight purely with physical bodies. The toad was hiding far away, raising his fists and shouting at the top of his lungs. "Pinch her! Bite her! Beat her!" it shouted. And a carrot-shaped soul beast next to it shouted, "Master Frog is right! This is Ming Xian's soul beast." A lightning-shaped soul beast not far away from the side, crackling and emitting sparks of electricity, gnashed its teeth at the two of them. But due to the number of enemies and ourselves, he didn't dare to step forward. So he could only mutter in a low voice, "That's right. Call. Suck." As Suhi exhaled and inhaled, a large amount of vitality poured into his nasal cavity. He inherited a breathing method from Hai. Although it is only the dragon turtle breathing technique, not the spirit snake yet. It is better than not having it. It is a waste of time to only run the small hexagrams of the Jiezhu. It is better to start the exercise and practice it with the physical body. He was distracted. Half of his mind was practicing, and half of his mind was watching the pictures brought by the elixir. Today, a Tengu opens the sky. There are many more writings on the jade board next to it. Doffing E. Peeling off the boundary beads. The field membrane appeared, and the opening of the sky failed. Tengu C. Cut off the consciousness. Successfully opened the sky, and the field membrane appeared. Zhu Huiting succeeded in expelling consciousness and opening the sky. But the field membranes were not released. Each line of characters represents a divine beast's creation of the sky. At this moment, Suhi's heart stopped when he saw the names. Half of them were enemies marked by the dragon turtle's blood curse. The other half didn't fare much better either. The pair of white turtle claws in the picture are still doing experiments. Today, they have not killed the new Tengu out of consciousness, but they have still expelled it. However, after expelling it, they have sealed the memory in their consciousness. The experiment was successful. There is an additional line of words on the jade board, Tengu Wu. Expel consciousness. Seal memory. Open the sky successfully. Field membrane appears. The picture breaks apart at this point. The experiment for the day is over. She actually succeeded? Suhi finished his practice and looked up at the bright moon. You don't need to think about who those claws are. So the elixir was not given by Ji Feishue, but by Bai Ling? Suhi generally knew what she wanted to express. However, Kaikion, who has no conscious control, can prescribe pills, and his combat power can be imagined. Suhi has 64 hexagrams, and the origin of the world revealed by Hung hexagram. When he has the confidence to open the sky, he will shock the gods and beasts in the sky. If consciousness were allowed to open the heavens on its own, I'm afraid the size of the heavens and the earth would become a joke to all the heavens. I wonder if Bai Ling has solved this problem. Suhi didn't have Bai Ling's means to catch many divine beasts and conduct experiments again and again. Besides, he didn't have the time. Suhi could feel that the time to open the first heaven was coming soon. This scene is very annoying. Except for the opening of the real world on the first day. In the future, the mythical beast will only open the sky once a day. Suhi couldn't wait for tomorrow's scene. After a night of practice, there was nothing to say. The next day, the picture did not appear for the first time. For more than 20 consecutive days. For the first time, no picture appeared. Then, the third day didn't. Neither on the fourth day. That scene is completely over. Bai Ling didn't think about this issue at all. Time passed day by day, and the picture never appeared again. Suhi was anxious for several days, and forced himself to fall into practice again. I don't know when. Yumingze was covered with lotus flowers. The sizes of the lotus flowers were different. One petal took up 2 or 3 miles, while the whole lotus flower was no bigger than a fist. Every lotus flower exudes brilliance. Suhi was woken up by a toad. When he woke up, it was already January 29th, and the Dragon God Festival would be held in 2 days. It would be unreasonable not to wake up again. The picture never appeared again. Suhi had to think alone. Should he separate his consciousness from the body, block his memory, and use the heaven-opening artifact to open the sky alone? There are many ways to leave the body. Whether it is completely immersing the entire consciousness into the mysterious world of mountains and seas, or transforming into a beast through the dragon god sacrifice. The consciousness can leave the body, but it's difficult to block memories. Suhi only had the animal transformation chapter that Uncle Luo had revised for Fong Yaya, and had the relevant methods. But it's very difficult. Suhi alone can't do it. He doesn't know how to make elixirs. At this moment, the witch and the pen inside the boundary bead have completely solidified, and the witch can open the sky with his pen. But it has not reached the limit. It is still far away, and Kaikion cannot be impatient. He has to wait until the Kaikion artifact reaches its ultimate limit, and it will no longer be able to refine the origin of the world. When Suhi woke up, he went to visit Ji Feishue first. He inquired about the elixir but failed. Instead, he was teased by Ji Feishue and ran out as if he was running away. I visited the seniors of the Dragon Clan and received a bunch of greeting gifts. The relationship between the 4 spirits has always been good, and the relationship between the Dragon Turtle Clan and the Dragon Clan is even better. When Ming Xian broke out of her SHL, she also accepted the gift from the Dragon Turtle. Such is the case with reciprocity. Yunming's becomes more and more lively, with divine birds soaring in the sky, dragons cruising, dragon turtles lurking in the water, and divine toads leaping. Toad thrives among many mythical beasts. introducing one mythical beast after another to Suhi. The 2 days of Suhi's time were fully booked, and they even introduced him to the sect leaders and elders of various sects. It wasn't until late at night, on the first day of February, that the social activities came to an end. And then the toad abandoned him and ran away to nowhere. It was late at night, and Ming Xian was not around. There were important events in the Dragon Clan, guests from all over the world, and many things required her to come forward. The water was rippling, and it was rare for Suhi to be quiet. At this moment, a figure approached furtively. He was a middle-aged man, wearing a gray robe filled with various kinds of paints, like a painter who made a living by selling paintings. Suhi didn't notice him until he got closer. This man was extremely humane, and he deliberately let Suhi find out about it. Otherwise it would be difficult to detect him if he was close to him. My little friend is very busy. He came closer and held his hands to Suhi with a sigh on his face. Old Taoist Zuanshaman Ying Yuan has wanted to visit little friend Suhi for a long time. But the fee for your soul beast is too high, and the old Taoist pockets it. I'm shy and can't afford the introduction fee, so I have to wait until all the friends have met before coming over quietly. Suihua! Suhi shouted in his heart. No wonder Toad refused to give him even a quarter of an hour's rest after being introduced one after another for 2 days, which was enough to meet hundreds of mythical beasts and leaders of various sects. The sects that can participate in the Dragon God Festival are all top sections. The Qingyuan sect unified dongan, but they were not even qualified to watch the ceremony. The Toad seemed to have guessed that he would be angry. Suhi could sense that the Toad was running away quickly, getting further and further away. In the depths of Yunming's, Toads were counting their income with their paws open. This time, they had made a lot of money, and the money they had picked up was in vain. This time, I can at least find a position as the Minister of Household Affairs when I go back. And maybe I can encourage Fong Yaya to step out of the small world and play in the mysterious world. There are strange beasts and toads, and she wants to dominate the world. Isn't it too much to be a serious founding empress? What's the point of just fighting with strange beasts? Build a dynasty. In the past few days, it has found out clearly that the Dragon Clan has done this before. Nowadays, there is still a big world with a dragon royal court, where the dragon is respected. The emperor calls himself the true dragon emperor. The dragon can do it, but the dragon turtle can't? No one is worse than the background. Suhi breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at the middle-aged man who was walking towards him. Zuanshanman Yin Yuan. This is the headmaster of Zuanshanman. In fact, Igui had a chance encounter with each other. Headmaster Xietian from the Chijua secret realm had taken action that day. But Suhi only saw a divine man dragging down a patch of sky, and never saw his specific appearance. Today I got to know the true face of Mount Lu for the first time. This is a humanoid beast. Even the aftermath of the battle between Dragon Turtle and Soaring Snake can be suppressed, and his behavior can be imagined. Suhi took out Bai Zai's list in front of him. Before he looked at it, Headmaster Xientian already shrugged and said, Number 341. But Bai Zai must have made a mistake. I have also beaten the top 300. I think I should be at least in the top 300. When he said this, he became angry. The old woman in Tianqing Palace is actually ranked 290. She is over 200. But I am actually 300 away. It shows that Bai Zai is blind. Versailles this tournament? Suhi silently accepted Bai's bang. Well, other than him, the one ranked lowest among the Dragon Turtle clan is Uncle Lei, who is only ranked 80. It was almost 99. Thinking like this, I am not afraid of Zuanshanman at all. His head coach is not ranked as high as his own Crane. The higher up the battle list, the higher the gold content of the ranking. A world of difference. Half of the top 100 on the battle list are mythical beasts, and all the adults of the four spirits are within the top 100. No, the Dragon Clan has 2 lacrosse, ranking 107. My Dragon Turtle is invincible. He looked at Headmaster Xientian. I don't know what this person is going to do when he comes over. After Yin Yuan finished scolding, he looked at Suhi and rubbed his hands, and asked a little embarrassedly, can I beat Fong Cha? Chapter 202 Dragon God Sacrifice. Suhi was confused for a moment and did not react. If you want to fight Fong Cha, then go ahead. Why are you asking me? I'm not his father. Yin Yuan stopped rubbing his hands and blinked at Suhi. Isn't Qingyuan Gate your territory? You are a dragon turtle, albeit a weak one. But don't look at him, Yin. Look at Lumian, your territory and your people. If you want to fight, of course you have to say H, Lo. Suhi was silent for a moment and said, Qingyuan sect only has my friends and my master. But Fong Yiju's family has nothing to do with me. But what did he do? It's just dongan mountain. It's impossible for Zuanshimen's headmaster to personally take action. He's not worthy. The first line of the line is all cannons to kill mosquitoes. A powerful elder's intervention is more than enough. A year ago, Sui felt that Qingyuan was too big. It could reach Asia in his previous life, while Dongan was even bigger and could not reach the end. Looking at it now, Dongan is too small. There are so many mountains like this in the Xiantian immortal domain. Yin Yuan chuckled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The grandson colluded to seal the palace. People in the Xianwang realm are fighting back and forth. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. The top 10 immortal sects are not born as top 10 immortal sections. They are all killed step by step. I don't know how many sects have been exterminated to become the top 10 immortal sects. But there is a bottom line. The Xianwang realm can handle matters in the Xianwang realm on its own. If you collude with other big worlds, especially the Emperor's big world, you should be killed. If Su He had not taken into account that he would survive the tribulation in Dongyuan and settle his family in Dongyuan, and that he was from Qingyuan clan, Xiantian clan's fist would have fallen on Qingyuan. Fong Yiju hit a red line. He suppressed prison ghosts, raised mountain souls, opened battle zones, and sculpted the demonic statue of the Ming dynasty. He also made people look at him with admiration. Although he decided to kill, he respected such a survivor. But colluding with the Emperor of the Great World has touched the bottom line of the top 10 immortal sects. Su He was silent again. He didn't know the grievances between the Xianwang world and the Emperor's world. Not only people. The two worlds are originally in conflict with each other. When he was going through the tribulation, the clouds of tribulation formed between the two worlds even started to fight. The Xianwang world and the Emperor world are roughly like China and the Eastern Island Kingdom in the previous life. He looked at Yin Yuan. Collusion in sealing the Imperial Palace is the bottom line. Isn't it the prison ghost space? The prison ghost absorbs all living creatures to create warm jade and soul jade. And there is even refined peacock true blood in the prison ghost space. Yin Yuan straightened his expression. The prison ghost space is indeed not there. Dongyuan is in chaos. How many people did the prison ghost kill? Zuanshimen is one of the top 10 immortal sects and has conquered countless conquests. It is not a charity. Controlling Dongyuan can avoid the collision between Zuanshimen and Yunmings. Why not? Once there is friction between the two major forces, it is no longer a matter between the two forces. The disaster it caused was many times more serious than the Dongyuan disaster. Moreover, he looked at Su He. The prison ghost space was created by the ancestor of Qingyuan sect, not Xiantian. The second generation ancestor of Qingyuan is very strong. So strong that Bai Zibang does not show his name. But he only appeared briefly and disappeared immediately. The Hell Ghost space is what he has left. And the Xiantian sect can only be controlled. A big question mark appeared above Su He's head. There is a rumor in Qingyuan that there is a founder who is so powerful that even the top 10 immortal sects are helpless. Even Qinglong of Xiantian sect is full of praise for him. Su He always felt that this was the Qingyuan sect trying to put money on his face. Really? Why did he leave the prison ghost space behind? Moreover, the prison ghost space was not initially under Qingyuan prison. Su He chatted with Gu Laodao and learned that the Hell Ghost space had appeared in Xianyang Palace and Taibai Temple. I don't know much about the prison ghost space. If you want to know, you can ask the Qingsong ancestor of our faction in person. It is in Yunmingzhe at the moment. Su He knew that Qingsong was in Yunming's. And yesterday, he received a flying boat artifact from Qingsong as a meeting gift. At the moment, the Dragon Clan is busy with the Dragon God Festival. So don't bother them. You can ask about this matter later. To be honest, he is not that concerned about the Qingyuan sect. At most, he is curious about a powerful person. It is not difficult for such a strong person to dominate a world. How could the Qingyuan sect have been a weak sect for thousands of years? It is illogical to have the richest man in the world in his family, but still live with a monthly salary of 3,000 to 4,000. Anything that is illogical must be fishy. Yin Yuan had already got the answer he wanted, so he didn't say any more. He exchanged 2 spiritual fruits with Su He and said goodbye. The new moon is high, and it has been a month since Su He came to Yunming's. When the stars disappeared, the golden dragon Ming Xian came from nowhere and said, "The Dragon God Festival will begin soon. Find a suitable golden lotus. Prepare gifts." She was afraid that Su He would be embarrassed when he participated in the Dragon God Festival for the first time and didn't understand the rules. But these toads had already inquired clearly. and Su-hee called out Toad in his heart. The toad responded and landed on top of his head. A moment later, there was a dragon roar from the sky, and all kinds of dragons roared down. Hundreds of mythical beasts came from all directions, and tigers roared and wolves howled in response. The Dragon God Festival has begun. Fong Clan won. On behalf of the Phoenix Clan, congratulate the Dragon Clan Dragon God Sacrifice. With a cry of phoenix, Fong 1 fluttered its wings and landed on a golden lotus. A piece of light flew out of the lightning-shaped soul beast on her back and floated towards the 9 heavens. This is a gift from the Phoenix Clan. It's the essence of 10,000 moons, a Taoist exclaimed in a low voice, with envy in his eyes. This is the moonlight that can be formed by collecting the moonlight from all over the world and tens of thousands of bright moons. The true treasures of heaven and earth can travel all over the world to collect the moonlight. They are all supreme beings. There were whispers even among the mythical beasts. Lin Clan Meow. Congratulations on behalf of Qilin. Congratulations on the Dragon Clan Dragon God Sacrifice. With a sound like an ox mooing, a Qilin that was more than 10 feet big stepped on the water and landed on a golden lotus. It used all its strength to say one sentence. Complete words. Her soul beast hid behind her ears and did not dare to show itself. Qilin shook its ears awkwardly before sending out a ball of cyan brilliance. The origin of Wanmu. The buzzing around was a bit chaotic. This gift is no worse than the essence of 10,000 moons. Qilin sent the congratulatory gift and no longer dared to look around. She lowered her head and stayed motionless on her golden lotus, her eyes evasive for fear that someone would talk to her. Su-hee swam in the water, and a wave of water lifted him up and landed on a 3-foot-long golden lotus. He chanted, Dragon Turtle he. On behalf of Dragon Turtle, congratulate the Dragon Clan and the Dragon God on its behalf. There are 4 spirits participating in the Dragon Clan Grand Ceremony. Naturally, the 4 spirits are the first to congratulate, and the 4 spirits are ranked by age. Su-hee is the youngest and last. Toad opened his bag, and a bolt of lightning shot straight into the sky. The buzzing around me became even more chaotic. Num. This is the origin of thunder tribulation. It was refined from many thunder tribulations. Is Seedling so wealthy? The turtle and the phoenix looked at each other, and then turned away. They didn't compare. They just felt that the other was not as good as themselves. Qilin lowered his head, and did not dare to look at anyone. But he murmured slightly at the corner of his mouth, clearly feeling that his talent was good. But it's just a show of arrogance. No fool wants to compete, and come up with a bunch of natural and earthly treasures. The 4 spirits, other mythical beasts, and various sects and families flew into the sky with congratulatory gifts. There was an array of dragon chants in the 9 heavens, and a green dragon broke through the sea of clouds and appeared. The laws on its body were condensed and fell on all kinds of gifts. The gifts with different attributes were actually refined and turned into dragon gates and fell suddenly. This time the person hosting the Dragon God Festival was not Ji Feishue, but Ching Song. When the dragon gate landed, many divine dragons chanted at the same time, swaying their dragon bodies and rushing towards the dragon gate. Instead of jumping over the dragon gate, they got into the dragon gate and disappeared. There was a koi carp in Yumeng Zhe that resisted the pressure of many mythical beasts and monks, and swam towards the dragon gate regardless of his own safety. He jumped up and tried to jump over the dragon gate, but was knocked down by the waterfall on the foundation stone of the dragon gate. The dragon tribe has the largest population among the 4 spirits. This is why Dragon Gate appears every time during the Dragon God Festival. Carps who cross the dragon gate can get a trace of dragon blood and can embark on the path of divine beasts. Moreover, this trace of divine dragon blood does not conflict with the demon transformation fruit. If you cross the dragon gate and get the demon transformation fruit again, you will gain twice the blessing to achieve success. This is how the little golden dragon, who was the same generation as Bai Ling, came to be. The fish leaps over the dragon gate. Thousands of rays of light bloom above the dragon gate, falling on the golden lotuses. Here we come! Xiao was sitting on the golden lotus beside Su-hee, looking at Xiao Guang with excitement. And then at Su-hee, after your consciousness turns into a beast, do you dare to fight with me? It declared a war with great vigor. Snapped. Next to it was a beast that was several times its size, and it was whipped with a tail. It's rare to transform into a beast. Live honestly. If you don't live for 2 years, I will skin you. There's something wrong with your brain. Why compete with the dragon turtle? Only the 4 spirits can transform into beasts once every 10,000 years. This is not just about experiencing the savagery and struggle of ordinary beasts. It is a blend with heaven and earth. And the potential for animal transformation will increase by 1 point each time. Opportunities like this are bought with gifts. Among the 4 spirits, only the dragon clan openly brings other divine beasts to transform into beasts. The Fingwelin tribe can only transform into beasts by themselves. People are not short of this opportunity. Are you fighting with the dragon turtle? Silly? Xiao Xie shrank his head and did not dare to refute. But he grinned at Su He, clearly still provoking him. And he really wanted to fight after transforming into a beast. Then an illusory earthworm condensed on top of its head. This means that the animal it will transform into will be an earthworm. Turning around, he saw a wild goose slowly gathering above Su He's head. It is a special species of wild geese. The swan goose. The one that delivers messages. Xie shrank his body and never mentioned the fight again. Su He was currently cooperating with the toad to inherit the magical power from the sea. He heard what Xie said just now. The consciousness transformed into a beast actually remembers years? Not to mention years. For Su He, a month is terrifyingly long. He can only travel through time for 3.5 years. And his 4th birthday will not be celebrated for another 4 months. This time is enough for him to master several magical powers. And in terms of years, what about the inner world? If you automatically reveal the origin of the world, the artifact that opens the sky will automatically upgrade. What should you do if it reaches the limit and automatically opens the sky? He hasn't decided how to open the sky yet. Su He regretted it and pulled down the inheritance star. He was about to ask if he could quit. I felt a buzz in the back of my head, as if someone had hit me hard with a heavy hammer, and my consciousness was dragged out. When he opened his eyes, he was already thrown out of Yunming's by the power of Longmen. A swan goose crashed into a reed marsh. Looking around at the edge of a lake, looking up at the position of the stars, he actually left Yunmingze and crossed Dongan Mountain, entering the Xiantian immortal domain. On the 2nd day of February, winter had passed, but spring had not yet arrived. When it was warm and then cold, a gust of cold wind blew by, and the swan geese shivered, confused. At this time of year, the geese should still be farther south, and they haven't returned north yet. And he sensed something was wrong. The consciousness leaves the body, and the 64 hexagrams in the body have fun. Just like Era, whose master left home. He wants to do whatever he wants. If it continues at this rate, I'm afraid it won't take 5 or 6 months for the world pearl to open the sky on its own. When he went back 2 or 3 years later, the day lilies were already cold. Su He was a little worried. So he flapped his wings and flew west. After flapping his wings and hitting the ground as soon as he flew up, he realized that he couldn't fly with ordinary wings at all. Dragon turtles have no wings. From the withered grass on the bank of the lake, a wild wolf lurked quietly, approaching the swans. God gives you food, but a big fat bird falls next to you, and it can't fly. In Yumingze, all the beasts were silent, and some of the monks watching the ceremony also fell into silence. Fellow disciples around him immediately took good care of him. All divine beasts can transform into beasts with consciousness. But this is not necessarily the case for human monks. Depends on luck. The dragon gate is quiet. Only the koi wants to jump over the dragon gate over and over again. The dragon that flew into the dragon gate and disappeared did not appear again. A white dragon was swimming in the sky, fell down and transformed into a graceful woman walking beside Su He. Looking at Su He curiously, her eyes were shining, and she was obviously using some kind of pupil technique. The toad squatted on the golden lotus to calculate the recent harvest, but he didn't notice it. Ji Feishua looked at Su He with a trace of doubt in her eyes. When an ordinary mythical beast transforms into a beast, it only silences the thoughts and consciousness in the body, and separates a consciousness into the beast's body. The body can wake up at any time if it is sick, just like a person who is standing and wandering. Although his mind has flown to nowhere, his body still has a trace of consciousness to keep standing and walking. All of Su He's consciousness was separated, and there was no trace of consciousness in his body. His current body is like a body with a soul separated from the body. It's just that I can't breathe. It was the effect of the elixir that stripped Su He of all consciousness. Ji Feishua placed a palm on the top of Su He's head, and a little consciousness merged into Su He's body. The dragon turtle's world pearl was beating violently. A stream of world origin rose up from nowhere and rushed into the boundary pearl, as vast as the sea. Honghua! Ji Feishua chuckled. Her eyes temporarily lost focus. Long time no see Honghua. She took a look inside the Su He boundary pearl, and saw a large mountain with 64 hexagrams swirling around it. This must be Bai Ling's handiwork. Something that started to be tinkered with mysteriously thousands of years ago. Su He is also a lucky person, and it would be impossible for anyone else to carry the little 64 hexagrams. The hexagrams are unique, carrying the 64 hexagrams, and are exposed to heaven and earth, and will be erased in an instant. Su He was so special that she could never predict it. There was no such person in the prediction. Only he could avoid the surveillance of heaven and earth. Ji Feishua looked at Tai Mountain standing in the chaos, and saw that the sky had not yet been opened, but it already had an innate territory. Sha Mizi is very ambitious. She chuckled in her heart, and waved her hands to set up numerous formations to prevent others from noticing Su He's strange phenomena. At this moment, Hung Gua reveals that the origin of the world is too dense. If the layers of visions are not blocked from appearing, Hung Gua will be completely unable to hide it. Su He can't defend it. The artifact that opens the sky has been formed, and driven by the source. It won't be long before it can automatically open the sky. Does Su He know his situation? Ji Feishua looked towards the Xiantian fairyland, where a wild wolf was quietly approaching a swan goose. The swan goose was fighting with its own wings, and had not yet realized that the crisis was coming. Chapter 203 Cultivation Chat Group. On Yumingze, a cockroach suddenly woke up with a confused look on its face. After a while, it looked to its side, only to see a fat cock beside it also struggling to wake up. Died? Died? How did you die? I transformed into a mouse, and appeared in the mouth of a wild wolf. Fei struggled a bit. He wanted to tell the truth, but was afraid of being laughed at, so he could only exaggerate and blame it on bad luck. Well, it didn't appear in the wolf's mouth. It was just too cold. So when it saw a cave, it went in. There were 6 or 7 wild wolves in it. How did you die? The fish suddenly became angry. He flapped his wings and gritted his teeth. I transformed into a toad and landed in a pool of water. I was just about to float to the shore on broken ice, and tried to find a place to hibernate for another 2 months. I was trampled to death by a lone goose. Are you crazy? You are a vegetarian bird. Why are you stepping on me? An opportunity that only comes once in 10,000 years was wasted. I haven't lived for a quarter of an hour, and my potential has not improved so much. On the branches beside the river, house sparrows fluttered about. Su He was a little angry. These wings were so disobedient. With the same flapping of wings, the house sparrow could fly, but he couldn't. Instead, he frightened a group of small winter beasts. Jump, flap, fall. Su He repeated the work. I can't control the water. I can't move the clouds up to the sky. I'm not used to it. Hongyan should be a race that is good at flying, so he may bring down the average of Hongyan. Su He shook off a toad corpse on his feet and continued practicing. What would a toad do if it doesn't hibernate during the season? Spread your wings and flap. Pat again. Then, rush. Su He's body suddenly shot out, flapping his wings, and rushed into the swamp water on broken ice floe. Behind him, a gray wolf fell into the water and struggled to climb ashore again. The swan geese floated in the water and started quacking. Just as I was immersed in practicing, I felt a crisis coming from behind. That familiar aura and familiar sense of crisis. It was a wolf. This sense of crisis is so intimate. Su He flapped his wings and swam far away, then turned around and looked at the gray wolf that had climbed ashore and was shivering from the cold. Are you stupid? I can swim. Can't you use your wings to fly? And can't you use your claws to swim? Do you think my turtle is for nothing? Wolves can also swim. But this season, the temperature is freezing to death. Su He jumped on an ice floe and squawked at the gray wolf for a while. The gray wolf shook off the ice water and swam back and forth several times by the water. However, there was nothing he could do about the swan geese on the ice, and he ran away with his tail between his legs. Lost, covered in ice water. I don't know if I can survive today. This had nothing to do with Su He. He flapped his wings again, wanting to jump up and try to fly. After jumping up, I was pulled down by someone. When I lowered my head, I found a pair of red paws stuck to the ice floe. The principle is probably like licking iron in winter. However, it was already February, and the yang qi was rising. A ray of scorching sun jumped out from the east. Su He was trapped for only half a quarter of an hour before he pulled off the soles of his feet and returned to the shore with fluttering wings. Then, he was stunned. What a way to hide. He should be bitten to death by a wild wolf. Based on the conversation between the two beasts, the dead consciousness will probably return to the original body. Suhi thought for a moment and plunged his head into the cold water. Drown yourself and return to your body. Suhi stuck his head into the water and waited for death to come. The cold water flowed down his nostrils and into the back of his head. Suhi coughed and struggled to get out. The more he coughed, the more water flowed into his lungs. His eyes were blurry, and he couldn't see anything clearly. I just heard a buzzing in my ears. Not sure if it was the wind or the ringing in my brain. The consciousness here is blurred, and there are signs of awakening in the main body. In the inner view, the true blood in the body is like a dragon, and there are sailing boats on it, each carrying a star to be transported to various parts of the body. There is medicinal power emanating from the stars. It was Bai Ling's pill that really worked. Suhi looked at the stars and realized that the elder sister actually gave him a hint. He made a short video every day to test out how to generate fetal membranes in the inner world bit by bit. No is the biggest tip. At this moment, he was on the verge of death. He had two choices: to return his consciousness to his true body and merge with the witch to open the heavens himself, or all consciousness is integrated into Hung Yin's body, sealing the memory and allowing the heaven-opening artifact to open the sky independently. The former can open up the most powerful first heaven, while the latter will have infinite possibilities. I just want to reach the former level, but I don't know how many years it will take. But Dragon Turtle is not short of time. Thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. In the blink of an eye, the cold water hit Suhi, and he knew what to do. When the mind moves, all consciousness leaves the body. This is not an out-of-body experience. Divine beasts cannot achieve an out-of-body experience. The soul is still in the body. To use an analogy, it is like dreaming. Dreams are where the consciousness is shrunk, and the body is sleeping in the bed without consciousness. By the river bank, swan geese were flapping their wings and jumping up. My heart quickly shouted, "Suewa!" "What?" Toad said in a bad tone. The master really couldn't take it. He happily counted the harvest of the past few days, and called him over with this annoying name. "Go to the eldest princess and ask her to help me practice a pair of soul-leaving pills from Uncle Luo." The toad jumped up. "What happened to Yaya?" That was the pill Fong Yaya had to take after transforming into a beast, to seal her memory. When it left, Su Huanyan had already started refining the elixir. A sword cultivating elixir sounds unreliable. "No, I need it myself," Suhi replied. Toad was startled for a moment. "You want to write the chapter on transforming into beasts? Stop making trouble. Divine beasts cannot transform into beasts. I want to open the sky." The toad was silent, although it was not involved in Suhi's practice. It didn't mean it didn't know about it. Suhi was seduced by those pictures. Dragon Turtle has decided to use the heaven-opening artifact to open the heavens on his own, because the inner world has condensed the fetal membrane lichen. After a long while, it said, "Okay, Dragon Turtle has already set his path, so don't stop him. Just support him completely." Toad stood on tiptoes and looked around, but did not see where Ji Feishue was. Ji Feishue's ethereal voice sounded from behind. "Are you looking for me?" The toad jumped, turned around to see it, and silently took out a pile of spirit stones, crystals, and various materials from his pocket. "How can you bribe me to change my employer and come to Yunming's to be the Prime Minister's Wa?" This is Shiwa, who has been very active during this time. Prime Minister's Wa of the Kingdom of Beasts. This is a big deal. In a rare retaliation, Toad pinched his belly and started to twist. Can you help me make a pill?" Ji Feishue glanced at the belongings that Toad had brought out, and giggled. "Okay, what kind of elixir do you want to make?" "This thing is the lowest appearance fee she has seen in hundreds of thousands of years. Soul-leaving pill." As Toad spoke, he took out a jade slip and stuck it between his eyebrows. He printed a pill prescription in the jade slip and handed it to Ji Feishue. Ji Feishue clicked lightly with her fingers, and everything became clear to her. This rough Danfeng style is clearly the work of the Dragon Turtle clan. Is this to seal the memory? But it's not the body's memory that's sealed, but the memory of consciousness. What are Su He and Bai Ling doing? The Dragon Turtle's consciousness woke up just now, and then all consciousness left immediately, and completely transformed into a beast. At this moment, the hung hexagram in the Dragon Turtle's body has completely gone wild, and the 64 hexagrams in the World Pearl have turned into a whirlwind. If this rate continues, it will take at most 4 to 5 months for the heaven-opening artifact to open the sky on its own. However, Dragon Turtle's consciousness left his body at this time, and he wanted to seal his memory. Is it just for the sake of independent creation? Ji Feishue wanted to ask. But it was a secret of other people's cultivation, and it was not easy to find out. She would secretly check Suhi's body because of the pill. This was the first time that she was refining an elixir of unknown efficacy. As an alchemist, she had limited responsibilities. If someone else took it, what would it have to do with her if she died? Come to me to get the elixir in 2 hours. After Ji-Fei finished speaking, her body turned into bubbles and disappeared. Toad was relieved. Suhi flapped his wings and ran and jumped on the shore. He jumped up and flew 3 feet away before falling to the ground. Now that you have decided on the direction to open the sky, you must be fully prepared. At the very least, you must live for a long time. And you can't be witchcrafting the sky over there. If he is dead here, is his consciousness running back to cause trouble? To live a long time, Hongyan must fully master the basic skills. Suhi flew up again, slightly farther than 3 feet, and fell to the ground. Very good. Improved than before. It turns out it's easier to learn to fly against the wind. Suhi tried again, and even passed a mouse hole on the way. After a long time of effort, he borrowed a bunch of grains from the field mouse. Very full. It's been a long time since I tasted the sweetness of vegetarian food. In the past, when I was a turtle, I also ate water hyacinth, duckweed and the like, but they were not as delicious as fish and shrimp. Especially this time. The grain was borrowed without the consent of the field mouse. When the dice fell, a 6 was thrown for the first time in a long time. It was still quality. The taste is getting sweeter and sweeter. But unfortunately it is just ordinary cereal. The grains are plump and unlike wild grains, with fluttering wings and gliding. Suhi could already hover in the sky when the sun was 3 high. After all, the consciousness is strong. Although he has a body like a wild goose, it is not too difficult to get familiar with the body, learn to fly, and find time to eat a meal in 2 hours. In the distance, there are several houses and fields 4 or 5 miles away. Sure enough, there is someone. Suhi was a little far away from the village. At this time of year, humans are more terrifying than beasts. 2 hours passed by in a hurry, and the toad tilted his head and looked at the dragon turtle behind him. Are you still online? After a while, Toad thought of this word. Dragon turtle closed his eyes tightly and did not answer. If your consciousness is not there, then what kind of monster are you? Why do you have brilliance rising from your body? Is it okay to hang up and repair? The toad jumped up and jumped into Suhi's body. He saw that Hung Guo was going crazy, and the source was pouring into the boundary bead as if it was free of money. Is this a normal state? Or is it going too far? Are you afraid that the sky will open right now? The turtle hatchling didn't even take the soul-leaving pill. The toad jumped out of Suhi's body, looked around, and saw Ji-Fei standing under the dragon gate. It suddenly landed next to Ji-Fei and opened its mouth to inform Suhi of his situation. Ji-Fei raised a finger to her lips. Shoo, she said softly. Dragon turtle is practicing. Don't worry. It's nothing. Great power is great power. Before it opened its mouth, the other party already knew everything, but saw Ji-Fei take out a pill from the bag and flick it towards the east. The elixir broke through the space and fell directly at Hongyan's feet. The toad was startled, then understood, and said to Suhi from the bottom of his heart, The express delivery has arrived. Please sign for it. Suhi was startled. This service is so considerate. He quacked a few times toward the west and nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Although there are thousands of mountains and rivers between Yunming's and here, there are countless countries in the world. But it certainly couldn't block Ji-Fei sight. Although the eldest princess behaves like a witch, her moral integrity cannot be questioned. Ji-Fei giggled, looked down at the toad, and became even happier. The dragon turtle promised by fellow Taoist Luo has arrived, and it's time for the Xuanjia I promised to take you in. The toad was startled. It knew the reason why Suhi was asked to participate in the Dragon God Festival in the first place. Because the person in front of him promised to let Suhi enter her mysterious world, which was a new mysterious world that could better study the reality of the world. But at this moment, Suhi Doji has been completed, and even the Kaikion artifact has been condensed, and he only needs to accumulate it. Once accumulated to the limit, the first level of heaven can be opened in an instant. There is no need for the new mysterious world. Toad was about to politely say goodbye when a fiery red fox came out from beside Ji-Fei. It looked like an ordinary red fox, but it gave people an elegant and arrogant feeling. The Soul Beast Master, Ji-Fei was in the world. Stunning. This fox is also extremely beautiful. To be able to create a mysterious world, This fox must be at least a 9th grade soul beast. Toad couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The red fox walked out with a teasing look on his eyebrows, and stretched out his paw as if he wanted to pat the toad on the head. The toad lowered his head slightly, and actively cooperated. Then, the fox put a paw on its head, and pressed down hard. The toad suddenly ate shit, and hit the ground and disappeared. He jumped up and yelled. But the scenery around him was completely different. This is a lake with small islands everywhere in the lake, which are densely divided into spider web-like rivers. This is the Xuanjia. Ji-Fei-Shu is Xuanjia. What's its name? Toad thought for a while. Qianjiang? There was no sound when the words came out, and they were not like the roars of beasts in the mysterious world of mountains and seas. Instead, there were writings floating in the lower left corner of the vision, just like Su-He's Mingjian magical power, and like the chat window of the online game in Su-He's memory. Conversations are constantly bouncing around in the chat window. Taoist Shinshin. Fellow Taoists, has anyone gone to Fairy G's Dragon God Sacrifice? Qianqianzi. Senior Shinshin. I'm here, but I'm late. I arrived just after the Dragon God Festival started. There was a battle in the Liuguang River I was riding in, which made me enter the Xianwang realm a long time late. Is there anything you need me to do? Senior? Suihua. Qianjiang? Suihua's doubts turned into text and appeared in the chat window. Taoist Shinshin. Qianqianzi. Help me ask Fairy G. After the Dragon God Festival is over, will the protective golden lotus be auctioned this time? If it is auctioned, can you leave 2 for me? It doesn't need to be too big. Half a foot is enough. He has an experiment that needs the help of the protective golden lotus. Qianqianzi. Okay, Senior Shinshin. But I don't know where Sister G is gone. She was in front of the Dragon Gate just now, and she can't be found now. There was an ugly toad looking for her just now. I don't know what happened. Suihua. Dot. Are you polite? Who is the toad? I am a void frog. The appearance is also closer to that of a tree frog. How many monks have skin like mine? Qianqianzi. New Taoist Fellow? The name Taoist Fellow is quite unique, but I have never heard of it. Where does fellow Taoist practice? You might as well come to Central Island to discuss the Tao. Only Sister G can accept people into Qianjiang. Those who can be accepted into Qianjiang must be knowledgeable and can be called Taoist friends. The road is long, and having one more Taoist friend is truly a blessing in life. Before anyone else could say a word of welcome, Toad is already talking in the chat window. Suihua. Barry, you don't need to pay attention to me. I'm just an ugly toad. Qianqianzi. Dot. This was so embarrassing. She didn't even know how to reply. Akaji. Dot. Junlon. Dot. Master Naming. Dot. There is a row of ellipses in the chat area. Qianqianzi. Don't be surprised, fellow Taoist, because you just said what you said without hesitation. Are you still here at the Dragon God Festival? I will go and apologize to you in person. It's not good to leave a bad impression on fellow Taoists before they even get to know each other. You should prepare some gifts when you go to apologize. The other person is really a toad. Do toads eat bees? She has a nest of 6-star black bees. I wonder if using it to apologize is considered sincerity. Suihua. No need. I'm already in Qianjiang. What kind of rule is this? Why is the real name displayed? Qianqianzi. Is it a soul beast? The only ones that can truly enter the mysterious world are soul beasts. She was far away just now, and only glanced at it briefly. She didn't take a closer look. That toad was actually a soul beast. Qianqianzi. Suihua. Who is your master? Why don't you say anything? Suihua. Dot. After being speechless for a while, it said again. Don't call me Suihua. The owner is Long Gueha. He is transforming into a beast at the moment and can't come in. Taoist Kusong. Junlon. John Shio. Taoist Shinshin. Dragon Turtle? Divine Beast? Dragon Turtle is he the one who just overcame the tribulation? Toad looked at the row of exclamation marks. Let's not talk about whether it's the Dragon Turtle or not. These guys use punctuation marks very well. It's not that they are using punctuation marks, but that after sending out similar emotions, this mysterious world automatically generates such symbols in the chat window. A mysterious world that traveled through time? Thinking about it, it felt ridiculous. And Toad laughed at his own idea. Is this the so-called emotional connection? A very wonderful synchronization phenomenon often occurs when people develop in two completely unrelated areas. Different people often invent similar things almost at the same time. Kung Fu, Weapons. Tools. That's probably true. The toad jumped up and looked toward the center of the Xinjiang River. There was a large island. On the island, monks gathered in twos and threes and were chatting. At this moment, everyone is looking towards it. The words they discussed did not appear in the chat area, but formed bubbles above their heads with text jumping inside. Regional chat. Chat in person. Sure enough, the thinking is the same. Suhi should be brought in immediately. He is familiar with this way of chatting. Chapter 204 Wolf. The pill has been taken, but the memory is still there, and it will take some time for it to take effect. Suhi didn't know what state he was in at the moment. He didn't know if his consciousness had condensed into a swan goose, or if it had invaded the body of a swan goose. As night fell, he carefully landed in the courtyard of a farmhouse, and walked into the cowshed quietly, without waking up the sleeping old dog. The body is frozen. This time of year is really not suitable for wild geese to come and go. It's more than a month early, and an ordinary bird's body cannot bear the cold. There were no cows in the cowshed, but there were grains and grass left behind by cows. I gathered them together, and roughly built a bird's nest. It took more than half an hour to get inside before my body gradually regained its warmth. He tiptoed out of the cowshed, opened the dustpan, and ate a hearty meal of chicken food in the chicken trough. The dice came down to help the farmer fill the chicken trough. The old dog didn't bark. When I turned around, I found that it had been dead for a long time, and its body was hardened. Suhi got into the bird's nest again, and closed his eyes to sleep. It was a whole day of flying. Suhi was flying to Yunming's. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen. The swan geese were by his side, and might be of some help. This sleep was not a solid one. One moment, I dreamed of returning to Tinghai Lake and being besieged by wolves. Another moment, I dreamed that the dragon turtle had wings. Another moment, I dreamed of suddenly waking up in the orphanage. Everything in the mysterious world was just a blur. A dream. This dream was so terrifying that Suhi woke up with a fright. He prefers his current life to his previous life, especially after becoming the dragon turtle. Who wouldn't want to live forever and be able to ascend to the skies and dive into the abyss? Suhi heard a sobbing sound when she woke up. He quietly poked his head out and saw an 11 or 12-year-old boy in the middle of the yard, whimpering and crying while skinning an old dog in his arms. I feel sorry for the passing of the old dog, but it is impossible to bury it. In this era, no food can be wasted, especially at this time of year. The chickens, ducks, and piglets at home eat a lot, but there is not even a piece of wild vegetables to pick outside. He cried and looked up, meeting Suhi's eyes. Mother-in-law, there are wild geese. Instead of eating big tigers, eat wild geese. The young man shouted in surprise. Suhi, your uncle. He rushed out of the cowshed, flapped his wings and flew away. But he heard a creak of the door below, and an old woman's weak voice came. Goose? What goose? I don't know. Black and white. The old woman's voice suddenly became urgent. That's the swan goose. The messenger. Is it your father who has a message? The old woman's voice became miserable. There seems to be evil in this miserable world. A sudden war broke out 2 months ago, and the only strong man in the family was dragged to work as a coolie. It's been 2 months, and there's been no news at all. How come the old dog happened to be dead when the swan geese came? I'm afraid that if Hong Yen hadn't brought back the news of his son's death, the old dog would have gone down below to protect his master. The old woman was about to cry at the top of her voice, but she heard a commotion outside the door, and a bullock cart pulled a man with an injured leg in. Old aunt, Sichuan baby is back. The old woman's sorrowful mood was disrupted, and she groped her way out. She was blind with her eyes closed tightly. Auntie, what a blessing. The man who was driving the car laughed loudly. When I came back yesterday, I encountered a path cutter in the middle of the night and almost killed Sichuan Wazi. However, it was dark and the road was slippery, so I fell to death. Sichuan Wazi only fell to death. The skin and flesh were peeled off, and I rested for a month without delaying farming. The old woman groped her son's side, touched her face and body to make sure her son was not seriously injured. She cried and laughed, then turned around and shouted to her grandson. Egg boy, bring that swan goose back quickly. Good chicken food for me. Don't kill the dog. Just bury it. Bury it. This is a message from Hong Yen. The old dog died for his Sichuan baby. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that 3 things happened on the same night? Rejoice. Bury the dog. Separate chicken food. Suhi flapped his wings and landed again. The sky was gloomy. The wind was falling. And the snow was falling. So he couldn't fly far. Flying outside in such weather will cause physical problems. So he gave in to comfort and settled down in the farmhouse's cowshed. On this day, he tried practicing to advance to the level of a strange beast. But he couldn't. The transformed beast of the dragon god's sacrifice is not a real transformed beast. Not a second body. And cannot be practiced. But we really can't fly in this kind of weather. And spring will start in March. So he carefully understood the body of the dragon turtle. Hung Gua is still frantically revealing its origin. And it should be impossible to open the sky for a while. On Yumingze, the toad has walked out of the Qianjiang Xuanjia and marked the island on the Xuanjia. It is regarded as the second permanent resident in the Xuanjia. Every time a soul beast improves to a level, it can stay in one more mysterious world. Toad doesn't know which level it is, but it just feels that it shouldn't be a big problem to stay in 3 or 4 more mysterious worlds. It jumped out of the Qianjiang River and faced a huge snake head. The toad jumped up with a croak. This was so scary. This is a natural enemy. Especially this snake that is half virtual and half real. As if it is specifically targeting soul beasts. Toad patted his chest to calm down his shock. Only when he looked carefully did he see that this was the spirit snake of Su He Xuanwu's true form condensed out. It hasn't completely solidified yet. But it already has a shape. Even with its eyes closed. The spirit snake had no independent consciousness. It was still Su He himself. The toad was silent for a moment. In the future, will Su He be able to manifest the spirit snake without opening the realm? Can the spirit snake leave the body of the dragon turtle and move alone? If so, could it ride a snake? Riding a natural enemy is like riding a turtle. Toad looked to the side. Ji Fei Shuesu put her hand on the dragon turtle's SHL. Her consciousness entered the dragon turtle's body, and she was inspecting it meticulously. No wonder Qian Qianzi didn't see her. She was hiding here. Toad sat aside and accompanied her carefully, willingly to put his heart into Su He's body to check what Ji Fei Shue was doing. But he was afraid that his sudden appearance would disrupt the eldest princess's rhythm and cause any harm to Su He. I can only sit quietly aside. Time passes like this. The sun sets and the moon rises. It wasn't until midnight that Ji Fei Shue slowly opened her eyes. Here we go! Toad, who was almost asleep, woke up with a start. What started? Medicine! The soul-leaving pill given by Toad is divided into yin and yang. One for the consciousness of the beast and one for the body. The elixir has already taken effect here. The full moon was hanging high in the sky. Su He had been living in this house for half a month. And the weather was gradually getting warmer. When the sun comes out tomorrow, we can almost fly west. It takes at least 5 or 6 months to fly from here to Dongan Mountain. And I don't know how long it takes to cross Dongan Mountain. Su He has been wondering for several days. The wild geese here are almost the same as those in the previous life. But the mysterious world is too big. Flying from north to south. Those migratory birds never end up flying in their lifetime. How do they manage to migrate? This is an interesting topic. After Su He decides to return to his true form. He can follow up and study it. Maybe he can gain something? Anyway, the dragon turtle has an endless lifespan. So it should be used to relieve boredom. Silent in the middle of the night, Su He fell into a light sleep. He could hear the cooing sound in the chicken coop. And there were piglets in the pig pen sucking breast milk. A gust of wind came, carrying a fishy smell. It's the wolf again. This breath was too familiar to Su He. And it wasn't just one. He opened his eyes, and quickly flew out of the bullpen and stood on the roof. The sow smelled the scent of the wolf in the pig pen, became restless, and roughly pushed the piglets behind her. There were 6 wolves in total. 2 outside and 4 climbing over the wall. The 2 heads went straight to the pigsty. And the 2 heads stared at the house. They also want to eat people. This season is the hardest. Even harder than winter. Most of the beasts that are active in winter have been hunted. And those that hibernate have not yet broken ground. No wonder it enters the courtyard. Su He fluttered his wings and landed on the roof of the main house. He screamed and kicked the straw under him. The old woman in the room slept lightly due to her age and woke up immediately. He heard the sow howling and heard the noise outside and immediately knew that a wolf was in the hospital. In the house. He banged the iron basin and cursed loudly. The sound of the iron basin woke up the surrounding neighbors. But no one dared to leave the house. Only their own big dogs were let out. In an instant, more than a dozen big dogs swarmed into Chuanhua's house. The wild wolf fled, refusing to fight when faced with more than a dozen big dogs. It turned around and climbed over the courtyard wall, then ran away with its tail between its legs. They are different from dogs. Dogs have something to protect. They just hunt. When hunting, you are not afraid of failure, only afraid of injury. Injured dogs are taken care of by their owners, and their injuries are basically pronounced dead. More than a dozen dogs chased the wolves out of the village and stopped chasing them. Only then did a bold person light a torch and walk out of the yard to Chuanhua's house to check quickly whether the wild wolves had hurt anyone. A wild wolf turned back on the lonely slope outside the village, looking directly at Su He with its faint wolf eyes. This guy still holds a grudge. Su He flapped his wings and flew westward with a cry. A wild goose couldn't afford to offend a pack of wolves. If the wolves were worried about it, it would not necessarily lead to a sneak attack. If it couldn't afford to offend a wild goose and could afford to hide, Su He decided to set off and leave immediately. Su He has felt more and more these days that the longer he transforms into a beast, the deeper he becomes with the world. After returning to his true form, it will be easier to understand the rules of the world and absorb the vitality of the world. Potential increased. With such a good thing. Of course we should live as long as possible. The geese were high in the sky, and when the cold wind blew, I shivered from the cold. After all, it was too cold at night. He took off against the wind and left the village. After flying for more than 10 miles, his wings became stiff due to the cold. He found an abandoned magpie nest and landed slowly. It was a bit small, but it could be sheltered from the wind. Su He fell into the nest again, preparing to wait until dawn before setting off again. Under the tree, a faint light came up through the branches. Su He's feathers stood on end. Looking down, there is another wild wolf. But it was not the group just now, but a lone wolf with new injuries on his body. He raised his head and looked at Su He quietly. This look is slightly familiar. Familiar person. Familiar bird. By Fong. This look is so familiar. Did Bai Fong's consciousness turn into a wild wolf? The wild wolf's eyes were full of hatred. One eye shone with the light of lyen, and the other turned into a 10,000-year prison. If it weren't for Su He, how could it have lost a precious lyen and be imprisoned by the clan uncle for 10,000 years afterwards? Su He looked at it. This look is trying to cause trouble. Is a bird that has lived for 20,000 years so brainless? Showing hatred for a dragon turtle? Shouldn't you hide obediently and wait for me to be alone? Completely seal off the space. Prevent the soul beast from reporting the news. And then kill with one blow, destroying the corpse and eradicating all traces? A wolf and a wild goose looked at each other across the tree. A strong wind blew, and the old bird's nest couldn't bear the plump body of the wild goose. There was a click and the branches fell. The bird's nest was fine, but Su He had been thrown off. Suddenly, without enough time to react, he fluttered his wings and fell down. The wild wolf below condensed its eyes and suddenly shot over, biting the swan goose. Chapter 205 Opening the Sky. At the critical moment, the swan goose flapped its wings and flew 2 feet, barely escaping the attack of the wild wolf. After struggling for 10 feet, he fell to the ground. The wild wolf's eyes flashed. This little turtle was injured. This opportunity is rare. Kill! It's just that the consciousness turned into a beast. But it didn't hurt his real body. Every time the dragon god sacrificed, there was a divine beast that transformed into a beast and was beaten to death. It only shattered the conscious body once, and could not hurt the real body. It will not lead to a fight between the two races. I'm a beast. If you can't beat me, you're stupid. Bai Fong suddenly rushed towards him, and he saw the swan goose flapping its wings and escaping in a hurry. However, it seemed to be injured when it fell. It could only fly 2 feet each time, and then fell to the ground after flying more than 10 feet. This flying speed can only barely dodge its attack. After several times, the swan goose flew more and more weakly, and was almost bitten by it several times. At this moment, the wild wolf still had 2 swan goose feathers in the corner of its mouth. Su He struggled more and more, and the flight became more and more difficult. Bai Fong became more and more excited to catch up. Almost. Faster. After chasing for more than 10 miles, the bird has reached its limit, and he can't hide anymore. As the distance got closer, the wild wolf's eyes flashed coldly, and he suddenly pounced. Die! This is the end of your potential improvement in this dragon god festival. Bai Fong used all 4 claws at the same time to pounce towards the swan goose in front of him. He was about to succeed when the goose flapped its wings and flew against the wind. Then it circled upward and flew away. Bai Fong didn't react for a moment. When he woke up, a sudden crisis came over him. He lowered his head and saw 3 wild wolves in front of him. separated by more than 10 feet, staring at him faintly. A gust of cold wind carried the smell of wild wolves. There are more on the left and right sides. He took a quick glance, and saw that 6 wild wolves had surrounded it. The swan goose pretended to be injured and lured it to other wolves. He recognized 3 of the 6 wild wolves, and they had only had a fight over territory in the morning. The opponent was outnumbered by wolves, and he lost. He was beaten away, and found a place to lick his wounds for a day. He wanted to take advantage of the night to go west to escape, and met Suhi. Then, he was led to the group of wolves by Suhi. Bai Fong was aggrieved and furious. Dragon turtle! It only knows how to use tricks. If you have the ability to fight with me, it roared angrily. Sooner or later, it will kill this turtle. The other 6 wolves pounced on him at the same time. The bestiality of ordinary beasts became simpler, but they understood the provocation of this lone wolf. Fight with me if you can! In the distant village, more than a dozen wild dogs gathered together again and began to bark, listening to the roaring and fighting in the wind. Suhi hovered in the air, watching the battle below. It has to be said that Bai Fong's combat intuition is very good. He changed from a bird to a wolf, and only took control of his body for half a month. He has completely mastered the essence of the wolf's combat. Against the 6 wolves alone, he was beaten like a rat and ran away. Maybe even get a bite or 2 back. But ordinary wild wolves are ordinary wild wolves after all. No matter how high their fighting consciousness is, their bodies cannot keep up. In the end, they were outnumbered. Blood surged. Bai Fong dropped a large piece of flesh and blood and ran away howling. The 6 wild wolves chased them out of their territory and stood at the border of the territory, howling at the full moon. They vented their frustration at being driven out of the village by the dogs. Suhi sighed in the air. Sure enough, everything could not go as expected, and he would not die. Help it again! Suhi flapped his wings and swooped down, landed on the ground, grabbed a large piece of flesh and blood left by B Fong, and headed towards the hinterland of the wolves. Hovering in the sky, I could see clearly that there was a female wolf that had just given birth to her cubs. I wondered if she was malnourished, but only one survived. At this moment, the female wolf is not in the territory, not in the cave, and is just doing something. The wolf cub just opened its eyes. Suhi got into the wolf's den, rubbed B Fong's skin and flesh everywhere to get the scent, then grabbed the wolf cub and flew out of the cave, flying slowly at a very low altitude, heading towards B Fong's escape direction. The wolf cub was heavy and struggling. The swan goose's claws were not good at grabbing objects, and it was extremely difficult to fly. About 12 or 3 miles away, in a cave, Bai Fong was trembling, and 2 bowl-sized pieces of flesh and blood were torn off his back. In this season of food shortage and humidity, he didn't know whether he could survive. However, the longer the consciousness transforms into a beast, the greater its potential will increase. No matter how hard it is, we must hold on. The scum of the Dragon Turtle clan don't even dare to fight in a real duel. It grinned, either in pain or anger. The blood dyed the wolf's fur red and fell into the cave. The moon was setting in the west, and B Fong Wolf's head was lying on the ground, motionless, only trembling intermittently. The sun rose, and a ray of warmth shone in, making it relax a little. But at this moment a shadow came over. It was the wolf king of the pack. He suddenly rushed in and bit B Fong on the neck. He ignored the sting of the wolf's mane and dragged B Fong out of the cave. The other 2 wolves who came with him immediately pounced on him, bite it on the belly, and tear it apart. Bai Fong had the fighting spirit before, but now 2 pieces of flesh and blood were torn off. He lost too much blood all the way back and was dizzy. The pack of wolves comes again with anger and deadly moves. In less than half a quarter of an hour, it had collapsed on the ground, twitching and unable to control its body. A pair of wolf eyes were filled with confusion. He didn't know why the wolves came here and how they came after them. Hesitatingly, he was bitten by the armpit by a female wolf and tossed. The wolf's head was shaking, and its gaze happened to pass over the treetops. A swan goose squatted on the branch, and a wolf cub was caught in its wings, with only a small wolf exposed. Wolf head, trembling. Dog thief! Hate me! B Fong suddenly understood. It screamed, and the wolf king rushed up and bit it on the neck. Click! Bai Fong's wolf eyes gradually lost focus. Before he died, he never glanced at the wild wolf that killed him. He only looked at Suhi, his eyes filled with hatred. If there is a chance, I will kill its true form. It is as good at calculating as the white spirit. There will never be another dragon turtle like this. Thoughts flashed to his mind, and a pair of wolf eyes completely fell into silence. Suhi landed quietly under the tree, put down the wolf cub, and took advantage of the sunlight to flutter his wings and fly westward. In February, the sky is warm when the sun comes out, and it is pleasant to fly in the sky. Dongyun is far away. Yunming's is even further away. But as long as you have wings, you can always arrive, flying and realizing all the way. I have been a human, a turtle, and a bird for the first time. I understand life from different angles, which is very interesting. Suhi didn't do much research on birds. The most exposure to birds was when he was a child, following the older children in the orphanage. Suhi was startled during the flight. He couldn't remember what he did with the older kids. This is not the normal amnesia of ordinary people. This is the pill taking effect and the memory starting to be sealed. Dragon Turtle has no memory loss. In other words, no high-level monk has amnesia, unless his soul is damaged. From the moment he overcame the tribulation and became the Dragon Turtle, all his memories were restored. He even remembered his birth, full moon, and bedwetting clearly in his previous life. Whatever has happened, been experienced, or been recited, I can clearly remember everything no matter the priority. When my soul is strong enough, it is just a basic thing to not forget it. The Dragon Turtle's spirit, soul, and body are unified. After the catastrophe, the quality of the body's body is doubled, and the spirit and soul are the same. The memory seal is truly on the road. Suhi tried hard to recall, but found that he could no longer remember anything that happened before he was 15 years old in his previous life. Memory is so magical. When it disappears quietly, you can't notice it. It was only when I suddenly needed it that I realized I had forgotten many things. After taking the soul living pill for half a month, I lost my memory for 15 years. 1 day and 1 year. Suhi's memories from his 2 lifetimes combined amounted to just over 20 years. If he hadn't realized it today, the soul living pill would have caused him to lose all his memories without even realizing it. Or become an ordinary swan goose. Maybe after the Dragon God Festival is over and consciousness returns, thousands of sons and grandsons have been born from the bodies of swan geese, forming a huge ethnic group. Everything is fine. Except this. Suhi flapped his wings and flew westward again. All memories are about to be sealed. And I don't know what the consequences will be if the sky is opened. He knew that even if he flew back, he wouldn't be able to do much. But he just subconsciously felt that he should go back. Yunming's a flame on Bi Fong's body flashed, and then extinguished. It slowly opened its eyes, and immediately looked in the direction of the Dragon Turtle. I saw several people surrounding the Dragon Turtle. Ji Feishua and Yunming Dragon King were among them. Even the blue dragon of Zuanshimen lowered his dragon head and watched. There were whispers all around. With this momentum, is this Dragon Turtle going to open the sky? Looking at his condition, yes, but it doesn't make sense. He has only been through the tribulation for more than half a year. Some people couldn't believe it. Another voice sounded. It's not necessarily true. On the day of the tribulation, Gu Luo once said that this Dragon Turtle is extremely talented. It only takes 1 year to become a Dragon Turtle. You see, it can overwhelm Bi Fong and Zhu Yanda in half a year of tribulation. This shows that his half a year is enough to equal Bi Fong and his group's 20,000 years. Bi Fong lowered his eyebrows and took a deep look at the man. That's right. The person from before was stunned for a moment, and nodded in agreement. We can't imagine that such a talented evildoer could be exchanged for this. It took 20,000 years to open the sky, and it has already expired. A group of pandering voices. Bi Fong. They are just a group of boys from human monks, who came to watch the ceremony. They don't understand anything, and they are still talking nonsense here. He cast a scornful glance at Suhi. The dragon god offered sacrifices to Kaitian. But he was just seeking fame, and he liked to show off. It cursed Suhi from the bottom of its heart, and slowly became stunned. The human monks didn't understand. They just watched the excitement. It has experienced the opening of the sky twice. So it naturally knows that the Dragon Turtle is really opening the sky at this moment. This momentum, this Taoist rhyme, is the meaning of opening the sky. This is not the point. There are monsters all the time. And the Dragon Turtle just takes advantage of the right time and place. Those who overcome the calamity in the 2 realms will be favored. And they will be protected by the elders of the dragon and turtle. If other divine beasts were to survive the tribulation in that kind of place, they would not be able to open the sky in half a year. It's just that everyone doesn't have their own 2 realms of war. What made Bi Fong stunned was that the Dragon Turtle was transforming into a beast in consciousness at the moment. And it was still fighting with him just now. And looking at Kaitian's momentum here, I'm afraid it has been brewing for a long time. The dragon turtle had two purposes, and Bien Kaitian even played with it in the palm of his hand. So what does it count? Chapter 206 Riding to Open the Sky. A swan goose raised its head, folded its feet, and vibrated its wings, piercing the sky and heading westward. There was a slight flash of panic in his eyes. Gone. After planning to kill Fong, he flew towards Yunming's for 5 days. All the memories of the 23 years in my previous life were gone, although the results have already been achieved. As the memories are fading bit by bit, fear and discomfort still arise in my heart. At this moment, he knew that he had a previous life and a past, but he couldn't remember it at all. Knowing that there is a past life, I still remind myself uncontrollably these days, as if I can recite a text, but I can no longer remember the scene of reciting the text. Just know it. Then the memory fades, and I can't remember anything for up to 4 days. Suhi tried his best to fly towards Yunming's, while constantly hinting at his destination, hoping that he would still remember where to fly after completely losing his memory. It's always reassuring to have the real body open to the sky and the consciousness to stay by the side. Even if this consciousness has completely sealed the memory, the consciousness of losing memory will not interfere with Kaitian. The test subjects in the elixir screen make it clear. On Yuming's A, people who had turned into animals consciously came back to consciousness one after another. Half of the human monks have even returned from the dead. It's okay to say that the other divine beasts are mostly transformed into divine beasts after going through a catastrophe, and they always have a past of being ordinary beasts. Only the human monks, with Chad's beast body, found it difficult to adapt, and died in half in the first 3 days. At this moment, many people gathered around the water to look at the dragon turtle, but with the protective golden lotus blocking it, and the numerous formations set up by Ji Feishue, their eyes could not penetrate, and they could only feel that the power of the dragon turtle was getting stronger day by day. Is it so slow? Someone asked in a low voice. My uncle has never been so slow to reach the sky. It has been at least 10 days since this dragon turtle released the power of opening the sky. Isn't it over yet? He glanced at him sideways. Ignorance. This hasn't started yet. This has just revealed the meaning of opening the sky. The real opening of the sky will take at least several months to brew. At the very least, the dragon turtle will have to adjust its body to the extreme, and the divine weapon to open the sky will also be improved to the extreme. For some mythical beasts, this process even lasts for decades before they open up the sky in one fell swoop. Moreover, Kaitian is not a tribulation, and it is not that fast. Transforming bits and pieces of chaos into the inner heaven and earth is a time-consuming process. Generally speaking, mythical beasts do it slowly among the guardians of the elders. Dragon Turtle chose to open the sky in Yunming's, which was hasty. Moreover, no elders from the Dragon Turtle clan have come yet, which is abnormal. The beast came back early, and it realized that the beast was an earthworm, which was still naked on the ground before it was under the deep soil. A mere earthworm couldn't break through the soil at all, and it froze to death in less than half an hour. Only a quarter of an hour later than the cockroach. The meaning of opening the sky began to radiate from the dragon turtle, and it was watching. The opening of the sky by a mythical beast is an opportunity that can only be met but not sought. The monks who open the dragon turtle and guard the sky in all directions can receive blessings from heaven and earth, probably because the dragon turtle can refine chaos and help the world grow after opening the sky. And the world is also excited. So, throw money? Time passes day by day. On a lake between Dongan Mountain and Zuanshanmen, a swan goose raised its head to the sky and chirped, its eyes lost in confusion. I don't know how long it took, but a line of swan geese flew north in the sky. The swan geese on the lake slowly raised their heads, flapped their wings in the water, and flew straight up, wanting to join the swan geese. It flew halfway, but unknowingly changed its route to the west. It didn't know why, but it just felt that it should fly west. Home is there. A lone goose headed west without counting the days. They fall into the lake and collect water and grass to eat, and occasionally eat water snails, shrimps and crabs. A woodcock caught a river mussel. The mussel meat was plump and tender. Hongyan didn't know which tendon was wrong, so he put his head out and snatched the mussel away. The woodcock screamed in confusion, but did not dare to snatch it back. It flapped its wings and went to hunt elsewhere. The swan geese quacked happily. Then, he was horrified to find a golden stone falling from the sky and hitting the river clam. The drop started to spin. Quality times 4. Hongyan was startled and wanted to avoid it, but couldn't bear to do so. The originally ordinary river clams began to glow with brilliance, and their fragrance was overflowing. More and more tempting. The woodcock rushed back like crazy to snatch back the river clam, but saw the swan goose pecked it with its beak and swallowed the whole clam. The woodcock suddenly screamed loudly, stretched out its long beak and pecked at the swan goose. But the swan goose flapped its wings and flew westward. The woodcock jumped to his feet and yelled, chirping and scolding very unpleasantly. He jumped up and fell down, became unsteady, and rolled twice. But there was nothing he could do. He watched helplessly as the robber flew away. It stamped its feet angrily. Even if a wild goose eats a river mussel, it won't be afraid of choking you to death. It is impossible to choke to death. The things that the dice improve the quality of are the most suitable for Su-He, and can be absorbed 100% completely. The wild geese are traveling all the way west. Spring has passed and summer has come. It is already June. There are mountains in the far distance to the west. According to the speed of the swan geese, it will take about a month to fly to where the mountains are. For some reason, it both yearns for and rejects the mountain. There is a blue stone at the foot of the mountain with the word, Qingyuan, written on it. Unfortunately, Hongyan is illiterate. Hongyan takes a detour to the southwest. It's not that I'm afraid of the mountains, but there's something fighting in front of me. A big snake is confronting a group of people in the air. The snake didn't look like a serious snake at first glance. It actually had wings on its back, and clouds shrouded it all around. Opposite it is a group of humans. Humans can fly. Hongyan has long known that. In the past few months, he has encountered people flying in the sky on swords several times. Faster than it. Several fairy swords flew out of a sword box next to the leader, and large flags were rolled up and formed around them. And there was also a large seal to protect them. Behind him were countless helpers, wielding swords and forming a large formation, as well as 8 extremely tall stone statues, resisting the big snake at the same time as him. The geese took a long detour, flying southwest, not daring to get even half an inch closer to the battlefield. Fortunately, they were just confronting each other. If they fought, even the remaining power would be enough to destroy the territory within 100 miles. Hongyan circled around and heard the leader's gentle advice from afar. Fellow Taoist Yuan, why resist? If we work together, we will both benefit. But if we divide, we will lose. Joining forces with Qingyuan will be of great benefit to fellow Taoist. The big snake bared its teeth and said dissatisfied. Call me Yu Lao, it roared before saying, don't think I don't know. Qingyuan is the place where the dragon turtle was born. Besides, if you, Fong Cha, really want to form an alliance. He looked at the figure behind Fong Cha. How can you bring many disciples with you? If the matter is not kept secret, it will be messed up. Fong Cha smiled lightly. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Yu. I brought them here just to let fellow Taoists see my strength and feel at ease. These 8 demon statues of the Ming dynasty, needless to say, have long since lost consciousness. The disciples behind them are also loyal people. Tongxi sneered. Loyalty is the most unreliable thing in this world. Are disciples more loyal than their relatives? That day when the dragon turtle attacked, didn't more than half of the Tingsha clan's hundreds of thousands of dependents abandon Tingsha? It has been hunting these relatives for several months. It cannot kill the dragon turtle, and it cannot kill its own traitors? Fong Cha shook his head and smiled, then handed a fairy sword forward, with an insect flapping its wings on the tip of the sword. Yes, man? Tongxi's eyes narrowed. If Lu Ming was still alive, he would definitely recognize this insect. It was the insect he communicated with his die-hard loyalists in the prison. And it was also his method of secretly influencing and controlling the 3 die-hard loyalists. The swan geese fly faster and faster. After taking a detour to the southwest and flying out of Half Moon, he tilted his head and looked further west. He always felt that something was happening there, which made him frightened. Hongyan's little head couldn't figure it out. That seems to be the destination. Home? Could it be that something happened to the clan? Flying in a thunderstorm and got struck by lightning? There are many thunderstorms in this season. Crack! There was a thunder over Yunming's, and runes were floating in the sky over Yunming's. No one was allowed to approach the waters of the Dragon God Festival, and the sacred beasts that returned consciously were immediately led away by the runes. The golden lotus where the dragon turtle was filled with majestic momentum, and a sound of thunder sounded above the dragon turtle's head. Bolts of lightning fell on the dragon turtle, but it's not a thunder disaster, let alone hurting the turtle. Every lightning bolt contains the purest energy of heaven and earth. This is heaven and earth replenishing energy for the divine beast that is about to open the sky. The mythical beast that can open the sky is the real favorite in the eyes of heaven and earth. A group of mythical beasts looked at the water from a distance. Looking around, the little dragon turtle is about to open the sky. But there is still no elder dragon turtle coming to protect the law. However, Senior Qinglong of Xiantian clan was right next to him. There is no space in that area. And even if the elder dragon turtle wants to come through the sky, he can't. Boom! There was a thunder. But it was not from the lightning in the sky, but from the dragon turtle's body. This is the sound of the sky opening. It has been brewing for 5 months. Dragon turtle is about to open the sky. Ji Feishue was not present, but was in her garden. The toad was fixed in midair by her, and its belly was like a screen. Playing the scene in the Suijia Pearl. Within the boundary pearl, Tai Mountain is tall and towering. On the top of the mountain, the shaman stands facing the wind, looking up at the chaos that cannot be discerned in all directions, with a brush in his hand, but no ink. The wind ruffled the witch's clothes. After an unknown amount of time, he jumped up and walked straight into the chaos, waving a stroke with the brush in his hand. A stroke of yang yang marks out, which is just a straight line. It is not strong or sharp, but it is like pouring cold water into boiling oil, causing the whole chaos to tumble. Huge thunder emerged from the chaos bell, and the roaring thunder spread from the world pearl to the outside world, resounding throughout the sky above Yunming's. The shamanic strokes continued, and he turned around and drew a dark line. On the chaos behind him, yin and yang met, and the whole chaos exploded. The 2 lines of yin and yang are the basis of the 8 trigrams. If there are yin and yang, the 8 trigrams can be produced. And if there are the 8 trigrams, the 64 hexagrams can be derived. If chaos is 1, the 2 lines of yin and yang are the 2 that produce 1 and 2. Tao divides yin and yang. Chaos boiled and exploded, with the yin and yang yao as the center. The 2 spaces collapsed, expanded rapidly, and merged together. The yang yao turned into the sun, and the yin yao turned into the moon and hung high in the sky, blasting open a space. The witch never stopped. He stepped on the sun with his left foot, and the moon with his right foot, using his pen as a knife. He painted the Qian hexagram to ascend to the sky, and the Kun hexagram to enter the earth. Fire arose in the Huali hexagram, and water came in the Huaqian hexagram. The water and fire blended and hit the chaos, and a piece of chaos fell down. It was refined by the water and fire, and the inner world expanded greatly. The thunder hexagram started rolling from the sky, and thunder struck the chaos one after another. The wind rises from the sun hexagram, and the wind is divided into 5 colors, entering chaos and opening up the heaven and earth. Chapter 207 Writing to open the sky. B. The Jin hexagram is like a mountain, and the Dui hexagram is like a river. The mountains and rivers joined together and fell under Mount Tai. In fact, Tai Mountain is just a lonely mountain in the chaos, spinning in all directions and making it difficult to distinguish what is up and what is down. The 2 hexagrams fell into the chaos at the foot of Tai Mountain and became silent. Unlike other hexagrams, which are thunderous and fiery, but it moisturizes things silently. The chaos rolling under Mount Tai calmed down. I don't know how long it took. With Kuingqua as the center, Jen Dui complementing each other, a piece of chaos turned into the earth and spread out. The sun and moon are above your head, and the earth is under your feet. The inner world takes shape. All the formations laid out by concubine Ji and Yunming's have been cancelled. She is afraid that the formations will hinder the nourishment of Su He in the Xian Huang realm. The huge blue dragon body coiled up, enclosing Su He in it, protecting it carefully, but let out a sigh. Those irresponsible old turtles and their little cubs didn't even come. What kind of baby turtle do you want if you are so irresponsible? Wouldn't it be better to change to a dragon cub? I don't know what those guys were doing, but I heard that they had taken over the soaring snake's lair, and got news from Gu Luo, asking him to take care of his cubs, and the whole clan went into seclusion. Isn't it a bunch of ignorant turtles that have fallen into trouble in soaring snake's lair? Of course, this is speculation and ridicule. A mere flying snake or a 3-headed dragon turtle is enough to wipe out the entire clan. The dragon turtle clan may have gained a lot, especially when he saw the spirit snake on Sui's back. He was even more convinced of his guess. It could clearly see the battle outside the Chijua's secret realm that day. There was also a snake on Lei's back, but it had wings. The dragon turtle clan must be spying on soaring snake. Luozing said that with this little turtle, the dragon turtle clan will become the strongest among the 4 spirits within 10,000 years. Is this the reason? It's impossible for 10,000 years. Even Bai Ling took nearly 20,000 years to catch up with his predecessors. And he didn't even surpass his Taizu until his death. If Dragon Turtle wants to be the strongest clan, it needs at least 2 ancestor-level existences. There are many dragons in the Dragon Clan. And there are 2 ancestor-level dragons. This little turtle doesn't seem to have that kind of talent yet. And at least it won't reach the heights of Taizu within 10,000 years. He overcomes calamities quickly, and opens the sky quickly. But these 2 relied more on chance than talent. Suhi grew up in Qingyuan. And Qinglong could see it clearly. In terms of talent alone, there is hardly anyone in the world who can surpass Bai Ling. A bell rang, with Suhi as the center, resounding throughout the countryside. The sky is open, Xia said softly. This sound is the first step to opening the sky. It proves that the world has just opened and has already taken shape. From this moment on, this dragon turtle is a genuine, divine beast that has opened up the first level of heaven. The true essence contains the power of the world. And fighting does not require the brute force of a reckless man. Special means like Zhu Yan's that restrict the divine beasts are much weaker. At the very least, after pouring Zhu Yan's blood all over the dragon turtle, the dragon turtle won't be unable to use any magical powers. If the dragon turtle can open the second level of heaven, Zhu Yanxue, who opens the second level of heaven, will completely lose its effect. Zhu Yin can only bully the weak. As the bell rang, those who were witnessing the opening of the sky on Yunming's felt an inexplicable feeling rise up. As if they had taken a sauna and felt refreshed. Invisible power from heaven and earth pours into the body, repairing hidden wounds and improving potential. Everyone looked surprised. The sky is initially opened, and witnesses from all directions will receive the blessings of heaven and earth from this moment on. Outsiders cannot see the world inside the boundary pearl, but they can roughly judge the situation of the opening of the sky based on the degree of blessings from heaven and earth. Bai Fong drooped his eyes and snorted slightly. This blessing was not even comparable to when it opened the sky. And the dragon turtle was nothing more than that. After all, Bai Ling is in the minority. It is impossible for the dragon turtle to be Bai Ling. It thinks so. The opening of the sky in the Suha boundary pearl is still going on. In other words, it's just the beginning. The emergence of Xiantian Bagua only laid the foundation for the creation of heaven. For Taoism, this is the cornerstone of all things. Just like earth, water, wind, and fire in Buddhism, the pictures of mountains and rivers outside the boundary pearl disappeared one after another. It's not like Tai Ashen was directly dragged into the world inside the Jia pearl. Instead, the painting and shadow melt away. And in the inner world, mountains rise, rivers flow, and oceans appear in all directions. The 8 diagrams float around, fixing up, down, left, right, and in all directions. Fixing autumn, winter, spring, and summer throughout the ages. The universe was established, and the blessings from the outside world suddenly increased. Everyone watching the ceremony looked up in surprise. At this moment, there is endless spiritual power from heaven and earth pouring into their bodies. This spiritual power is different from the spiritual energy that needs to be collected and refined by oneself. When it enters the body, it immediately integrates into the acupoints and meridians, and is directly absorbed and nourished. Bai Fong's color changed slightly. This spiritual power was quite reasonable. But so what? He has also reached this point in his tribulation. Let's see who lasts longer. In the world inside the boundary pearl, the shaman can no longer stand on the sun and moon. The sun and moon hang in the sky, no longer carrying them. The body fell down and stood on the top of Tai Mountain, looking in all directions. The chaos broken by the Bagua was rolling over again. I want to return this newly opened world to chaos. In all directions. Chaos is like yellow clouds, rolling towards the inner world. Wu Qing remained motionless, only looking at the floating gossip. This is the 8 diagrams he drew in Kaitian. It is different from the little 8 diagrams in Daoji, and does not have many magical features. The Bagua did not resist the chaos, but flickered and flew in all directions, blending into the mountains, rivers, breeze, flames. Outside, everyone wondered. The blessing from heaven and earth has become weaker. Dragon turtle opens, the sky is over? Bai Fong was startled. His eyes flashed with light, and he quacked twice, like a laugh and a bird's cry. Gone! Dragon turtle opens the sky. That's it? He took over the identity of Dragon Turtle, and opened the sky in less than a year. But he ended up doing this? This Dragon Turtle might not have just condensed the divine weapon to open the sky, but it will come to open the sky immediately. Could it be that he wanted to gain a reputation as a genius in front of everyone at the Dragon God Festival? But the dignified dragon turtle opens the sky like this, which makes people laugh. When he opened the heavens, the blessings from heaven and earth lasted for 2 full days and 1 night. It fluttered its wings and looked around proudly. It seems that it is not that the dragon turtle failed to open the sky, but that it succeeded in opening the sky and advanced to the 3rd level of opening the sky. In the underwater garden, concubine Ji Shui frowned, staring straight at the toad's belly. This is the image of Suhi's inner world that she used special means to project. If the soul beast master is not one, it would be difficult to do this. Ji Feishua watched Wu write and open the sky without saying a word. Looking at chaos return, he has no intention of helping. Opening the sky is the beast's own business, and no one else can help. Even if Bai Ling planned for 10,000 years to help Suhi gather the Tao Foundation, Suhi still had to go to the small world of the alchemy room in person, comprehend the mountains and rivers, experience the baptism of the alchemy room world, personally protect the law, and condense the hexagrams to appear. Even though the mountain stone carrying the hexagrams was transformed from Bai Ling's white jade tortoise SH.L. The tortoise SH. I had been worn on Suhi for an unknown length of time, and together with Suhi, he had survived the catastrophe and became a dragon tortoise. Rather than saying that it is Bai Ling's white jade tortoise SH.L., it is better to say that it has been recognized by heaven and earth and has become Suhi's possession. The dragon turtle opened the sky, and Ji Feishua couldn't help. She looked towards Dongan Mountain, wondering whether to bring Suhi back to consciousness. Without active conscious control, it is very difficult to rely solely on the world pearl to open the sky on its own. I don't know what Bai Ling and Suhi's plan is, or what the purpose of doing this is, but for a dragon turtle, the first heaven is the foundation for cultivation and the most important opening of heaven. It is not a child's play. Hung Gua reveals the origin of the world, and the accumulation of divine weapons has reached its limit. As long as Suhi's consciousness is brought back, the first heaven is not a problem. In Dongyun Mountain, the swans landed by a lake, their bodies trembling, and their eyes full of panic, as if the sky was falling. It felt an inexplicable fear. Something terrible must have happened, and the entire clan has been wiped out? Hongyan didn't know and couldn't figure it out. It felt like there was something weighing it down, and it was suffocating. When it raised its head, dark clouds were rolling toward the ground, and heavy rain was coming. A strong wind blew up, and yellow sand filled the sky. The feeling of depression is getting worse. The swan goose's chest and abdomen were rising and falling violently. Looking at the sky, there are swifts flying low, being pressed on the water and chirping. Under such a celestial phenomenon, everything is low. The swan geese panted, finally chirped into the sky, flapped their wings and took off, circling and riding the wind, soaring upward. It's going to break through this dark cloud. Crack! A thunder pierced the sky. It was as if God did not allow a mortal bird to do such a treacherous and unethical thing. And the rain poured down. The swan geese screamed, looking at the thunder and lightning, with wool like knives in their eyes, and their wings flapped straight into the dark clouds. Crack! Thunder broke out again, lighting up the sky, and a swan goose dashed left and right among the dark clouds, breaking through the clouds. Open! On the top of Taiyam Mountain, Wu suddenly stood up, opened his arms, like a wild goose, jumped up, and soared up into the sky, just above the 9 heavens. He moved his pen like flying, writing hexagrams one after another in the air. The 64 hexagrams were surrounded like dragons, like cannons, blasting in all directions and smashing into the chaos. These hexagrams are not like the innate 8 trigrams and have various wonderful uses. Just open the sky. Simply bombard chaos. The chaos that rolled back encountered its real natural enemy. Every hexagram rushed into the chaos and exploded, and pieces of chaos turned into the most original breath and poured into the inner world. The inner world rolled and expanded outward at such a speed that even Ji Feishua bit her lip in surprise. On the boundary pearl, the mountains and rivers disappear in pieces. Every time a piece disappears, a corresponding area grows in the boundary pearl. Snowfield, ocean, grassland, desert. On Yumingze, the people watching the ceremony were happy again. The amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth pouring into the body increased again, and it became faster and faster, showing no signs of stopping. The 64th hexagram opens the sky, which simply expands the inner world and lasts for a long time. 1 day, 2 days, 0.7 days. Kai Tian is still not over. Bai Fong's breathing became heavier the next day. On the 7th day, when a whirlpool of spiritual power formed above the heads of every spectator, and when the spiritual power took the initiative to penetrate into everyone's bodies for free, Bai Fong was already furious. Not only did the spiritual power not disappear, the quality actually got higher. Bai Fong's breathing became as rough as a broken bellows, and the flames on his body ignited, as if he wanted to disperse the whirlpools of spiritual power. The disdain and joy in its eyes turned into madness the moment the spiritual vortex appeared. How come? The spiritual whirlpool was a vision that only appeared when he opened the 2nd level of heaven. He was also a genius of the B Fong clan. How many divine beasts had to open the 3rd level of heaven to bring about the spiritual whirlpool? This dragon turtle has clearly reached its end. So why is it exerting force again? And even a spiritual whirlpool appears. In the underwater garden, Feixua looked at the picture of the toad's belly with focused eyes. After all, Wu was influenced by Su He's consciousness. After all, the physical body is his. The world pearl is his. And the inner world is also his. Feixua could see that the elixir had the effect of isolating consciousness. She seemed to have intended to let Su He's consciousness escape, and the world pearl open the sky on its own. But no matter how perfect the elixir is, it is impossible to completely isolate consciousness. The physical body of the soul is still there, and the consciousness originates from the soul. This is an unbreakable relationship. How can it be completely isolated? In the inner world, the sun and moon rotate overhead, and stars emerge. The world inside Su He expanded rapidly, and the mountains and rivers on the boundary beads disappeared one by one. 7 days later, 70% of the paintings disappeared. Feixua shook her head slightly. She didn't know how Bai Ling came up with such a Taoist statue based on the 64 hexagrams, and nurtured it for thousands of years. If Su He's consciousness was there, and he personally presided over the opening of the sky, he would have the opportunity to drag all the painted shadows into the inner world for the first time. I don't understand why Bai Ling insists on cutting off Su He's consciousness. What is the use of opening the sky naturally? The witch opens heaven. But the witch is an artifact that opens the sky naturally formed in the inner world. He is not a human being. He is just an instrument, a magic weapon, and a weapon. He himself is a thing of this small world. Feixua was puzzled, and saw a special film gradually taking shape behind the starry sky in Su He's world. Cover the entire inner world. Field lichen of the world. The teacup in Feishua's hand clicked, and was crushed by her. But she was too strong to let go, and let out a drop of water. Her beautiful eyes were distracted, and she saw the most impossible things. Could there be lichens in the inner world? A world with or without lichens is completely different. Lichen not only protects the world within it, but also becomes the basis for the advancement of the world as the world grows. The 3,000 worlds are all formed naturally. The reason why there is chaos in the outside world is that it appeared after the lichen in the past melted. The presence of lichen means chaos will be entangled in the future, which means infinite possibilities. For ordinary divine beasts, the chaos within the boundary bead is fixed, and the size of the heaven and earth within each layer is determined by the chaos. The 4 spirits are powerful enough. And a big reason is because the chaos within the 4 spirits world pearl is abundant. And the world opened up is vast. Suha has lichen. Chapter 208 Me. I can't count you. Lichen. Feishua was silent. Is this Bai Ling's plan? Maybe Su He can't feel it now, because the opening of the sky has not yet been completed. The 7th heaven has ended, and the growth of the inner heaven and earth has reached its limit, making it difficult to expand. We can only strengthen the existing world bit by bit. By then, the lichen had turned into chaos, and other divine beasts had advanced slowly. But the inner world of Su He had a layer of chaos, and was still expanding. The gap is growing day by day. But the road is difficult. Wrapped in lichen, it will be more difficult to open the sky in the future. Lichen is protection, but also restraint. It was like a layer of armor, trapping Su He's inner world inside. In particular, there is no path designed by Bai Ling in the second opening of the sky. Concubine Shui smiled sweetly. Chow Nizi, I still can't get rid of my problem of calculating others. If you do good to others, others may not appreciate it. The emergence of lichen will make it difficult to open the sky in the future. Does Bai Ling have any predictions about this? Lichen appears, separating chaos from the inner world. Chaos no longer explodes, and the opening of the sky seems to be over. The spiritual whirlpool above the heads of the audience slowly dissipated. Everyone suddenly showed their reluctance, and a little boy looked at Su He and lamented. With such benefits of opening the sky, I really hope that the dragon turtle opening the sky will never stop. Thank you, Senior Su-hee. I don't know who shouted first. And in an instant, there were shouts of gratitude everywhere. Senior Su-hee. Long blessings. I know Senior Su-hee. He was introduced by his soul beast himself. Someone showed off his pride first. At the end of the opening of the sky, Ching-song rose up and flicked its tail straight into the clouds. It also had to pay attention to the situation of the Dragon Clan in Longnan. The Dragon Gate is special. Only the one who presides over the ceremony can see what's going on inside the Dragon Gate. It would be remiss to leave for a few days. Ching-song left. And everyone immediately looked at Su-hee, only to see that the protective golden lotus had closed, enclosing the dragon turtle inside. Senior Dragon Turtle is consolidating his realm. Or has his consciousness transformed into a beast yet? Someone whispered. Consolidate your realm. If your consciousness transforms into a beast, the consciousness remaining in the body will fall into self-enclosure. After 7 days of opening the sky, it takes such a long time for the consciousness in the body to wake up. The beast transformation must have failed. Right. Retaining the consciousness in the body. A brief awakening will not affect the transformation into a beast. But continuous awakening will inevitably fail the transformation into a beast. It's too early to leave. Ji Feishue stepped away and approached Su-hee. Ching-song left early. Kaitian is over. But something went wrong. No matter how powerful Bai Ling is, he can't predict everything that will happen 10,000 years from now. This world cannot be considered a completely natural development. In fact, it was still affected by Su-hee's consciousness. Without the fluttering wild goose, the shaman would not have cast the 64 hexagrams to open the sky at that time. Su-hee's will to break through the sky affected Wu. The lichen is not fully formed. Crack! A bolt of lightning exploded in the clouds, and a swan goose broke out of the dark clouds. It was reflected by the lightning, and its long shadow fell on the clouds. It looked down at the dark cloudy sky. It was raining heavily at the moment. It's this time of year again, and it's raining continuously. Does it rain heavily in Dongan Mountain every June and July? It rained so heavily last year, and it took advantage of the heavy rain to go to Tinghai Lake. This year it happened again. Huh? Hongyan was stunned. Memories are returning. Memories like a tide are flowing backwards to recover. The farm. The wild wolf. The Dragon God Festival. Special training. Chiju's secret realm. Time travel. Past life. Recovering bit by bit. The soul-eating pill is divided into 2 parts. Yin and Yang. There is nothing on the conscious side, and the world opens up on the real body. The body advances at the same time, and the timid effect is eliminated instantly. As soon as the memory was restored, the voice of the toad appeared in my heart. Follow me! The brain seemed to be pulled hard with a hook. Hongyan trembled for a while, and most of his consciousness was pulled back to his body. When the dragon turtle opened his eyes, he felt the difference in his body. The majestic power surged in his body. The boundary bead surged 3 times. But most of the mountains and rivers above them disappeared. The sky is open. Unlike what he saw in the picture, he could only open 100 miles of heaven and earth. The spiritual consciousness of this world is vast. The mountains, rivers, and shadows on the boundary bead were all drawn into 70%. This kind of inner world should surpass most of the first-level divine beasts that open the sky. It should even be possible to surpass the second-level divine beasts. There are many divine beasts that have completed opening the sky. And there are still pictures of mountains and rivers on the boundary beads. Huh? Little brother is in a daze? If you don't want the lichen in your inner world, peel it off and give it to me. The evil voice of concubine Ji's snow demon rang in Su-hee's ears. Lichen! Ji Feishue. Peeping again. Sui-wa! Su-hee shouted. The master of the soul beast is one. And the only one who can know the situation of his creation in real time is Toad. Thief's son. Is this matter also disclosed to outsiders? Toad appeared in the boundary pearl with an aggrieved look on his face. It's not that the frog failed to live up to expectations. It's that the enemy was too powerful. In front of Ji Feishue. It didn't even have a chance to resist. Besides, both of your Kaitian elixirs came from the hands of the eldest princess. Do you believe that this person is not an insider? Ji Feishue was afraid that the voice of peace in the world would rise again in Su-hee's ears. TSK! Do you want to fight the soul beast? I have a whip. Do you need it? The toad shook his head like a pendulum, telling Su-hee that he couldn't listen to what the witch said. He then raised his paw and pointed at the sky, signaling that the situation was serious. Su-hee looked outside the inner world. The outer layer of field membrane is the same color as chaos, which is very beautiful. But the fetal membrane is like a balloon. And the blowing hole has not healed. And the gap is gradually widening at this moment. If left alone, sooner or later the fetal membranes will all dissipate. Hey! Do you see the point? Chief Feishua said via voice transmission. Would you like to destroy most of the inner world and repair the lyen? It's very cost-effective. The world is broken. But as long as there is enough chaos, it can still evolve slowly. When the lyen is gone, it's really gone. But Su-He didn't even know what lyen was for a few days. So how could he repair it? Su-He tried to mobilize the power of the inner world and slowly rushed toward the lyen in an attempt to repair it. But as soon as the power of the world touches the lyen, the gap in the fetal membranes accelerates. It cannot be repaired by brute force at all. Refining. Integrating. Chief Feishua's voice sounded. But this time, there was no demonic sound. Two soft objects were stuffed under the claws. Su-He opened his eyes and saw two identical lycans. Don't look at it. It's not free to look at it. You owe me 2 favors for 2 lycans. Chief Feishua giggled. Su-He. Dot. Which? This was originally my thing. These 2 lycans have been refined. And the original power of the world has been removed. Now they are 2 pure and flawless world membranes. 2 favors are worth the cost of refining. Su-He's mind moved. And the lyen went straight into the inner world and turned into 2 jelly-like things. It appears directly at the hole in the fetal membranes in the inner world and is glued on. The completion of patching the sky failed. Just as the 2 pieces of lyen were glued together, they fell off again. Lycans in the real world are completely different from those in the inner world. They do not have the atmosphere of the inner world. Su-He was at a loss as he watched the hole getting bigger and bigger. He raised his heart and controlled the open sky pin with his consciousness to throw it at the 2 clumps of lycans. If anything in the inner world has the strongest aura, apart from Mount Tai, there is only the heaven-opening artifact. Between the witch and the pin, Su-He gave up the pin. The Kaition artifact is condensed once every time. The first heaven has been blasted open. And the first heaven-opening artifact has no effect. It's just that the witch and the pin are one. If you throw one, the other will follow closely. The witch was thrown to the side of the lyen. He picked up 2 clumps of lycans with his hands, made a gesture like Nua patching up the sky, and flew straight up. Fill the holes with lyen, and spread out your body, scattering starlight into the lyen. 2 completely different lycans were bonded together by him. The foreign lyen is not a product of the inner world. So the shaman used his body to transform it into a sky-repairing stone. Su-He was silent. Is he conscious? Su-He asked. Toad shook his head. Probably not. This is just a reflection of the rules. The purpose of the existence of the heaven-opening device is to open the sky. If the fetal membrane is damaged, it will automatically repair the fetal membrane. Just like a magnet will actively adhere to iron objects. This is the rule. It's just that the practice is a little complicated. The witch is not a human being, but a heavenly weapon. After dissipating, half of the starlight merges into the lyen and repairs the fetal membranes. Half of the starlight merges into the Kaikion pin. The Kaikion pin fell from the sky and floated on the top of Mount Tai. Su-He looked around the world in a circle. His consciousness exited the world bead, and he slowly opened his eyes. Chief Feishua sat sideways on the golden lotus, dangling her feet. Su-He opened his eyes and looked at her. Chief Feishua chuckled. Don't look at me. It's not my fault. She knew what Su-He was looking at. This is to repair the lyen. I personally feel the effect of the lyen and know that it will be twice as difficult to open the sky in the future. So I came here to complain about my grievances. But she doesn't know this situation. What good things do you and Bai Ling do? What do you think I will do? I guess I should be more angry. The eldest princess held her jade finger between her eyebrows, and a phantom was projected on the golden lotus. It was a beautiful figure that captivated the country. It was the figure of the woman who had danced for Su-He once under the moonlight that day. Bai Ling's physical condition. Chief Feishua looked at the figure and gritted her teeth. This little girl used tricks on her memory. She never discovered this memory. It was not until Su-He repaired the lyen and the complete lyen breath came out that the memory emerged. This was quietly embedded in her memory of being beheaded. Bai Ling came out, but made no move. His eyes were dull, like a blind man. Su-He looked at Chief Feishua. The eldest princess raised a finger to her lips. Chew! This is a small piece embedded in the memory of my being chopped out. I think it was Bai Ling who lent me a message for you. Su-He waited quietly. After a moment, Bai Ling Suing showed a smile and said, I'm sorry, brother, for hiding something from you. It will be very difficult for my brother to open the sky after lyen appears. I'm really sorry. I don't dare to speak frankly to you. For fear that my brother will know. I don't dare to act like this again. She didn't explain much. Just shook her head gently. In any case, this matter is my fault. The corpse in the tomb is left to the clan brothers to be discouraged. And they can be killed or chopped into pieces. It actually has the connotation of accepting punishment and accepting a beating. She was quiet for a moment, and then said softly, Brother, please be careful about everything in the future. I can't help you. You are special and your fate is unpredictable. Previously, you could make some calculations based on your tortoise SHL. Now, Brother Kaition, the power of the world is full, and there is no possibility of divination anymore. This is my last divination, and it is also the last time I will help you. She was silent for a long time, and just when Suhi thought the memory had finished playing, she murmured softly, 10,000 years. It's been too long. I can't count you anymore. The picture stopped here, and the memory turned into dust and disappeared. For some reason, Suhi felt uneasy. He looked at Ji-Fei and asked, why didn't she escape? She didn't yell for people to call her sister. She didn't make fun of her. But she was calm, like a quiet woman. Even her tone was a bit bleak, which made Suhi feel depressed and uncomfortable, and she was extremely unaccustomed to it. Ji-Fei didn't speak, just looked into the distance, tapping her lotus feet and jingling bells on her ankles. Chapter 209 White Tiger. Little brother, let's pull Bai Ling out and give him a good beating. Ji-Fei suddenly turned around and said to Suhi, this person is so annoying. Being friends with her is no fun at all. She is mysterious and inexplicable, as if she knows all the secrets in the world. But she hides it from you and arranges everything, which makes people extremely uncomfortable. This bad problem wasn't serious when I was alive, but it has become more obvious in the past 6,000 years. She's dead? Suhi said. Concubine Ji gave him a blank look. Believe it? This statement has just happened to be forgotten by the Iron Fools of the Dragon Turtle clan. This is also a dragon turtle with a snake growing on its body. They have almost forgotten your last name. Suhi was silent for a moment. Ghost. Ji-Fei giggled. Her smile spread out, and the eldest princess trembled wildly. After laughing, his body trembled and turned into bubbles that dispersed and went nowhere. These top beings in the world can escape without leaving any trace. There is not even any spatial fluctuation. What's next? The toad poked the snake on the turtle's SH. Ellen asked. The spirit snake is no longer completely illusory. It has a slight texture when poked, but it is only a little stronger than poking at the lake water. Consolidate the realm and leak information? Suhi asked uncertainly. Toad? ? Have you mastered the secret of the Dragon God Festival? Do you want to reveal it? Suhi slowly closed his eyes. In Dongan Mountain, the eyes of the cute swan geese light up. He changed direction and flew towards the Sandchangman. His memory restored and his IQ regained the high ground. Naturally, I remembered what I had seen before. Fong Cha and Tangxi are going to cause trouble. You should tell Su Huanyan that you should stay in the small world with Fong Yaya and don't go out. If possible, please invite the headmaster of Zuanshaman to visit Dongyun. It's just a matter of a moment. Ji-Fei and Qinglong are definitely not suitable. The Dragon God Festival has just started now, and it is impossible for them to leave Yunming's. The swan geese are very fast and can fly 2,000 to 3,000 miles in one day with all their strength. The Sanshin Gate is not far away, and Suhi will arrive in 2 days. The door to the small world was locked. Su Huanyan hid outside the door, and the green snake was beside him. One person and one snake looked at a white ape dazedly on a bare hill. It's a monkey. It turns out that Fong Yaya chose a black ape as the carrier of the beast's consciousness. But now it became a white ape. Suhi passed over the white ape's head without disturbing her. He landed next to Su Huanyan with flashing wings. Quack. It took him 2 calls to realize that the conscious beast was just an ordinary beast and could not speak human words. He was about to use his claws as a pen to write a note. Su Huanyan had already looked over and glanced at his eyes. He was stunned for a moment, and everything became clear. He smiled softly and said, the dragon god sacrifices the beast, so you should integrate into the herd of beasts. After a period of ordinary beasts struggle to survive, you will be able to survive. It's not about you changing your body and coming back. That would be meaningless. She stretched out her green jade finger and tapped it gently. The true energy condensed into a fairy sword and stuck to Hongyan's belly. Without giving him a chance to explain, he flew into the sky with a swish. Suhi! Gaw gaw gaw! Suhi yelled in panic. But the sword turned into a ray of light and took him straight north, much faster than the flying boat. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the east clouds and headed north. It was just like an ordinary bird, unable to even struggle. The strong wind hit its face, and its feathers were pressed down on its body, turning it into a skinny chicken. In Dongan Mountain, Su Huanyan frowned and looked at Green Snake. Is he talking? Su Huanyan doesn't understand animal language. Green Snake opened her mouth. She couldn't translate the first two slightly teasing words, so she could only translate the following. Tongue Snake and the leader got together and didn't know what to do. He asked us to take Yaya immediately. Return to the small world. That bird must be a dragon turtle. Right? Su Huanyan was silent for a moment. Then go back. Fong Yaya turned into a beast. But there was something wrong with it. After turning into a beast, she was very rejected in the small world. And there were always beasts that would attack her at every turn. Su Huanyan didn't participate in it at the beginning and left it to fend for itself. As a result, the oppression became more and more severe, until the original black ape was attacked and killed. If you turn into a beast again and become a white ape, you will still be attacked. As a last resort, she was quietly transferred outside the small world, and she was no longer attacked here. But in comparison, Soaring Snake is more dangerous. Returning to the small world, you can only choose an island and remove the beasts that pose a fatal threat to the white ape first to ensure the survival of the white ape. I don't know if this transformation into a beast has any impact on the final effect. If there is any impact, we can only do it again. Take the risk and take her away from this place. Hide far away, and not be found until she completes the transformation into a beast. The Green Snake stopped talking. Su Huanyan looked over. How did you recognize him as a dragon turtle? If you don't understand what the bird is saying, the Green Snake can't recognize it anyway. It's just an ordinary swan goose. It looks delicious. Su Huayang shook his head lightly. I don't know. Suhi flew all the way. The fairy sword under his body was not a real magic weapon, but a condensation of true energy. Because of this, his speed was a little faster. Rushing out of Dongan Mountain, the immortal sword dissipated after its true energy was exhausted. The swan geese flapped their wings and landed on the ground, surrounded by a vast sea of bamboo. This place gave Suhi an inexplicable attraction. No, it wasn't the bamboo sea that was attracting Suhi. It was Suhi who was attracting Zhu Hai. Like a puppy seeing its owner coming home. The whole bamboo forest was cheering. Suhi realized carefully that the breath of the bamboo sea was slightly familiar to the Yin Yang jade pendant. After killing Lu Mingyi and Xiao Ling, a parallel lotus flower bloomed on their bodies. The flower fell, and the fruit ripened. When it fell to the ground, there was a pair of jade pendants, divided into Yin and Yang, and named for love. This jade pendant was also blessed by dice, increasing its attributes 3 times. The jade pendant is a key, and each lover must hold half of it to enter the cave. Suhi never knew where the cave was, and he never expected it to be here. Lu Ming and Xiao Ling were able to run. With their 6th step in spiritual enlightenment, it would take at least 3 or 4 months to get here with a sword. Suhi looked around and found no such thing as a cave. Instead, I saw a strange scene in the bamboo forest. Several pandas were rolling around happily in the bamboo forest, and 2 pandas were biting and fighting right next to Suhi. One of them had a piece of his ear bitten off. Although dishy, it is fierce. Suhi only glanced at it before the panda with missing ears roared and rushed forward. He swung his paw towards Suhi. Suhi was furious. Your uncle. What does it have to do with me if it bites you? You're a vegetarian. Why do you catch birds? Suhi flapped his wings and flew up in a hurry. However, the panda stood up and pulled him down with 2 paws. Half of the goose's body was stepped on and torn apart under the feet. The swan goose screamed and died. One blow is fatal, and the attack is quite ruthless. On Yunming's, Suhi opened his eyes, was stunned for a long time, and sighed. Pure Hongyan survived well for half a year, but her memory recovered and she died. Su Huanyan owes him a life. The eyes slowly closed, and the consciousness completely sank into the inner world. The world has just opened and is still immature. Although the inner world at this moment is vast, it is very fragile. Any outsider who comes in will transform into a Superman. And it is not difficult to move mountains and reclaim seas. There are 3 sources of Dragon Turtle's power. One is the power of the soul of the consciousness Sipam, and the other is the physical power of the heart aperture true blood palm. The third is the power of the Dantian realm beat palm world. The turtle energy that is usually consumed is actually a product of comprehensive condensation. It condenses into the world pearl. But it cannot condense out of the turtle yuan just by relying on the world pearl. To put it metaphorically, the soul is like fire. The body is like a pot of water. And the boundary pearl is the lid of the pot. When the fire is burning and the pot is boiling, the steam will condense into water droplets on the lid. Without the fire and water pot below, the pot lid itself cannot produce distilled water. At this moment, Suhi's body was full of turtle energy, swimming and circulating in his meridians. Every week, the true essence passes through the boundary pearl, and the power of the world contained in it is filled with one point. Suhi's current goal in consolidating his realm is to strengthen the inner world, and at the same time make his true energy and body possess the power of the world. Consolidating the inner world is a hard work. It cannot be accomplished in a short period of time. In particular, the origin of the world contained in Honghua is basically exhausted. At this moment, to consolidate the inner world, most of it depends on the dragon turtle breathing and absorbing the spiritual power from the outside world. His consciousness had returned, and Suhi completely immersed himself in practice. Time passes day by day. Summer passes and autumn comes. It's been almost a year since I became a dragon turtle after overcoming the tribulation. I experienced the sense of time of immortality for the first time. The world really changed when I closed my eyes and opened them again. When I first came to Yunming's, the sky was filled with snow. Just a few times when I closed my eyes, I have experienced winter, spring, summer, and autumn, and the leaves outside are all withered and yellow. A year has passed, and the mysterious world of mountains and seas is quiet as usual, and the dragon turtle has not yet broken out of its SHL. On the contrary, all the mythical beasts that participated in the Dragon God Festival have returned. The ambitious ambitions of the adult beasts were not realized, and no mythical beast could transform into a beast for 2 years. When the bells in the Dragon Gate rang, all the consciousnesses of the mythical beasts returned. The roars of the beasts on Yunming's kept coming and going. Various beasts opened their eyes. Some were sighing, some were grateful, and some looked indifferent. The ferocious came across the water and landed on the golden lotus beside Suhi, and roared to him, "We will enter the Dragon Gate later. There will be fights in the Dragon Gate. Do you want to have a fight?" Kaikin's dragon turtle is the real opponent, and you can give it a try. There are 3 steps in the dragon god sacrifice. The first is the sacrifice, which has nothing to do with the beasts. It is done by the dragon clan alone. The second is the transformation of consciousness into beasts, which has ended. The third is lawmen. This dragon gate is also a space gate. It is uncertain where it leads, but it must be the place where the ancestors of the dragon clan left traces. The dragon clan will first visit and offer sacrifices to collect the breath of the dragon ancestor. It will then be open to all underage beasts. Wherever the ancestors of the dragon clan left traces, there must be treasures everywhere. At the very least, there will be several fixed treasures affected by its Taoist rhyme. Evergreen stone milk is one of them. One of the few treasures that can delay the dissipation of the origin. Most of the reason why Suhi came to the Dragon God Festival was for this reason. He shook his head at Xie. "If you don't fight, you won't rob. If you don't fight, you won't fight." He came to the Dragon God sacrifice only for the evergreen stone milk inside the Dragon Gate. No matter who it is, it's no longer a game if they block it. The Dragon Gate after extracting the Dragon Ancestral Taoyun is very special. It cannot be detected by the outside world, and it is useless even for divination. No one can deduce the cause and effect if someone actually kills people inside, unless his Taoism can surpass Long Zhu. One after another, the divine dragons returned from the Dragon Gate and hovered above the 9 heavens. There are only 2 young dragons left in the Dragon Gate. Entering the Dragon Gate to hunt for treasures is considered a benefit for the younger generation. Adult mythical beasts will not and cannot enter. The dragons roared, indicating that they could enter the Dragon Gate. Suhi was the first to step into the water, and the waves lifted him straight into the Dragon Gate. Then the phoenix sounded, followed closely by the phoenix, and the unicorn kicked its 4 hooves, as if it was running towards the Dragon Gate, but its body was retreating. After retreating half a mile, he was carried into the Dragon Gate by a group of beasts. As soon as we entered Lawmen, we heard a deafening roar from a tiger. 2 golden dragons were seen circling the sky, and a white tiger on the top of the mountain raised its head and roared, opening his bloody mouth. The sound shook the wild people. The white tiger was just a shadow, but it was so powerful that it was not inferior to the 2 golden dragons. 2 golden dragons. One on the left and one on the right. Call for the wind and rain. And the rain falls, and the soldiers gather to kill the white tiger. The white tiger only knows 2 moves inside and out. He opened his mouth and spit out a thunderbolt, which exploded in the clouds. With a swipe of his giant claw, the sky was torn open. Mythical beast? Suhi asked. Fong Yi's body was burning with flames, and he stared at the white tiger with fighting spirit. No! Xia also swung his tail, and was ready to attack at any time. Where can there be a tiger-like divine beast? Tigers are only worthy of being the king of mortal beasts. Not surprisingly, the mortal beasts in its mouth include exotic beasts. In the mouth of divine beasts, as long as they are not divine beasts, they are all mortal beasts. On the side, Muju spoke out for the first time and said timidly, But it's not a strange beast. This sentence exhausted her courage, and she lowered her head immediately after saying it, not daring to look at anyone. The white tiger that fought against the golden dragon was not a divine beast, but it was not a strange beast either. There are no tiger divine beasts in this world. After Xuanwu's true form came out, Suhi went to the inheritance sea to check and find information about the 4 holy beasts. Qilong has it. Qingsong is it. Not only is his surname Ming, he is also a genuine Qinglong. Moreover, the majority of dragons are green dragons, with 6 in total. The rest are the golden dragon and the white dragon. Regarding Suzaku, the records are unclear. Among the top 10 immortal sects in the mysterious realm, there is the Suzaku sect, which contains the mythical beast Suzaku. But it was different from the Suhi in Suhi's mind. That bird was just named Suzaku. It was from the Fong clan, but was related to the traders of the Fong clan. It is not accepted by the Phoenix clan. Xuanwu. There is no record at all. There was no such thing as a fusion of 2 divine beasts until Bai Ling refined the soaring snake and created a spiritual snake. Now the dragon turtle clan is still nurturing and merging. And except for Suhi, no turtle has broken out of its SHL yet. As for the white tiger, there is even less of it. Not to mention the white tiger sacred beast. There is not even a tiger-like sacred beast. I haven't even heard of any tiger-like beast that can reach the eclipse realm. Suhi didn't think there was any big problem before. The world is different, and the practice is different. The mythical beasts born are naturally different. It is impossible to travel through time. The myths of this world are exactly the same as the legends of the previous life. This is not metaphysics. Not to mention the distance. This world does not even have heaven and earth. Although the world is big, how many secrets are there among the immortal races? If it is true, it is impossible for the Dragon Turtle clan not to know about it. After discovering the status of multiple, immortal reincarnations on Su Huanyan's mirror, Suhi specially collected such information. There is a clear record of the immortal lord in the history of the Dragon Turtle clan. Ming saw the immortal lord in Dishan. Ming is another Dragon Turtle ancestor ranked in the top 30 on the Bay's list. But we don't know whether he is dead or alive. Dishan is the ancestral land of Dragon Turtle, and Suhi has not been there yet. The sky has opened. When the elders wake up, it's time to go to the ancestral land. The Dragon Turtle records the immortal lord. But there is no heaven or earth, let alone the 4 sacred beasts. But there is a white tiger here. Although it does not look like a real creature, it is translucent and looks like a soul thunder. The world behind Longmen is where the dragon ancestor left his traces. The so-called leaving traces means that we have either been in seclusion here for tens of thousands of years, or there has been a great war here. There is a white tiger shadow here that can resist 2 golden dragons. It is hard not to think of it. Chapter 210, The Disappeared Tiger Beast. As he spoke, the white tiger roared, and a thunderball hit the sky, turning into a dense thunderstorm and crashing down, falling on the 2 golden dragons. The dragon's body suddenly twisted. 2 dragons cannot defeat this white tiger. As soon as the senior dragon clan stepped forward, there was a fight inside. Are projects intentionally reserved? Ong! Mengxian roared. Brother help me! Suhi's body flashed, and he used his magic machine to appear directly on top of the golden dragon's head. The foreign minister's turtle mountain appeared on his back, and the spirit snake circled above the turtle mountain. Suhi groaned and blocked Mengxian under him. Thunder and lightning fell and hit Turtle Mountain. Being circled and entangled by the spiritual snake is like a piece of Tai Chi, spinning in circles and throwing out thunder and lightning. The numbness was very painful, but not so painful that 2 golden dragons couldn't bear it. The golden dragon next to him twisted in pain, turned his head, and roared at Suhi. And me? Just forget about not protecting him. And throw the thunder on him? The dragon turtle's defense is unparalleled. And its defense power often exceeds its own realm. Su-He is sorry. I haven't really used the spirit snake yet, so I'm not very familiar with it. The real body of Xuanwu is indeed great. Every step of the snake-coated turtle swimming implies the charm of Tai Chi apart from the method of removing thunder. Su-He didn't even know why he used it. Before the blow was fully effective, the white tiger roared, swung its claws into the air, and 5 sword-like slashes flew through the air. But at this moment, there was a phoenix cry. A flame ignited in the air, and the phoenix appeared suddenly. Its wings flapped and spread out in brilliance, like water waves rippling in the air. The white tiger's 5 slashes landed in the water waves, and its speed was actually 3 points slower. There was a turtle and 2 dragons above their heads, and they took this opportunity to leave quickly. The flames on Feng Yi's body flashed, and the ripples disappeared. 5 slashes fell on the clouds, tearing apart a space. After the crack in space, it is as dark as ink, and I don't know where it leads. The dragon gate is like a space gate, connecting the place where the dragon ancestor left traces. This may be in the 3,000 great worlds, or in other secret places. Each dragon god festival leads to a different place. Su-He's magical machine flashed and landed beside Bai Hu. He raised his head and let out a powerful sound. Roar! To deal with such half-virtual and half-real creatures, divine power can often accomplish miraculous feats. With a roar, the white tiger was really confused for a moment, and flames and swords from all directions fell on the white tiger instantly. The flame comes from Feng Yi. She is a fire phoenix. The true fire of phoenix can burn all things. It is said that the true fire of Feng Zhu can burn through time. When this fire falls on the phoenix clan itself, it is a powerful divine object that repairs the body. If it falls on the enemy, it will cause death or life. At the critical moment, the white tiger roared and spit out a thunder ball, but did not use it to attack. The thunder ball immediately expanded when it appeared, covering it and blocking the phoenix's true fire. At the same time, 2 golden dragons attacked. These 2 golden dragons follow the same path, and both use themselves as weapons, giving up everything and focusing on attacking. Ming Xian whipped her tail down, and a whip shadow appeared on the dragon's tail. Bang! With a crisp sound, the defensive thunder ball covering the white tiger's body exploded. The white tiger roared and spit out the thunderball again. But in this moment, another golden dragon's attack came as promised. The golden dragon's body coiled in the sky, and a javelin condensed in the center, tearing apart the space and piercing down. With a buzzing sound, the nail penetrated the white tiger's lower back and was halfway in. The white tiger turned his head and bit into pieces the exposed javelin. He ignored half of the javelin embedded in his body, but he roared and hit Su-He with a thunderball. If it hadn't been stunned by the turtle's roar, it would have been impossible for the other beasts to beat it until it could react. Thunder and lightning flashed on the thunderball, shattering the space. Cannot be hardwired. Su-He immediately confirmed that high defense didn't mean it wouldn't hurt, and a hard hit would certainly not be comfortable. It moved out of the way, but was disrupted by the shattered space, and appeared right above the white tiger. The white tiger man stood up and thrust his claws towards Su-He. A cold light flashed in Su-He's eyes, and the mountain god seal spread directly inside his body and merged with his body. With his body seal, he slammed towards the white tiger. But at this moment, there was a long howl like a deer or an ox, and a ray of green light fell on Su-He. Su-He only felt that his vitality was boundless, and the power of the mountain god seal doubled. A turtle and a tiger collided with each other, with the junction as the center. The space collapsed inch by inch. The foreign minister was torn apart by 2 claws, and the huge tiger claws grabbed the plastron, making a harsh buzzing sound. The plate armor was penetrated in 2 parts by the white tiger, and the sharp nails tore into the flesh, and turtle blood dripped. Su-He roared angrily, and the spirit snake on his back opened its mouth and bit down. At this moment, the white tiger's front body was rushing towards the center of Su-He's belly armor. The spirit snake lowered its head and could only bite its lower back. The Taotai eating method is used. The Taotai dragon's head coincides with the snake's head and bites the white tiger on the lower back. Bah! Blood spurted out, and the spirit snake tore off a piece of flesh. Su-He immediately flashed and disappeared. The figure appeared in midair. Another green light fell on him. The flesh and blood in his belly squirmed and healed together. Even the plate armor began to heal. It was Qilin Muju who timidly joined the battle circle. The enemy is an unknown white tiger, and the other 3 spirits of the 4 spirits are participating in the battle. She feels that Chilin, one of the 4 spirits, will be put on an ox yoke and forced to plow the fields by her grandfather when she returns home if she does not take action. There's something wrong with this white tiger. It's like a strange beast, and it doesn't work very well without developing its spiritual intelligence. Otherwise, Su-hee would be right above him, and the space should be torn apart immediately to prevent Su-hee from escaping. When Su-hee landed, the flesh and blood injuries in his abdomen had completely healed, and even the wounds on his plastron were mostly healed. He glanced at Mu-ming. His eyes collided with Chilin's, and the little Chilin's eyes immediately dodged in panic. Like a kitten. Quite cute. It's a long story, but it's just a few breaths from the time Su-hee entered the scene to now. The outer layer of people watching the divine beasts has already exploded. The beast roared, swung its 5 tails at the same time, and rushed towards the white tiger. The control method in midair has been used. One tail is drawn out. An ray of light hits the white tiger, but it was blocked by a transparent barrier in midair. The light hit the barrier and bounced back to fall on Xie himself. The huge leopard immediately became motionless, fell from the air, hit the ground, and raised a cloud of dust. The Chong bird flapped its wings and landed next to Xie. He looked at the barrier and said, "Don't think about it. This battle is not between you and me. Have you seen the aura on the barrier? Except for the 4 spirits, other divine beasts cannot get through." This is because the opponent is not even qualified to screen ordinary divine beasts. The hideous mouth opened and closed like a carp that landed on the beach. It was cursing people, and the curses were unpleasant. Within the barrier, all the beasts looked at each other. It's not like Xie and the others didn't realize the existence of the barrier. When they came in, they didn't feel any resistance. Su-hee looked at Ming Xian, and Ming Xian looked at the other golden dragon. He was the first to confront White Tiger. The golden dragon shook his head. "Send the elders to leave." As soon as I turned my head, a white tiger appeared behind me. It hit me when it came out. No communication. It's like a madman. Even if he is crazy, he is still very powerful. The attack method is very strange. It does not use the power of the world, nor the magic of true essence. Except for the thunderball. It seems to be based on instinct. It's like a sick alien beast that doesn't get sick. How can any alien beast dare to attack a divine beast? Su-hee turned to look at Bai Hu. White Tiger was also looking at him. Or to be precise, looking at the spirit snake on his turtle SHL. "Where's that stupid dragon in your family?" Fong Yi flapped her wings to prevent herself from falling to the ground, tilted her head, and glanced at the 2 little golden dragons. She was talking about the red dragon who lived at the same time as her. Although it was stupid, it was indeed very powerful. The 2 golden dragons shook their heads at the same time. "I was injured. I didn't come to the Dragon God Festival this time." That stupid dragon is indeed unreliable, and has never been useful during critical periods. Fong Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. "The white tiger is injured. Don't give it a chance to breathe. The little unicorn will attack and defend Su-hee with all his strength. I will use the feathers to contain him. The dragon turtle will resist, and the golden dragon will kill him. This white tiger is not ordinary. If there is any problem, knock it down and kill it directly if it is not possible. Many things cannot be seen while alive, but can be seen clearly after death." Mushu nodded. The 2 front hooves stepped on the ground. The unicorn horn flashed with light, and spells fell on Su-hee. Su-hee's tortoise SHL actually radiated the brilliance of a treasure, and it was illuminated. Su-hee felt it. This feeling was very similar to a curse. Or could it be said to be a blessing? Added status. The foreign minister's turtle mountain shimmered with brilliance, and even the spiritual snake coiled on the turtle mountain shone brightly. After adding status to Su-hee consciously stood between the white tiger and the beasts. The white tiger's claws are very sharp, tearing apart space as if it were playful. But after tearing open the outer SHL and only piercing the plastron a little, it lost its strength. Su-hee alone could almost block its attack. And with Chilin's blessing, the claw just now should be able to completely block it. The mountain god seal hit the ground lightly, adjusting to 6 times the attack. None of the 5 divine beasts expanded their territory. There is something wrong with this white tiger. It has no territory. The 5 beasts have never practiced combined attacks, and they have rushed to expand their fields. Interfering with each other will become a restriction. Seeing the flash of brilliance on the opposite side, Bai Hu had a premonition of the coming crisis. With a roar, he rushed towards Fong Yi first. Su-hee dodged and stood in front of it. Divine power roared out. The phoenix feathers on Fong Yi's body flickered, and rays of light fell on the white tiger. The white tiger seemed to be stuck in a quagmire for a while, and its speed suddenly dropped. Suhi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the mountain god seal suddenly appeared. A huge dice spurted out of his mouth. It was like a huge mountain crashing on the white tiger. At this moment, Suhi had opened the sky, and the power of the mountain god seal was many times stronger than when he hit the Chongming bird. The mountain god seal carries the power of the world, and the golden light is like a star, hitting the white tiger's forehead. Boom! This sound was very dull, like a great bell. Smashed the tiger's head directly into the chest. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 golden lights flashed, and 2 golden dragons were like 2 broadswords, chopping down from the air and striking the white tiger. Blood spurted out instantly. The phoenix real fire under the white tiger protruded, instantly igniting the entire tiger. It all happened in an instant. It wasn't until this moment that the white tiger roared, and a huge thunderball exploded in its mouth, sending thunder and lightning straight towards the beasts. The 4 divine beasts were already on guard, but before the white tiger thunderball appeared, they had already ducked and landed behind Suhi. The thunder was like rain, hitting Suhi's turtle one after another. The spirit snake circled and moved around in Tai Chi, removing most of the thunderbolts, and the remaining few did not even break through the turtle mountain. Su Hushan's divine seals were printed one after another, falling from the sky. He smashed the white tiger into the ground. Under the earth, thousands of trees grew thickly, attacking the white tiger's belly. There was heavy rain falling, and the raindrops scattered beans and turned into soldiers. When they fell to the ground, they turned into soldiers and rushed towards the white tiger. The white tiger roared, swung its claws, and slashed in all directions. He slashed at the foreign minister Turtle Mountain, and was blocked by the foreign minister again. This time, even the foreign minister could not completely break through. The power is getting lower and lower. The white tiger's figure became more and more ethereal, about to disperse. The beasts use tricks frequently, and become more and more crazy. Seeing that the white tiger was about to disappear, Suhi roared out with divine power again. This time, it's not about killing the enemy, but about the magical power that was inherited before the Dragon God Festival. It can imprison the enemy's soul, and deliver the most powerful blow in his life instantly. But soul sacrifice can only imprison those whose realm is inferior to Suhi's, by who doesn't know what state he is in. So Suhi will give it a try. The roar did not pull out the white tiger's soul, by whose realm is indeed higher than his. Otherwise, the soul sacrifice is unreasonable, and even if it hits the dying divine beast, it can tear off part of the divine beast's existence and turn it into a powerful blow. After a missed attack, 2 golden dragons circled into the sky, entangled like twists and turns, and their tails fell down at the same time. Su Hushan divine seal followed closely behind. Boom! This blow can no longer be resisted. The white tiger below is like porcelain, with cracks appearing on its body. It raised its head and looked at the golden dragon, then at the phoenix, then past the unicorn, and then its eyes fell on the turtle of Suhi, looking at the spiritual snake. For a moment it no longer seemed so stupid. Lu Wu. Enlightenment, Zhou Yu. The white tiger made a sound for the first time. As he muttered each word, his body was completely broken. Chapter 211 Killed by Fong. Mo! Fong called out. Shilin's body immediately flashed with brilliance, and rays of light fell on the beasts. Blessing, banishing, health, purification. The white tiger muttered unknown words before he died, which was probably a curse. Shilin's blessing was the most effective against curses. Blessings were issued one after another. Little Shilin tilted his head, and his eyes were full of doubts. She didn't feel any curse. The only thing wrong was the dragon turtle, which seemed to be frightened when it was there. Shilin gave several blessings in succession to dragon turtle. Still no trace of the curse. In fact, each of the 4 spirit bloodlines has its own special characteristics, and has the ability to deal with curses. Dragon turtle's good defense is even better among them, and his true blood soldiers are not afraid of curses at all. She looked at Suhi in confusion. Although Suhi's heart was not turbulent, it was still violently ups and downs. The words by who muttered were not curses. That is the name of many mythical beasts. Tiger beasts. Suhi didn't study seriously in his previous life, but he played a lot of games. He had seen Lu Wu and Caning Beast in more than one game. Zhuyu. Zhou Yu is also called Zhuwu. I have seen it in a movie. He is very cute. It's just that Zhuowu was very weak in that movie. Therefore, it is not that there are no tiger-type mythical beasts. But there is no record? Erased by a big hand? Like a hexagram? It's just that the hexagrams were not completely wiped out, and were only wiped out at the middle and lower levels. At least the Dragon Turtle clan had a detailed introduction to the hexagrams. The Dragon clan must also have it. And Yunming's has Dui Gua. Erase all tiger beasts. He didn't think anyone could do it. The mythical beast is unlike any other. The inheritance of mythical beasts is not based on father and son. When ordinary beasts obtain the demon transformation fruit, they have the opportunity to activate the corresponding mythical beast bloodline and embark on the path of mythical beasts. Even if all the tiger mythical beasts are killed, there will still be tigers in future generations who will take this path. As long as you walk up there, it's impossible not to be noticed. Therefore, there is something wrong with the tiger mythical beast from the root. There is no such thing as a tiger that can prove the divine beast. Even the 4 spirits are not recorded. Then this time span is not just 1,000,000 years. Which clan among the 4 spirits does not have an old antique who has lived for more than 1,000,000? Even among ordinary mythical beasts, there are many million-year-old antiques. He didn't know why. He could only guess based on imagination and couldn't figure out the reason. Once Uncle Luo and the others break out of their SHLS and wake up, they can just ask again. When He came to his senses, he saw a unicorn tilting its head and looking at him quietly. "Thank you. I'm fine," He said to Muwei. Little Qilin was startled and drew back his neck. He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but he felt it was not polite. So he said weakly, "No, you're welcome." The white tiger shattered, and the barrier surrounding them disappeared. He sent a message to Ming Xian and asked, "Seventh sister, do you know where the evergreen stone milk is?" This is the territory of the Dragon clan. If you have anything to do, you should contact Ming Xian. Ming Xian had a look of realization on her face, and asked quietly, "For my eldest niece?" Before he could reply, she had already sent the message. "Go straight towards where the star falls. If you fly at your original speed for 2 or 3 months, you will see a huge palm-shaped mountain. The evergreen stone milk is in the center of the mountain." He looked along the direction of the dragon's tail. There was only one star in the sky. The star seemed to be falling, dragging its long and narrow tail and crashing towards the ground. But it seemed to be fixed in the sky, and it didn't move at all. "Thank you, seventh sister," he responded. Ming Xian waved her paws carelessly. "What do you want to thank me for, brother?" She raised her eyebrows at He. "As if you just remember to take me with you next time you listen to music. The evergreen stone milk must be refined immediately to remove the dragon energy. Otherwise the quality will be damaged and the effect will be greatly reduced." He nodded and thanked him. He already knew this. He had done his homework before coming to the Dragon God Festival, and everything was clear to him. Clapping his paws down, a flying boat was released. Riding on the waves, the flying boat rose and headed straight for the place Ming Xian said. This flying boat was given by Qing Longqing Song when he met with the elders of the Dragon clan before the Dragon God Festival. There are no pavilions or pavilions on it. Just an empty shelf. It doesn't have any functions. It just focuses on speed. This greatly made up for He's shortcoming of too slow flying speed. It originally took 3 months to get there, but it would take up to half a day using a flying boat. This is still using spirit stone yuan crystal to drive the flying boat. If He uses real energy to drive it, it should be faster. But the dragon turtle must know how to protect itself outside. No one knows what it will encounter at the next moment. Sufficient real energy is a guarantee of safety. The white tiger dispersed, and various beasts among the mythical beasts roared. Some were curious about the existence of the white tiger, and some were curious about why there was a barrier. But no one came up to ask. And they were not fools. Since there was a barrier, the white tiger incident was clearly a matter of the 4 spirits. Knowing too much about some things was not necessarily a good thing. The mythical beasts dispersed one after another, looking for their own opportunities, and guarding against the fellow mythical beasts. The rules in Longmen are special, and there are traces and Taoist charms left by the dragon ancestor. External mythical beasts cannot monitor this place. There was no precedent for the death of mythical beasts during the Dragon God Festival in previous years. But the heavenly materials and earthly treasures born here are unique and cannot be purchased in the outside world no matter how many spiritual stones they have. Some treasures can even take the mythical beasts a step further, not to mention reaching the level of 4 spirits. It is always possible to get infinitely close. This is why the mythical beast never tires of it. Those who knew each other well, and knew each other well formed teams, and traveled together in twos and threes. A feather-eyed chicken flaps its wings and flies neither high nor low. Every time it flaps its wings, its eyes immediately move around. I don't know whether it is using these special eyeballs to observe the surroundings, or cleaning out the feathers attached to the eyeballs. Huh? Mu Yin, didn't you plan to come in? Fu Zhu stepped forward with his deer hooves. The feathered chicken glanced at her and flapped its wings. Woo! You're here too! It shook its head helplessly, and nuzzled its beak in the direction Suhi flew away. Hey! The dragon turtle is here! B Fong, please come in! I don't want to be outside with B Fong, so I have no choice but to come in. The feather-eyed chicken family does not deal with B Fong. Why don't you look for the Chong bird? They are probably divine birds with outstanding pupils. The feather-eyed chicken family has a good relationship with the Chong bird. Mu Yin shook his head. I'm not familiar with Chong who came in this time. And he's already walking with Xie. Chong Mingyo was seriously injured and did not dare to go alone. So he traveled with Xiong early. That's fine. Fu Zhu nodded and advised. You haven't opened the sky yet. Don't go far. Just try your luck around. It doesn't matter what you gain. Just gain experience. Mu Yin cried and responded. The husband's 4 hooves were filled with water, and he stepped away towards the distance. In the battle on the first day of the new year, it made no achievements on the battlefield, and even did not help. In the end, it did not even dare to chase the dragon turtle, and it has become a laughing stock of the mythical beast. The feather-eyed chicken is one of the few mythical beasts it can call its friends. The flying boat was flying very fast, and in less than half a day, the palm-shaped giant mountain that Meng Xian mentioned was vividly seen. Sure enough, it looked like a giant palm standing on the ground, but it was missing a little finger. After collecting the flying boat, Suhi rode down the waves and landed on Broken Palm Mountain. Looking around, there is an aura of dragon activity here. The dragon clan must have explored this place. And there is a ready-made cave entrance to enter it. Jumping in and walking straight down the tunnel, there is a cave in the center of the mountain, inside which stands a huge boulder shaped like a dragon's blood tree. Found it! The center of this stone tree is the evergreen stone milk. If Meng Xian hadn't pointed it out, it would have taken me who knows how long to find it. The water condensed into a knife, and he carefully split open the stone tree. A dragon's power came from the tree, and a drop of stone milk as big as a fist floated up and down inside. Suhi took out the stone milk and refined the true dragon breath in it. Evergreen stone milk is brewed with the breath of a real dragon. But after picking it, it has to be refined to remove the breath of the real dragon. This is a time-consuming task. Suhi estimated that it would take more than a month. It's not that he can't speed up. He can be fast. But evergreen stone milk can't be fast. The true essence rolled and was slowly refined. And Suhi's consciousness sank into the Ichiodao palace. Accepting the inheritance again, the toad did not follow him into the dragon gate. Suhi opened the sky, and it had to prepare materials for Suhi's later cultivation, and was sifting through heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the mysterious world of mountains and seas. At this moment, the dragon gate blocked the connection and could not snatch the inheritance. Suhi just accepted all kinds of knowledge from the dragon turtle clan. The accumulated knowledge of countless generations of dragon turtles is so vast that there is nothing that cannot be learned in tens of thousands of years. Suhi seized every moment to absorb it. Time passed day by day, and indeed, there was a fight between mythical beasts in Longyan. The treasures here were all unique and worth fighting for. But there have been no casualties yet. Slight mana fluctuations came, and Suhi opened his eyes leisurely. The stone milk is more than half refined, enough for Fong Yaya to use. But the more treasures the better. The Dragon God Festival only happens once every 10,000 years. This thing is hard to come by. After collecting the stony milk, Suhi revealed his spiritual consciousness. I saw a feathered chicken quietly setting up a formation outside, and a large formation enveloped the Duanzhong mountain. Eyes. Suhi recognized it. It was a feathered chicken with a good character. Toad didn't know how many treasures it had collected. After Suhi got off Shifeng Mountain, it was the first one he introduced. The feathered chicken is a weak creature among the mythical beasts. However, this chicken's formation literacy is very high. Far more than Suhi. Suhi's current research on battle methods is limited to understanding. The only way to break the formation is to smash it. This is the prison sky outside. It can isolate all breaths. If there is a soul beast, it can isolate the connection between the soul beast and the mysterious world. Some things were also added, which should have the effect of solidifying space and prohibiting teleportation. It also comes from evergreen stone milk.
Fellow Taoist Muin, is that you?
Suhi said. The chickens outside were stunned, as if they couldn't believe that someone had already arrived here first. But he didn't dare not answer. So he flapped his wings and landed.
Fellow Taoist Suhi, I didn't expect you to have arrived first.
It shook its head helplessly, glanced at the broken stone tree, and smiled bitterly. Then he looked at Suhi.
I wonder how much evergreen stone milk Taoist Suhi needs. If there is any extra, can you give me some? I'll exchange it with something else.
Suhi smiled.
Okay, I only need half. And the rest can be exchanged for a purple-eye divine light? I wanted to exchange it with fellow Taoists for a divine light that day. But it's a pity that fellow Taoists couldn't bear it.
The purple-eye divine light is refined by the condensed gaze of the divine eyes under the wings of the feather-eyed chicken. It will take at least 20,000 to 30,000 years to refine one. The power cannot be underestimated. There was a look of embarrassment in Mu Yan's eyes, and he struggled for a long time before saying,
Okay, you know that I am not old enough, and I can't condense the divine light at all. This is the only one that was given to me by the clan for self-defense.
It groaned in embarrassment before taking out a bead and throwing it towards Suhi. His head was slightly lowered, looking very reluctant to give up. But there was a flash of light in his eyes. Suhi was overjoyed and opened his mouth to speak. But what came out was a mighty roar.
Roar!
The eyes of the feather-eyed chicken suddenly became bright, and then his complexion changed drastically. He struggled to regain his consciousness and raised his head in fear.
Dragon Turtle, what are you doing?
No one answered. Only a huge drop of rain hit the bead, and the bead exploded beside it. Roads of purple light hit the feathered chicken. Still want to pretend. It may be possible to have a superb formation of the feathered chicken, but it has not yet opened the sky. How can it get such strong real energy to arrange the formation? Besides, when Suhi came here, he didn't hide his aura at all. The aura of the dragon and turtle was everywhere. If the feather-eyed chicken came, he would come to him immediately. How could he arrange the formation first? Moreover, on the day they met, Suhi never mentioned that they wanted to exchange the purple-eyed divine light. But the bird did not deny it. The bird is not big, but it has a lot of thoughts. Who the hell are you? The purple light passed through the feathered chicken and shot through the outer skin, revealing the green and red spotted bird feathers inside. A flash of flame ignited, and the whole chicken instantly turned into a square shape. He looked straight at Suhi with shame. Anger and murderous intent intertwined in his eyes. Court death. As a mythical beast, who doesn't have a few killer tricks? That day, in full view of everyone, Fong Cha couldn't even use half of his combat power. So your inexperienced brat took advantage of him. Today I got carried away. Now that you know it's me, you should honestly exchange treasures. Wouldn't it be courting death to expose me? It stared straight at Suhi, but all it saw was a dice that instantly enlarged in front of its eyes. There was no time to dodge, and he collided head-on.
Mean!
Sneak attack. There was a muffled sound. His vision went dark, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and anger, and his body instantly turned into a sea of fire.
Dragon Turtle, I exchanged kindness with you, but you are hiding your evil intentions. You are seeking death.
Damn it! How could the dragon turtle's attack be so powerful? He knew that the dragon and turtle opened the sky, and the power of all kinds of magical powers was doubled. But to such an extent, it is no longer unreasonable. Exchange your uncle. You are so kind. What are you doing by setting up the formation and confining the space? Do you dare to say that it is not aimed at my divine machine? Without saying a word, Suhi roared, and his divine power spread in all directions. The jumping flame suddenly solidified for an instant.
Roar!
A dragon head flew out, tearing off a large sea of fire. By Fong chirped. Devour my origin again. What the gluttonous diet bites away is the fundamental existence. Like the origin. Otherwise, it wouldn't think of coming here to collect evergreen stone milk. Although he really wanted to hide his identity and cause trouble for the dragon turtle in the Dragon Gate world. That should be done after refining the evergreen stone milk and stabilizing the injuries on the wings bitten by the dragon turtle. But I didn't expect that the dragon turtle was here too. This turtle had already seen through his identity and knew his purpose. So he was waiting here specifically. By Fong screamed, and the shadow of a beast emerged from the sea of fire. Using fire as a beast, several fire beasts jumped towards Suhi. Powerful as the sea. Murderous intent. This time By Fong didn't hold anything back. However, Su He was unafraid. He stepped on it with his front paws, and a vast ocean spread out. The stormy waves in the area crashed onto the shore and hit the fire beast. This is the first time that Queen Suhakai fully mobilizes the power of the world. It's just that the ordinary sea water in the domain contains the power of the world, which is more important than anything else. Wave after wave came up, instantly knocking the fire beast to the bottom of the water. It has the connotation of the heavy water when Su He crossed the tribulation. The blade on the top of the head was chopped down, and the power was much stronger than before opening the sky. It was no longer a flying knife or a scimitar, but a guando slashing randomly in the sky. And the sword energy fell down. By Fong sea of fire burned on the vast sea. With a chirp of a crane, the bird shape appeared again. It flew up in the air. Its wings shook, and large trees appeared in the vast sea, with their roots going straight into the sea to absorb the sea water. The branches formed a hut, blocking B Fong's head. Resist chaos. On both wings, feathers shot out like arrows, piercing the space and shooting straight towards Su He. It seemed that Su He couldn't see it at all. His appearance appeared, and he hit B Fong under the rain of arrows. As he approached the Zhongko Mountain Divine Seal, B Fong's eyes flashed with ridicule, and his figure turned into a sea of fire again. The Mountain Divine Seal penetrated the sea of fire and shot out. "You're dead!" Bai Fong's voice came out from the sea of fire, in the direction of Su He's collision. The fire beast that was pressed on the bottom of the sea exploded with a bang. But instead of flames, it turned into a pool of true blood of the divine beast and shrouded Su He. This fire beast is just a disguise. The real blood is its true body. The familiar scent. Zhu Yan's true blood. Come prepared? First, use the formation method to seize the space to make Su He's divine machine unusable, and then water it with Zhu Yan's true blood. As long as Su He is unable to use his magic power for a moment, and the foreign minister breaks through, it will have 7 levels of certainty to attack and kill him with one strike. Bai Fong's eyes were filled with joy as he looked at Zhu Yan's true blood that enveloped him. No matter how talented the dragon turtle is, it will only take a long time to practice. If it is inexperienced against the enemy, or if its level is not as good as yours, it can kill you. What's more, I'm one step ahead of you. But the moment it chuckled, there was a loud bang above its head. Bai Fong was stunned for a moment, and his consciousness swept over, and he saw the mountain god seal that Su He had just made hit the Broken Palm Mountain. The whole mountain was smashed down. The formation on Broken Palm Mountain was distorted. The moment the means of confining the space was broken open, Su He's body had already taken the opportunity to flash out of Zhu Yan's true blood. Xu Eng used it at the same time and disappeared in an instant. Bai Fong's flames jumped wildly. The mountain god seal was originally destined for this mountain, it said through gritted teeth. The mountain divine seal just now was not used to fight it at all. After a missed move, he watched Zhu Yan's true blood fall into the vast sea. Bai Fong screamed, and the big branches and leaves immediately reached towards the vast sea. But at this moment, the vast sea set off waves, which directly hit Zhu Yan's true blood, scattering the true blood and causing the branches to fall into the air. Bai Fong's expression changed instantly. Without Zhu Yan's true blood, it would be difficult to win this fight. The flame surged up, transformed into B Fong's true form in the air, flapped his wings and flew away from the mountain. It thinks very well. Since it can't win, it should leave quickly. Look for opportunities in the future. But at this moment, a heavy rain poured down on Duo 2. The rain is blood red, and Zhu Yan has a strong scent. Waterbending. Can't control the fresh and true blood in the body of the divine beast, and can't control the dead blood brought out by others? Especially when he was rushed by the vast sea. He had the aura of Su He domain. Bai Fong's expression changed again, and there was fear in his eyes. Seeing a dice condense on his head, Bai Fong immediately shouted, "Admit defeat. There is no mortal grudge between you and me. You have one. So I admit defeat." Bi Fong screamed, but I saw that the dice was not dispersed. "No! Bai Ling has never killed me. You can't." As soon as it shouted, the dice condensed instantly. It was only as big as an ordinary person's fist, and was suddenly smashed down. The hole penetrated Bai Fong's chest and fell to the ground, and the whole land collapsed suddenly. "If Bai Ling doesn't kill you, what does it have to do with me? I'm petty." It wasn't until this moment that Su He slowly appeared. "When I beat Zhu Yan, you should have known that I was petty." He was unforgiving with one blow. Another dice fell and hit Bi Fong on the ground. Boom! The dice dissipate immediately after being smashed.
Bai Fong collapsed at the bottom of the pit in a strange posture. Completely dead. Su-He did not stop at all, and struck down the mountain god seal one blow after another. Divine power roared at Bai Fong's corpse. This sound was the most powerful sound from Su-He since the beginning of the world, and the power of the world merged into it. There was a roar, but no sound came out, and Bai Fong's pile of corpses was thrown away. Several dice fell from the air, landed on Bai Fong, and rolled out various points. A bead held up a 3-point dice and fell from Bai Fong's corpse. A dangerous aura rushed towards his face, making the turtle tremble with fear. If he thought Bai Fong was dead before and went up rashly, he would not be dead, but would be seriously injured now. But there's no point in pretending to be dead here. The dice haven't even fallen. If you tell me that you are dead, who will believe you? Chapter 212 Big Loss. Dice fell one after another around Bai Fong, and most of them landed on the same feather. It should be similar to the storage ability of Su-He's outer space. Bai Fong was dead, so this thing was similar to a storage bag without an owner. It was charged by Su-He's true energy and did not open. There were restrictions on it, but the master was so thorough that no one could control it. Although he couldn't understand the restrictions, Su-He worked hard bit by bit, and in less than half a day, he was able to break away from Lingyu. The space opened up, poured out, and a bunch of things poured out. Boundary-breaking pearl ×2. This is a good thing. It is designed to break down world barriers. If Toad had had this thing, he would have been able to forcefully break away from Bai Ling's small world. It is also effective against certain suppression and ban formations. However, it is generally reluctant to use it, as it is a killing knife. The spiritual field is 2 acres times 3, and there are 6 acres. Bai Fong was confused. He didn't know what to do with this thing on his body. This is the refining of the best spiritual field reduced to the size of a book. If you want to use it, just let it go. But if a bird doesn't catch insects, where can it be planted? Not doing your job properly. Su-He brought the spiritual field into the foreign minister space. There are only 6 books, and the space for foreign affairs is still quite large. The foreign minister space was born after hibernation last year. It was only 1 foot in diameter at first. By the time Su-He became an apprentice, it was already the limit for holding the SH.LS of 3 turtle demons that were more than 10 feet in size. This size lasted until he became a dragon turtle after transcending the tribulation, and the space suddenly expanded to a diameter of 20 feet. A small football field. It has been slowly expanding since then. It is now about 25 feet tall. The main way to advance in the foreign phase space is to rely on negative mountains. However, Su-He's training time was too short, and it was not enough to go up the mountain and absorb the strength of the turtle mountain and the mountain god seal used to enhance the external phase, and rarely took into account the external space. It is always growing on its own. The spirit field was loaded into the outer space, and Su-He looked at the treasure. Bai Fong exploded again. A pile of source stones ×3. Nice one. Su-He was overjoyed. This thing was a real treasure to the mythical beast. The divine beast opens the sky, and the inner heaven and earth advance either by slowly breathing in the divine beast and grinding time, and the inner heaven and earth are piled up by time, or absorb the origin of the world. There are only 2 sources of the origin of the world. Completely annihilate a world and extract its origin, or break the chaos on the periphery of the big world. Refine the chaos, and collect it in the new place. As for the origin of the world that formed the divine beast's calamity, that thing is useless. Only the divine beasts that have overcome the tribulation can absorb it. For other divine beasts, it is not only highly poisonous, but it is also garbage. Like Gulu and others, they set up formations and talismans in the areas they suppressed, using them to refine chaos and generate the source stone. To the divine beast, the source stone is like the monk's spiritual stone, the best kind. Just when he was worried that the source of the world in Hunghua would be exhausted, Bai Fong sent a bunch of them. Good friend. Su-He took a grateful look at Bai Fong's corpse and pulled out 2 feathers from the corpse. Bai Fong looks like a red crane, but there is no sarcoma on the top of his head, but a crest composed of 3 feathers. This is also a treasure that can be used to refine magic weapons. Dragon Turtle is not good at refining treasures and elixirs, so he asks Ji Feishua to help him when he gets the chance. There were also a lot of spirit stone crystals, but these were of little use and were thrown into the outer space by Su-He. Su-He didn't quite recognize some of the treasures from heaven and earth. Only a 6-turn fire mother sealed in a special crystal was recognized. The fire mother is in flame form, but is actually a plant.
The fire mother grows in the polar regions, and blooms, and bears fruit once every 10,000 years. The ripe seeds directly absorb the nutrients of the mother plant, and grow in place. The new plant grows up, and the mother plant withers. Only if you do this 4 times, or more will the flame form appear. The maximum is 9 turns. After 9 turns, it will burn itself up and disappear. For cultivators with fire attributes, it is an absolute treasure. It is even rumored that this object has the ability to be reborn from the ashes after 9 turns. But it's just a legend. Then, there was B Fong's body, and the bead that made Suhi feel palpitated. The dice spin on the beads. Quality times 5. Suhi didn't act rashly. He hadn't figured it out yet. Why didn't B Fong use the bead as soon as they met? You should be able to hurt him even without improving quality. If you use it well, you can even achieve miraculous feats, and kill with 1 blow. B Fong, you have a brain. The sound of dragon roars came from the sky. And 2 golden dragons fell from the sky in the wind and clouds, landing next to Suhi. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the 2 golden dragons fell silent at the same time. They sensed the battle here and rushed over. But obviously they didn't make it to the scene. Mingxian looked at B Fong's body on the ground and raised her eyebrows.
When did this thing come in?
If I remember correctly, B Fong did not enter the dragon gate.
Disguise your eyes,
Suhi said concisely and to the point. Mingxian nodded. Just kill one B Fong. Although the follow-up is more troublesome. That is a matter for the elders. Besides, this is within the dragon gate. As long as the dragon clan doesn't cooperate, no one can find out. So what if we find out? The purpose of pretending to be other divine beasts was inherently impure. They could not sneak attack the dragon turtle and be killed instead. It's not clear who is causing trouble for whom. It's a pity that there are no elders in the dragon turtle clan. Otherwise, they would just carry B Fong's body and throw it on top of his elders. Mingxian didn't care about this. Her whole body was wrapped around another golden dragon. But she lowered the dragon's head and looked at the ball on the ground.
Hey! Isn't this the thunder of Senior Shinshin? It actually spread and became B Fong's treasure?
Seeing that Suhi was puzzled, she laughed and said,
That's an interesting senior human race and anti-Qianjiang Xuanjia. Although he is a casual cultivator, he has extremely high moral standards. The point is that he loves to refine weapons. Unfortunately, 9 times out of 10 it will all explode. You will know when you go in. The fellow Taoists in Qianjiangli are very interesting. Much more interesting than not saying a word in the Dragon Clan Xuanjia for decades. No one spoke at all in the Dragon Clan Xuanjia. At most, they were 2 golden dragons of about the same age chatting across the world. Even the stupid red dragon didn't talk much. He was old-fashioned at only 30,000 years old. As if he had seen too many things after living a long time. And dragons were boring. Suhi nodded. He heard what Toad said about Xinjiang. But before he could go in, he was in a state of seclusion to consolidate his realm when his consciousness came back. Mingxian picked up the beads and bumped her paws. Mengzhen, who was entangled by her, immediately changed her face. She suddenly got out of her coils and hid behind Suhi. That Taoist Shinshin is famous. Refining a flying communication sword can turn it into an explosive magic weapon. More than one recipient was blasted by a messenger flying sword and was bedridden for hundreds of years. This has been a long-lasting news in the spiritual world. Nowadays, anyone who knows the name of Shinshin's product is afraid to avoid it. Let alone the sky thunder he made specifically for explosions. Mingxian cut it with disdain. Nothing that senior Shinshin practices is reliable. But explosive magic weapons are the most reliable. She threw the sky thunder towards Suhi and fixed it in front of Suhi. Suhi subconsciously took 2 steps back. And the aura of crisis on the sky thunder became stronger. Coward!
Mingxian screamed, not caring, and flicked her tail to fly B Fong's body away. This thing looks annoying. Either it wasn't the Dragon God Festival, or everyone wasn't watching. That day when it went to hunt Suha with lichen on its back, she stripped the bird feathers and made them into a platter. With one tail drawn out, B Fong was knocked out. But at this moment, a light flashed from B Fong's body, and a larger figure of B Fong appeared. It is an existence similar to the incarnation of consciousness. As soon as he came out, he spread his wings and screamed,
Who hurt my young son B Fong?
It lowered its head and looked at a turtle and 2 dragons opposite.
The proud sons of the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Turtle Clan.
It was quiet for a moment and then said,
I wonder how my B Fong offended 3 of them. Can you spare its life? The B Fong family will be deeply grateful.
Mingxian was silent for a moment, seeming to consider B Fong's proposal. But suddenly, she pulled out the thunder in front of Su-hee and hit B Fong. At the same time, he rolled up Ming-xian and immediately shrank behind Su-hee.
Destroy it!
Ming-xian sent a message.
Obstructed by the Dragon Gate. By Fong's consciousness cannot contact the main body. It is also suppressed by this area and is slow to react. This consciousness must not be allowed to go out of the Dragon Gate.
The dragon ancestral Talia remains in the Longman area, and any adult beasts other than the dragon clan will be suppressed here. This is also the reason why adult mythical beasts are not allowed to enter the Longman treasure hunt. If he were in the outside world, Bai Fong's awareness of dying would be activated immediately. But in the Longman area, consciousness is too slow. It only appeared after Bai Fong was already dead. But the consciousness is just dull, not stupid. The moment he appeared, he must have known that Bai Fong was dead. Either he wanted to paralyze them for a sneak attack, or he wanted to escape and send a message to the main body.
Destroy it! It's pretending! Roar!
Su-hee roared with great power. At the same time, Foreign Minister Kamaima appeared, and the defense was turned to the maximum. Bai Fong, who was on the opposite side, saw the reaction of the three people. His eyes were slightly lowered, and he immediately made a soft sound and fluttered his wings and rushed towards them. It doesn't dare to hunt the young children of the Dragon Turtle and Shalong clans at the same time. But it is not necessarily impossible to imprison them for 10,000 years to suppress them. After killing me, the Dragon Turtle and the Dragon Clan were expected to be speechless. After repelling the three people, he immediately rushed out of the Dragon Gate and merged with his body. It is just a thought body. It is not impossible to suppress the three divine beasts with a thought body. But if there is a crisis, who knows what means these top beasts have left for their cubs to save their lives? Maybe it can destroy its consciousness. Moreover, since their cub is dead, they must have obtained the boundary-breaking pearl. There is no point in suppressing and banning them at this moment. It fluttered its wings to avoid the thunder from Ming-xian, and rushed towards the three cubs with its wings. That day thunder exploded behind it. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. And then, the explosion came. Bai Fong's eyes were filled with astonishment. When he looked back, he felt a strong light piercing his body, and his entire consciousness was torn into pieces. Ming-xian was stunned. Senior Shinshin Sky Thunder can seriously injure the third-level divine beast with one strike, which is the limit. When did it become so powerful? She and Ming-xian roared at the same time, slapping their tails and blocking the three of them with shields. Su-hee roared, stamped his claws on the ground, and the vast sea instantly opened up, sinking the three beasts to the bottom of the sea. And the sea instantly froze again. An impact swept through, and the pure ice sea reinforced by the power of the world cracked and flew away. The shield mountain formed by the shield only blocked it for a moment, and then was hit by the impact on Turtle Mountain. Foreign Minister Guishan persisted for 2 breaths before being broken open. The dragon turtle hit the 2 golden dragons and flew out together. This blow was at least as powerful as a strike from a divine dragon at the 4th level of Kaitian. Senior Shinshin's Tianlei has reached this stage? Before she fell into coma, Ming-xian only had this idea. She turned around and glanced at Ming-xian. She was completely comatose, with dragon blood seeping out of her 7 orifices. Next to her, Su-hee was huddled in its SHL, although the SHI was not cracked. It still looked like it was seriously injured. You can't die, but you will suffer a big loss. Without the thunder, the 3 beasts might not be able to resist B Fong's consciousness even if they fight to the death. The worst she could do was use the life-saving means left to her by the Dragon Clan. It's more powerful and won't hurt you. I went back to Senior Shinshin to ask for compensation. Chapter 213. The eldest princess wants to kill me. The mountain wind is strong. Autumn is getting stronger and stronger. The leaves are withering, and the grass is withering. Su-hee was woken up by the toad slaps. Yu opened her eyes and heard the cry of a toad in her ears.
Wake up! Wake up! Why don't you wake up and Lord Frog is cutting meat and making soup?
There was a carrot-shaped soul beast next to him, imitating the appearance of a toad, with 2 roots slapping Ming-xian. The faucets are all crooked. There was a bat-like soul beast in the distance. He looked at the 2 of them and at Ming-xian beside him. He wondered whether he should imitate the 2 of them and beat his master. Su Hailong moved his head and woke up, only to feel a sharp pain in his body. For points of quality Sky Thunder beats, the effect is awesome. This was the worst injury I've had since breaking out of my SHL. The pain in my body is not bad. Looking inside, my internal organs are damaged, but they are slowly recovering. Even without special treatment, It can recover slowly on its own.
Why are you here?
Suhi asked in his heart. The toad actually ran into the dragon gate.
There are fluctuations here that transcend the limits. The dragon clan reinforced the dragon gate. When a dragon came in, I followed. What's wrong with you? Are you being cooked?
Suhi didn't reply. What kind of water could boil him like this? The magical power of the water element is there. Boiling water and ice water are just a thought away. Water can't hurt him. Suhi looked to the side, and Mingxian also woke up leisurely. Dragon Beard whipped the carrot soul beast aside with a whip. Depending on the situation, his condition is better than that of Suhi. The little bat next to him looked at the waking turtle and dragon, then looked at his own two little claws, jumped on Mingxian and opened his bow left and right, snapping.
Wake up! Wake up! Why don't you wake up and let Baggy cut meat and make soup?
Seeing that Mingxian still showed no sign of waking up, she anxiously called to Toad and Carrot. Carrot rolled on the ground and jumped up. He jumped over with great loyalty, swung up his roots, and swiped at Mingxian's head. Suhi sweated evilly. Among the two dragons and one turtle, Mingxian has the highest Taoism and has opened the second level of heaven. He is also a dragon turtle who is born with strong defense and tenacious life. Is it normal to wake up quickly? Although Mingxian is older, she can only open the first level of heaven, and her defense is not as good as Suhi. It's normal not to wake up as quickly as possible.
Leave the dragon gate first,
Mingxian said weakly. It was careless. Senior Shinshan actually sold such a powerful Sky Thunder bead. This bead is enough to be considered a treasure. Except for the top 10 immortal sects. Other sects are enough to use it as a treasure. Wasn't the senior coerced by the B Fong clan? Suhi tried it, and could barely control the water. But flying across such a distance to Long Men is absolutely impossible. The pain in my body is still small. But the most important thing is that my mind is roaring and I feel dizzy. I can't see anything with my eyes open. As if I've been given anesthesia. Can't even concentrate on thinking. Not to mention anything else. He would fall into coma at any moment now. It was even hard to tell what was true and what was false. And illusions flashed in front of me. That's the only thing bad about mythical beasts. Soul and body are one. Wounding the body hurts the soul. When the soul is damaged, illusions will inevitably arise. Bad whipped his master while listening to the conversation between Suhi and Mingxian. With his eyes bright, he blocked Carrot's attack and jumped into the golden dragon's aperture beneath him. Jilong's eyes were still closed, but his body swayed and flew up. The soul beast and its master are one body. The soul beast can be virtual or real, and can integrate into the master's sea of consciousness, as long as the master allows him to control the body for a short period of time. It is not impossible. Mingxian closed her eyes, and the carrot got in between her eyebrows. Toad looked at Suhi, a little embarrassed. You haven't controlled the body of a dragon turtle before. Is this your first time today? Suhi tried his best to look at him. It is the body that is injured. Who can control it if it is not a seriously injured body? He reluctantly opened the outer space, threw the flying boat out, and immediately fell into coma again. The toad curled his lips, got under the dragon turtle, and pushed him to flash onto the flying boat. Then jumped to the side of the two golden dragons, and sent the golden dragon into the flying boat. He took out a handful of spirit stones, and was about to start the flying boat. There was a dragon roar in the sky, and a black dragon circled and landed. Looking at the three seriously injured cubs, there was murderous intent in his eyes. Without waiting for the toad to operate, he grabbed the flying boat with 4 claws, and knocked it open. He jumped out in front of the dragon gate. He let out a long groan immediately after flying out of the dragon gate. There are many underage mythical beasts gathered outside the dragon gate, and those who have stepped into the dragon gate are already coming back one after another. Several adult mythical beasts surrounded the dragon gate, where Fuzuwu and Haimjaiman stood quietly. It can be seen that Mane has just woken up, and is still confused. All the chicken's feathers had been stripped off, and even if it weren't for the 2 eyes under its wings, it would be impossible to tell that this bald chicken was actually a mythical beast. The elder of the feather-eyed chicken looked outside with his hair square. That was the adult Bai Fong who came to participate in the Dragon God Festival this time. When his little feathered chicken was discovered, it had already left Yunming's, and was transforming into Bai Fong, looking like he was rushing back to Zhongyi Mountain. But his eyes were full of fear. It was being controlled. It replaces Bai Fong. Bai Fong entered the dragon gate as it. And then an accident happened inside the dragon gate. The black dragon landed, and placed the flying boat on Yuming Zhe, then turned to stare at the adult Bifong without blinking. Bifong's expression was gloomy. The moment the sky thunder beat exploded, he knew something was wrong. Although he didn't know what happened, he could still feel the destruction of his consciousness.
Xian Yuan, where is my cub?
Xian Yuan has the title of Black Dragon. The Black Dragon snorted coldly and threw out a few broken B Fong feathers. Death energy condensed on the feathers. These are the feathers that fall off after death. The rest of the body had disappeared in the explosion. The beasts looked at each other. You look at me and I look at you. A big drama has been imagined, and everything seems to be unspoken. Bai Fong controlled the feather-eyed chicken and hid his identity secretly in the Dragon Gate. An accident occurred inside the Dragon Gate. 2 young dragons and a young turtle were seriously injured. Bai Fong died. No matter how you look at it, this pot belongs to Bai Fong. The adult Bai Fong lowered his head slightly.
My clan will give you an explanation for this matter.
It gathered up the feathers of the little Bai Fong, fluttered its wings, and was about to leave. Xian Yuan jumped up and chased after him.
Fellow Taoist, please stay for now.
The black dragon suddenly appeared next to Bai Fong. The dragon's body rolled up and took Bai Fong to an unknown place. A dragon appeared, and 3 pills popped out and turned into clear rain, pouring on the flying boat, soaking 1 turtle, 2 dragons, and 3 miners. This elixir is extremely effective, and the injuries are recovering visibly. Suddenly, when Suhi woke up, he felt like his head was roaring, and he felt dizzy and uncomfortable. The 2 little golden dragons also struggled to wake up, looking uncomfortable. Looking around, there are all kinds of mythical beasts. Only Jifeishue, wearing aqua blue clothes, stands among the beasts. At this moment, this stunning eldest princess's expression was as cold as ice. If you stop there, you will have a cool aura. Keep away all living beings within 500 feet. Like an unconquerable cold queen.
Send the 3 of them back first and raise them separately. We'll talk about the rest later.
A green dragon made a deep voice. Meng Xian was born in Yunming's, and Meng Zhen also had her own palace here. But he didn't choose a cave at all when he came. He stayed in Shifeng Mountain for a month, and then lay on the Golden Lotus until the Dragon Gate opened. Jifeishue made a cold voice.
Send to Qingling Garden.
That was her residence. There was a courtyard where Bai Ling lived when she was around, which was very suitable for the dragon turtle.
I'll go.
Qi Long Qingsong rolled up his body, picked up Suhi and dived into the water. Gu Lu asked it to take care of the little turtle, but it took care of a serious injury. Qin Long felt a little sorry in his heart. Jifeishue didn't say anything, and she even lowered her feet into the water. Yuming Dragon King looked around and clasped his fists.
I'm sorry, everyone. I'll follow and take a look.
Although they are a family, Qingsong and his aunt have never dealt with each other. They have been beaten by their aunt several times. Now they both seem to be in a bad mood. Don't fight again in front of so many guests from all over the world. Everyone knew what was going on in his house, and no one cared about it. The beasts responded.
We don't need to worry about it. The Dragon King will just go. Just go. Just go.
The Dragon King turned around and caught up. He was entangled in the middle by the green dragon and fell into the water. The water gently hit him, and he felt a little relieved. He opened his mouth to thank Qingsong and spoke politely. It was just that his mind was wandering so much that he had no idea what was being said. But it was mostly praise, thanks, and the like. He still had basic courtesy. Only vaguely. The stunning figure of the eldest princess also caught up with her. He thanked her and said words of praise. At some point, her mind became dizzy and she fell asleep again. This sleep was very deep, but the time was very short. As if it passed in a trance. I just felt that the atmosphere around me was strange. And I woke up again. I just felt that my limbs were stiff. And a cold feeling came from deep in my bones. It seemed that he was not injured by the explosion, but rather by frostbite. As his body gradually recovered, he opened his eyes. At this moment, we are already in an underwater pavilion. The water plants on the pavilion are swaying, and the surroundings are green. There is abundant water in this place, making it very suitable for him to live. At this moment, several palace maids outside the pavilion were standing far away, not daring to look this way. Right in front of him, Dragon King Yuming stared at him dumbfounded. Qingsong looked at Su Helong with eyes wide open, as if he had seen the end of the world. Jifeishue was sitting in the courtyard, by Lotus resting her forearms on the stone table, supporting her concubine, looking at him with a half-smile. The atmosphere was a little weird, and the air seemed to be solid. A palace maid glanced at Suhi quietly, showing admiration and sympathy. Lu Ru was holding a small alchemy furnace. as if she was about to deliver medicine. But she was already stunned at the arch, neither entering nor exiting. Suhi didn't know why. The voice of a toad gloating in my heart came over.
Dear, the Dragon King is asking you a question.
Suhi blinked and looked at Yuming Dragon King. The Dragon King's voice was kind.
Little friend Suhi, have you not really thought about it?
Suhi was stunned. What had I thought about? He shrank his head and asked quietly to the toad.
I just fell into a coma. What happened?
His voice was extremely soft, but everyone present could hear it clearly and clearly. There was a sudden gasp of air. Yuming Dragon King cupped his hands to Jifeishua and said,
Auntie, kill him!
Damn it! Want to kill someone? What the hell did I do? I was seriously injured and fell into a coma. When I woke up, you were going to kill someone? He was confused. Toad's laughter resounded in Suhi's heart.
These 3 people just sent you back. And you complimented them all the way, and even confided your feelings. Dot.
Could it be that he said something treacherous in a daze? Toad chuckled.
You mentioned the eldest princess.
Suhi looked at Jifeishua. Jifeishua raised her eyebrows and smiled. She curled her fingers with her other hand and tapped lightly on the table. I can't tell what I'm thinking, but looking at my expression, it seems I'm in a good mood.
Dot.
Suhi's heart thumped.
Did I propose to her?
Toad shook his head, and Suhi breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Not seeking death. As long as this is not the case. No matter how big the pot, the Dragon Turtle clan can handle it. But I heard the toad say quietly,
there is another word before the word love. Dot.
Suhi looked at the toad in disbelief. The toad nodded slightly and laughed in his heart.
You were still praising people and expressing your gratitude at the same time. Then unknowingly, you showed off that you transformed into a dragon tortoise in 1 year and opened the sky in half a year. Asked is the eldest princess qualified to seek one-night love. Dot.
Suhi was stunned. My day. He was 1 head and too big. And he laughed miserably and asked,
so, the eldest princess wants to kill me.
You deserve it. Damn it. Suhi deeply suspected that he would have the shortest lifespan among the mythical beasts. In the future, there will be a significant event in the history of the dragon turtle. There is a dragon turtle, and it takes 1 year to survive the calamity, half a year to open the sky, and another half a year to die. Tell me how you want me to die. Toad shook his head again.
The eldest princess agreed.
Dot. Chapter 214. Husband and wife are one body. An uncivilized word was swirling on the tip of Suhi's tongue, but he couldn't spit it out. What kind of monster is this witch? Will this kind of existence agree to such a request? Did the sun explode? I think you are playing me. And Suhi is not the kind of turtle who speaks unabashedly and unscrupulously. Toad looked at him with raised eyelids, and his eyes conveyed his thoughts very clearly. No. You are? When I am awake, I still restrain myself. But when I am delirious, I let myself go, and my true colors are revealed. Suhi glanced at it sideways, and stopped looking at the toad. This is pure slander. But the toad gloated.
The eldest princess agreed. But she wants you to marry Yunmins. The Dragon King is asking your opinion. If you don't agree, I will kill you to make the eldest princess innocent. I advise you to take care of yourself and don't hurt me.
The soul beast is one with its master. When the master dies, the soul beast goes with it. Suhi was stunned for a long time. Ching Song came over and patted his turtle SHL with his dragon tail. He raised his eyebrows and gave him an
I'm optimistic about you.
Look. He twisted his body and left the garden. Little turtle boy has courage. Just seeing this scene today makes this dragon god festival worth it. If you have something to do in the future, come to Zuanshanmen to see your uncle. And your uncle will make the decision for you. It didn't look at Jifeishua. It swam out of the garden, but couldn't control it anymore. It looked up to the sky and laughed. I just felt that the grievance of being beaten for tens of thousands of years disappeared in this moment.
Call me uncle.
It shouted towards the full moon. Whether it was towards Suhi or Jifeishua. Concubine Jishuepi glanced at Suhi with a smile. Then looked at the elated Qinglong in the sky. And gently pushed forward with her bare hands. Nothing unusual was seen. But Qinglong screamed and flew away as if fleeing. Screaming and laughing at the same time. He made a weird dragon roar. In the garden, Dragon King Yuming shrank his neck.
There are many guests outside who need to be entertained. My nephew will leave.
He backed away cautiously, turned the corner, and waved quietly. The Yuan Palace lady understood this, and immediately followed the Dragon King to evacuate. The Dragon King turned around, and gave Su He a look that was asking for blessings. With Ji Feishua's status, if it were anyone else, no matter how scary this little turtle was, he would still be dead if he dared to tease her like this. But this is Ji Feishua, and no one can figure out her temperament. The little dragon turtle will definitely suffer. But nothing will really happen. Only Ji Feishua and Su He were left in the huge garden. The toad looked around, then jumped into Su He's mind orifice and became invisible. Frog is a sensible frog. Su He will probably get beaten to save some face. Su He swallowed and looked at Ji Feishua in horror. He involuntarily stepped back. Not even the severe pain could stop him from escaping. Quietly retreating about half a foot, Ji Feishua heard a voice in front of the stone table that sounded both angry and resentful.
Little brother, you violated the slave's family like this and just wanted to run away. Are you a heartless person?
The eldest princess stood up inging and quietly landed in front of Su He. The flowing water stirred up her plain clothes. The figure is proud and graceful, and the beauty is breathtaking. The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with resentment and anger, with tears rolling down her face, as if she had been greatly wronged, but was strong enough to hold it back. I feel pity for you. Su He? Where am I? Who I am? What did I see? Damn it! Sister, you were not into this style of painting just now. Where is your murderous intention? How about your dominance against Qinglong? You frightened the Dragon King so much that he didn't dare to say anything? Su He was dumbfounded and at a loss for a moment. Ji Feishua, however, made a pitiful expression.
Little brother, my family has been clean for thousands of years. Do you want to ignore it and just walk away like this?
She had hazy, tearful eyes and half-bited her red lips, feeling endless pity and sadness. It's like meeting that deceitful disciple, which is endlessly miserable. Just looking at her expression, Su He felt like a scumbag. There is something stuck in my chest that makes me feel uneasy. I look like a monster when I first meet you. Then I feel sad in the blink of an eye. Then I see you cool and charming again. And now I feel pitiful. Sister Long, your style of painting changes 3 times a day, which makes us a bit at a loss. The eldest princess looked at him and said sadly,
The matter is over. You marry the slave.
Which? Crazy batch. Can you please stop making trouble? I was seriously injured and could not bear to be frightened like this. Su He panicked. He is still young. He is only 5 years old. Even ordinary tortoises are not yet adults. Ji Feishua saw that he was speechless for a long time and became even more miserable. She smiled miserably and turned her head away slightly.
Is the slave family really so unsightly?
Su He.
Dot.
No. No. I didn't think so. We are not blind.
Bah.
This has nothing to do with looks. For a person like you, if you are talking about marrying me and marrying my sister, do you believe that there is nothing wrong with me? Seeing Su He's panicked expression, the eldest princess felt a little shy for a moment, but then turned into charming. She bit her lips and made a great determination. She straightened her body and said proudly,
Look, my sister has a good figure.
Their looks are absolutely stunning.
Su He agrees with this. Ji Feishua looks like she is 28, with impressive talent and stunning appearance. Even the dragon's body was surprisingly beautiful. It was all pure white with a touch of light blue, as if the millions of years of dragon beauty had been concentrated on her. After saying that, she giggled again. One moment she was on the verge of tears, and the next moment she was as charming as a demon. There was still a hint of shyness hidden in her charm, and she held Su He's little thoughts tightly in her hands. The little dragon turtle's blood surged. A heart beats out of a tortoise SH.L. Which? Su He forced himself to calm down and gritted his teeth, crying suddenly, laughing suddenly. It's just like Sichuan opera's appearance. Even if you don't win the best actress, you can't afford such acting skills. Ji Feishua's hand floated out a big red brocade book.
Little brother, can you help sister sign and make a deposit?
The brocade book had handwriting that Su He didn't recognize. There was a touch of solemnity in the graceful handwriting. Su He was blinded. What was this? A contract of sale? Did you sign and I will be your slave? We are all practitioners. How can we just sign anything we don't recognize? He looked at Ji Feishua in embarrassment. The eyes of the eldest princess were filled with mist for a moment.
Aren't you willing?
Great acting again! Su He's head was so big that he couldn't cope with it.
At this moment, in the distant sky, Qingsong's strange dragon roar came again. It was still immersed in some happy thing and couldn't extricate itself. Concubine Ji Shui frowned lightly. A cold light flashed from the corner of her eyes. She stretched out her green jade finger and tapped it gently. Yunning's was calm as usual. But the entire night sky was exposed. The sky collapsed, and a huge hole appeared in the starry sky. Like a black hole. Qinglong screamed and was sucked into the black hole. And the entire Yimingze fell into silence. As silent as a cicada. In the direction of the Dragon Palace. There was a moment of silence. And then the sound of fistfights and cheers came one after another. Everyone was busy eating and drinking. And no one noticed that Qinglong was being beaten. Ji Feishue stretched out her hand and smoothed the black hole. It seemed as if nothing happened. Only the disappeared Qinglong was licking the wound alone. Ji Feishue clapped her hands, but could not regain her previous emotions. Chu Chu's pitiful expression was interrupted. She simply stopped pretending to be pitiful and threatened generously.
The troublesome person is gone. Can I sign my name? Little brother?
Suhi opened his mouth, but said nothing. He just looked at the starry sky with no trace at all. I'm scared. All right. You have a strong fist, and you are the boss. Although Ji Feishue is crazy, she probably won't harm him. Just like force-feeding him the bailing elixir. At most, he will be punished with a small punishment but a big warning. His mind moved slightly. A piece of mud suddenly rose up in the garden. And he signed the word, Suhi, on the brocade book. For some reason, he felt like selling himself into slavery. The dragon turtle looked up to the sky and sighed. Suhi looked at Ji Feishue helplessly, with an aggrieved expression.
What is this?
Ji Feishue put away the brocade book with a hint of slyness in her eyes.
Marriage book.
What? Suhi was stunned. Are you serious? Isn't it an IOU? A deed of sale? Or something like that? Just as he was about to speak, he saw concubine Ji Xuelian moving lightly and walking away.
Hey! Don't leave. What are you marrying into? Who is marrying into your wife? Whose wife is you marrying into?
Suhi was in a hurry. This is really not allowed. Ji Feishue suddenly looked back with a sad look on her face.
You don't want to?
Her expression was miserable. But a flash of lightning flashed across her hand. And the tips of her nails shone with a cold light. Her hair was flying with the water. And she looked murderous.
No!
Suhi shouted. Holy shit. Is this a murderous rhythm? Which? Can't you be calmer? He said hurriedly.
Senior, please don't tease me.
Ji Feishue restrained her murderous intent, changed to a charming and seductive expression, and said gently,
If I call you senior again, I will beat you to death.
Suhi.
Dot.
No wonder Meng Xian said that her aunt is a lunatic. If she is not crazy, who is?
Why do you have to ask me to marry you?
Suhi asked. Let alone being teased by me. I don't remember this happening. And if you can marry Yunmingza with just an offense, why can't men in the world be so beautiful? If you really took the offense seriously, I should be a dead turtle right now. Ji Feishue smiled and said,
What do you think?
I won't guess. Suhi wanted to speak, but saw the woman opposite him step out and disappear. Only a white dragon soared upwards, its figure disappearing into the clouds. Suhi was stunned for a long time and said confusedly,
Why?
A toad emerged from between his eyebrows and said with a cry,
Can't you figure this out? You are a time traveler, and your fate is unpredictable. Even Bai Ling said that it will be unpredictable for you after opening the sky. Ji Feishue becomes husband and wife with you. They are one body. If your fate is tainted and your fate is chaotic, others will no longer be able to plot against her. It is better than any magic weapon that blocks fate. TSK. Ji Feishue has made a lot of money. A person with a good reputation. My husband. In exchange for such a treasure.
It is difficult to predict this world. But it is also divided into people. The enemies Ji Feishue faces are naturally of the same level. For such a being, it is not impossible to break through the secret lock and perform divination. Bai Ling was able to break through the heavenly secret lock before he reached this level. Toad said. A flash of light flashed in his mind. He hit his right paw on his left paw, and suddenly realized,
that thing is definitely not a marriage certificate. It may be to accept you as a foster brother or even a foster son. The effect may not be good, but for the such an existence should be enough.
Suhi.
Emotions. Has she been teasing me? Otherwise?
The toad glanced at him.
Toad. The black bastard wants to eat the white dragon meat? How dare you think about it? Maybe she had already thought about your unpredictable fate. She originally wanted to trade treasures with you. But today I am being teased by you. And I just want to take advantage of the situation. Just say something nice, and you will lose a lot if your baby is gone.
Chapter 215 Camel, My Brother. The Mythical Beast. Su-hee was silent for a long time. Then sighed, and didn't want to speak. After being stimulated by Ji Feishua, I woke up this time without feeling dizzy. I was conscious and the pain in my body became more obvious. The power of the sky thunder is too powerful. If you have the opportunity to buy a few legal ones illegally, I'm afraid they won't be able to achieve such power. Su-hee took a deep breath, and the cold lake water soaked into his lungs along his nose, leaving a trace of water behind before he spat it out. Previously, dragon-shaped pills turned into rain and soaked into the body. At this moment, the power of the medicine is rapidly repairing the body. I don't know how the B Fong incident will be handled in the end. So far, no one has come to ask him about the case. The courtyard became quiet. Run! 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 In the north of Dongan Mountain, a camel ran away quickly, with 3 other camels chasing after him with murderous intent. The escaping camel looked at Dongan Mountain, with hope rising amidst despair in his eyes. Qingyuan is obviously closer, but Gu Laodao does not allow it to go to Qingyuan for help. The old man said that Turtle Boy is very tight now. If you are in danger, go directly to Turtle Boy. Right at Xianqing Temple. It has been chased by these 3 of its kind for more than a month. It had left and right until it reached Dongan, but was eventually caught up. I wonder if I can run to Xianqing Temple. If Turtle Boy is really as powerful as the veteran said, he should be able to detect it in advance. Yunming's. In the garden, there was silence. Just when Su-hee wanted to close his eyes and fall asleep again, the flowing lotus steps moved lightly, coming from outside. 4 palace mates followed closely behind, each holding a tray with the aroma of medicine overflowing from it. As soon as she came in, before she even got to her side, she already looked at Su-hee and burst into laughter. The dragon fruit-shaped soul beast on her shoulder raised 2 thumbs up to Su-hee. There was a flame burning brightly above the head, but the water could not extinguish it.
Sister Lu-ru wants to laugh at me too?
Su-hee sighed. Lu-ru covered her mouth and chuckled.
How dare you? You are our consort of Yunming's now.
Su-hee.
Dot.
He held it in for a long time, and could only say one sentence.
She is the eldest princess. That's also the prince consort.
Lu-ru chuckled and said,
Do you still want a special title? The great prince consort? The long prince consort?
She said that she started to feel happy. Then she clapped her hands after laughing, and the maids came up one after another behind her. Each has elixirs and treasures in his hands.
This is the Yang Yuan pill. You have just opened the world and were seriously injured. With this pill, you can ensure that the root of the disease is not lost and the inner world is not damaged.
Lu-ru opened a small pill furnace the size of a grapefruit, took out a bright yellow pill, and fed it gently entered Su-hee's mouth.
This is the elixir that the eldest princess personally refined. It doesn't have to be as complicated as outside elixirs. It requires various conditions before it can be swallowed. The eldest princess's elixir can be eaten directly and then refined.
Lu-ru said proudly. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of the elixir, the more stringent the conditions for swallowing it are. Some require special geographical location, some require special timing, and some require special techniques to be specially refined. And the elixir refined by her parents and princesses can be directly swallowed and refined. The elixir melts instantly in the mouth, falls into the abdomen, and turns into one elixir energy, which travels throughout the body along the true blood and meridians, nourishing the body. The severe pain became a bit less.
There is also this Xian and I rejuvenating pill. You have to wait for the Yang Yuan pill to be completely absorbed before swallowing it. At this time, you can eat the 8 treasure Shuyu soup and Jiu Haijin first.
Lu-ru said, taking down the other 2 in addition to the 2 kinds of food she mentioned. There are 4 kinds of food on the plate of the palace lady. They are all extremely exquisite fairy food. And there are even 2 lambs shrunk to the size of fruit. The entrance was enlarged, which not only ensured Su-hee's appetite, but also ensured his appearance. This is embarrassing for the maids, who serve the mythical beasts. After all, the mythical beasts bear the word beast, and it is difficult to change their savage form. But it also requires court attention. That's why the dragon turtles are all loners. They have never built their own royal court like the dragon clan, and they can't stand such rules. Wouldn't it be nice to catch a bison in the mountains and fields and eat the meat in large quantities? Toad looked at the plate full of delicacies, clicked his tongue, and raised his eyebrows at Su-hee. The treatment is different when you are a consort. When Lu-ru came before, she only brought pills. That was Yunming's way of hospitality. Su-hee was seriously injured during the Dragon God Festival, And Yunmingza should be held responsible. The only reason Lu Ru could choose a good quality pill was because she favored Suhi. Now there are not only the best elixirs, but also the best delicacies. They are all treasures that are of great benefit to the recovery of injuries. Putting it outside is enough to hold a fair eating party. Lu Ru put down her things, bowed to Suhi Ying and left. The garden is quiet. There are no insects or birds under the water. Only fish swimming by. Cheerful and light. Suhi ate the food slowly. From the day I arrived at Yunming's, I haven't eaten for 7 or 8 months. Now food is becoming less and less necessary for him, except for gluttonous devouring to improve his body. Otherwise, the spiritual energy brought by daily breathing alone is enough to maintain life. After Suhi finished eating, he slowly closed his eyes. For the mythical beast, sleep is the best way to restore the body. Without the elixirs and delicacies, sleeping somewhere for 2 or 3 years would be enough to recover from these injuries. In a daze, I felt a piece of consciousness being pulled out by a toad. When I opened my eyes, I saw that I was already in a brand new mysterious world. Islands divided a lake into a spider web-like river. This is Ji Feishua's Qianjiang Xuanjia, that toad said.
If you are idle and bored, use some of your consciousness to build your own private island. The rules here are much looser than those in mountains and seas, and you can do whatever you want.
The toad appeared next to Suhi, with a bubble above his head and writing appearing inside. It's really an online game chat. Not only does the chat have bubbles, but there is also a colorful, Suihua, handwriting on the top of the toad's head. Even the word, Suhi, flashed above his head. Even the name is on top of his head. Ji Feishu is really ahead of her time in this mysterious world. There is a chat channel in the lower left corner of the vision. Qianqianzi.
Huh? Why is there no one on Central Island today?
A fairy appeared on the Central Island. He looked around and saw no one. Fairy Julan.
Qianqianzi. Come here quickly. Senior Shinshin has obtained 2 protective golden lotus plants, and is trying to refine the magic weapon on the Central Island.
Qianjiang Xuanjia has only been established recently, and the rules have not yet been solidified. Many fantastic ideas are easier to realize here. It is the first place for many members to experiment with exercises and magic weapons. Qianqianzi's complexion changed drastically. The figure flashed and immediately left the Central Island and flew towards the southernmost point.
What are they doing?
Suhi asked Toad as bubbles appeared above his head. The toad's expression tightened, and he stretched out his claws to stick to Suhi's body, and flashed towards the island further away.
It's going to explode. Move quickly. Move quickly.
Crowds gathered there, and the golden dragon Mingxian soared high in the sky. When she saw Suhi, she immediately waved to him, and a big bubble appeared above her head.
Here!
Suhi didn't know why. He saw the crowd below Mingxian, and various bubbles above his head, filled with ellipses and helpless expressions. Public channel set count. Fairy Julan.
6.
Akaji Doji.
5.
Qianqianzi.
Senior Shinshin's experiment is almost over?
Suhi thought of what they called Taoist Shinshin. Mingxian had said behind the dragon gate that he was a casual cultivator who made heavenly thunder. The water on Suhi's body flashed and landed on the island where everyone was. Many people were talking at the same time, and the channel was scrolling very quickly. Linglingzi.
4.
Fairy Julan. 4. Master Naming.
1.
Suhi, is your family one after all 4?
Boom!
There was a sudden explosion. There was no sound of explosion, but a plume of thick smoke rose from the corner of the Central Island, turning into the word boom in the air that occupied half of the sky. A wave of air swept away from the center of the explosion in all directions, devastating countless islands. Smoke billowed from the Central Island, and a dilapidated figure emerged from the rubble. His hair was disheveled and his body was in tatters. The words, Taoist Shinshin, above his head were in pieces. In the bubble above his head, there were various shielding words. Only a few of them were displayed, and they were extremely uncivilized.
Grandma, you are such a bear. Why did you fail again? It shouldn't have exploded. Shinshin, can't even handle an alchemy furnace? He muttered for a long time, then looked up and saw the people of Qianjiang huddled in the corner, with surprised expressions on their faces.
Hey, what's the matter? The explosion won't kill anyone.
A group of conscious bodies were so stunned that they became dizzy. Why hide and hurt others? A row of ellipses for public channels. Just be happy and don't worry about us. It's cool here. Let's get some wind. Above Mingxian's head was a cloud with arms akimbo and a laughing expression.
It's scary if you can't be killed by the explosion. It's scary if a group of little fairies were blown up and their clothes were destroyed by Senior Shinshin.
Taoist Shinshin. He waved the destroyed island upside down and restored it. Everyone returned to the central island. Ming Xian wrote in huge handwriting on the public channel.
Seniors and fellow Taoists, I would like to solemnly introduce my second master of the village, Dragon Turtle Su He.
Where did you come from? Ming Xian patted Su He's turtle sh. Elle with her tail. The spirit snake on the turtle sh. Elle searched for it and coiled it around Su He's neck to avoid Ming Xian's attack. A bubble appeared above Ming Xian's head.
Brother He, in Qianjiang River, heroes are not judged by their status and deeds, but by their age. With the exception of fairies, you should just call them seniors.
Everyone laughed and greeted Su He. Half a year after Toad came here, everyone knew about Su He's existence, and even learned a lot from Toad. Not a stranger. Qianqianzi.
Fellow Taoist Su He is here. Thank you so much for the blessings from heaven and earth that you have received from Kai Tian. I have broken through a small realm.
Qianqianzi is a fairy who looks to be 18 or 19 years old. She is tall and has a sunny face. The bubbles above the head are filled with youth. By chance, she happened to catch up with Sui Kai Tian when she went to Yunming's. And she left in time. She left just after the Longmen treasure hunt started. She came to the Xianwang realm for important matters. Su He had never met her in person, but Toad had a good relationship with her. Seeing her talking, others were envious. A black bubble appeared above Su He's head, with thunder-like handwriting showing.
This is the fairy's own profound accumulation, and she can also bless others without breaking through.
Qianqianzi looked happy. A man named Zhang Xiu stood next to him with bubbles rising above his head.
Little friend Su He is good at talking. Unlike your Qing Lei who can choke someone to death with just 2 sentences.
He looked like a general, domineering and awe-inspiring.
Senior Zhang Xiu, do you recognize Uncle Lei?
Su He was surprised. This is Ji Feishua's mysterious world. To be able to call Ji Feishua a Taoist friend is to think that he is not an ordinary person and must be something special. Zhang Xiu jumped back and forth with a ha-ha and another line of words to push back the laughter.
I've had a few fights. That turtle is awesome. I haven't won yet.
Su He immediately admired him. He was able to fight Uncle Lei a few times and still be alive and well. He was either a good friend or he was of extremely high moral character. Someone else said Lo. And Su He responded politely. The topic gradually turned to Taoist Shinshin's experiment, and everyone expressed their opinions. Ming Xian came to Su He mysteriously and said to Su He,
I have had an in-depth discussion with Senior Shinshin. He expressed great shame for selling the Sky Thunder Pearl to Bai Fong and hurting us. We have decided to design a magic weapon for each of us for free. What do you want?
Su He looked at her in surprise. Ming Xian waved her dragon beard nonchalantly.
Don't worry. It's just a matter of personality for Senior Shinshin. Only the magic weapons made by his hands will explode. In fact, the magic weapons he designed are extremely famous in all the worlds.
Su He didn't have a magic weapon yet. Not even one. I never thought I needed any magic weapon. But you can have it. There is also the Kaitian Divine Pen in the inner world. That pen only has a physical entity in the inner world. When taken out, it becomes illusory, similar to the existence of a
weapon spirit.
It's just right to design a carrier for the Kaitian pen. After smelting together, you can open up the use of chaos after selecting a suppression site in the future. Qianjiang is very lively, much more lively than Shanhaixuanji. Everyone was chatting, and Su He returned to his island. There are clusters of green bamboos on the island. Toad has been operating here for 5 or 6 months. Su He can even see the laws of the mysterious world on his own island. Their effect on the mysterious world can be understood through contact with the spiritual consciousness. You can even make changes, just like an editing program, which is really fun, but you can only change the rules of your own island. The laws here are apparent, unlike the mysterious world of mountains and seas, which have been completely solidified and are almost like a real world. However, there are also disadvantages here. Qianjiang was only built not long ago, so it is difficult to bring things in from the outside world. Su He thought for a moment, and surprise flashed in his eyes. There are good and bad things in nature. Membrane lichen forms outside the inner world. The lichen isolates the chaos. When the second heaven is opened, it is much more difficult than the normal opening of the heaven. The more you master the laws of the world, the easier it will be to open the sky in the future. Especially when he opened the sky for the first time. It was controlled by a witch, and he did not really learn the knowledge of opening the sky. This needs to be made up for slowly. At dawn, Su He withdrew from Qianjiang River and woke up in Yunming's. In the distance, the Yuming Palace is brightly lit. That is the real center of Yumingze. There are palaces in groups, stretching from the sky to the bottom of the sea. Qi Feishue didn't like that kind of life, so she lived in isolation. At this moment, the mythical beast has said goodbye and left. This time, the Dragon God Festival was much faster than in previous years. It took less than 2 years for the consciousness to transform into a beast, and the Dragon Gate treasure hunt ended in more than a month. In the past, 10 years was not too long for a Dragon God Festival. The life of a mythical beast is so simple, often counting 10 years or hundreds of years. Su He spent half a month quietly recuperating from his injuries, visiting mountains, seas and Qianjiang from time to time. Your uncles and ancestors still haven't broken out of their SHLs. The gestation period is slightly longer. The mythical beasts and monks from various sects left one after another. Fong Yi and Mu Ming left the day after the treasure hunt in Longmen was interrupted. Su He didn't go to Yuming Dragon Palace to say goodbye until his injuries were healed. Yuming Dragon King couldn't persuade Su He to stay, so he gave Su He another gift and let Su He leave. Qi Feishue was not seen, and the Dragon Clan members only saw the Black Dragon who brought them out that day. The rest of the people went nowhere. Before and after the Dragon God Festival, the Dragon Clan is the busiest. To outsiders, the Dragon God Festival is over. But to the Dragon Clan, it is just the beginning. Mingxian sent Su He all the way away from Yunming's. In fact, for them, the journey from Su's little world in Dongan Mountain to Yunming's is no more than a day's journey. If Su He traveled by flying boat, it would only take a cup of tea. In the previous life, they were neighbors in a community. Has Brother He chosen a place to suppress it? Mingxian asked as she sent Su He away. Now that the sky has been opened, we must help open up chaos in the world. The land of chaos opened up is the place where divine beasts are suppressed. And it can also be called a dojo. That is the main source of the origin of the world of mythical beasts. Su He shook his head. To suppress the situation, one had to avoid other divine beasts. Su He didn't understand this aspect. Mingxian spit out a jade slip and said, "Hey, this is a map of the suppression of divine beasts in various places. You can refer to it. The place where I suppress the beasts is due east. Brother He can come to me. Thank you. Seventh sister." Su He was not polite. He put away the jade slips, thanked her, and separated from Mingxian. The flying boat carried him towards Dongan Mountain, breaking through the clouds and flying halfway. A few chirping sounds came from under the clouds. Very familiar. It still smells like blood. Su He collected the flying boat. Shuiyin became invisible and fell into the water waves. I saw 4 camels fighting fiercely in the forest. On one side there is only a camel with a month of 2 stars. But on the other side, there are 3 camels. The leader is a camel with a month of 4 stars. And the other 2 are also with a month of stars. Isn't this a strong man? He was beaten really badly. Dazhuang was covered in blood and stood on a mound, exuding inexplicable sadness and neighing towards the opposite side. The meaning is roughly, "Son thief. This is Dongan Mountain, and in front of it is my brother's territory. He is a majestic divine beast. If you dare, follow me. I can't kill you." The 3 camels on the opposite side were chirping. Although there was no clear meaning, it was probably a mockery. The leader, Xixian Yu Camel, screamed out the meaning of a few words for a long time, probably saying, "You, brother, a mythical beast? You deserve it? Die!" It threatened Dazhuang. With a step of its hoof, the ground beneath its feet instantly turned into a desert. However, the desert was not quiet. The sand condensed into a knife and slashed at Dazhuang. Dazhuang's eyes narrowed, showing a bit of unwillingness. He couldn't hit the camel on the other side. And even if he took the blow, he couldn't escape. Where did the turtle hatchling go? Didn't the old Taoist say that if you have anything to do with him? Don't you? After fighting in his territory for so long, he couldn't even find it. He was cheating Zhuang Yi to death. The sand knife struck straight at him. Dazhuang let out a mournful cry, and the aura of sadness in his body became more intense. He raised his head, turning his sorrow into tragedy, and rushed towards the sand knife with 4 hooves. As soon as he started, he found that he couldn't move. When he looked down, he saw a mass of water holding him in place. A dragon turtle that looked like black jade appeared out of nowhere. Its majestic body stood in front of it.
and it remained motionless even as the sand blade slashed at it. The dragon turtle looked at the three camels opposite.
Hey! Maybe he's not bragging. Maybe he really has a brother of a mythical beast.
Chapter 216. Do you want to live together? The sand blade struck Su-hee and broke into pieces without even leaving a trace. The majestic dragon turtle came with suppressed momentum. The three camels opposite could not even resist. So they were pressed to the ground. The land transformed by them returned to its original state after the waves. It is impossible for the alien beasts to understand the territory. They have forcibly changed the geography by themselves. If it is not dealt with, it will naturally turn into a desert over time. At this moment, the waves of the Suho water rushed away. The camel's power was washed away, and the land returned to its original state. De Zhuang was stunned and looked at the black jade dragon turtle standing in front of him in disbelief. Judging from the sound, this is his turtle boy, but it is twice as big, and his momentum is as vast as the ocean. When he stands there, it feels like a big mountain is protecting him behind him. The sense of security suddenly rose. There was a time when this turtle boy still needed his means to seek revenge. It still needs to be taken care of. It has seen with its own eyes that the dragon turtle has gone from not knowing any skills to hibernating and awakening magical powers. Step by step. Time flies so fast. It's only been a year. Okay? De Zhuang's whole camel was in bad condition. Although it was just a strange beast, I still had a vague feeling that Su-hee was advancing too quickly. It hasn't even been completely stabilized in the second month of the month. Has this turtle ascended to heaven? But this thought was thrown out of his mind in the blink of an eye. Who cares? The point is, I'm saved. The three camels chased it for nearly a month. They chased it until it had no way to go to the sky or the ground. It almost died in their hands several times. It was full of dangers. If not for the many magic weapons left behind by the old master, the grass on the grave would be 3 feet high. No. A camel cannot have a grave. It must be that all the fat on his body has been devoured by countless wild beasts. It is a strange beast from the Erchuan moon, and its corpse is fatally attracted to other beasts. De Zhuang walked out from behind Su-hee and looked at the three of his kind who were frightened by the dragon turtle's momentum and paralyzed on the ground with frightened eyes. He suddenly felt very happy. Yang Tian neighed and stood up, kicking and jumping. The neighing sound is full of joy. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Jump up and hit me again if you can. Chase me for another month. Steal my female camel again. Steal my territory. Steal my spiritual fruit. Kill my little camel. De Zhuang, who was jumping for joy, became depressed. After a moment of silence, he rushed forward like crazy and smashed the 4-star camel with one hoof after another. He didn't use any skills at all, and used all his brute force to vent his anger. The violent stampede caused all the wounds on its body to burst open, and blood poured out. But it seemed as if it couldn't feel pain even though it was so strong. Just moaning and venting. Su-hee had no comfort. Although he didn't know what De Zhuang had gone through, he could guess from De Zhuang's cry that during this period, the camel had experienced a lot. Su-hee unleashed his momentum and used some of his domain power to press the 3 camels to the ground, allowing his strength to vent. The 3 camels couldn't move. They only looked at De Zhuang in horror. They tried to struggle but couldn't. They couldn't even use their skills. In Su-hee's domain, there is no possibility of resistance among the 4 mysterious moon beasts. He only let out a cry of fear. But it made De Zhuang even more angry and stepped harder. The big and strong screamed and screamed until the golden crow fell to the ground and the sky was filled with stars. It lowered its head and walked to the side in a low mood, looking at the waning moon in the sky and staring blankly. An aura of sadness filled the air, and the second Xian Yu between Luo Tuo's brows completely solidified, exuding a faint brilliance. A stream of water flowed over the camel's body, washing away the blood. Su-hee broke open a pill and sprinkled it on the camel. Sit with it from dark to dawn. When the stars disappear and the sun rises. De Zhuang shivered and jumped up. Hangqi! Bangqi! It's ready. Although there is still sadness in his eyes. It seems that things will be over when the sun rises. He boldly knocked on Su-hee's turtle SHL and looked at the snake on its back with curiosity in his eyes. Su-hee softly groaned and summoned the flying boat. The water flow rolled up and picked up De Zhuang and the 3 hump-shaped beasts on the ground. He took the flying boat and flew towards the small world. The camel kicked and ran on the flying boat heartlessly. It was like discovering something novel. But when I was tired from running, I occasionally looked to the northwest and stared blankly.
Where is the tribe? Tell me if you have anything to do. If you need to fight, I will help you,
Suhi said to Luo Tuo. His big eyes suddenly lit up, then fell silent for a moment. He talked a lot, but Suhi couldn't understand it completely. No matter how intelligent a Shuang is, he is just a strange beast. He has the IQ of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and many things cannot be expressed clearly. Suhi only vaguely heard it. It was probably too late. The clan should be gone. Suhi was silent for a moment.
Where is Master?
Go Lao Dao is not in Dongan, and he doesn't seem to be with De Zhuang. Otherwise De Zhuang wouldn't be so miserable. The camel tilted his head and thought for a long time.
Hangchi!
Bangchi! Go away. Steal the chicken. Don't take me with you.
And beat me.
Suhi.
Dot!
Go Lao Dao didn't know what he was doing. After the Qingyuan War, Suhi entered Bai Ling's small world. He had no involvement in the battle between the two realms. The two realms of battle were almost destroyed by him when he came out. Go Lao Dao's aura was not in the demon-transforming battle realm, and he never entered it at all.
Does Master have any instructions?
The camel tilted his head and thought for a moment, then nodded and then shook his head.
Hey!
Suhi understood. The old Taoist gave Luo Tuo a jade slip first, but then took it away. Then he lectured the camel. But the camel didn't understand and couldn't translate it. None are reliable. The flying boat flew towards the small world. Suhi called out from the bottom of his heart, called out the toad, and entered the sea of inheritance with him, and found, looking back, in the right eye magic inheritance. This is the way the dragon turtles let Suhi recall his memories and form a projection on the outside. The memory of the camel is still there. If you look back at the memory, you will naturally understand everything. Retrospection is not a magical power. It is just a technique. If you want to become a magical power, you need to practice hard and condense the seeds of magical power. If it can be practiced to the extreme, it can even become an inherited magical power and be imprinted on the left eye of the inherited dragon turtle. In the future, the little dragon turtle can directly inherit magical powers. Suhi cast a fire spell, and Toad cast a traceback spell. The dice landed 2. I tried it a little bit, but unfortunately it was only the cultivation speed x2, not the power. When he opened his eyes, the flying boat had arrived over the small world. The toad was looking at the camel. The camel looked frightened and looked at the toad and Suhi's forehead. He really couldn't understand how such a big toad got in and out between the dragon turtle's eyebrows. The two camel ears were twisted and covered his forehead. Fearing that the toad would get closer, the toad looked at the camel with bright eyes. Strange beast. Xian Yu. It seems to be very intelligent. After receiving them from the kingdom of beasts, it has the highest combat power in the country. It is not impossible to rebel and ascend to the throne. The flying boat landed and took back the foreign minister's space. Suhi crawled towards the small world first. The toad waved his hand to the camel and said,
Let's go. Mr. Frog will open your eyes.
The camel subconsciously took 2 steps back, a few steps away from the toad, and walked on the other side of Suhi. I haven't been back for more than half a year, and the small world has changed drastically. Mountains, rivers and oceans are blown by the wind. When Suhi left, the world was dead silent, and there was no wind. The only air was stolen from Bai Ling's small world. The sharks were not lazy. Seeing Suhi return, the shark immediately put down his work and paid homage from a distance. Sacrificed Long Min, and the clan leader came over with Cho Nur and Yu Zhuer. After a lot of tedious work, Suhi entered Bai Ling's small world. As soon as I came in, I saw Fong Yaya beating a strange beast, holding a branch and beating a leopard hard.
You bite me! You bite me! It's only been half a year since I turned into a beast, and I'm dead again.
Fong Yaya was so angry that she jumped up and down. It turns out that the black ape was bitten to death by a leopard, and he transformed into a white ape and was bitten to death by a leopard. What's annoying is that after the beast swallowed the pill, it lost all its memory and had no sense of fighting at all. Only the instinct of a little white ape. He couldn't even escape when he was attacked by a leopard. Su Wanyan and Green Snake on the side looked too bad. It was impossible to remove all the enemies. Without the enemies, it was impossible to transform into beasts. The leopard only injured the little white ape a little. Not fatally. But the little white ape died. Fong Yaya didn't have much time. 1 year was wasted like this. She didn't even finish the first step of transforming into a beast. There were many more steps to follow. The outlook is not optimistic. Everyone turned around when they heard the sound behind them. Fong Yaya shouted in surprise.
Big turtle!
After she shouted, She immediately felt aggrieved and rushed to Su-hee with the leopard.
It bit me!
Su-hee looked bad. Yaya failed to transform into a beast and was hunted on the way. He exhaled in one breath and froze the leopard in the ice. She comforted Fong Yaya and said,
It's okay. I brought you a treasure.
In his foreign minister space, the blue stone milk of 2 regiment leaders floated out. They were originally a group, but were separated by Su-hee. Half of it has been refined away from the dragon energy and is pure evergreen stone milk, which can delay the dissipation of its origin and increase Fong Yaya's lifespan. The other half was interrupted by B Fong before it could be completely refined, and then fell into coma. When I wake up, the quality of half of the stone milk has been greatly reduced. Originally, Su-hee was afraid that there would be insufficient stone milk. Yun Mingze had been recovering from his injuries for half a month, and Su-hee was robbed by a 2-star water beast, and it would take a lot more to snatch him back. Su Huanyan looked at the 2 groups of stone milk. His starry eyes flickered. His body trembled slightly, and he murmured,
Evergreen stone milk.
She had seen this thing before. It appeared once at the Tianqing Palace auction. It was only as big as a raindrop, but it sold for a sky-high price. It was just a drop, but the dragon turtle brought back 100 times as much as a group. She looked at Su-hee, stars flashing in her eyes. Su-hee chuckled and said,
Mix it with pine oil and tar resin, and let Yaya take it and refine it. If there is any excess, you can take a medicinal bath to see if it is effective.
Su Huanyan was silent, lowered his head slightly, then raised his head and smiled.
Thank you.
Su-hee chuckled and looked at Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan's breath was unstable. Su-hee frowned.
Injured?
Is there anyone in this small world who can hurt Su Huanyan? Su Huanyan shook his head.
No.
She just forcibly obtained the memory of her past life, causing her breath to become unstable. But I gained a lot. Although I didn't get a new source of treatment, I got a lot of memories related to the mythical beast Kaitian. She knew that the dragon turtle had entered the country, and that the Tao Foundation had been stabilized, and half of the heaven-opening artifact had been condensed. It was not far from the sky and might be available within 1,000 years. It's time to remember. She looked at Su-hee, and after a moment her eyebrows furrowed slightly. The dragon turtle has an overwhelming momentum, with the power of the world flowing around him.
Have you opened the sky?
Su Huanyan's cold expression was a bit moved. Su-hee nodded. Something happened. It is impossible to open the sky so quickly normally. The journey of cultivation is not as fast as possible, especially for a being like the dragon turtle whose lifespan is never-ending. Every step should be done in a down-to-earth manner, even if it takes 10 times or 100 times the time. It doesn't matter. She stretched out her bare hand and touched Su-hee's head, and a thought penetrated in. Su-hee did not stop her, and led her thought into the inner world where the world bead fell. Su Huanyan looked around and saw that the world inside the dragon turtle was huge, with mountains, rivers, plains and deserts. Although it was fragile, it had a solid foundation.
The mythical beast opens the sky and there are lichens?
She looked out and saw the fetal membrane outside the inner world, with a bit of surprise in her voice.
No.
Su-hee shook his head.
I am special.
The word special is almost derogatory in practice. There are tens of thousands of exceptions, but not one of them is going in a good direction.
Can it still be recovered?
Su-hee chuckled.
Don't worry. It's not bad. It was Bai Ling who did it.
Bai Ling was his clan's sister. Su Huanyan nodded. His mind exited Su-hee's body, and he said softly,
In practice, don't rely on others. It's better to go through it yourself step by step.
Cultivation is like building a building. No matter how solid the foundation is built by others, it is not as good as building it brick by brick yourself.
Thank you, senior sister, for reminding me.
Su-hee nodded in thanks. Su Huanyan shook his head.
You have your own ideas. Don't let me influence you.
She stretched out her green jade fingers and tapped Su-hee's eyebrows lightly. A thought merged into the memory from the previous life, and the record about the creation of the sky by the mythical beast. There is a tribe of dragon turtles, so there is no shortage of such teachings. But onlookers know clearly that observing the mythical beast from the perspective of an immortal master can be used as a stone for others. Next to her, Fong Yaya had already seen the camel and ran over happily, without waiting for Toad to introduce. She jumped up and down holding the camel's neck.
De Shuang! Long time no see. Did you miss me?
Camels jumped around her. Fong Yaya touched the camel and pointed in all directions.
Look, De Shuang! This world is mine! You don't have to steal wine here. If you want to drink it, I will send a monkey to make it for you.
The camel's eyes widened in surprise. The atmosphere suddenly became cheerful. Only the toad in the distance was stunned, squatting in the corner and drawing circles. I was still thinking about the possibility of rebellion, but ended up sending a general to the Empress. It was lost for a moment, and then raised its head again. This is a great achievement. Right? Who would prime ministers would give me? Toad is in high spirits. Su Huanyan looked at the happy Fong Ya, smiled softly, and then looked at Su He.
After refining the evergreen stone milk, I have to take Ya out to transform into a beast. What about you?
Pass the catastrophe first, and open the sky immediately. It's too hasty. Dragon Turtle needs to settle down. Su He thought for a while, and looked at Green Snake.
Would you like to live with me for a while?
Green Snake was startled, then looked at Su Huanyan in astonishment and at a loss. But Su Huanyan thought about it, and actually agreed.
That's fine. It's really needed.
Green Snake's face turned into stunned expression. The spiritual snake condensed behind Su He, and every time he practiced, he felt that half of his body was missing. Just like a person who exercises only exercises half of his body. But he had no idea how to cultivate the body of the spiritual snake. It should be of great benefit to let the green snake stay on his body for a while. Observe carefully, and try to learn. Chapter 217 Backtracking. The autumn wind blows, and the dead leaves fall with the wind, causing ripples on the sea. Green Snake sighed, and dispersed the spell. This is her new inheritance. Calm and peaceful. Not only can it calm the wind and waves, but it can also be practiced to such great depths that it can even solidify space. Of course, Green Snake cannot do this, and there is no possibility of doing so within 1,000 years. She is not that perverted dragon turtle. She is only in the third step of transformation into the true blood realm. And her true blood has not even been completely condensed. It's still far away from transforming, let alone solidifying space. She can't even feel the existence of space. If you are in the demon transformation realm and can affect space, you are a top genius. If you put him in the first position of Qingyuan sect, he will not be able to escape. The green snake was coiled around Su He's turtle SHL, the tip of its tail poking at the turtle SHL, and her thoughts were wandering all the way. She and Su He had known each other not long ago. Only 2 years. But 2 years have made a world of difference. The turtle now is no longer the shameless turtle who stayed close to her in Snake Valley 2 years ago. Compared within, except for the color, there is nothing similar. At that time, she could still fight with the turtle. But now, instead of the turtle gathering his momentum with all his strength, she felt like the sky was falling as soon as she got close. Another spiritual snake on the turtle SHL imitated her movements and coiled on the other side. The spirit snake tilted its head and looked at her, not even letting go of a single scale of the green snake. Su He had to remember every bit of green snake. The stupidest way to practice is to copy. Monks observe the divine beasts to open the way, and the divine beasts observe the heaven and earth to understand the world. There has never been any invention or creation. It is just taking other people's inventions and applying them to oneself. Divine beasts are like this. Monks are like this. And so are mortals. It's like what he's learning now about backtracking. It was the inspiration that a certain dragon turtle got from the spirit race. The communication between the Eldar and outsiders is through language. But the communication within the Eldar is very strange. It is a message, which is transmitted and played in the brain, based on thoughts and guided by God. Su He turtle body slowly opened his eyes. Done! It's not too difficult to trace back. If you think about it seriously, this is the second spell he practiced. Su He, the first Thunderbird, has stopped practicing. Thunderbird has been sent to the inheritance and integrated into other spells. Su He is still alive. Not obtained. Su Helling's snake body looked at Green Snake, whose eyes were blurred, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Retrospective activation. A picture was projected in front of her. Next to a small lake, there was a willow tree. On the tree, green snakes were entwined, and their tails were hanging down. They were flicking one after another on a turtle SHL as black as ink below. The years are quiet. Yeah! Green Snake woke up in surprise, screamed, and slapped Su He's turtle SHL with its tail, causing the shock to itself. He knew that Su Heshel was practicing a memory-related technique, but he didn't expect to use it on himself. The scene from 2 years ago just flashed through his mind and was projected by him. Su He laughed loudly. The green snake gritted its teeth angrily and bit his neck with a crisp sound. It immediately retracted its head and put its head in the middle, shaking in pain. Suhi shook his head and chuckled. A stream of water fell on the green snake's head to moisturize her. This was a new ability that Suhi only discovered after being injured this time. The water he condensed had a healing effect. Suhi raised his head and groaned to the shore, where Fong Yaya was running wildly with the camel. Su Huanyan was refining elixir for Fong Yaya to transform into a beast next time. And Fong Yaya was slowly refining evergreen stone milk at the same time. The camel heard Suhi's cry, threw Fong Yaya on its back, and stepped onto the water. He snorted in front of Suhi and tilted his head to look at him. What? Do you want to play too? You can play, but you can't cheat. In the chasing game, the dragon turtle flashes his magic machine, which is so shameless. Fong Yaya nodded quickly and raised her hands in approval. Suhi chuckled and shook his head.
Recall the scene when you and Master separated.
The camel blinked, not knowing why. But he did as he was told. A picture formed in front of him. A piece of grassland. A sloppy old Taoist, holding a wine bottle, took a big sip. There was an additional sound of swallowing saliva in the screen. The photographer is hungry. The old Taoist held a jade slip in his hand and crushed it into pieces. When you look up at the picture, you must be looking at the camel.
Turtle boy, I want to leave you a message on the jade slip, but I'm afraid that others will get it. I'm keeping you in this way. I wonder if you can notice it. You should be able to. You are a dragon turtle, and you must be extraordinary.
Suhi raised his head. He was just checking it out in this way, and he didn't expect to see this picture. The old Taoist touched the lens with his hand, probably stroking the camel.
During this period, I asked people to check the dragon turtle's information. It is said that the dragon turtle can read people's memories. I think you can do it too. I decided to go north to the grassland and go to Gu Jingjai and my party. Firstly, there is an opportunity. And as a teacher, I can take this opportunity to enter the heavenly realm. I can't hold you back too much. Secondly, I want to walk the path that the master has walked again.
He raised his head and stared straight at the screen, as if looking face to face with Suhi.
The master is wrong.
Gu Laodao frowned and said with a cold expression.
Forbear for 300 years. Suppress the ghosts in prison. Block Xintian. And occupy Dongyun. It is true that he can do it one by one. And he does have such means. But the master's practice, the talent is only slightly better. And being able to enter the heaven for 1,000 years is already the limit. He cannot reach the third level of heaven before he is 300 years old and steal the origin of Yaya's life.
Gu Laodao is extremely serious. Master Fengiju is his biological brother. He has watched Fengiju grow from a bare-chested baby to the present, and he is very familiar with him.
After the Qingyuan War, Elder Qiao and I once persuaded him to give up Dongyun and leave here.
Gu Laodao shook his head.
Dongwon is not a good place.
But this generation has the wind and Ili and Su Huanyan. It can be we can stand firm against Xiantian, but sandwiched between Zuanshimen and Yunmings. How big are the hidden dangers? What about the next generation? And the next 2 generations after that? Who can guarantee that all the sect leaders from generation to generation will be talented and wise?
Gu Laodao was quiet for a moment after saying this.
But Fengiju refused. As the leader, he should consider the long term for the sect. He will not let the sect roast in the alchemy cauldron. Doesn't Fengiju understand this?
He shook his head and laughed.
Even if the sect cannot be touched lightly, it is better to quietly build a branch elsewhere to preserve the inheritance. But he still did not agree.
Gu Laodao slowly raised his head and looked at the picture. A little confused and a little painful.
Compared to Qingyuan, the leader seems to want to occupy Dongyun more.
Mingxian said that Dongyun was special, and she was not allowed to enter Dongyun at home. But I don't know if this is the reason. Suhi was suspicious and contacted Mingxian later to ask about the situation. He thought, looking at the memory image of the camel. Gu Laodao looked at the camel.
Fengiju had the opportunity to have Taibai Temple. He once traveled north to visit Gu Jingjai, the ancestral hall of Taibai Temple. But before he arrived, he turned back. After returning, he began to withhold his plans. Something must have happened in the meantime.
Gu Jingjai is one of the top 10 immortal sects in the Xianwang world, and is the ancestral court of the Xianwang Buddhist sect. It is no different from the Taoist ancestral home at Guiwang Mountain. Obscurity, but high status. In the screen, Gu Laodao continued,
the demon statue of the Ming dynasty should also be brought back at that time.
He swallowed his wine and looked at the screen seriously.
Gu Hong and the others are willing to use their bodies to refine the demon statue of King Ming. There are many doubts that they have already reached the limit of demon transformation. Instead of making the demon statue of King Ming, why not go to heaven in person? During the Qingyuan battle that day, the leader frequently used methods to reach the sky, and there must be a complete inheritance. Besides, I also have Qingyuan. After Su Huanyan opened the sky, he passed down his experience of stepping to the sky. With Gu Hong and his talents, there is a 60 to 70% certainty that they can enter the sky. It will only take a few more decades at most.
You have already endured it for 300 years. Can't you wait for a few more decades for your junior brothers and sisters to truly enter heaven? But they were allowed to use their bodies to refine the demon statue of King Ming. They had the power to reach heaven decades ago. But they lost their lives in vain. Picture what? The start time of the Qingyuan War is completely controlled by Fong Cha. Gu Laodao looked at the scene, took another sip of wine, and then said seriously to Su He,
Guizi, I have never seen a dragon turtle, so I don't know how capable it is. But remember, never attack Fong Yi. Living in the two realms of war, he must have been killed once. But the emperor who killed him is now inseparable from him, and is a best friend.
Gu Laodao thought for a while, then smiled bitterly and shook his head.
Not only is he a close friend, but he also obeys Fong Yiju's words. But that man is clearly sane. You must remember that even if you are hostile to Fong Yiju one day, don't kill him. Defeat the seal, or it's best to borrow it from others.
The monk's second-level star destiny realm is the envy of all divine beasts. Put your life in the void, and you can be resurrected after death. After Gu Laodao said this, he remained silent for half a quarter of an hour, just drinking wine. At the end, he said, if one day, I will take the initiative to refine the demon statue of the Ming King and kill me. With his temperament, he would never do such a thing. If he took the initiative to do it, then he would not be himself. The scene becomes cruel at this point. Gu Laodao caught the camel, gave it a fat beating, and drove the camel away alive. But I don't know why. Chapter 218 The True Use of Qianjiang. Toad tilted his head and looked a little heavy. The green snake spit out the letter without saying a word, while Fong Yaya kicked her feet on the camel's back,
lowered her head, and became quiet. She was still thinking about what Gu Laodao said.
Take away Yaya's origin.
Although I had known about this for a long time, it was always hard to calm down when someone brought it up. And the child became even more sensitive. Su He smiled nonchalantly. The old man was trying to make others more ambitious and destroy his own prestige. Fong Yiju had always been obsessed with him and wanted to put restrictions on him and enslave him. Why bother to put in so much effort if you really have this ability? Transform directly. Or maybe it was because Su He's level was too low at that time, and Fong Yiju didn't think it was worth dying for once? Then Zuanshimen is always worth it. Why not go directly to the transformation? And he had seen Gu Luo, but he didn't dare to do anything. Of course, Su He couldn't think of a reason for this situation. In Qianjiang, Su He woke up. The chat area is very lively. Qianqianzi.
Do you have a map of Tianqing Palace?
Taoist Shinshin.
Come to my island, and I will give you a copy of Qianqianzi. In addition, I have created a secret place on my island. You can come and explore it in 3 days.
Qianqianzi.
Thank you, Senior Shinshin.
Su He came out and spoke directly. Su He.
Seniors, I encountered an enemy here. When he dies, he will distort the enemy's cognition and obey his words after resurrection. How can I defeat such a shameless skill?
Taoist Shinshin.
Little friend Su He is here. The enemy you mentioned sounds familiar. Is it a monk or a demon?
Buddhism and demon have so many similar skills that it is difficult to distinguish them with just one description. Su He.
Absolutely. He should have a Buddhist heritage.
Fong Yiju is a dignified Taoist leader, but he uses Buddhist methods. He should open an ancestral hall and raise a statue of the ancestor, and exclude Fong Yiju from the group. Qianqianzi.
As the young prince of the Dragon Turtle clan, if you encounter such a difficult matter, call your parents.
I envy the top clan like Dragon Turtle. The whole clan dotes on one person. They really want the stars for the stars, and the moon for the moon. Su He.
My parents can't take care of me now.
You may not believe it when I tell you, but my parents haven't broken out of their LS yet and are still gestating. Taoist Shinshin.
Then you have to ask professionals to advise you on this kind of matter. Monks say.
Su He looked towards a small island in the east. There was a Zen temple on the island. In the courtyard, a kind-hearted old monk was meditating and saw writings in the public area. A bubble exploded above his head.
Lee's son. %star.and Yuan.
Qianjiang is very civilized, and doesn't show it by swearing. As soon as the handwriting appeared, the old monk was silent for a moment, then raised his hand like an eraser to erase the bubbles on his head. He put his hands together and made a pranayama posture, and it took a while before he spoke in the chat area. Sanxiang monk.
Amit Ba. Fellow Taoist Master Shinchen. The poor monk will soon travel to the central world, and he will discuss the Taoism with his fellow Taoist for thousands of years. I hope that my fellow Taoist will not refuse.
This was a fight, and the others immediately opened their eyes wide. Taoist Shinchen.
That's great. I got Fairy G's protective golden lotus, and it happened to be 2 magic weapons. When Monk Say comes, I'll give you one as a gift.
The old monk ignored him and looked at Suhi. Monk Sanxiang.
Little friend Suhi, don't think blindly. How can a true Buddhist transformation be so young? They are all enlightened by Buddhism. Whether or not you enter Zen is fate. How can you force others to make it difficult? According to what the little friend said, this person's transformation to transform others. You need to sacrifice yourself. This is an evil way. Even worse than a demon. It reminds me of the incarnate old man in Fengshan world 30,000 years ago.
No one in Qianjiang interrupted, and Suhi also waited patiently for the next sentence. The dragon turtle inheritance does not include everything. There are too many things, especially common sense in the cultivation world. On the contrary, you can learn more from the chats between people in Qianjiang. Master Sanxiang put down the wooden fish and flashed to the central island. Everyone on the central island appeared one after another. 3-phase monk.
The old man Wuxing had a similar method. He only took the 4 step to reach the sky,
but committed suicide and became a martyr. He also sacrificed his life to all living beings in a small world, and turned a 6th level Skywalker into a believer. Although he died, the believer was extremely devout and worked hard to resurrect him. He was even more respectful than a god.
Everyone showed displeasure. This method of distorting other people's psychology was the most disgusting thing. Far more than killing. Taoist Shinshin frowned for a moment.
Monk Say. What happened next?
Also called sexy monk. The expression of the 3-phase monk was suffocated. Even the Buddhist monk's treasure phase solemnity could not be maintained. There was a bubble about to appear above his head, but he reached out and touched it before it appeared. In a public place, everyone was watching, so the old monk had to be polite. As if nothing happened, he said the Buddha's name in the chat area and continued.
Later, he spent 20,000 years to advance to the 6th level of the sky, and even conquered several believers of the same realm. He probably felt that he was invincible. So he went, I have entered the base you see in the great world of Fengshan, and I want to sacrifice all the people in the sky to subdue a divine beast there.
The old monk stopped talking and looked at Su He with a smile. Su He. Fengshan great world Su He is ripe. That is the ancestral land of the soaring snake clan. 300,000 years ago, the soaring snake was marked by the dragon turtle's blood curse and was quietly hidden. The chaos of Fengshan Great World had no one to suppress it and eroded the Great World. So Uncle Zhu and Uncle Huai went there. These two were also among the few dragon turtles who had a fixed location. Qianqianzi.
Although I know that he can't think about it, I still want to know the subsequent plot. Senior Sanxiang. What happened next?
The old monk clasped his hands together and laughed. Sanxiang monk.
They went to the location of the dragon turtle ancient Sephora Japonica. The ancient Sephora Japonica was sleeping in the chaos. The old man Wuxing took several of the 6th level of skywalking and more of the 1st and 2nd level of skywalking, and sacrificed himself outside the chaos. And then, he died.
He looked at Su He with a smile on his face, and an expression of Miller's honest smile appeared above his head.
Little friend Su He, you don't think that your dragon turtle clan's true blood army just sounds domineering, right?
3-phase monk.
No matter what kind of transformation or distortion, it is always aimed at the divine soul, Yuanling, and true spirit, the divine beast, divine soul, and physical body merge into one. The divine soul is the physical body, and the physical body is the divine soul. Such a curse-like power enters just destroy your body. Children don't need to worry. If you can't do it now, just upgrade and call your parents. You should be more considerate of the people around you to avoid accidents.
I see. Su He nodded and felt a little relieved.
Thank you, Senior Sanxiang.
Taoist Shinshin touched his beard and bubbles appeared above his head.
I heard that little friend Su He got a piece of lichen at the Dragon God Festival. You can put this thing on your body for more protection.
Lichen is the fetal membrane of the world, and its uses are endless. Su He opened his mouth, But no words came out. Lyen. It's gone. In Bai Ling's small world, Toad was delivering the message at the same time among the crowd. And Qianjian Nei's chat was told to everyone without missing a beat. The green snake opened its mouth in a cute look. What kind of 6th level of the sky? Adult dragon turtle. What kind of Lyen? True blood army. What are these things? I can't understand it at all. Is that master praising the dragon turtle clan? Su Huanyan came over halfway, looked at the green snake and smiled softly.
You don't need to worry. Your inner aperture shadow is still there. This is the strongest protection.
The magical object of the demon's heart orifice is an innate Taoist body, which is not only related to the inheritance of the demon, but also a kind of protection for the demon when it is weak. This is the time when you are least afraid of divine soul attacks.
What about you?
Su He asked Su Huanyan. Su Huayang smiled softly.
I am not afraid of any means targeting souls, and spirits.
Confident, indifferent, not caring.
Yes.
Su He suddenly realized and asked again.
Where is Yaya? Su Huanyan shook his head.
Yaya has a special origin and can be killed but not broken. Killing is not difficult, but distorted cognition cannot.
Fong Yaya looked at her mother in horror, as if she couldn't believe that her mother was talking about such a cruel topic with such a calm face. Su Huanyan looked at her.
I'm just lazy. Has your animal blood been refined?
Fong Yaya suddenly looked miserable and wanted to beg for mercy. But looking at Su Huanyan's unmistakable face, she stuck out her tongue, jumped on Sui's back, took out a bronze pot, put her little hand on it, and poured out her power without stopping, transported to the bronze pot. This is a treasure pot sent by Gu Luo. After recognizing the owner, the animal blood can be refined into the one most suitable for the owner. When transforming into an animal, Fong Yaya and the animal blood will no longer be mutually exclusive from the source. This pot is the only one in the world, and there is no other name except this one. Su Huanyan looked at Su He.
The soul-leaving pill will be ready in 3 days. I will take Yaya out to transform into a beast. What about you?
Even with the evergreen stone milk brought by Su He. After all, the earlier the animal is transformed, the better. The longer it is delayed, the easier it is to cause trouble. Su Huanyan couldn't wait any longer. After Yaya turned into a beast, she had to find a way to repair her origin. Su He thought for a while and replied.
First find a technique that can refine space, and refine the entrance of the small world into the Sanshin Gate pillar stone. Then you should choose a piece of chaos as a place of suppression.
Fong Yaya went out to transform into a beast, and Su Huanyan protected him. Su He can't go with him. Without consciousness, Fong Yaya's physical body is in the small world and needs to be guarded. At this moment, Su He has opened the sky. By mastering the power of the world, he can refine space. He can personally refine a small world gate. It would be perfect if he could refine it into a movable gate and carry it with him. But it probably won't be possible for the time being. Su Huanyan nodded.
But it's time to have a place of suppression.
She had been with Su He for a long time, so she naturally knew the path of Dragon Turtle's advancement and cultivation. To put it bluntly, suppression is actually a territory for refining source stones. That is the basis of Dragon Turtle's practice. Otherwise, just breathing in and out of vitality will progress too slowly. Which mythical beast doesn't have its own territory? In the Inheritance Sea, there are many spells that can refine space. And there is even a best space magical power. But Su He cannot inherit it yet. That magical power involves the inner world and requires a 3rd-level genius. Su He and Toad spent a long time choosing before settling on the
Barbarian King World Refining Technique.
Rumor has it that it was created when the Barbarian King united the 100,000 mountains and smelted the 100,000 mountains into a cave world. It is one of the few non-Dragon Turtle original techniques in the Dragon Turtle inheritance. This Barbarian King should be the one that Fong Yaya admires very much. He rose from Shirwan Mountain and conquered the heavens. He has a black and white bear under his command. His brute strength has few opponents. Su He always thought that this was just a legend. Su Huanyan returned to the island to make alchemy. Camel patrolled the national border on behalf of Fong Yaya. And Toad helped Su He snatch the technique and ran away again. Wada is very busy. He has to manage such a big beast country, plan the settlement of mountains and seas and Xinjiang, contact many sects that have signed contracts, and match various materials and treasures for Su He to advance. My feet barely touched the ground. Su He understood the Barbarian King's world refining technique, and his consciousness woke up again in Xinjiang. While watching everyone chatting in Xinjiang, he returned to his own island. Xianjiang is newly built, and the rules are revealed. You can experience and change it at will. After all, Suhi's understanding of space and the sky was too weak. Editing Xianjiang rules here will be of great help in getting familiar with space and the world. In Qianjiangli, if you change the condensed laws, the more people use them, the greater your gains will be. Just like the secret realm set up by Taoist Shinshin. Countless laws are used. The more people explore it, the more laws are used, and the more feedback Taoist Shinshin gets. In Suhi's opinion, it was just raising money for cultivation. However, there are only 20 or 30 people in Xinjiang, and they all have to practice. In addition to giving face to help explore the secret realm for the first time. Whether you can attract people again depends on your own methods. Suhi couldn't make it to the secret realm. He had never experienced any secret realm himself. So how could he do it? At this moment, there is a clearing on Suha Island, which looks like a sand table. There are campsites on the north and south sides of it, and strange cars are placed in the campsites. If everyone in the previous life saw this, they would definitely laugh out loud. A real-life tank battle. Suhi has been playing this game for half a month. There are many laws involved, including shaping, forbidden laws, space, life and death, barriers. Suhi's true body has never mastered even one law. It is a high-end method that can only be slowly realized after the inner world is stabilized. Only in this new mysterious world can all laws be visible to the naked eye, and can they be edited and utilized. The game is almost ready. Suhi is a newcomer, and all the senior fellow Taoists should give it a try so that he can get better feedback on the rules. If you continue to practice the Barbarian King's realm refining technique, it will become much smoother. Suhi had never thought about any cultural jump or technological change here. I just want to practice. And I don't know how to create a secret realm. So I have to use the methods I am familiar with. The game is not important. What is important is that there are people participating. Suhi's huge characters were displayed in the chat area.
Seniors and fellow Taoists, I have made a game. Come and play a few games. Help me master a few rules. Can I practice some techniques?
Taoist Shinshin.
Little friend Suhi has already prepared the secret realm. The speed is worthy of a dragon turtle.
He would rack his brains to create a secret realm in order to attract fellow Taoists to visit. However, little friend Suhi knows the rules. It is the first time that everyone participates in a secret realm 2 or 3 times, which is a benefit for newcomers. Qianqianzi.
Let me see what kind of game Suhi played. If the dragon turtle fights, I will scream for mercy.
Fairy Julan.
Shout together. Shout out together. The dragon fight that Guy Longxian did last time was simply terrifying.
On Main Xian's small island, whoever gets on it will turn into a dragon and can fight like a dragon. This is pretty good. But that guy Main Xian actually became the king of the mountain himself. And the others were all officers and soldiers. Have you ever seen officers and soldiers being chased by bandits and fleeing all over the world? Rays of light fell on the small island of Suha. And upon entering the game field, they fell into tanks. The red and blue teams are evenly divided. The names on the tank are displayed one by one. Taoist Shinshin John Xiao Fairy Junlan. Bubbles appeared above the tank.
What's this? Chariot? Can it explode?
Every consciousness comes in and immediately knows the rules of the game. It's very simple. You are forbidden to use magic. You can only drive a tank. When you try your best to attack the enemy's base, you have to defend your own base. Taoist Shinshin tried to control the tank, turned the muzzle, and fired a shot at the top of a hill. Boom! With one shot, the entire hilltop was blown up. But there was no magic or magical power, just the ability of the tank itself. In the chat area, Taoist Shinshin's words were a bit unstable.
This thing.
The mysterious world can edit the rules, not make them up randomly. It's just an illusion. Theoretically speaking, anything that appears in the mysterious world can be realized in the outside world. In other words, mortals can make chariots that can blow up mountains. No matter how difficult it is, it can be done in theory. This immediately hit Taoist Shinshin's highlight. It was as if a door to a new world had been opened to him. Is this the wisdom the dragon turtle has inherited for countless years? When he looked at Suhi, his eyes were different. At this moment, a SHL hit his tank and exploded behind him. On the opposite side, Qianqianzi actually took the opportunity to sneak attack and blasted a gap in the outer wall of the base with one shot. Don't talk about martial ethics. On Taoist Shinshin's tank, an expression appeared on the tank that was looking for someone to devour.
Hey! Little girl. How dare you make a sneak attack?
The tank control rules flashed in my mind. The Y-shaped control lever. The control direction. The left button for bullets. And the right button for cannon. Hongran drove the tank towards Qianqianzi. But at this moment, a cannon exploded under his feet. If he suddenly turned around because of a warning sign, this shot had already destroyed his tank. Turning his head, he saw a laughing expression on the head of Sanxiang Monk tank. Bubbles appeared. And a dialogue appeared.
Fellow Taoist Shinchin, take a shot from me.
Taoist Shinchin jumped to his feet and yelled,
Sexy monk, you and I are both on the red team. Why are you attacking me?
On the tank of the three-phase monk, there was a sneer on his face. And he dared to call me a perverted monk.
Fellow Taoist Shinchin, don't talk, or you will die.
Who cares about your red team and your blue team? I just want to pin you down and crush you over. But at this moment, a golden dragon-shaped beam of light directly hit Sanxiang Monk's tank, blowing his tank to pieces with just one shot. The one who fired the gun was the tank of the same team's combat repairman, the senior who had fought with Long Guilei. Zhan Xiu sat in the tank and nodded slowly. I see. Is the light ball floating in midair a skill? When you hit a skill, you can use it. Tanks are prohibited from magical powers. And skills are the only magical powers. He looked around, and judging from the shape, the skills included healing, acceleration, and attack. But its existence time is very short. Each light ball will disappear after floating in the air for about 3 breaths. This is a game that requires collaboration. This is war. The war cultivator was full of fighting spirit, and his armor collided with the inner wall of the tank, making a crisp sound. Who will be the loser in the war? He is a general who fights on the battlefield. Outside the game, the master of 3 phases looked surprised. He raised his eyes to look at Zhan Xiu, gritted his teeth, and wanted to curse. Before the bubbles formed on his head, he wiped them away. He clasped his hands together and said,
Amitabha.
Monks in this world also recite Amitabha. He was thoughtful. In the battlefield, bubbles appeared on the war repair tank. All directions were straight, and the font showed the style of a general.
Now that we are on the battlefield, we must first get rid of the bad apples. Stabbing colleagues in the back. They deserve to be killed. The red team listens to my order. Fairy Julan collects medical treatment skill. Shinshinso attacks. The whole army disperses and snakes forward.
Before he could finish all the words, he saw a group of tanks rushing towards him from the opposite side. Without saying a word, they just dealt a heavy blow to the red team's base. In an instant, the mountain collapsed and the ground fell. And the base fell. Everyone in the red team turned into red light and appeared next to Master 3 phases. The blue team's flag flew above the battle zone, and the names of Ming Xian and Qian Qianzi fluttered in the wind. Chat area. Zhan Xiu.
Dot.
Taoist Shinchin.
Dot.
Fairy Julan.
Dot.
When did the king of this mountain come in? No one discovered when Ming Xian entered the mysterious world. Ming Xian.
Wow, ha ha. Beautiful. I just came across Hetty's game when I entered the mysterious world. I like this game. The rules are simple and the effects are brutal. Hetty will change it. The war zone will be dozens of times larger, with more teams and a free group. Function of the team.
In addition to these, team chat functions, reward mechanisms, and recharge functions should also be enabled. He knew what was wrong with the game, but he only plays games to understand the rules. Not all features are useful. He responded and closed his eyes to accept the feedback from the law, comprehending it carefully. Everyone in Qianjiang beside him was already whispering to each other, eager to try, and wanted to join the battlefield again. It was just the first time. I was just familiar with the rules and didn't have time to show off my skills. Chapter 219 come. The map is expanded. Base defense is enhanced. Tank control is more difficult. The probability of skill appearance is reduced, and the ammunition quantity setting is increased. He took it for granted. Another ray of consciousness. The consciousness of monks is much stronger than that of mortals. After a little adaptation, these guys became masters as soon as they got started. Really hit wherever you point. There is no playability at all without difficulty. Everyone was going crazy, especially Ming Xian and Zhan Xiu, who each led the blue and red teams. One relied mainly on recklessness, while the other wanted to pay attention to tactics. At the same time, Suhi's law feedback also increased rapidly. Putting aside the laws about explosions and attacks for the time being, Suhi concentrated on the laws related to space. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just read it. Imprint it in your mind first. And then, you will naturally understand it after the knowledge of cultivation catches up. It is probably equivalent to rote memorization in childhood. And it will be obvious when the time comes. 3 days passed in a hurry. Su Huanyan's elixir was refined. And Fong Yaya was about to transform into a beast again. She realizes that transforming into a beast is different from the Dragon God sacrifice. The Dragon God festival is the condensation of consciousness into a beast. Fong Yaya is the consciousness integrated into the body of the beast, which is real flesh and blood. Having transformed into a beast many times, Fong Yaya was familiar with it. She found a comfortable place to lie down. And Su Huanyan set up a formation to draw his consciousness. A light blue light that looked like thunder and lightning rose from Fong Yaya's body, passed by with electric shock, and fell into the body of a little white ape nearby. This conscious thunder and lightning looks a bit familiar. Somewhat similar to Fong Yi's soul beast. Thunder and lightning penetrated the little white ape's eyebrows, and then calmed down after a moment. The white ape jumped up and moved his arms and legs to adapt to his new body. After half an hour, he completely adapted and yelled at Su Huanyan several times. Su Huanyan shot a pill into the white ape's mouth. This is the soul-leaving pill, which is divided into yin and yang. One pill is swallowed by the white ape, and the other is taken by Fong Yaya's body. At the same time, it seals the memory. After that, Fong Yaya can live as a white ape, drink morning dew and eat wild fruits. And she is a real white ape. When the consciousness awakens and the memory is restored in the white ape's body, the disaster of being lost will be over. Can return consciously, fuse with the beast's blood refined in the bronze pot, and truly transform into a beast. Gather your second body. The little white ape is Fong Yaya's chosen consciousness beast carrier. The group was wiped out, and one ape was very pitiful. Fong Yaya also helped it transform into an animal. After the consciousness of the successful animal transformation in the future left, the white ape also had the capital to survive. Su Huanyan nodded gently to everyone, and with the confused white ape in his eyes, he jumped up, flew out of the small world, and flew straight to the outside of Dongan Mountain. Fong Yaya's body was lying in the treehouse palace she built herself, with camels guarding the surroundings. Her eyes occasionally glanced in the direction of Thunder Ape's territory, where the aroma of wine overflowed and there was monkey wine brewed by Thunder Ape. Suhi dived into the sea, continued to understand the rules, and understood the barbarian king's world refining technique. This set of space refining techniques involves too much knowledge. Although Suhi has been passed down, he has not yet been able to understand it. After all, there is a lot of lack of knowledge. But not all was lost. Suhi was lurking at the bottom of the water. He pressed his turtle claws down, and a black barrier appeared, trapping a 2-star spear shrimp. The shrimp was blocked by the barrier as it dashed left and right, and could never leave. The pliers opened, and the cannon hit the barrier with a click. The barrier rippled slightly, but there was nothing unusual about it. This kind of barrier method is just a little application of the barbarian king's world refining technique, and the effect is very good. The green snake lay on Suhi's turtle SHL, poking at the barrier with its tail, feeling a little envious. These days, she has been living on Suhi's turtle SHL and is inseparable. Suhi looked at her and chuckled. Don't worry. My sister has an opportunity for you, which should surprise you. Bai Ling arranged for Tung Snake Yulao not only to shape the Xuanwu real body for Suhi, but also to leave an opportunity to Green Snake. It's a pity that the Green Snake was not in place last time in the Qijua's secret realm. The opportunity still lies with the escaped Soaring Snake. Suhi was not sure of defeating the Soaring Snake at the moment and had to wait a little longer. Don't rush into human form. I remember Bai Ling said that the Green Snake should become a new race. Even if it is not a mythical beast, it must be a special snake demon. The figure is in no hurry. Green Snake was stunned for a while. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and her ears were almost filled with confusion about that existence. The toad brags all day long. Years ago, a golden dragon came and worshipped it more than the toad. When it opens its mouth, it becomes like a ghost. When it closes, it becomes like a ghost. The world here is what the clan's sister left behind. Such an existence actually left her with a chance? The snake couldn't believe it for a moment. The green snake was excited for a while, then looked at the spirit snake imitating her next to her, feeling increasingly weird. Dragon Turtle. Isn't he planning on her? There are no benefits for no reason. She looked at the dragon turtle under her, and the snake swallowed quickly. Why did this snake suddenly lose its breath? Suhi was puzzled. The voice of the toad rang in the bottom of my heart. Master Shinshin's secret realm has been activated. Why don't you go and take a look around?
Taoist Shinshin said 3 days ago that he had built a new secret realm, which happened to be completed today, and invited everyone from Qianjiang to explore it.
Go.
Suhi responded, and Qianjiang's dormant consciousness woke up. On the battlefield of the small island tank battle, tanks were rampant, but the people playing the game are just monsters. A group of spirit beasts. When Taoist Shinshin's secret realm is opened, you have to give it a try. Everyone gathered on the island of Taoist Shinshin. At this moment, a group of soul beasts were driving tanks on a rampage here in Suhi. Toad did not end the game personally, but set up a game at the beginning and acted as the banker. The two teams of soul beasts are betting on themselves to win. It has become a gambling battle, and the base number is getting bigger and bigger. The Toad was so excited that his claws were trembling.
Enough is enough.
Suhi reminded. Isn't being a banker just plainly robbing people? Just have fun with it. Don't make it too ugly. He flickered and landed on the island of Taoist Shinshin. The island is not big, but it is beautiful and colorful, with mountains, rivers, waterfalls, birds singing and flowers fragrant. Under the pine trees in front of the waterfall, there is a chessboard and a pot of old tea. Taoist Shinshin is playing chess with Master Nanming. Nanming, the real person, looks like a 7 or 8-year-old boy, with only the word
Nanming
written above his head. This senior has a very good temperament. He is not annoyed when called by a boy, but he is also happy when called by a senior. The master of Nanming has special skills. He is always like a mortal and undergoes a cycle of life and death once every 100 years. After death, one is reborn in the tomb. Each time you reincarnate, you will progress further.
Senior Nanming, be careful. This chessboard was sacrificed by Senior Shinshin himself. I saw it with my own eyes.
Before Su he even landed on the island, bubbles rose above his head. Taoist Shinshin's face froze, and the expression on his head flashed like a tortoise stewed in an iron pot. Xian Jiangzhong's expressions are very easy to use, with only a slight edit of the rules such as
mirror image and revelation.
The edited emoticons can still be stored in Xianjiang's reserve. Anyone who wants to use them can just pull them out and use them directly. Master Nanming, who was about to make his move, stood up calmly after a slight pause. A book was unfolded above his head, and writing appeared.
Little friend Suhi is here too?
He stood up and walked away from the chessboard. Walked to Suhi, patted Suhi's turtle SHL, and praised.
Your chariot is well made. You can come to Doyun World Tianmen Palace to play in your free time. How many things can we do in real life?
A chariot.
Doyun World ranks low among the 3,000 worlds. But Tianmen Palace is famous. Currently, 2 of the top 10 immortal sects in the Xianwang realm have wives from Tianmen Palace. It can be regarded as an ironclad ally in the mysterious world. Su He happily accepted the promise. Taoist Shinshin also carefully put down his chess pieces and came over. He smiled at Su He, took out a jade slip and handed it over.
I have already designed the pin-shaped magic weapon that my friend wants. Do you think it is satisfactory to you? If you feel something is wrong, we can modify it.
Su He was overjoyed, with a smiling expression on his head as a milk baby put his hands on his hips.
Thank you, Senior Shinshin. I will go to the Senior's secret realm first. I have read the design drawings in my body. If there is anything I don't understand, I can ask Senior for advice.
Su He did not refuse. They were both seniors who had been practicing for countless years. They had returned to their true self. They could be happy when they were happy and disgusted when they were disgusted. There was no need to pretend in front of them. If there is something really inappropriate, just ask the seniors to change the drawings. Pretentiousness is annoying. Saying goodbye to the 2 seniors, Su He left the waterfall and headed towards the newly established secret realm set up by Taoist Shinshin. Behind him, Master Nanmin spoke in the public area and reminded,
my little friend, carefully understand that the secret realm of Shinshin is a replica of a corner of the Xianwang cave. In the future, my little friend will be able to use it when he ventures into the Xianwang cave.
Su He replied,
Thank you, Senior Nanming, for reminding me.
The information that being a dragon turtle has access to is completely different. There are so many secrets in the 3,000 worlds that I couldn't even hear the names of before. Now it's easy to understand the whole picture. The Xianwang Cave Heaven is a secret realm created in the ancient times of the Xianwang realm. At that time, the Xianwang realm was still called the Xianwang Great World, and it was truly the number 1 among the heavens. The Great World of Feng Wang is just coming from behind. And the method is not very bright. It must be to steal the origin of Xin Huang. The jade slip is hung on the dragon's horn, and the records inside are transferred to the main body. The conscious body crashes into the waterfall and enters the secret realm. An ancient and desolate charm came over. This was just a secret realm opened up in a mountain. But it was so big that it had no boundaries. Suhi floated in midair and carefully realized that this was a secret realm created by Senior Shinshin. Breaking into the secret realm was not the point, but understanding the methods of applying the laws in the secret realm was. This is the application of the law of space. Not only is the size satisfactory, the secret realm here gives Suhi a very real feeling. This mountain and this water seem like the outside world. Suhi thought carefully and slowly opened his eyes for an unknown amount of time. A hint of understanding arose. Stabilizing the world is not simply about increasing density and intensity, but transform fantasy into reality. No wonder Gu Lu recommended him to come to Xinjiang. The mysterious world of mountains and seas has been condensed for too long, and everything is closed to the real world. Suhi can't understand the transformation of reality and reality at all. In Dragon Turtle Cultivation, the inner world accounts for 80% of the importance. The more stable the inner world is, the better. The so-called stability is to turn the inner world into reality. There are two ways to consolidate the inner world. One is to continuously strengthen the origin of the inner world, and the origin enhances the natural evolution of the inner world. The other is to integrate the laws you understand and comprehend into your inner world. The laws continue to condense, and the inner world becomes more real. But the second requirement is higher. The inner world itself is not strong enough, and there is a risk of collapse if it is hurriedly integrated into the law. Suhi's consciousness crawled slowly in the secret realm, recording what he saw and heard in the secret realm. At the same time, he carefully understood how Taoist Shinshin used the laws of the mysterious realm to construct the secret realm. In Bai Ling's small world, Suhi slowly opened his eyes and recalled the design of the magic weapon absorbed by his conscious body. Some ink. The magic pen designed by Taoist Shinshin is called Yinmo, probably because of Suhi's identity. The entire pen is forged from mythical animal materials. The core, subhair, and cover of the pen tip are made of several materials. The hair of mythical beasts, the end of the pen, and the tip of the pen are all refining in completely different ways. Suhi couldn't understand it at all. It can only be seen that the whole pen looks like a living thing, with meridians and acupoints inside it. But it doesn't matter. These are not things Suhi needs to consider. Taoist Shinshin gave the fool a tutorial. Just follow the sacrifice step by step. Suhi only cares about the effect after refining. As long as it can be perfectly integrated with the Kaikion pen, it is a good pen. I will ask Su Huanyan for help. Suhi calmed down and continued to explore the secret realm in Xinjiang. He once again understood and practiced the barbarian king's world refining technique in his body. The green snake hung on the turtle L boredly. Suhi's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, and he glanced at the Mingjian. There was no update in the Mingjian. Everything was the same as before. Status, minor injury. Race, dragon turtle. Realm, first level of open heaven. The injury has not completely healed yet, although it is no longer serious. It will take more than a month to recover. Time passed like this day by day. Suhi understood the barbarian king's world refining technique more and more thoroughly. He was able to make storage equipment, but it was not enough to refine the entrance to the small world into the remains of the Sanxing Gate stone pillar. Refining the gate of a world is completely different from refining a space. Green Snake will go to the treehouse every once in a while, feed Fong Yaya some biga pills, and check her status. As autumn turns to winter, the green snake begins to look sleepy. Although most of its true blood has been condensed, and there is no need to hibernate, its nature is unbearable, and it spends 70% of the day sleeping. Suhi's spirit snake was just like her, basking in the sun on the turtle L and falling asleep. Everything is peaceful in Bai Ling's world, until the camel on the island neighed anxiously. Green Snake woke up in an instant, and Suhi had already used his magical skills to dodge directly. He saw Camel on the branch looking at Fong Yaya in the treehouse palace, kicking her hooves and making a sound. Fong Yaya's face was pale, and she was shaking from time to time. Severely injured, Green Snake said softly. The first 2 times before death, the beast realized that the body was seriously injured. This is the reaction of the main body. Attacked again? Ordinary animals are so precarious. Suhi felt that he was extremely lucky. He transformed into a swan goose and lost his memory, but he was still able to survive. Want to take a look? Green Snake asked softly. Yaya has failed to transform into a beast twice. This time, Su Huanyan followed him directly, inevitably hiding his body and staying close to her. Even if there is an attack by other wild beasts, they will be assisted by reasonable means. It shouldn't be injured to the point where the body reacts. Su He pondered briefly and shook his head. Even if his conscious body was broken, it would not be able to damage the foundation. The main body was the foundation. He whispered softly in his heart. And a toad jumped out of Qianjiang in a mink coat. He made a no-problem gesture to Su He, pulled out a canoe from his pocket, jumped on and stuffed a handful of spiritual stones into it. And the canoe flew away. The speed was so fast that it was even faster than the flying boat Song gave to Su He. I don't know how many treasures this toad has won recently. Su He did not leave, but stayed by Fong Yaya's side. The little girl's condition gradually stabilized, and it was probably just a serious injury, until the toad's voice rang urgently in my heart.
Come! It's Soaring Snake!
Chapter 220 Yaya, Big Turtle Kill Me. A flying boat plunged straight into the sky and headed north quickly. The speed is so fast that the afterimage disappears. A dragon turtle on the flying boat looked cold. The green snake on the left is spitting out snake messages, and the camel on the right is kicking its hooves. Their expressions were a little downcast, and they were very close to Fong Yaya. It's just that green snake's realm is too low. So I thought about whether to bring her to Su He for a long time. She couldn't even withstand the residual power of the soaring snake, but she had her chance. And there was no doubt that taking her there might have miraculous effects. Maybe you can bend the snake without fighting. If that doesn't work, just let her get into Su Huanyan's cave world temporarily. Su He's inner world cannot allow foreign objects to enter for the time being, and it needs to be stabilized again. The flying boat flew rapidly, and Su He activated Qianjiang's consciousness at the same time, and hurriedly shouted in the chat area.
Is Seventh Sister here?
After a moment, Meng Xian responded.
Here. Bah! Where did the toad go today? I'm really unhappy when the game doesn't start.
She was a majestic golden dragon, and she was having a great time fighting a group of soul beast tanks. Su He made a very anxious expression and asked urgently.
Seventh Sister, where is your true body? Would you like to go to the north of Dongan Mountain? Yaya turned into a beast and was attacked by a flying snake.
Meng Xian.
I am in the ancestral land of the dragon clan. I can't get out at all. You are gone. But our Dragon God Festival is not over yet. I realize that all Qianjiang has done is to please my aunt and go through the back door.
Su He. Tongue Snake Yuelao's beige young dragon ranking was ranked over 20,000. Su He didn't know whether he could match him or not. Tongue Snake is not in the Qijua secret realm at this moment. He is not seriously injured and has no debuff. The rankings on the beige list can only be used as a reference and cannot be relied upon. For example, Su He's ranking has not changed. It will not change until he has a public battle and is recorded by Zilu. The battle is completed within the Dragon Gate, but there is a Dragon Gate to isolate it. Zila cannot get any news, and the ranking remains the same. Su He asked again in the chat area.
Which of you seniors is closer to Dongan Mountain? Help me fight, and I will be grateful afterwards.
Su He shakes people. Qianqianzi.
I'm at Tianqing Palace. It will take about 2 days to rush to Dongan Mountain with all my strength. My Taoist friends are waiting for me.
Su He was overjoyed. Qianqianzi's realm in Qianjiang was not too high, but he also had the 3rd level of Taoism. If you cooperate, it shouldn't be a big problem to defeat Soaring Snake. Qianqianzi made a reprimanding expression.
I haven't fought a mythical beast before, so I don't know what it's like.
There are not many monks in this world who have fought against mythical beasts. Meng Xian interjected.
Qianqianzi, you will be the 3rd boss of my cottage. I will give you a good beating next time we meet.
Isn't it more exciting to fight a dragon than to fight a soaring snake? Qianqianzi. Meng Xian made a laughing expression and said to Su He.
Brother He, where is Yaya's true form? It was such a coincidence that She came out. How did she happen to find Yaya's beast form?
She had helped consult on Gu Luo's adaptation of transformation into beasts, so she knew the inside story and reminded her of it. Su He.
Don't worry. 7th Sister, I have arranged the main body.
In Bai Ling's small world, there is a heavy snowfall, and a dragon turtle is crawling in the heavy snow. There is no need to hide in the snow. He has become one with the snow, making it difficult for ordinary people to notice. This is the domain clone left by Su He. The clone is condensed in a domain. Its consciousness is intercepted, and its aura and appearance are the same as the real body. But the combat power is average. If Su-hee himself takes action, he can smash a dozen of them with one slap. There is also a time limit, and it will dissipate within 2 days at most. At this moment, there is a barrier wrapped around the treehouse palace. There are thunder monkeys patrolling all around to prevent anyone from getting close. This was an order given by Dragon Turtle himself, and no thunder ape dared to ignore it. There was heavy snowfall. The sea surface was frozen and covered with snow. Only the treehouse palace is protected by a barrier. The temperature is suitable, and it exudes a bit of spring. Most of the day passed by in a hurry, and the night was shrouded in darkness. The dark clouds were thick, and the moon was not visible. At this moment, a space collapsed silently, and a man in black robes emerged from the collapse, landed on the ice, and looked up at the treehouse shrouded in the barrier. The barrier blocks it so I can't see clearly, but the aura is correct. It's Fong Cha inside. The man quietly touched the barrier, knocked on it, and frowned. This barrier contained the power of the world. He can't break it. Does the Dragon Turtle control the world? Or was it arranged by Su Huanyan before he left? The man pondered for a moment and frowned.
Try without the boundary-breaking pearl.
A voice sounded from the side. This man broke through the boundary and entered Bai Ling's small world with the boundary-breaking bead. The boundary-breaking pearl is not a common commodity. It is a real treasure. Su-hee didn't have any before, and the only 2 he got were from B Fong. The man's surprise was no small matter. There are still masters in this small world. Suddenly he turned around and saw a dragon turtle lying quietly behind a blizzard. He looked at Su-hee, and the fright in his eyes suddenly turned into horror.
You didn't leave.
His voice broke for a moment. I observed a flying boat in the morning, and the dragon turtle on the flying boat was definitely there. But the one in front of me is also true. It is really simple to tell whether the broken dragon turtle is authentic or not. Just take a look at the dragon turtle, and the name of the dragon turtle comes to mind. It must be the genuine dragon turtle. Doppelganger? This dragon turtle deceived them with its clones, flew out, and then lurked back quietly. Is it just a clone flying towards the land of beast transformation at this moment? Problem occurs. Tungshi's good guy is about to fall into the trap. The layout at Tungshi's place is the key point.
Where is Fong Cha?
Su-hee asked. Fong Cha is the only one who can't forget Fong Cha. Su Huanyan's encounter with Soaring Snake was indeed no accident. The man opposite was startled and quickly calmed down. He took 2 steps back slightly and looked at Su-hee. After a moment, his body erupted with an aura that would make him fall into pieces.
It is rumored that the dragon turtle is the king among the mythical beasts. He even went to my Fong Wong palace to act recklessly. Today Fong Gu will teach you about your magical powers.
He waved his palm, and an iron chain as black as ink and as cold as ice shot out from his palm. This was the innate ability of the royal family of the great world. Suppression. Seal. Captivity. Gu Laodao said that Fong Cha was a master in the great world of transformation and emperor, and he should not be the person in front of him. This person's aura had just taken the first step in the world. Fong Cha could not die just for such a thing. Su-hee took a step forward, and the flying snow around him suddenly spun. The pieces of flying snow turned into blades and pressed towards Fong Gu. This heavy snow was originally in the realm of the vast sea, but the water element turned the heavy rain into heavy snow. But he saw Fong Gu on the opposite side, swinging his iron chain, shouting and rushing towards Su-hee, with an awe-inspiring look and a look of death. Su-hee frowned and concentrated all the power of the domain on the clone. But there was a crack of a whip in front of him. The iron rope circled but did not pull towards him. Instead, it surrounded Fong Gu himself. Captivity. Seal. 2 laws flashed through. Not because Fong Gu understood and mastered them, but because the iron ropes came with them. There was a hint of success in his eyes, and a smile flashed across his face. The iron rope blocked Su-hee Shuehua from outside. And then Fong Gu took out a bronze mirror, wiped a smear of blood on it, and shouted,
You Lao! The dragon turtle that went to your place is just a clone!
After he finished speaking, he crushed the bronze mirror, took out 3 sticks of sandalwood and stuck it on the ground. There was a flash of madness in his eyes, and he glanced at Su-hee and let out a weird smile. He made a self-immolation gesture and looked at Su-hee with his head held high and his chest raised. Destroy the devil. A bright flame rose from him. Fong Gu's eyes were even more crazy. Looking at Su-hee, he bared his teeth and smiled. How about the dragon turtle? How powerful is it? If Fong Ya's body cannot be stolen, then it will pave the way for a big plan. The flames on his body burned him up in an instant. The flames roared into the barrier, burned most of it, squeezed a trace of flame into the barrier, and rushed towards the treehouse palace. But then he screamed,
Origin? Where is Fong Yaya's physical body?
In the treehouse palace, there is only a ball of Fong Yaya's origin that Su Huanyan cut from Fong Iju, exuding the breath of Fong Yaya. The flame screamed, panicked, and rushed left and right to escape. But snowflakes flew in and fell on the flame, extinguishing it instantly. On the flying boat, Suhi slowly opened his eyes. Multitasking is really hard, and there wasn't much gain. So Fong Iju sent a cannon fodder to Bai Ling's small world, and some of the greeting gifts he arranged were useless. The weather gets colder as we go further north, and we fly hundreds of thousands of miles away. A sense of depression comes from the sky, and we can see that the sky is gloomy and dark clouds are rolling in. Thunder and lightning flashed in the dark clouds. Crack! A winter thunder illuminates the dark clouds. In the meantime, a flying snake was flying in the clouds. Su Huanyan stood in the air with one sword and lightning flashing across his sword. There was a bright red color on his waist, indicating that he was already injured. Next to him, a toad stepped on the canoe, bit its bow and set an arrow, and interfered with the shooting from time to time. It knew that he was coming without looking back. He opened his mouth and shouted,
Hack! Hack! You are finally here. If you don't come, you, Mr. Frog, will be here today.
It dodged and landed on Suhi's flying boat, pointed at Soaring Snake and said,
Shoot that grandson. It wants to use special means to destroy Yaya's consciousness. It wants Yaya to fall into a deep sleep forever.
Suhi looked around and saw a comatose little white ape being protected by Su Huanyan. It was a small one with traces of fear on its face. You must experience great fear before falling into coma.
Did it succeed?
Suhi asked.
No. Su Huanyan tried his best to stop him.
That'll do. Suhi raised his eyes and looked at Tongue Snake. Tongue Snake also quickly spit out the snake letter and looked at him, with a fierce light in his eyes. It was this turtle who killed one of his clan brothers by some unknown method in the Chijua's secret realm. And the Tingsha clan was also killed because of this turtle. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet.
Take them and hide.
The water rolled under Suhi, and he got out of the flying boat. The green snake and camel on the flying boat were already overwhelmed by the powerful breath and couldn't breathe. The toad was confused.
What are you doing with them in a fight?
Facing the mythical beast, they were not even as good as a toad. At least the toad has a belly of treasure. Suhi didn't say anything. He originally wanted Green Snake to accomplish something extraordinary, but it didn't seem like it. He let out a roar as he raised his head without saying a word.
Roar!
The sound is like muffled thunder, and the murderous intent is billowing. Divine power. Tungshi's eyes narrowed. Damn dragon turtle. He always starts with great power, and will always take advantage of you to stun you to make a sneak attack. The soaring snake retracted its tail instantly, spread its wings, and gathered its consciousness to resist the might of the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle roared to the ground, but the expected dizziness did not come. Instead, the little white ape behind the woman bled from its orifices and died instantly. Su Huanyan turned his head in shock and looked at Suhi, with a heartbreaking look in his eyes. Suhi shook his head and said,
Don't think blindly. I am not Fong Iju, and I will not attack Yaya. Tongshi is a trap. Just now, Fong Iju's people used the boundary-breaking beads to enter the small world and plot against Yaya's body. I don't know what kind of situation I have to deal with next. Let Yaya's consciousness return to the original body. Let's compare it in the future.
I don't know what kind of battle we will face next, and we cannot leave a white ape as a weak point. Suhi's roar did not use divine power. It simply shocked the white ape to death, and did not cause any harm to Fong Yaya's consciousness. Su Huanyan had a look of relief in his eyes, breathed a sigh of relief, nodded slightly, and tapped out a trace of true energy, sending the white ape's body to the ground and sinking it into the earth. Opposite Tongue Snake looked at the dead white ape and was confused for a moment, then became furious, roaring and charging towards Suhi. A mere clone can be destroyed by a springtail, but you dare to ruin its good deeds. It had already received the news about Fengku, and what was in front of it was just a blind clone. Chapter 221 Netherworld. The Tongue Snake made a bow and suddenly shot towards Suhi. Before it even got close, its tail was already curled up. With a crack of whip, it was whipped towards Suhi. Suhi was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't react. Su Huanyan's expression changed on the side. His domain opened, and heavy snow flew from the dark clouds towards Su Hahu. The sword energy was raging on every snowflake.
This was the sword formation she had arranged for most of the day. It was with this sword formation that he faced off against Soaring Snake for a long time. The domain enveloped him. But it was already too late. The space where he was seemed to be shattered like a mirror. Suhi's face was stunned and turned into fragments in the space. In the distance, the toad seemed to be unable to believe what it saw, and opened its mouth wide in shock. Su Huanyan's expression was as cold as a cold face. And his fairy sword floated a little higher in the air, pointing at Soaring Snake. This sword did not pierce the space, but seemed to compress the space between her and Soaring Snake. The sword fell on Soaring Snake once it was pointed out. This blow came with hatred, directly piercing the snake. The Soaring Snake roared. Its body coiled up, and a huge snake shadow rose up from itself, hovering in the sky, and suddenly wiped out, and the space collapsed. Su Huanyan fought with it for a long time, and had quickly closed the area when the Soaring Snake shadow appeared. This phantom is the magical power of the Soaring Snake. It can wrap around the sky and crush everything. The adult Soaring Snake wraps around the sky and surrounds the world. It can crush even a small world from end to end. Soaring Snake forced back Su Huanyan's domain, and its own underworld domain instantly opened. The underworld rolled over it, and the ghost screamed, and it rushed towards Su Huanyan with its claws tearing and roaring. Su Huanyan's fairy sword roared softly, and thunderstorms broke out in the sky. Thunder and lightning have always been the nemesis of ghosts and ghosts. This snake has been fighting against each other for a long time, and has a deep understanding of the opponent's methods. The Tang Snake clan has always been sneaky and cold, and does not like to talk much. If you can kill people, never say a word. Su Huanyan was even more cold-tempered, and would only speak with his sword to his enemies. This Soaring Snake chased Su He in the Chijua's secret realm, and then attacked his daughter's beast body here. He was determined to fight to the death. Why say more? Tang Snake looked at Su Huanyan. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. The sword domain that this woman had condensed for a long time dispersed, and the domain shrank in Guitianxia again. The Tongue Snake has existed for thousands of years, so it would never let go of such an opportunity. It roared and fell into the underworld, and suddenly rushed towards Su Huanyan. Huaquan crashed into Feishu, and the two realms collided. Su Huanyan's realm was suddenly unstable, and about to disperse. Tangxi was so happy that she wanted to go all out to completely crush Su Huanyan's domain. The underworld is rushing, and ghosts are roaring. But at this moment, a flash of golden light flashed, and a dice crashed out of a piece of flying snow. Only then did Jin Meng realize that the dice had broken through the space and appeared directly in front of Soaring Snake, suddenly growing in size and impacting with a crash. The Mountain God's seal was 6 times the full strength was still a sneak attack. This blow was extremely real. One blow hit the snake 7 inches squarely. The huge flying snake instantly collapsed and fell from the sky. It stared at the dragon turtle emerging from the snow. Mean! This dragon turtle is not a clone. It didn't dissipate with the fragmentation of space at all, but took the opportunity to hide in Su Huanyan's domain and wait for an opportunity to attack. Su He and Su Huanyan had been fighting non-stop for several months. They had a tacit understanding with each other. Tangxi wanted to kill him as a clone. How could Su He not cooperate? It's a pity that he doesn't know how to perform illusions. Otherwise his acting would be more like it. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. The blow was successful, and without any hesitation, the sword light and the Mountain God seal struck straight down. Tongue Snake's body was limp, but his consciousness was clear. At the critical moment, he reluctantly opened his mouth and pulled out a golden pagoda, rotating it to block his head. Boom! The Mountain God seal hit the golden pagoda, denting the spherical brilliance emitted by the golden pagoda. Through the barrier, it hit Soaring Snake's head. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Tangxi's eyes were confused, and the effect was even better than divine power. The entire snake crashed onto the ground, creating a crater and sending smoke and dust everywhere. Su Huanyan's immortal sword followed closely, and his sword struck the groove created by the Mountain God seal, piercing the barrier and entering. Tangxi struggled and shook her head to wake up, twisted her body into a strange posture, dodged the vital part, and resisted Su Huanyan's sword. A few swords, but once it penetrates the hole, it will heal in a short time. It took advantage of Su Huanyan's sword to end its power, swung its snake tail, and the golden pagoda barrier disappeared instantly. He opened his mouth and a ball of poisonous water spurted out, heading straight towards Su Huanyan. This is a method that has been used in the Chijua's secret realm, and it can even destroy the realm. Back off! Su He shouted urgently. With a flash of magic, the divine plan landed next to Su Huanyan.
and the huge waves rushed away against the poisonous water. At the same time, a sailor gathered and pulled Su Huanyan back. The magic machine was used, and a man and a turtle appeared 5 miles away in an instant. Laugh. There was a corroding sound on Su-hee's turtle SH.L. And a burst of foam undulated and burst on the turtle SH.L.
Where's the foreign minister?
Su Huanyan asked in a voiceless voice. When Su-hee came, the foreign minister didn't even open his mouth. As she spoke, she swung her sword to remove the venom from the turtle SH.L.
Take Yaya into your cave world. You go and rest for a while. I'll deal with it.
Su-hee groaned, and hit Tungshi's heart with the mountain god seal. Tungshi was already seriously injured, and Su-hee was sure that he would not fall behind. He unfolded Fong Yaya's body and floated out into the space. I have studied and practiced the barbarian king's world refining technique for several months. But I still can't refine the world. Not even the world gate. But it is still possible to just advance to the foreign minister space. The outer space is originally different from ordinary storage space. It can store crocodile eggs before the catastrophe. And it is not difficult to store creatures in a dormant state after a slight upgrade. The only problem is that Fong Yaya is in the foreign minister space. So the foreign minister cannot wear it on his body. Otherwise Tongue Snake's attack may kill Fong Yaya in the foreign minister space. Su Huanyan was slightly startled and took Fong Yaya into his cave world. She rarely does this. Her cave world is the sword world, where sword energy is rampant, and outsiders will be chopped into ashes if they are not careful. Only after absorbing the 7 absolute secret realm thunder pond can thunderclouds gather in the sky. Fong Yaya is never afraid of thunder, and can sleep in thunder clouds. Fong Yaya's consciousness returns, and she will wake up in 2 or 3 hours. After sending Yaya away, a thin film appeared on Su-hee's body, and the outer layer condensed. Taking a step forward, the figure disappeared. You should do whatever you can to defeat the soaring snake. Even if the snowy hidden state cannot be hidden from the soaring snake with its wide open territory, it can still cause strong psychological pressure on it. Mean! Tungshi's eyes narrowed. It wandered up and screamed into the sky. In an instant, the bright moon appeared in the sky covered with dark clouds, and a strange moonlight shone down on the ground. A looming shadow appeared on the ground. Su-hee frowned. Yu-ing? One of the more famous magical powers of the soaring snake clan. There is nowhere to hide under the bright moon. It is said that any invisibility and concealment technique can be revealed under this magical power. Soaring snake, whose magical powers are unlimited, indeed has some tricks up his sleeve, being able to survive for 300,000 years under the pursuit of dragon turtles. The soaring snake clan still has some reserves. If we go by the myths of previous lives, soaring snake is not inferior to dragon turtle. Roar! Su-hee roared with divine power and rushed straight towards soaring snake. Any magical power must be released with a clear mind. As expected, the opening of divine power is the normal state of dragon turtle battles. Once the divine power is revealed, the mountain god seal follows closely behind. Tungshi was instantly dizzy and her eyes were dull. His expression was calm, and he used his tail as a whip and whipped it out in the space in front of him. The dense spider web-like cracks in the space instantly surrounded soaring snake. The mountain god seal blasted into the cracks in space, destroying a space, but allowing soaring snake to escape the disaster. Tungshi shook her head, trying to shake off the dizziness, but it couldn't be done. The divine power of the dragon turtle directly struck the soul. The divine beast, divine soul and body merged into one, and the divine power directly struck the sea of consciousness. At this moment, the sea of consciousness was churning in his mind, and huge waves were beating against the barrier of his mind, as if it was the end of the world. The mind is more violently agitated. Dragon turtle advanced too quickly. It took him only a year and a half to survive the catastrophe. At this moment, every move he made was leading the world. This was a breakthrough. During this period of time, Tongue Snake is like a rat crossing the street. He didn't even dare to touch a mythical beast, for fear of being caught and sacrificed for the dragon turtle's attentiveness. There has been no news in the past 2 years, and we still don't know what happened at the Dragon God Festival. In fact, it is normal for a mythical beast to wait 10 or 8 years for a piece of news to arrive. Who hasn't slept for 180 years? Such surprise only flashed through his heart. Tongshi had returned to fighting mode, roared, and the underworld fell from the sky. Netherworld! Soaring Snake let out a very low hiss, like a bellows breaking. Su-hee? Netherworld? There is no underworld in this world. Su-hee was extremely convinced. Calling Soaring Snake's territory Huangquan was a name he chose casually. But the word, netherworld, cannot be obtained casually. Within the yellow spring, the river water surged. Whirlpools were everywhere, and ghosts roamed everywhere. These ghosts roared out of the underworld and roared towards Su-He and Su-Huanyan. No need to be controlled by soaring snake. These ghosts have basic intelligence and can distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. This is not a magical power, but more like a magic method. But it is not a popular magic method now, but more like the witchcraft recorded in the dragon turtle inherited by Taizu. Su-He had never investigated it carefully and didn't know much about it. Call? Su-He let out a powerful sound and turned the rushing ghosts into ashes. Divine power is not a single target attack. When it first appears, there is no distinction between friend and foe. Treat ghosts with divine power. The underworld is surging, and the number of ghosts has decreased. But it is still densely packed. And the new ghosts are getting higher and higher in combat power. Su-He cannot tell what realm they are in. Their aura is too weird. They are not the 3 realms and 7 steps of the monks. Nor are they the 7th heaven of divine beasts. But it doesn't matter. Just fight. Su-He shouted another divine power, destroying the ghosts in front of him. Su-Huanyan, who was meditating briefly behind his back, stood up, reached out, and grabbed a piece of thunder, and threw it into the underworld. Crack! It was as if the most Yin in the world met the most Yang, and the whole underworld boiled. All the ghosts were extinguished, but more ghosts were born. The stronger the fighting power. Tongxi hid at the bottom of the yellow spring, swallowed the elixir, and recovered from her injuries. Su-He squinted his eyes and looked at the densely packed ghosts. His eyes were slightly condensed, and he opened his mouth and roared, using his divine power. But he failed to defeat any ghosts. Instead, an invisible large net pulled back the ghostly creature in front. Supernatural power, sacrifice the soul. A branch of divine power can pull the souls of the dead back into captivity. And when they are pushed out, the souls can deliver the most powerful blow of their lives. The big net pulled back a ghost, and Su-He felt that there was something extra on his body, and he couldn't help but vomit it. It spit out with a roar, and the ghost that was dragged back turned into a black light and shot toward Huang Quan. A rusty knife in his hand slashed in the air. Buzz! There was a thick sword cry, and a half-moon blade slashed out from the remaining sword, falling on the underworld. The entire underworld seemed to be smoothed out by one hand. Countless spiral nests instantly stopped, and then half of the ghosts split into 2 from the center of their eyebrows downward, instantly turned into black smoke. Su-He was stunned. He could feel that the ghost whose soul he sacrificed had only the ability to take the first step into the sky, which was almost the same as other ghosts. But this most powerful blow was simply shocking. The effect completely exceeded Su-He's divine power. This is not cultivation. Su-He looked at the ghost whose soul he had sacrificed. After a blow, the dark ghost seemed to have exhausted its ghost power, and instead revealed its true appearance. He was a half-body warrior, wearing a broken armor, and his bun was half loose. He looked at Su-He and revealed a smiling face. "Thank you, Lord Xuanwu, for rescuing us." After he finished speaking, he completely dissipated. Su-He's heart was in turmoil. It took a long time to calm down, and I accidentally got some incredible news. Soaring snake. Su-He looked towards the bottom of Huangquan water. The vast sea domain opened up and turned into a rough sea, crashing towards the underworld. The most direct field collision method for divine beasts. The rushing underworld blocks the vast sea. The snake under the water opened its eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The sacrificial soul of the dragon turtle clan. He was asked to catch a dead mouse, but he actually caught a big killer. He didn't know where these ghosts came from. I just accidentally obtained a witchcraft that communicates with the underworld. As for where the netherworld is, who cares? It just so happened that these ghosts were extremely suitable for its domain, so naturally they were used without hesitation. It hissed and spit out the letter, and slightly curled its lips towards Su-He. It was clearly a snake, but it put on a smile, which was extremely weird, without Bai Ling's suppression. How could the dragon turtle's ordinary domain alone be able to break through its domain shrouded by ghosts and ghosts? At this moment, the field is undefeated. If you want to break through the realm, kill the ghosts first. Su-He retreated after failing to hit the target. Looking down at soaring snake, he roared again, grabbed the ghost, and sprayed it out. The ghost struck out with a palm, smashing 3 ghosts with similar auras to pieces. After the fight, he dissipated immediately without saying a word to Su-He. Su-He tried again, and it was still the same. After dozens of ghosts in a row, One of them said thank you to him. Su-hee hurriedly asked,
Who are you?
The ghost looked up at the sky, but did not answer, and its figure completely dissipated. He tried again, but no ghost could express his gratitude. Su-hee was silent for a moment and took a deep breath.
Senior sister, exit this place.
Today, he will decide on the netherworld witchcraft of Soaring Snake. Su Huanyan looked up. She was too familiar with Su-hee and knew what Su-hee wanted to do. He wanted to use the Chaos Blade to destroy all the ghosts at once. Su Huanyan frowned slightly. Tongshi had already been seriously injured by Su-hee's sneak attack. Why use this lose-lose strategy? If you grind it slowly, you can always kill the Soaring Snake. Ever since the ghost bowed to Su-hee just now, Su-hee's state has become a little unstable. Could it be that an old friend was transformed into a sinister ghost by this flying snake? Su Huanyan was quiet for a moment, then flew out, but did not meditate any more. The sword shone with cold light as he stared at the place where the vast sea and the underworld meet. Su-hee took a step forward, and the shadow of the foreign minister mountain on his back completely emerged. During this period, he was not simply comprehending and practicing the barbarian king's realm refining technique. Fushan never stopped absorbing treasures. Su-hee didn't know how far the foreign minister's defense was at this moment. Anyway, it would be difficult for him to break through the foreign minister himself. This is the normal state of the dragon turtle. Defense has always been greater than attack. Su-hee kept walking and took another step. Suddenly, where the dark clouds gathered in the sky, a moon sword appeared and slashed downwards in the air. Countless swords struck his head. Su-hee was huddled in the turtle SHL. The dragon's head was stuck outside, but there was no need to shrink. There was no weakness in his appearance. Whether it was his eyes or the tip of his tail, the protection was the same. It's just a turtle's instinct. The attack falls from the top of the head, and it wants to retract into the turtle SHL. One after another, the sword lights slashed at the ghosts everywhere. If it couldn't be killed with one slash, use 2 slashes. If 2 slashes didn't work, use 3 slashes. Keep chopping until you die. This is also the reason why Su-hee has never been fond of random blades. He clearly wants to attack people, but he is the one who gets the most stabs. But I have someone with me today. The chaotic blade cut directly into the underworld and hit Tongue Snake's body. A trace of blood mist floated from the Tongue Snake's body, staining the underworld. Tongue Snake's face was cold and gloomy. A flash of sword light passed by, and a small insect on Soaring Snake's body split into 2 halves. Tongxi's gloomy face became even colder. It jumped up and broke through the underworld, straight into the air, and twitched its tail towards Su-hee. Su-hee was not surprised but overjoyed. He roared and the waves rolled under him, and he hit the snake directly. The Soaring Snake turned around, slid behind Su-hee, and bit Su-hee's hind leg. The 2 realms here collided, and the space was chaotic, and the magical machine could not be used for a while. Tongxi actually wanted to use her agility to fight. This guy actually gave up on his dignity as a divine beast and started biting like a beast. How could Su-hee be like him? The foreign minister's mountain shadow appeared, and the spirit snake hiding in the cave immediately poked its head out. The snake's head is covered with a phantom of a dragon's head, like a transparent helmet. Supernatural power, gluttonous eating method. He took a bite from top to bottom, so fast that he almost broke through the space. Tongue Snake had no time to dodge before he was bitten 3 inches away, and a large piece of flesh and blood was torn off with a squeaking sound. The snake neighed, but its ferocity grew stronger. He bit down on Su-hee's hind leg. 2 fangs pierced the exterior, pierced the scales, and a stream of cold venom penetrated the body. The top of the head was slashed with blades, one after another on Tongue Snake and Su-hee. Su-hee roared, used his hind legs hard, and snapped the snake's teeth with a snap. Only then did he use his magic machine. But he did not escape. Instead, he used a magical machine to instantly change direction and bite the snake in its throat. Still using the Taotai eating method, the Taotai dragon's head almost overlapped with the dragon turtle's dragon's head. He bit it down and poured cold blood into his mouth. Su-hee tore off half of the Tongue Snake's throat with a flick. Tongue Snake could no longer even roar. He looked down at Su-hee, with the word, Yu Lao, faintly appearing above his head. These 2 words are very powerful. They did not appear when Tongxi was strong, but appeared when he was seriously injured. It seemed that she wanted to choose the master and devour them. It was late, but everything happened in an instant. When Su-hee's turtle body bit his throat, the spirit snake's body had already bitten 3 inches away from Tongue Snake again. There was a click, breaking the spine. The entire Soaring Snake completely collapsed. The spirit snake shook its head. The structure of snakes is not suitable for such wide open and close bites. Instead of a beast head condensed by the gluttonous eating method, the bite in the same realm is more like a soaring snake, with two fangs penetrating and injecting snake venom. But the spirit snake is not poisonous. Or you have to wait until the spiritual snake is completely condensed and no longer illusory. Can poison appear? The word, Yu Lao, on the top of Tong Shi's head has become more and more obvious and is protruded. Tongue Snake collapsed to the ground and looked directly at Suhi. The underworld realm could no longer be maintained and collapsed. The Tongue Snake's injury was serious, but it did not lead to death. It was just a broken spine. It can be recovered after 30 to 50 years of cultivation. But how could Suhi give him such a chance? The body retreated suddenly, and the mountain god seal fell from the sky. 1 to 6 times. No difference. Bombarded soaring snake. Mountain god seal is Suhi's most powerful attack now. 6 times, the mountain god seal was far beyond his attack limit. If the sneak attack had not been successful from the beginning, and 6 times of the mountain god seal had been directly struck on soaring snake's heart, this battle would have been much more difficult. Panic flashed through Tongue Snake's eyes at this moment. He spread his wings and fled backwards as the clouds and mist surrounded him, carrying his limp body. "I surrender!" came a message from it. Suhi was startled and became even more angry. "Why the H? Do you just admit defeat after beating a woman?" asked Su Huanyan if he is injured or not. He struck down with a seal, and the spiritual snake jumped out from his body, tearing off one of its wings with a squeaking sound. Tong Shi condensed the clouds and mist around her, and dispersed them in an instant. His consciousness trembled violently. "I can buy my life. What do you want?" "Netherworld," Suhi said in a deep voice. "Hand it over to Netherworld, and let you die happily." Tong Shi remained silent. Her witchcraft was special, and she could activate it just by landing a chi machine on her body. It didn't even understand the principle. So how could it hand it over? Unless you kill it and forcefully strip it off. As the strongest dragon turtle among the mythical beasts, with a long heritage. Don't you know this? Just want to kill me. A fierce look flashed in Tong Shi's eyes. "If I die, you won't be able to live. The snake is extremely poisonous, and there is no antidote." Its consciousness trembled. Outside, Su Huanyan's eyes suddenly focused, and he came forward with his sword drawn, looking at the chaos of blades above his head as nothing. An alchemy furnace fell next to Tong Snake, and she was about to put Tong Shi into the alchemy furnace to make elixirs. The meaning is extremely obvious. Everything that is highly poisonous must contain an antidote. Refining it, Suhi looked at the silent fairy and hurriedly withdrew the chaos blade. The chaos blade at this moment was no longer the same as it was at this time last year, and it would definitely hurt Su Huanyan, especially in her severely injured state. She couldn't stop it. Just as he was about to speak, the two characters, Yu Lao, on Tong Shi's head finally condensed completely, and as if they were getting rid of the mud, he flew high in an instant, with a trace of Tong Shi's blood, turning into an afterimage and hitting the flying boat in the distance. Green Snake frowned. The word, Yu Lao, did not penetrate directly into Tong Shi's body. Instead, it turned into a trickle and poured into the Green Snake's body, moisturizing. Green Snake was confused. An intense fear struck her. She saw the human-like innate Tao shadow inside her heart slowly changing. The lower half of the human body slowly condensed and merged, slowly transforming into a snake body. Half human, half snake, with wings appearing on its back. Chapter 222 Peacock. It turns out that the real opportunity lies not in soaring snake, but in the word Yu Lao. The two soaring snakes are just tools to carry the Yu Lao. Just like the spirit clan who melted into the locust tree in Bai Ling's tomb. He simply helped Suhi carry the Honghua for thousands of years. On the flying boat, the green snake lay limply on the ground, twisting as if it had drunk Realgar wine. Yu Lao entered the body with a ball of soaring snake essence and blood. The whole body seemed to be pricked with needles, as if a knife was cutting away the flesh and blood piece by piece, knocking on the bones and sucking out the marrow. The green snake twisted and oozed snake blood from its scales, seeping onto the deck of the flying boat. Su Huanyan frowned slightly. "Opportunity?" Suhi nodded. The fairy chuckled. "Killing the enemy would certainly relieve hatred, but it would be even more perfect if you could improve yourself while killing the enemy." Everyone and the turtle were happy. Even the camels on the flying boat were kicking and kicking with joy. Animals have the most keen sense of breath, and they immediately knew what the green snake was going through. During this period, it had a very good sense of the green snake. The toad was smoking a cigarette, and was in a good mood. He was just happy, and thinking about how to compete with the snake for power in the future. Snakes have evolved, but frogs have not. The difficulty suddenly increased. The air around was filled with joy, except for Tongxi, who was paralyzed on the ground. When Yulao left, Tung Snake's eyes were empty for a moment. It took him a while to regain consciousness. As soon as he woke up, he heard the sound of a camel congratulating the green snake. Very harsh. Tongxi was slightly dazed. Without the word Yulao, memories flashed through her mind like a revolving door. She was imprisoned by Bai Ling thousands of years ago, and was used as a test subject again and again. Bai Ling died, thinking about the Qijua's secret realm again, and wanting to destroy it. But the memory disappeared inexplicably. It had even seen with its own eyes a snake appearing on the back of Bai Ling's refining soaring snake. But it had never even remembered this incident. Tung Snake Yulao. It's a joke that they both live. It was originally meant to give the dragon turtle in front of me a chance. It looked at the spirit snake spitting out the snake letter on Suhi's back. The spirit snake swallowed 2 mouthfuls of its flesh and blood, and condensed a lot of it in just a moment. The appearance of a snake and a turtle is too familiar. Bai Ling is in this state. Tongxi gasped and gasped. The air did not pass through the nostrils, but went in and out directly through the hole in the neck, blowing the blood and making strange sounds. It looked at Suhi, its eyes full of hatred, wishing it could eat its flesh alive. But its spiritual consciousness conveyed another meaning. Swallowing my heart can detoxify the snake's venom. Fong lives in my place and has a plan for you. If you let the snakes in the family go, as for the way to survive, the existing tongue, she can be killed and tamed. The tongue snake who has achieved the new tribulation will cut off his hatred and leave a way to survive. Fongji's plan. I will tell you everything. Its consciousness has the meaning of gritting teeth. But every word is sincere. If the snake is about to die, is it for the long-term plan of the tribe? As expected, the first priority in the hearts of the mythical beasts is the ethnic group. This is a kind of nature. Just like the first thing Suhi mastered in his spare time was not the combat skills, but the dragon turtle inheritance. The method of condensing turtle beads and blood. He even thought about hatching the turtle eggs left by Bai Ling. But he was afraid of failure. And Suhi had a vague feeling that if it really hatched, something might pop out of the egg. The lively Bai Ling? According to the mother turtle's temperament, it may not be impossible. Suhi looked at Soaring Snake, the divine beast protecting the clan, and wondered how the traitor to the Phoenix clan was created. Suhi shook his head slightly. I don't bother to lie. The future of the Tingsha clan should be decided by the elders of the clan. Even if I agree, I may not be able to do it. However, there are only a few dragon turtles, and there are not many Tingshas. New Tingshas if you don't seek death. The dragon turtle probably won't care. Of course, these words were embellished. Although the dragon turtle paid little attention to Tongxi for 300,000 years. This time the tongue snake was really wiped out by the dragon turtle. Only the one in front of him is free, and the rest are captured and imprisoned. It's time to prepare food reserves for future dragon turtles. Is the great hatred of genocide just talk? In the future, we must be on guard against new soaring snakes. Even if one is released and another one is imprisoned, it is possible to even keep the number of soaring snakes at a very low level. The survival of animals is so bloody and unreasonable. Divine beasts are also beasts. Moreover, Suhi didn't know how Tongue Snake had developed a grudge against Dragon Turtle. So how could he agree so easily? Tongxi remained silent, her eyes becoming more and more distracted. It closed its eyes for a long time before slowly opening them. A weak consciousness came. But this time, there was no emotion. As if it was just trying to save some credit for the Soaring Snake clan before dying. Bongiju has a dust-free shield, but imprisoning Dragon Turtle, he doesn't dare to offend Dragon Turtle. He wants to imprison you and plot against that girl again. Huh? Suhi's eyes narrowed. Tongue Snake's extremely weak consciousness came. The Lycan shield is specially designed for Dragon Turtles. If Qing Yuan can't do it, it must be from Feng Huang Palace. Are the masters of Feng Palace really so easy to transform? The palace just needs his help to try out the effect of the dust shield. 6,000 years ago, the Dragon Turtle trampled on the Feng Huang Palace. How could the majestic number one power in the world allow such a thing to happen again? The Dragon Turtle must be analyzed. And even the 4 spiritual beasts have been studied. The Lycan shield targets the Dragon Turtle. I originally had a yes man. But when I saw you calling for a yes man, he came from the dust cover. Suhi's consciousness spurted out and enveloped Tongxi. At the same time, he raised his head to sense carefully. but did not sense any crisis.
You didn't use the yes man at the first time?
Suhi asked. What Ruotingsha said about Dragon Turtle's Lycan shield was true. Fong Huagong was looking for death. And Fong Yiji was looking for death. In terms of overall combat power, the Dragon Turtle clan can't compare to Feng Wang Palace. There are too many people in Feng Wang Palace, and they are as powerful as clouds. It's not like there are no top 30 by Zay list. Suhi, a mere 7-headed dragon turtle, doesn't even count. At this point, it is impossible for Dragon Turtle to win against Feng Wang Palace through war. But 7 top-level Dragon Turtles came to the Emperor's world. And there was a big battle. No matter who loses or wins. After the first battle, the Emperor's great world will definitely drop down several notches from the first place in the world. If you are still in the top 100, you must have a deep foundation. If the Xinhuang realm takes the opportunity to rise up, the effect will be even better. Dragon Turtle cannot afford to gamble. And Feng Wang Palace cannot even afford to gamble. More importantly, none of the Dragon Turtles have any integrity. It is not impossible to sneak attack and kill the sap. Which Dragon Turtle was not promoted from an ordinary turtle. And the sneak attack was engraved in his bones. Tung Snake twitched the corners of his mouth and forced a sneer. His teleportation became weaker and weaker. But his tone and thoughts were not soft at all. It just admitted defeat. Not surrendered.
Because I want to kill you.
I think I can beat you. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Turtle does not respect martial ethics. So he attacked it sneakily at the beginning. Later, when it was forced into the bottom of the river in the domain. As soon as it took out the yes bug, the bug was killed by a random blade. It can't block even a random blade. It's just useless. It's actually still ranked on the strange insect list. Suhi nodded. Since Fengiji was not notified, it didn't matter. And he was not afraid even if he was notified. Qianjiangli Mingxian had already contacted him. She inquired from Senior Qingsong. And right now Headmaster Xietian was playing games with Fengiji. It seems that I found some interesting things from Fengiji. And I was obsessed with it for a while, wanting to study it thoroughly. Fengiji should not be able to care about this. If you take care of it, you'll be beaten to death. The Ting Snake's lower body twitched and swayed uncontrollably. Its heart was injured by the sneak attack of the mountain god seal. Its head was smashed one after another. And it was shocked by the divine power. A section of its spine was ripped out by the spirit snake. And its throat was torn. At this moment, its head and body were only 2 pieces. Flesh and blood are connected. And there is sword energy surging in the body. Any non-mythical beast with such an injury would have died early. Even the monk who stepped on the sky had been reborn and escaped. It is also a mythical beast with a tenacious life. But even this is too much. Even if Suhi doesn't kill it, it may not survive. The parts torn off by Taoye's eating method are torn to the source. And there is no possibility of rebirth. The major veins of the throat and the center of the spine are missing. If these parts are missing, there will be no chance of becoming the strongest person alive. Soaring Snake could feel the vitality slipping away. It forcibly focused its blurred eyes and watched Suhi spit out 2 half-snake fangs.
If I could do it all over again, I would kill Bai Ling and then you.
A flash of coldness flashed across its body. The mist condensed into a knife. And it actually dug out his heart. The fog knife turned into a big hand again and slammed his heart into Suhi's mouth. Gritting his teeth, the snakehead let out his only roar.
Give Xi and Tongue Snake a way to survive.
It roared. And its distracted eyes suddenly condensed together, staring directly at Suhi, but then gradually dispersed. Several dice fell from the sky and landed on Tongue Snake. Suhi's domain was instantly covered, preventing outsiders from observing this place. The dark clouds above our heads dispersed. The bright moon was like a mirror. But heavy rain fell in the middle of winter. It was the world that was grieving for the death of a mythical beast. The world does not care whether the mythical beast is good or evil, good or bad. That is what living beings need to judge. The world only knows that it is sad to lose an eternal existence that can refine chaos. It's a pity that Bai Fong died behind Longmen without even suffering the sorrow of the world. Soaring Snake dies, and the storage space explodes on its own. The dice landed one after another, and Su Huanyan watched helplessly as the treasures exploded by Soaring Snake doubled, tripled, or even quadrupled. Although the number of some items has not increased, the quality has suddenly improved. I can't feel it concretely at the moment, but there are always 2 or 3 times. Contact Su He to release the domain in a hurry. Su Huanyan instantly understood that this was Dragon Turtle's secret, and it was not the skill of the Dragon Turtle clan, but Su He's own. Otherwise there was no need to hide it. Is this how the quality improved treasure that Yaya ate originally came from? Su Huanyan formed a seal and condensed.
This matter, if I see it, I will hide it, and it will be abandoned by heaven.
She actually connected heaven and earth, and made an oath between heaven and earth. A wisp of green clouds flashed and disappeared in the sky to bear witness to this oath. Suhi was stunned, not even able to stop her in time. Looking at the woman with a frosty face and solemn expression, she smiled bitterly, and didn't know what to say.
Sister, this matter is not a secret. It's just unknown to outsiders. Everyone in the clan knows about it.
Su Huayang smiled and shook his head.
I am different from Dragon Turtle. Same,
Suhi emphasized. Su Huanyan shook his head again.
Dragon Turtle is powerful. No one can probe the memory. But I am too weak.
She has a way to turn the mark of the oath of heaven and earth into a guard, and hide it in this memory. So she is not afraid of being looked at. Su Huanyan seemed not to want to explain more on this matter, and shook his head gently.
You collect the treasure, and I will take care of the green snake.
She jumped up, left the realm, and landed on the flying boat. Suhi chuckled lightly, and his eyes fell on the items exploded by soaring snake. Most of them were made of materials that were not too precious. There were not many origin stones, and they were far away from B Fong. But a gray mist floated out with a dice on it, and the dice settled. 3 o'clock. The mist suddenly expanded 3 times, and slipped into Suhi's body. A realization arises. Netherworld. Summon ghosts from the underworld for combat purposes. Before he had time to check. The moment the netherworld mist floated out, the body of soaring snake seemed to have its organs triggered, and a green light shot straight into the sky.
Idiot! Back off!
Suhi shouted urgently, and Shinji left. But at this moment, a giant bowl was knocked down above his head. It passed directly through the space and was printed on Suhi's head, turning into a cover with a fishnet structure, sealing Suhi inside. In the distance, Su Huanyan heard Suhi yelling urgently. Instead of leaving, he stuffed Fong Yaya under Toad's feet and suddenly shot him over. He touched the fishing net with his sword. The fishing net swung and absorbed the sword energy, which in turn strengthened the strength of the fishing net.
Don't attack. Take Yaya to Yunming's immediately and seek shelter in Yunming Dragon Palace. If you encounter the wind, you will flee. When I break the trap, I will kill him.
Su Huanyan looked at Suhi, and then saw her cutting through the fishing net. He nodded, turned around and left, straight onto the flying boat. A cold voice sounded in Suhi's ears.
No matter who has trouble with you or Yaya today, I will destroy Fong Huang Palace in 10,000 years.
This fishing net was made of cold iron ropes, and the name of Fong Huang Palace was just engraved on the iron chains. TSK. Is Fong Huang Palace considered to have been taken care of by an immortal lord in the previous life? Is it not too much to return to the original position in this life? Suhi looked back at the body of soaring snake lying on the ground and laughed angrily. Didn't he even know that this idiot's body had been tampered with? The word Yu Lao was made by Bai Ling. So it doesn't matter? What kind of people are Fong Yiju's subordinates? And they can actually do it? Does Yu Lao enter the body and bring down intelligence? Soaring snake has been tampered with. Not only can the echo bug summon the dust cover, but its death is also a message. If it wasn't Fong Yiju who did it, it would be the Imperial Palace. Headmaster Xietian will not talk nonsense. Fong Yiju has an affair with Fong Huangdong. Suhi searched the foreign minister's space for a moment and found a black bead, which was a boundary-breaking bead. An input of true energy guided the power of the boundary-breaking pearl to hit the dust shield. The fishing net on Li Chen's cover swayed, as if it was about to open. But after a tremor, it solidified again. Wonderful! There is actually a seal that cannot be opened by the boundary-breaking pearl? Suhi did not believe in evil. This time he aimed at the dust on the ground and struck it with the power of a boundary-breaking bead. The ground squirmed, and the power disappeared. The dust cover is not a cover. It forms a ball the moment it falls, sealing it in all directions.
Turtle boy! What's going on?
Came the voice of the toad in my heart. This dust-free shield actually has no function of imprisoning the soul beast. Bad review. If Suhi were to do it, cutting off the connection between the soul beast and its master and the mysterious world would be a necessary ability.
It's a wonderful space sealing method. I shouldn't be able to get out for the time being,
Suhi replied.
I asked for help in Xinjiang,
Toad responded.
Zhan Xiu, Taoist Shinshin, Master Naming, and several other Taoist friends have all come across the border. But they are not in the Xinhuang realm, and it will take some time to come here.
Suhi nodded.
Thank you seniors for me. I will thank you deeply after this incident. How are you?
Toad was quiet for a moment and replied.
It's not good. Yael woke up as soon as the flying boat took off. The thunder and lightning on her body at this moment is the leakage of the source. But the source of the leakage has not been found yet.
Suhi took a long breath. Not counting the direct harm methods, like the gluttonous eating method. The only ones who can quietly steal the origin are parents. Fong Yiju is seeking death.
Qianjiang and I contacted Ming Xian and asked her to try to contact the Qiling clan or Fong clan and ask an elder to come and rescue the siege.
Adult four-spirit beasts can travel long distances through space. And can even travel across the world in an instant. Now is the time to show off your connections. Suhi didn't know many people. But he was a dragon turtle with a big face. Chapter 223 Second Body.
Okay.
Toad responded and retreated. Suhi looked at the dust cover that trapped him again. And a trace of spiritual consciousness and true energy slowly invaded the iron rope fishing net in front of him. The true essence is immediately absorbed and dissipated when it enters the network. Even the spiritual consciousness is no exception. Wonderful. Suhi released a trace of true energy again. Slightly more than last time. The true energy entered the iron net and was absorbed immediately. The dust cover increased slightly. Magic. It's somewhat similar to his negative mountain. Suhi put his head on the iron lock of the dust cover. Touched the iron lock with a few sprouted dragon horns. And felt it carefully. Perhaps because the dragon horn roots are connected to the sea of consciousness. And even the barrier of the consciousness is composed of dragon horn roots. The dragon turtle and dragon horn are the most sensitive organs. It's a pity that Suhi is young. The dragon horns have not completely grown out. And the true function has not yet been awakened. Holding the dragon's horn. A trace of true energy poured in along the dragon's horn. This time, Suhi did not pour it in one by one, but penetrated evenly like a trickle, watching the dust cover absorb the true energy bit by bit. As the true energy flows in, the lichen cover keeps swallowing, and each swallow is like a heart beating. Every time it beats, there will be a faint breath. Suhi couldn't understand most of the rules in the dust cover, but when it comes to space, aura, confinement, etc., one can draw out the cocoon and figure out an idea. There were assists from the barbarian king's world refining technique and feedback from Qianjiang playground. There wasn't much information, but it was enough for Suhi to understand what the dust shield was. Tongue Snake said it too lightly. The ceiling of the imperial palace was not simply aimed at the dragon turtle, but also at the four spirits, but against all enemies. Suhi felt his own breath. The breath of soaring snake, and the breath of treasure on his body in this dust-free shield. The moment the dust cover landed on the ground and surrounded it, it collected all the aura within its package. These auras are collected in the dust cover, and if there is an attack with the same aura, they will turn into nutrients for the dust cover. If Su Huanyan had not shown her aura while fighting here before, her sword energy could not be absorbed by the dust shield. This can be broken open from the outside. Or let camels and toads come over. And theoretically the dust cover can be broken. It's just that with their attack power, it will take 300 to 500 years to break the dust cover. The material of the dust cover itself is strong enough to be a special defensive magic weapon. To break through the dust-proof shield, Suhi could think of only two ways. Either to break it from the outside, if there were fellow Taoists, whose auras were not recorded by the dust-proof shield. Or he himself has advanced by leaps and bounds. Such as opening the second heaven. The nature of the true essence changes. Or the spirit snake on its back is completely condensed, showing a different aura, and can be broken open directly. You can also abolish a Taoist practice and rebuild a kind of true essence with completely different attributes. This method will not work for the divine beast. The true essence of the divine beast is generated by the combination of the whole body's essence and the boundary beats at the moment of transcending the tribulation. There is no possibility of abolishing the Daoxing. And even smashing the world bead is useless. Uncle Lei's world bead is shattered and fused with the physical body. And the Daoxing is not affected. Unless the limbs of the divine beast are cut off and the physical body is destroyed. This is not the abolition of Taoism. This is the abolition of divine beasts. If you master the puppet mechanism technique, you can create a new special puppet here, with a new breath, which may be able to break the dust cover. But this he didn't understand. In fact, the most reliable way is to use the newly obtained netherworld to summon ghosts. However, the netherworld is only merging after it enters the body. Suhi estimates that it will take 2 or 3 months no matter what. In 2 or 3 months, the day lilies are cold. The dust shield stopped collecting new breaths after gathering together. Suhi didn't know why this happened. The knowledge used by the dust shield was too complicated for him to understand. But it seems that the fastest way is to wait for someone to break through. If the master is here, he can crack it. The aura of the human body and the beast's body in the Transformation of Beasts chapter is completely different. The dust cover can only record the true body revealed when it is closed. If you change the body, it can be broken open. It's a pity that the magical beasts cannot be transformed into beasts. Otherwise, if you prepare a second body, or even a third body, you can deal with various events with ease. After all, the magical powers of mythical beasts have been thoroughly studied by various parties, and it is easy to be attacked and, thinking of this, Suhi was suddenly stunned. An incredible idea rises in the bottom of my heart. Let's not mention the orthodox animal transformation chapter for now. Uncle Luo changed it for Yaya and followed the bloodline path of animal transformation. There are two prerequisites. One is to transform one's consciousness into a beast, and then survive the catastrophe of being lost and successfully wake up. The second is that the bronze pot refines the essence and blood of beasts so that it can be perfectly integrated with itself. Su Huanyan once misunderstood and felt that he had robbed a certain dragon turtle of the opportunity to transform into a beast. In fact, the bronze pot is fragile and can only refine the blood essence of ordinary beasts. It is impossible for ordinary beast essence and blood to be perfectly integrated into the body of a dragon turtle. The arrogance of the mythical beast is reflected in its uniqueness. The body itself does not allow the essence and blood of a beast to be fused with itself. Once the essence and blood enter the body, it will be crushed into slag by the true blood army. But, Suhi took out a drop of peacock essence and blood from the outer box. Peacock is a sub-branch of the Phoenix clan, one level lower than the dragon turtle. But when he got this drop of blood, the dice dropped 4 quality points. Suhi can perfectly absorb items whose quality has been improved by the dice. This has long been confirmed. When I was still a tortoise, if I only ate high-quality items, I could only get in and out. Just like a brave Pichio. Suhi's breathing became rough. He had passed the catastrophe of being lost when his consciousness turned into a beast. And he still had a drop of peacock blood that could be fully integrated. There is no shortage of formation materials needed to transform into beasts. Su Huanyan had already prepared it for Yaya. When he put Yaya into the foreign minister's space, he naturally took away the formations as well. Everything is ready. Can we gather the second body? He was confused for a moment. He had never considered this issue. Roughly speaking, I have always believed that mythical beasts cannot transform into beasts. And I have never thought about this matter. This is the first time. Dragon turtle condensing a second body. Such a big matter should be discussed with the elders of the clan. Suhi didn't make a hasty decision. Contact Toad from the bottom of my heart.
Can the seniors from Qilin or Phoenix clan arrive?
Toad's urgent voice came.
Before we arrive, Mengxian goes to find Qingsong. Qingsong will find a way to contact the two clans. He is the chief priest of this Dragon God Festival. Only he can do it.
The specific situation of the Dragon God Festival is a secret. And even the Dragon Turtle clan, with the best connections, doesn't know much about it. Suhi narrowed his eyes, taking a deep breath. According to the time calculation, Qianqianzi will be here in 1 day. With Qianqianzi's Taoism, it is not difficult to break through the dust shield.
Where's Yaya?
Suhi asked in a deep voice. Toad was silent for a moment. And then a request came in, requesting visual synchronization. Originally, the soul beast could visually synchronize with its master anytime and anywhere. But Suhi and Toad didn't like the lack of privacy, so they blocked many functions. And both parties had to agree to activate them temporarily. Suhi opened his eyes, and his perspective had changed to that of a toad. On the flying boat, Fong Yaya's face was pale, and she was sitting on the deck with her legs curled up. Thunder and lightning flashed all over her body, and an illusory thunder and lightning figure appeared behind her, which was the condensed form of her origin. At this moment, a bolt of lightning was pulled out from time to time and disappeared. There was no expression on Su Huanyan's face, but he put his hand on the rudder of the airship, and his true energy spurted out, increasing the speed of the airship to the highest level. The camel huddled aside and kicked its hooves, gnashing its teeth, and glanced around from time to time, as if it wanted to find the person who stole Fong Yaya's origin and bite him to death. Suhi thought for a moment and then sent a message to Su Huanyan.
Senior sister, use thunder to explode around Yaya. Even if Fong Yiju is not here, his backhand will be there. Explode it and destroy it.
Fong Yiju had a way to steal Fong Yaya's origin from the air. But why didn't he use it for so long? He had to trap Suhi before he would use it. There is only one possibility. Su-he in a free state can easily find him and interrupt the theft process. Although Su-he was conceited, the only one who could find hidden enemies was Lyen Blade. The range of Chaos Blade is limited, so Fong Yiju's methods must be around. Fong Yaya cannot be hurt now. But the little girl is not afraid of thunder and lightning. Su Huanyan looked back and pointed his sword at Yaya's head. But there was no sword energy. But a thunder pool was lit up. She did not use the thunder method, and directly exploded a thunder pool. There was a loud explosion, and thunder and lightning struck in all directions irregularly. The toad was stunned and instantly entered a state of virtuality and reality. A crescent moon appeared above the green snake's head, protecting its whole body. Only the camel was split into pure black by a bolt of lightning, with smoke coming from its mouth and nose, and fell headlong on the deck. The thunder and lightning scattered in all directions and exploded in midair. A figure appeared next to him, on a fairy sword. Fong Yiju was wearing a scholar's robe. He was holding a watermelon-sized alchemy furnace in one hand. There were thunder and lightning in the alchemy furnace. The origin of Fong Yaya. Fong Yiju appeared, looked around, shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Madam, this lightning technique is indeed powerful. It can even break through such a hidden technique. But why bother?
He looked at Su Huanyan.
Originally, it would be enough to extract Yaya's origin. I know you already have a way to turn him into a beast. I will extract the origin and Yaya will transform into a beast as soon as possible. If you find me, there will be a battle. It's delayed Yaya's transformation into a beast. So why bother?
Before Su Huanyan could say anything, the toad had already given up.
You old Yusheng. Who do you want to call your wife? Who is your wife? You are shameless. Shameless. Ignorant. And inferior to animals. And you are worthy of it?
It scolded. He gasped and gasped. Su-he had already seen through the toad's sight that Fong Yiju appeared and no longer hid. The cave world opened, and the three monks put their hands together and came out. He has a heavenly aura about him. Su Huanyan slowly drew out his fairy sword and looked at the four of them. The swords roaring. A message came from Su-he.
Senior sister, don't stop the flying boat. Enter Yunnings as fast as possible. Block the wind and eat you. And try to destroy the alchemy furnace. I will be there in a moment.
In the dust cover, Su-he opened his eyes and looked at the things on the ground without hesitation. Fong Yiju was probably a clone again. Half of it was played by Master Xiantian, and the other half was here. He had previously opened the cave world, and Su-he could clearly see that there were more than just 3 monks living in the pavilions and pavilions inside. Su-he's mind moved, and the beast transformation formation immediately floated up and rotated around his body. The formation nodes were like stars swaying with starlight, reflecting the acupoints in Su-he's body. Peacock essence and blood floated overhead. Su-he apologized softly and said,
Senior. Su-he broke his promise and never found a suitable inheritance peacock for Senior. Today, he borrowed his essence and blood to transform into a beast. I hope Senior will respect you.
Chapter 224 Su-he, are you not besieging Su Huanyan? The peacock essence and blood remained motionless, only floating quietly above the dragon turtle's head. As the formation moved, Su-he abandoned everything, relaxed his mind and forgot about the identity of the dragon turtle. He only brought up the memory of the wild goose in his heart, as if he was among the wild goose again. Forget everything. Just remember that you are the swan goose. Fly, feed, swim, escape. Heart, mind, spirit, and soul are completely a swan goose. At this moment, the peacock essence and blood followed the formation and landed on the center of Su-he's eyebrows. It seeped in from the center of the 2 dragon horns, but never entered the sea of consciousness. As soon as it enters the center of the eyebrow, it completely disappears without a trace. Su-he's eyes fell into darkness, and he could no longer see anything. I don't know how long it took, but a loud phoenix call sounded in my mind. The scene in front of me changed instantly, as if I had entered the Taoist Heritage Palace. But instead of a sea, it was a plain with sparse forests, and a phoenix soaring in the sky. Peacocks chirped in the forest.
Ouch!
Different from the unpleasant sound of ordinary peacocks. This peacock has a clear and unforgettable sound like a phoenix. Peacock is a subspecies of phoenix, and the 2 races are as one. Even the inheritance is the same. The sound receded. A peacock fluttered its wings and soared over the treetops of the mountain forest, dragging its feathers, elegant and beautiful. It was the dead peacock that Su-he had seen in the prison ghost space. The peacock flies, although it is not very high, but it is contented. It pauses, swoops, and lingers, as if dancing. Every time I wander around the mountains and rivers, and when the sun rises and the moon shines brightly, a radiant light falls on the false eyes of the peacock feathers. With the brilliance, the peacock becomes more and more leisurely, just flying in the forest over and over again, letting the sun rise and set inside the dust cover. At some point, the dragon turtle gradually became illusory and disappeared. But there was an extra egg in its place. It's not surprising. It's just an ordinary peacock egg, just lying there quietly. If you listen carefully, you can hear the faint sound of the chicks chirping in the egg. At the flying boat, a toad bent his bow and set an arrow. Su Huanyan's fairy sword floated, facing 3 slightly illusory monks. It was before the extinction of Taibai Temple 300 years ago that the 3 heaven-traveling monks in the temple were myths in Dongan Mountain. When they existed, Su Huanyan had just come down from the mountain and was not qualified to meet them. At this moment, 1 against 3 has the upper hand. Fong Yiju hid behind the 3 people and tried his best to run the alchemy furnace. Thunder and lightning disappeared from Fong Ya's body, and she could no longer stand up at all. Su Huanyan's fairy sword became more and more fierce, and bolts of lightning fell from the sky and hit the monk. The monk fled in panic. But at this moment, Fong Yiju suddenly opened his eyes behind him. His face changed for the first time, and the breath of the dragon turtle disappeared from the dust cover. Without saying a word, Fong Yiju took a step forward and struck a palm in front of him. A demon statue of the Ming dynasty came out of the air and punched Su Huanyan. The pressure increased suddenly, and there were many crises. Su Huanyan was not surprised but overjoyed. Fong Yiju couldn't sit still. Either the dragon turtle escaped from trouble, or other Taoist friends came over. Deep in a sea of clouds, a middle-aged man covered in paint was lying unscrupulously on the clouds. Opposite him, another Fong Yiju shook his head and sighed.
If you have anything else to ask, Headmaster Yin, you might as well speak up.
This Suanshaman leader, like a cat playing with a mouse, played with him for more than half a month, but did not mention any serious matters. Did not mention the annihilation of Qingyuan. Did not mention imprisoning or killing. Did not explore his secrets. It seemed that it was just a simple joke. Yin Yuan sighed and seemed quite disappointed.
Okay. Master Fong is not an interesting person either.
The most interesting thing in this world is that his daughter not only dared to run away with a bandit, but also recently made a fortune from nowhere. And her biological father was wanted in all the worlds. The bounty was so exciting that he wanted to tie himself up and collect the reward. He looked at Fong Yiju and asked without paying much attention.
The first thing is, why does Master Fong have an affair with the Imperial Palace? Since he is the leader, he should know the only prohibition of the Xianwang sections.
Fong Yiju shook his head and smiled, not making excuses. He looked at Headmaster Xiantian and said,
Feng's surname is Fong.
Yin Yuan nodded, agreeing with this explanation.
The second thing is, how do you place your life on so many stars?
On the first step of cultivation. The second step is to reach the realm of star destiny, where one places one's life on the starry sky. As long as the root is not cut back, one can be reborn after death. But each person has one natal star. This is a given. But Yin Yuan cut off Fong Yiju's roots twice and destroyed 2 original stars. But this guy came back to life again. Fong Yiju was silent for a moment and shook his head.
This is probably a talent. With such a talent, it's like a divine beast is born with immortality. Bah!
It's not honest. With your little moral skills, how can you still compare with a mythical beast? If Fong Yiju didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask any more questions. If he had any questions, he would just watch by himself. He stretched out his finger and manifested Fong Yiju Yuanshen. The so-called monks trust their lives, but it is essentially a matter of the soul. Fong Yiju Yuanshen appears, no different from the original body. Yin Yuan looked him up and down, waved his hand, and a breeze passed by. Fong Yiju Yuanshen suddenly changed his appearance. His appearance remained the same, but his scholarly spirit became stronger. But his face was white and beardless, and there was an extra horn on the top of his head.
TSK. Tisk.
Yin Yuan flicked the clouds with her fingers and said,
What the HL is this?
He poked Fong Yiju.
Hey! Are you always like this? Or were you taken over by something? Do you want to help?
Fong Yiju actually bowed his hands and said,
If Headmaster Yin is not willing to kill me, maybe I can make my ears clean?
Hiss. Yin Yuan took a breath of air. She thought he was annoyed. Except for his wife and daughter. No one in the world can find him annoying. Yin Yuan nodded.
Of course not.
Fong Yuan returned to his position and frowned. But he saw that Yin Yuan had already smiled and said,
What? You want to be quiet without being disturbed by us? And return your IQ to another body?
He looked at Fong Yiju up and down, with a hint of narrow-mindedness in his eyes. He is also very curious about Fong Yiju's clone technique. They are both the same body. But there is only one IQ. If one part is more, the other part will naturally be less. His ancestor Qinglong contacted him and asked him to take a trip to Dongan Mountain to help the little prince dragon turtle fight. The reason is not detailed, but it is related to Fong Yiju. Now let your IQ go back and cause trouble, waiting for the ancestor to come back and give him special training? Stop making trouble. You don't want to harm me. Qinglong not only contacted Yin Yuan, but also contacted the Fong clan, who was entrusted by others and was loyal to others. It's not just Gu Luo who entrusted it. The little dragon turtle is only 3 or 5 years old and has a bright future. If he doesn't invest in favors now, when will he do it? In the dust cover, the peacock egg cracked open, and the crack squirmed and became larger. A plump bird's, but was the first to protrude. And then 2 legs fluttered out, trying to step on the ground before stretching out its wings. With a flutter, he pulled out the bird's head. He was particularly experienced in breaking out of his SHL. This was already the 3rd time in his life that he had broken out of his SHL. Rolling out of the SHL, his consciousness glanced slightly, and he was suddenly dumbfounded. In response to his spiritual consciousness, a quail-like chick fell to the ground, and its second body actually grew from a cub. In the normal chapter of animal transformation, after successfully transforming into an animal, there will be a disaster of getting lost. If they all started as cubs, how many of them would survive? After transforming into an animal, the animal body corresponds to its own age. Generally, those who transform into beasts are adults, and the beasts that transform into beasts are also in adult form. Something went wrong with his beast transformation, and it actually broke out of the egg. He fell silent. How much capability could a peacock cub have, even if it was born as a mythical beast? How to break the dust cover? A war has begun over Su Huanyan's side. He's mind went blank. Just when he didn't know what to do, a sense of crisis came over him. This sense of crisis quickly intensified as soon as it appeared. It seemed like the whole world wanted to kill him. This feels very familiar. He looked up and saw calamity clouds rolling in the sky.
Dot!
Your uncle hit me again. This time it's a born divine beast, just breaking out of its SHL. Are you coming to hack me too? It makes no sense at all. Jumps. In the Xinhuang realm, great powers are raising their heads everywhere. And this aura is too familiar. There is a mythical beast going through a tribulation. I just felt it a year and a half ago. This is another Taoist friend who has embarked on the path of a divine beast and is about to overcome the tribulation and become a divine beast. Another immortal seed is about to be born. Congratulations. This time of the heavenly tribulation, there was no such thing as the Emperor Fong world causing trouble. The tribulation cloud gathered in an instant, and before he could react, a bolt of thunder struck down. Before it hit, he could sense the intensity of the heavenly tribulation. It's impossible for a baby bird that has just hatched to survive. Crack! The thunder struck the dust cover and scattered. Thick smoke suddenly rose from the dust cover. This is a warning type of catastrophe, and its power is not very strong. Prompt the robbers to prepare. But Tianjia seemed to be naturally restrained from the dust shield, and the barriers between the iron ropes and fishing nets cracked open. He blinked and was immediately overjoyed. Jumping up, the quail-like chick suddenly turned into a black jade dragon turtle, and the waterways rolled underneath it and hit the dust cover with its head. Click! It was like the sound of a SHL breaking, and the cracks on the dust cover were even bigger. It works. After being struck by the heavenly tribulation, its ability to absorb true energy was greatly reduced, although it was still there. He retreated and rushed forward again. At the same time, the mountain god seal lightly hit the ground several times, and when it got closer, it roared. The 6 times mountain god seal followed Suhi and crashed into the dust cover. Boom! There was a crisp sound, like a window being smashed, and fragments of the barrier flying. A dragon turtle escaped from the cage, ran rampant, raised its head, and let out a long groan. The clouds of calamity are rolling overhead, but the new calamity has not yet fallen. It can't find the tribulation breaker. The beast transformation chapter is strange. Only one body can be seen at the same time, and the other body is only in the dark. Invisible and invisible. Suhi remained motionless, quietly looking at the calamity cloud above his head. This is the reason why very few monks who practice the beast transformation chapter fail to overcome the tribulation. Intermission available. If you peck and drink the way of heaven, you will suffer the calamity of being lost, and there will be compensation in the calamity of thunder. But at this moment, the calamity cloud above the head is different from the thunder calamity of ordinary monks. This is the calamity of divine beasts, and the origin of heaven and earth is directly formed. Suhi didn't know whether the transformed beast could escape. The calamity cloud rolled. Thunder roared in the cloud. And after a long while, the calamity cloud could not find the one who had overcome the calamity, and slowly dispersed. Gone. The people paying attention from all directions were dumbfounded. They dispersed as soon as the catastrophe was completed. This divine beast, who had overcome the tribulation, didn't even survive the first testing thunder tribulation? Where did you get the courage to cause a catastrophe? Everyone looked over and saw a dragon turtle rising from the waves and flying towards the southwest. The speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch him. He was not flying very fast. But at the same time as he was flying, his magical machine flashed again and again, and his figure was like a figure in the air. Move forward in a flash. Is it the dragon turtle who killed the tribulation beast? Suhi naturally didn't know that there were malicious speculations. Concentrating on traveling, he has mastered the barbarian king's world refining technique in the past 3 months, and his understanding of space has skyrocketed. The divine machine is used to travel long distances, and it is not much slower than a flying boat. As they galloped all the way, within half an hour they saw thunder and lightning in the distant sky, and sword energy raging. 8 demonic statues of the Ming dynasty danced wildly in the sky, surrounding a woman in the center. Su Huanyan's white clothes were soaked in blood. Behind him, Fong Yiju put his hands on the alchemy furnace and input his true energy desperately. Fong Yaya floated in the air, her figure illusory. The origin of life is related to the soul and the body. Half of it is torn out, and even the entity will disappear. A thunder-like shadow overlapped with Fong Yaya. Chapter 225 Suhi, I don't believe there are people who can't be killed. There was a cold light in Suhi's eyes, and murderous intent surged into the air. The water beneath him rolled into the sky, and dark clouds rolled in from the sky. A dragon with reverse scales will die if touched. But a dragon turtle has reverse scales all over its body. Die! Suhi shouted loudly, and his divine machine appeared directly on the battlefield. The mountain god's seal instantly played a dice that turned into a mountain 2 feet in size, and blasted towards the demon statue of King Ming. Boom! Wherever the mountain god's seal passed, it seemed as if it had hit ceramics. The 3 demon statues of the Ming dynasty exploded and scattered fragments all over the sky. The expressions of the 3 monks outside the demon statue of King Ming suddenly changed, and they no longer looked as compassionate as before. His body flashed, and he was about to retreat, but heard a thunderous dragon turtle roar. A woman who beats her old woman. This roar contained brilliant divine power, striking directly at the soul. The 3 monks, who were originally illusory, suddenly held their heads and twisted. It's not a human form. It's just a soul-like spirit. It can't even retain its body under the sound of divine power. The monk who faced the divine power was instantly shattered into ashes. The remaining 2 people covered their heads and turned into a beam of light that stumbled towards Fong Yiju. They dived into Fong Yiju's cave world and did not dare to show up again. Save Yaya! Su Huanyan's voice came, trembling with a hint of pleading. When the dragon turtle came to the future, she was like a peerless sword fairy. With her seriously injured body, she fought 8 demon statues of the Ming dynasty and 3 monks alone. Awe-inspiring and unafraid. Even if there are many crises, he will never be timid at all. When the dragon turtle came, he didn't know why. Even his voice was trembling. Suhi's crown split, and he let out a roar. The water beneath him rolled, and he rushed towards Fong Yiju. A dragon turtle was 3 feet into the water, but it was so powerful that it seemed as if the whole world was crashing into it. Fong Yiju's face was cold, no longer as gentle as the scholar before. A fairy sword popped out, and he jumped forward, stabbing Suhi. Suhi turned a blind eye, and the collision speed not only did not slow down, but even faster. There were ripples in the space around him, and the space was distorted by the speed of a dragon turtle. Suhi came in anger and bumped into Fong Yiju's fairy sword. The sword couldn't even block it for a moment, and instantly broke apart. It was either a random sword or Su Huanyan's fairy sword. Fong Yiju's expression changed, and he was bumped into by Dragon Turtle. There was a muffled sound like a falling meteorite, dragging its afterimage and hitting the ground. Suddenly, a magical idea flashed ahead. The Dragon Turtle was already blocking the lower road, and a mountain god seal hit him head-on. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Fong Cha was hit back again, with blood dripping from mouth to mouth, and his face turned pale. Weak. It's not the combat power that a third-level warrior should have. He still has half of his body playing games with Master Shinon, not knowing whether to live or die. Fong Cha froze in the clouds, his chest rising and falling. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked directly at Suhi. The momentum on his body is rising steadily. Xuantian's teaching office. Yin Yuan looked at Fong Cha's other half and realized that when Fong Cha wanted to put his spiritual intelligence into the Dragon Turtle, he placed layers of seals on it. But it didn't seem to have any effect. Within the seal, a single horn appeared on Fong Cha's head. His aura became weaker and weaker, and the person was still there but completely missing. This is putting all the power of this body into another body. Yin Yuan squinted at the horn above Fong Cha's head. This unicorn gave him a very bad feeling. Not a crisis, but a feeling of disgust. It's an extraordinary thing to be able to arouse people's mind at his level. The secret of Fong Cha's clone and immortality must be related to Dujiao. Countless talismans flashed across the eyes of Headmaster Shinon, densely packed into a towering formation, and his eyes fell on the single horn. Buzz! With the sound of a sword, Daoxing returned, and Fong Cha was the first to attack Suhi. He was surrounded by several fairy swords in midair, and the sword energy was raging, pointing directly at the dragon's head. Suhi was unafraid. The vast sea spread out to cover the heaven and the earth, and the water waves rolled up against the wind and Ichu. Playing with swords? Have you ever played Su Huanyan? If it were a fair fight, Su Huanyan at this moment could let Fong Cha know what a swordsman is. Chiju, a secret realm, obtained the Thunder Pond, and forcibly awakened a trace of the inherited memory of the past life, and also fought with Su He for several months. Compared with when he fought with Fong Cha, Su Huanyan has made incredible progress. If she hadn't been seriously injured after fighting with Soaring Snake for a long time, the 8 demonic statues of Daning King would not be able to trap her no matter how powerful they were. Su He had been fighting with Su Huanyan every day at this time last year, and he knew too much about the fighting methods of the Sword Immortal. In particular, Su Huanyan would explain it to him after every battle. There is no shortage of times when you use sword tactics to act as an imaginary enemy. Boom! The vast sea collided with Fong Cha, and Fong Cha's several fairy swords surrounded him and spread the sea water. At this moment, the fairy swords he used were no longer swords from the universe. Half of the 8 brand new fairy swords were trained for the domain. It seems that the last time he played against Su Huanyan, he suffered a loss in the field and gained a lot of wisdom. No wonder he dared to penetrate Su He's territory. Everyone makes progress, no matter friend or foe. The world does not stop for a moment because of someone's love, hate, likes and dislikes. Cut! Fong Cha walked straight into the realm, shouted coldly, and swung out a fairy sword, which plunged into the depths of the vast sea and exploded with a bang. The fragment set off waves and washed away the sky. A gap was opened in the vast sea area. The sword contained the aura of the Soaring Snake, the underworld realm of the Soaring Snake, and the poisonous water. Good idea. Even Su He exclaimed. Fong Cha has no domain, and if he wants to collide with the domain, he can only rely on external objects. Being able to cut out a piece of the Soaring Snake's underworld and refine it into a sword was something Su He couldn't do, and he didn't know where to start. As soon as the sword came out, Fong Cha immediately dodged and landed in the small gap in the field. 3 more fairy swords swung out and exploded, trying to widen the gap. But at this moment, the vast sea was rolling, and a barrier came down, covering Fong Cha and the exploding sword. The mountain god seal fell suddenly, but it was not a collision, but the suppression effect of the mountain god seal. Thunder and lightning burst out from the pure gold dice, forming a large upside-down bowl that fell on the barrier. Just then, the explosion of 3 fairy swords was heard violently within the barrier. The smoke and dust inside filled the barrier and cracked it like a spider web. Before the smoke and dust settled, a Qingyuan formation flag pierced the barrier and rushed out. Fong Cha, dressed in tatters and in a state of embarrassment, pointed his halberd and shot 49 flags towards all directions in the vast sea. Su He then realized that where the formation flag was, the area was isolated and could not be viewed. The Qingyuan formation flag is the real treasure. Fong Cha dodged and landed in the formation flag. The figure disappeared, and the 49 formation flags were flying in circles. He could not find where the others were for a moment. In this case, get up, he roared, and the heavy rain on the vast sea instantly turned into hailstones, which crashed down, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Full screen skills. Extremely important. Boundary! The barrier rises, covering the entire field together with the formation flag, preventing anyone within it from escaping. After doing all this, He stepped forward with a claw. Chaos Blade! Guandao appeared and slashed in the air. The sword cut down and split into two pieces. One cut He, and the other cut the formation flag. It was an ordinary formation flag planted not far from He. Not the sun and moon flags. He didn't do what he thought. He roared and pushed against the chaotic blade, and the mountain god seal followed the sword's light and rushed forward. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and a figure was smashed out. Sand. A flash of sword light flashed, and the figure split into two, falling into the vast sea, dyeing the seawater red. Half of Fong Yiju's body was still struggling, but he heard a mighty roar. His eyes instantly fell into confusion, and the mountain god seal fell from the sky, smashed down with a crash. Blood, flesh, and the rolling sea. The 5 demon statues of the Ming dynasty that besieged Su Huanyan in the distance lost control, fell from the sky, and plunged into the earth. Su Huanyan was dressed in blood, and the fairy sword softly fell beside Feng Yaya. His trembling hands did not dare to touch his daughter. Feng Yaya became more and more unreal. The origin of life is the root of existence. Yaya! Su Huanyan opened his mouth, but did not dare to make a sound. 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Kill Fong Yiju first. I have a way to save Yaya. Suhi's voice came. Su Huanyan looked up and saw Dragon Turtle looking at her and nodding seriously. Uncle Luo said that it is the easiest way for the divine beast heavenly tribulation to cure Yaya's origin. Later, send the Hung Gua into the second body and take Yaya through the tribulation. But Fong Yiju didn't kill him, and replenishing his origin was just a supplement for Fong Yiju. Fong Yiju is immortal, but Yaya can never be saved. Fong Yiju's physical body was destroyed, but after taking the second step to the sky, after the star life, he could be resurrected after death. He didn't have the means to kill the source. He didn't even understand what his natal star was, let alone how to kill it. At this moment, the essence of Yaya's body is still being lost. Fong Yiju died, but the alchemy furnace did not appear. But while he was speaking, a starlight fell from the sky, and Fong Yiju's flattened body suddenly ignited and turned into fly ash. A new Fong Yiju stood up from it, and took out his hand from the cave world. A robe, put on the body. He looked up at Suhi again. The look in her eyes was neither happy nor sad. She just looked at him quietly. Bring the alchemy furnace. Suhi's voice sounded like thunder. Fong Yiju's methods are very overbearing. If Yaya had not refined evergreen stone milk, its essence would have been drained out long ago. Fong Yiju's face sank like water, and a projection of the cave world appeared above his head. The monk who had escaped earlier was sitting cross-legged under a golden pagoda, and the alchemy furnace for refining the origin was rising and falling in front of him. The monk clasped his hands together and made a gesture of sorrow. Why does this dragon turtle benefactor keep making things difficult for Master Fong? Everything Master Fong does is for Qingyuan, without any selfish motives. The donor was also born in Qingyuan and grew up in Qingyuan. Don't you know Qingyuan's suffering? The monk clasped his hands together and shook his head slightly, feeling very sad. Yaya is the daughter of the head of the Feng clan. Who can bear to be cruel to his own daughter unless he has no choice? The Qingyuan clan has fought many battles and sacrificed countless things to achieve the current situation. But the benefactor has to suffer because of women's lust. What's the point of cutting off Qingyuan's path? His voice was compassionate, but his words were interrogative. Master Fong sacrificed his own daughter just for Qingyuan, which is a great love. But the benefactor saved Yaya for his own selfishness. Even if the Dragon Turtle clan is strong, he can be so arbitrary. What an act. We don't want to be in trouble with Dragon Turtle, and we have tried every means to keep the benefactor away from this right and wrong. But the benefactor comes after him and becomes that evil person for no reason. What's the point? As expected, monks are the best at confusing right and wrong, referring to deer as horses. Sui laughed angrily, and then heard a shout from outside, and the voice of a toad came over. Old bald donkey farted on your mother's watermelon. He made a sacrifice and lost the lives of others? Toad pointed at the monk above Fong Yiju and cursed loudly. Come on. Come on. We Su He are the crown prince of Dragon Turtle, the ancestor of Qinglong of Zuanshanmen. Our little dragon turtle calls him uncle. Headmaster Xiantian and our little dragon turtle are also iron relationship. It's just Dongan Mountain. And little dragon turtle wants to come here as pocket money. Today. As long as Fong Yiju commits suicide here, both body and soul will be destroyed and will never be reborn. Dongan Mountain is guaranteed to return to Qingyuan. And Zuanshanmen will never be with Qingyuan again. Yuan is the enemy. The Dragon Turtle clan protects Qingyuan and will never have any external enemies.
The toad looked like a shrew.
Come on. Aren't you a high-spirited and upright person who sacrifices your disciples and others for the sake of the sect? A promise from Dragon Turtle is more useful than your efforts for 100 lifetimes. Come on. You sacrifice one. You don't need disciples. Disciple. You don't need your loved ones or friends. I only need to kill you. And the Qingyuan sect will monopolize Dongan Mountain and become the holy land of Xianwang easily.
The toad jumped, pointed at Fong Yiju and shouted. Fong Yiju's face was like autumn water. And he said nothing.
Bah!
The toad spat out a mouthful of water from the side of the spacecraft.
It's sanctimonious. Ambition is ambition. And you have such great love. You want to erect a memorial arch. Can you do it? Who wouldn't do it if you only sacrificed the great love of others? Meeting?
In the projection of the cave above Fong Yiju's head, the old monk could not maintain his compassionate face for a moment. After a moment, he shook his head and said,
The donor is talking nonsense. No one can tell big words. So did Donjian. In fact, you can come here with just one word. You know?
Before he could finish his words, a voice from the eastern sky came over.
What Taoist fellow frog said is what Zuanshanmen said. If fellow Taoist Su he wants it, let alone Dongyun. It will be any blessed place in our Xiantian immortal domain.
Feel free to speak.
Although the voice was delicate and beautiful, it was quite bold. After speaking, it revealed a somewhat embarrassing tone.
Ah! If my ancestral family is not good enough, this head has no right to send it away.
Although he denies what he said before, it makes people more trustworthy. Everyone looked around and saw a figure coming from far away and approaching through the air. She is a female cultivator with a beautiful face, but she does not have the temperament of a fairy. She looks more like the female shopkeeper of some shop. As soon as she arrived, she held her hands up to Su-He and said,
I'm Dai Rui from Wangshu Pavilion at Zuanshanmen. I've met fellow Taoist Su-He.
She chuckled.
The head of my family sent a message that fellow Taoists needed thugs. So they called me. Although Dai Rui is not good at fighting, he can still do it in front of and behind the horse.
Su-He understood. Had Senior Qinglong directly informed Zuanshanmen? This is convenient. Zuanshanmen is right next to it, so you can get there quickly. In fact, if Qinglong could contact Yunmingzi, Yunmingzi should come faster. Su-He nodded and saluted.
Thank you, Senior, for coming to help.
This woman stood in the air, showing no signs of morality, and could not even feel the dangerous aura from her body. This means that either she poses no threat to Su-He, or her dowshing exceeds it so much that Su-He can't even sense it. Su Wanyan sent a message.
This is the head of Wangshu Pavilion of Zuanshanmen. Wangshu is in charge of all the business of Zuanshanmen.
Su-He nodded secretly. It should be the latter. As the leader of Zuanshanmen lineage, his behavior is naturally unpredictable. Dai Rui chuckled.
Fellow Taoist, please don't scream. Although I am more than 10,000 years old. Taoist friend. But if Taoist friend calls me senior, am I not at least the same generation as my Qinglong ancestor? I really should come down. I will be beaten when I go back.
I'll be punished. Fellow Taoist, please don't harm me.
It sounds like blaming, but it actually makes people feel closer. Su-He followed the good advice.
Thank you so much, Fairy Dai, for your help.
Dai Rui smiled.
It's been a long time since I've been called a fairy. Fellow Taoists call me Shopkeeper Dai like they do.
As she spoke, she turned to Fong Yiju.
I wonder if Master Fong has ever heard of a bad name. But it's not important. I just say that what fellow Taoist Frog said is true. From now on, Dongyun will all belong to fellow Taoist Su-He. Zuanshanmen recognizes it. Yunmingzi admits it even after thinking about it.
As she spoke, she turned and looked to the west, only to see a man from the west coming out of the sky and walking towards Su-He.
It stands to reason that if Dongan Mountain doesn't return to Yunming's, I can't make the decision. But since it's younger brother Su-He who speaks, I don't think either the eldest princess or the Dragon King will have second thoughts.
The woman came over and asked Su-He, Ying bowed, her eyes sparkling. A message came over.
Fairy Su is here. I won't call you Prince Consort. Prince Consort. Please remember to owe me a favor.
Su-hee.
Why is Sister Liu here too?
Lu-ru chuckled.
Yunmingza needs to pay attention to the fight here. I see you are the one fighting. How can you not come? Thank you, Sister Liu. I'll remember this favor.
Dai-rui smiled slightly and bowed to Lu-ru.
Long time no see. Fairy Lu-ru.
Lu-ru returned the favor.
It has been more than 1,000 years. And shopkeeper Dai is very rich. Thank you, Fairy Liu, for your kind words.
She smiled softly, then turned to Fong Yiju.
What do you think? Master Fong?
Fong Yiju's heart was in turmoil. This year, he basically knew what kind of existence the
dragon turtle
was.
But hearing about it was completely different from witnessing it with his own eyes. Once upon a time, I heard that there was a tortoise in the sea and lake that could be destroyed with a snap of the fingers. In just 2 or 3 years, Zuanshanmen and Yunmings actually stood up for it. Even Headmaster Xiantian personally went after him. How can Fong Yiju be so virtuous? He was breathing rapidly and licking his lips slightly. But now I don't know how to deal with the aftermath. He is not afraid of death. But he is afraid that Fong Yaya's origin cannot be left behind. Will he be imprisoned? If you want to be imprisoned, you don't know how to retain some of this origin and turn it into the foundation for turning over. Fong Yiju said nothing. And various schemes flashed across the sea. Dai-rui was already laughing.
Fellow Daoist Su-hee, this sect master Fong is special. My sect master has informed us that he is immortal and cannot be killed even by cutting back the root. Do we want to imprison him and seal him now?
Su-hee's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was silent for a long time. Then he grinned and said,
I don't believe that there are people in this world who cannot be killed.
If Fong Yiju is immortal, Yaya will never have peace. The so-called seal is not reliable. As long as he is alive, there is a possibility of accidents. Su-hee turned to look at the semi-illusory Yaya.
Yaya, call me daddy.
Fong Yaya fell onto the flying boat. Her face was pale, and she could hardly move. But she stubbornly shook her head.
Yaya, don't call him daddy.
Not calling her daddy has revealed everything in Fong Yaya's heart. Su-hee laughed loudly.
Call me.
Yaya blinked. And without asking why, she shouted crisply,
Dad!
Although he was weak, his tone was filled with joy and excitement, as if his dying wish had unexpectedly come true.
Okay.
Su-hee laughed, jumped up and headed towards Feizhou.
Sister Lu-ru, shopkeeper Dai, help me keep an eye on Fong Yiju and don't allow him to escape. I'll kill him later.
Lu-ru and Dai-rui nodded and glanced at Fong Yiju even though they didn't know why. The space is solidified in darkness, preventing escape. The alarm bell sounded in Fong Yiju. Su-hee jumped onto the flying boat, looked at Fong Yaya, and smiled softly. Fong Yaya wanted to touch him, but couldn't raise her hand. She turned to look at Su Huanyan.
Mom, Yaya is going to die. Yaya has given herself a new father. So don't hit me.
Tears welled up in Su Huanyan's eyes. He wanted to hold his daughter, but didn't dare to get close, for fear of accidentally hurting her already fragile body. He just bit the back of his hand and turned to look at Su-hee, praying in his eyes. Su-hee chuckled.
Nonsense! If I don't allow it, who dares to let you die?
He spoke softly, fearing to shock Fong Yaya and reveal his true nature.
Originally, I was going to take you through the calamity and cultivate your true nature. But the calamity was used by someone else. And Fong Yiju is still alive. So I feel uneasy.
Repair here? Steal there. When is the end? Su-hee looked at Fong Yaya and showed a weird smile.
I remember you said you didn't want to be a turtle? But now you can't help it. Just be a turtle.
Su-hee smiled, and a fist-sized ball of blood floated out from between his eyebrows. It clearly looked like blood, but it didn't quite look like it. It seemed like it was alive. As soon as it came out, it formed a small blood-like dragon turtle, with its teeth and claws waving its limbs. Its luster is somewhat similar to turtle beads. It contains information about bloodline, inheritance, evolution, and so on. This is the paternal origin of the male turtle carried by Su-hee. If a white turtle egg is thrown in, there is a chance that it will match the turtle egg and give birth to a baby dragon turtle, although the chance is too small to be calculated. As soon as the blood turtle appeared, Su-hee gently blew it onto Fong Yaya. The blood turtle seemed to have discovered a treasure, and immediately got into Yaya's body. It is integrated bit by bit with Yaya's origin, to make up for the lack of paternal origin. The integration has just begun. But it can be seen that Fong Yaya's origin does not exclude Su He's paternal origin. On the contrary, he was extremely happy. And he couldn't wait to remove Fong Yiju's paternal origin and change it to Su He's origin. Fong Yaya let out a light sigh and blinked with joy on her face. She wanted to speak, but she passed out before she could say anything. Replacing the origin is probably the biggest surgery in the world. The little girl couldn't bear it and had to fall into a deep sleep. To replace the origin, only a top-notch divine beast like the dragon turtle can do it. The mythical beasts will do anything to reproduce their offspring, and they have come up with countless tricks. In fact, Yaya is essentially like a turtle egg condensed by Bai Ling at this moment. She only has a maternal origin, but not a paternal origin. Su He just completes it. It's not a sophisticated technique. Su He looked at Su Huanyan. The cold fairy had an unknown expression on his face at the moment. Sadness, despair, surprise, all mixed together. She didn't know what kind of expression she should have. She could only look at Su He and her daughter, with tears falling like rain.
Watch Yaya. I'm going to kill someone,
Su He said softly. He didn't dare to speak loudly for fear of waking up Yaya. He left the flying boat lightly and looked back to form a barrier protecting the flying boat, then turned around and flew towards Fong Yiju. He smiled and said,
"Thank you, Master Fong, for extracting the paternal origin from Yaya's body. Otherwise, I really don't know how to fill it with my origin."
Su He could add his own origin to Yaya, but he couldn't add Fong Yi's body to her body. Ju's roots were stripped away, and Fong Yiju did a good deed for him. Fong Yiju said nothing, watching Su He replace his origin. The scene seemed familiar, and there was a sense of emptiness in his heart. But as soon as this trace of emptiness rose, he immediately shook his head and threw it out of his mind. Fong Yiju looked at Su He like a gentle gentleman, smiled slightly and said,
"What Headmaster Xiantian said is not false. He can't kill me."
He didn't believe it. Su He was a little turtle that was only 5 years old. How could he kill him? Su He chuckled.
"There are no secrets between heaven and earth. If heaven and earth want to kill people, no one can escape."
When praying to heaven and earth, Su He saw Fong Yiju's magic of cloning from the perspective of heaven and earth. In the eyes of heaven and earth, there is no secret to his abilities. Su He looked at Fong Yiju. He had just been resurrected and had not yet recovered his Taoism. At this moment, it was up to him to make it round or flat.
"Everyone, please don't follow me,"
Su He said softly, while transmitting a message to Lu Ru.
"Sister, help me protect my daughter."
Lu Ru blinked and forcibly looked away from the flying boat, and nodded with a strange expression. Feeling tangled in her heart, did her parents, the princess, become an ant? Wait for the little girl to finish merging with her origin and wake up. Do you want to give a generous gift on behalf of the eldest princess? It should be necessary. This is the etiquette of being an ant. I wonder if one world is enough. The eldest princess has many interesting little worlds, and the little girl should like them. She dodged and landed outside the flying boat. After thinking for a moment, her body turned around and revealed her original shape. It was a white snake as white as jade, connected end to end, protecting the flying boat. Dai Rui had never been close to Feizhou, so it was more appropriate for Liu Ru to protect Feizhou at this moment. She only looked at Su He, wanting to see someone who couldn't even kill the headmaster. How should this little dragon turtle operate? It's not an adult dragon turtle. If it were another dragon turtle, Dai Quan would not doubt it. But a small dragon turtle wouldn't have many tricks anyway. Right? Previously, it was impossible to even reverse the root cause. Su He walked beside Fong Yiju, stopped talking nonsense, and patted Fong Yiju with his paw. A magical idea flashed, and he took Fong Yiju straight to the north for 100 miles, away from the crowd. Then, in Fong Yiju's advanced spiritual concentration system, a sound of divine power knocked him unconscious on the spot. With a turn, the dragon turtle disappeared, and a plump peacock baby bird that looked like a quail appeared. The calamity clouds in the sky suddenly condensed. The Xianwang realm looked at the great power here.
"Dot!
It turns out that this is how the previous divine beast tribulation came about. Is this the second incarnation of the beast transformation chapter? But how can the mythical beast be repaired? How can you condense a second body? Completely subverts the perception. Forget about condensing the second body. Why is the second body still a divine beast? In the beast transformation chapter, you cannot cultivate the second body of a mythical beast. This is a theorem. Cheating. The two new turtles born to the dragon turtle clan, one Bai Ling and the other Su He, really make no sense at all. At this moment, Various spiritual consciousnesses collided in the sky, but none of them dared to approach Su-hee's tribulation area, fearing that the heavenly tribulation would judge him as participating in the tribulation and strike him down as well. The snake eyes of Lu Ru, who was circling the flying boat, were completely dull. Dairui next to him also blinked his big eyes and felt a bit at a loss. The soul beast immediately contacted the headmaster in the Zuanshaman Shuanjia. Dragon Turtle has gone too far. If other top-level beasts come to rob or interrogate her, she is an ordinary 6th-level Skywalker who can't even see the immortal sect, so she can't protect her. In the west, a dragon hovered on Yumingze, and the sound shook the surrounding areas. Everyone, please don't disturb little Su-hee during his tribulation, or you can't bear the consequences. A nickname showed Yumingze's attitude towards Su-hee. If you have any ideas, think them over first. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Jiayun couldn't wait to strike down with a thunderbolt. And then he gathered it together and attacked immediately. He was afraid that the little bird that had survived the tribulation would run away again. Boom! A bolt of thunder struck, and Su-hee flapped his plump wings and got under Fong Yiju. Crack! The thunder struck right on Fong Yiju's head, and a burst of light flashed by. Fong Yiju turned into flying ash and dissipated. But for a moment, he gathered under the robbery cloud again, and looked up at the robbery cloud, and his expression changed drastically. The catastrophe has locked onto him. It has been judged that he interferes with the tribulation, senses the realm, increases the power, and will not stop until death. Dragon Turtle! Su-hee! He has the means. He really has the means to kill himself. Fong Yiju's soul was shattered. There was no one in the Xianwang world. As soon as Headmaster Xiantian received the message from Dairui, he took away the seal on Fong Yiju and turned around to run away. Not to protect Su-hee from the disaster. Escape first. The divine beast's calamity strikes at its source. Fong Yiju over there is involved in the calamity. It's surprising that Fong Yiju here can escape. He was so close. And once he was involved, the fun would be great. Take the 7th step to the sky and knock on the existence of the immortal gate to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Is it possible that the power of the heavenly tribulation will rise to the level of the legendary immortal tribulation? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Are all young people today so reckless? In order to kill a person, you dared to take him to go through the catastrophe? Fong Yiju is dead. But how can you, a little turtle, survive? Yin Yuan walked through the air, and from a distance, he saw Fong Yiju behind him. A cloud of calamity gathering above his head. Toad breathed roughly. I'll wipe it! I'll wipe it! I knew that the previous divine beast tribulation was definitely related to this turtle. I am your soul beast. You had a plan and you didn't tell me first. If you want to kill Fong Yiju, you can completely imprison him. Wait for the parents to break out of the SHL. Seal a world like last time. And slowly overcome the disaster. If you break in now, what if you use Honghua? It will be seen by others. The toad jumped and cursed. Miss Liuru, come find the eldest princess quickly. There is something important. Let the eldest princess come and seal this place so that no outsiders can explore it. The toad yelled and crashed into the mysterious world of mountains and seas again. This matter must be dealt with by the parents. No matter who wakes up and breaks the SHL. At this moment, in Shirwanda Mountain, the territory of the Phoenix clan, a phoenix cry. An icy wind fluttered its wings and floated in the air. This was an ice phoenix that existed at the same time as Hong Yi and Huang Ancestor. She looked towards the north, chirped softly, and her breathing was a little short. The little girl has a blood descendant? She is the only person in the Phoenix clan who has given birth to a blood descendant for hundreds of thousands of years. Unfortunately, when her daughter was pregnant, a traitor betrayed the clan, damaging the foundation and causing abnormal bloodline changes. The broken SHL is the Phoenix subspecies, a peacock. Moreover, he died tens of thousands of years ago. But today, there are descendants of his blood born. I felt a trace of breath while I was sleeping, but it disappeared after a moment. I thought I was sleeping too deeply and was mistaken. This time, I felt it clearly. It is the descendant of my daughter's blood. A little peacock that has just hatched its SHL. There is no mistake. Am I a grandma? She spread her wings and flew towards the outside of the Phoenix clan's territory. The space here is solidified and cannot be broken. You have to leave the territory. Phew! The ice phoenix flew away and let out a cry. Rejoice. Jump for joy. The clouds are under the wind and the face is as cold as ice. After being killed and resurrected, The sequelae caused by the divine shock will disappear. He thought carefully. His face turned cold. In addition to the main calamity cloud above his head, a total of 7 small calamity clouds condensed from all over the Xianwang realm. Those who are going through the tribulation below are all traffickers. Soldiers, emperors, relatives and relatives. The calamity points directly at the source. And none of the 7 clones can escape. Dragon Turtle! Dragon Turtle! He has never regretted so much as he does now. And the warning from the scholar brother is still in his ears. Back then, when the Dragon Turtle was not ready, a prohibitive seal was set. In the end, he should have risked his life and distorted his cognition. Otherwise, you should sacrifice your body, kneel down and bow down, and seriously repair the relationship with the Dragon Turtle. If it had been done well at that time, why would the disaster happen now? Fong Cha gritted his teeth. Then I heard a thunder above my head. Boom! Black thunderbolts fell from the sky and struck directly on Fong Cha's head, instantly crushing him into flying ash. However, the thunderbolts did not stop, going against Fong Cha's source of life and hitting his natal stars. Chapter 226 Little Turtle. Get to the bottom of it. Attack the root cause. And fight until death. The heavenly tribulation is more ruthless to outsiders who intervene in the heavenly tribulation than to the divine beasts who overcome it. For Su-He, the heavenly tribulation is a test, and he still has a chance of survival. For Fong Cha, it is a natural punishment. Without the means to defy heaven, there will be no life or death. The thunderball poured out like rain, following the connection in the dark, until it reached the invisible territory, where the monk's natal star was. Humans, beasts, demons, all things, nothing can survive. There are only one natal star. The monks who have taken the first step to open the sky condense the Tao Yin Yuan Shin here to form their own stars. But in the silence, a thunderball emerged and landed suddenly on a natal star. This place was silent. No sound was heard when the thunderball exploded. No bright light was seen. But the natal star just shattered, cracked, and turned into flying ash and scattered away. This is a monk who has at least taken the second step to the sky. His roots were cut off, and his natal stars were extinguished. This monk who tried to condense his natal stars for the first time was frightened. This was a middle-aged monk with a short and fat soul, the supreme being of a certain small world. Today he broke through the second step of reaching the sky and came here to gather the stars of his life. He saw such a sensational scene. Before he could calm down from his shock, he saw 7 starlights coming from elsewhere, trying to gather the scattered star smoke and reunite the natal star. There were even starlights projected into the real world, trying to resurrect Fong Cha. But at this moment, Fong Cha, who had been chased and teased by Master Xiantian, laughed miserably and was wiped out by a thunderball. The thunderball did not stop and followed the connection to directly hit the natal star. 1 clone. 2 clones. The clones that controlled the fighting power were destroyed. The other traffickers and the emperor's relatives were killed. And the mere mortals couldn't even struggle. They were reduced to rubbish the moment the catastrophe appeared. These clones have no fighting power, and their natal stars are all condensed by special means. The 8 heavenly tribulations poured in one after another, regardless of front or rear. At the same time, it bombarded all the natal stars in Fong Cha. Lightning strikes the stars and scatters into a sea of smoke. There was no sound, but it was spectacular. The short and fat monk even forgot to gather his natal stars, and stared at all this. His heart was filled with turmoil. At the heavenly tribulation below, a translucent Fong Cha appeared on the fly ash. He raised his head and stared blankly. Halfway through the resurrection, the 8 natal stars all exploded. Dragon Turtle did it. She said she wanted to kill him, but she really did. Fong Cha looked up at Su-He. He could feel that this body that had not yet condensed was dying. Death really came. But there was no panic as before. He chuckled and looked at Su-He. I am dead, but the power of the tribulation has been increased several times by me. How will you survive the tribulation? The 7 clones flew into ashes, but the calamity cloud that destroyed them did not dissipate, but instead gathered here. At this moment, the calamity clouds rolled across the sky, and the thunder pool exploded in the calamity clouds. Fong Cha laughed loudly. Having the Dragon Turtle die with me, Fong Cha's life is enough. He had been a disciple, had become the master, led Qing Yuan to the east cloud, and pulled down the Dragon Turtle. What else could he be dissatisfied with? But Su-He sneered across from him. Are you afraid you're dreaming? Tough talk. Just as Fong Cha was about to refute, he saw the space outside the calamity cloud burst open. A phoenix cry came, and an ice phoenix burst out of the sky. Fong Cha looked at the huge ice phoenix covering the sky and the sun, and was suddenly startled. Is this also the backer of the dragon turtle platform? With such an existence, I'm afraid it's not really possible to forcibly stop this catastrophe.
I'm afraid you're not dreaming. I'm afraid you're not dreaming.
Dragon Turtle's sneer and mocking voice circled back and forth in his mind, and he was slapped in the face. Fong Cha was stunned, and suddenly felt like he was the biggest clown in the world. He has struggled for 300 years, but it is no better than being born with a turtle. He burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face.
I will never be a human again in the next life.
Fong Cha laughed miserably, and a thunderball fell, instantly turning the shadow into ashes. Before he died, he only heard Su-hee's voice.
Think too much. Under the catastrophe, all the soul will be destroyed. The soul will be scattered, and there will be no afterlife.
Fong Cha opened his mouth as if to speak, but before he could speak, he was completely turned into ashes. His cave world exploded, and the treasure stored in it scattered all over the ground. The dice spun and fell down one after another, before they landed on the treasure. The thunderball of heavenly tribulation had already fallen and exploded. In an instant, the treasure was reduced to ashes, dissipate completely. The speed of selling stolen goods was slightly faster, and the dice floating in the air obviously paused, and then continued to fall. Ashes times 38. The dice disappeared contentedly. Su-hee.
Dot!
When the dice appears, it means that Fong Cha is completely dead. Outside the catastrophe, Bing Feng raised his eyes and looked here. Seeing Fong Cha being destroyed by the catastrophe, he suddenly became furious.
How outrageous!
This human being dares to participate in the little bird tribulation. He is looking for death. If you die, you will destroy your Manchu clan. The ice phoenix screamed, and the ice aura came out of its body, and it was instantly frozen for thousands of miles.
Senior, calm down.
Lu Ru's voice came quickly.
Senior, be careful of affecting the catastrophe.
This sentence was more effective than any other persuasion. Bing Feng's aura disappeared instantly, and he withdrew all his power, fearing that it would affect the catastrophe a little bit. She turned to look at White Snake.
Little Lu Ru, what are you doing here?
Since Lu Ru was here, how could anyone participate in the little bird's calamity? Lu Ru was Ji Feishua's personal person, but Ji Feishua knew her well, and had been friends hundreds of thousands of years ago.
I've seen Senior Fong see.
White Snake transformed into a human form, and Lu Ru said to Bing Fong,
Senior, please seal this place first so that no one else can detect it. Su-hee tribulation cannot be detected.
Although I don't know why. Toad said it solemnly before leaving, and Lu Ru never forgot it. However, the eldest princess could not be found at the moment, and it was just right that Bing Feng came.
That's right. Don't let anyone explore.
Bing Feng nodded in response, spreading his wings to isolate the entire world, preventing anyone from exploring. After the isolation, he realized what he was doing and looked at Lu Ru.
Why aren't you allowed to be investigated?
And
Su-hee?
Bing Feng asked in confusion. The name seemed familiar. Lu Ru sighed softly, and a thought passed through. She didn't know much about the specific things, so she only passed on what she knew. As long as the realm is reached, one can feel the strong blood connection between Senior Fong Si and Su-hee's second body. Thinking about the history of the Fong clan, it is not difficult to judge that Su-hee's second body is this person's direct grandson. My direct grandson is actually a dragon turtle. I wonder how he should accept this. Su-hee flapped his wings, feeling the isolated tribulation land. Even though I only had a quick glance at the Bing Feng who came just now, the strong feeling of being connected by blood has already been clearly conveyed. She should be the mother of Peacock in the Hell Ghost dimension, a legend among the Phoenix clan, and a Phoenix Sea senior who was the same generation as Huangzu and the others. The Phoenix clan has 2 ice phoenixes. The other one is still small. This person is here. He probably wasn't contacted by Senior Qinglong. He probably sensed the aura of his descendants. Su-hee took a deep breath and thought about how to face it later. At the same time, I was thinking of ways to move Hung Gua to the second body. It took Fong Si a long time to come back to her senses. She couldn't explain what she was feeling in her heart. The strong joy was now taken over by shock, and there was still a trace of awkwardness. The beast transformation chapter is so annoying. The first body, the second body, and even the multiple bodies, regardless of priority, are all the same body. At this moment, The little thing with the body of a dragon turtle is a real dragon turtle. And the little one with the body of a peacock is her real grandson. It is true to say that the dragon turtle cultivated a second body and became a peacock. On the other hand, it is equally correct to say that a peacock has the body of a dragon and a turtle. How does she deal with this? Bing Feng looked at the sealed area of the heavenly tribulation, feeling both happy and heartbroken. She slowly turned her head and looked at the sleeping Yaya on the flying boat.
So, this is my great-granddaughter?
The huge ice phoenix was stunned for a long time. And then it became excited with a cry of phoenix.
No wonder she felt friendly as soon as she came here.
Nah, Fongiju. Letting him die under the calamity was really an advantage for him. She tilted her head and looked at Yaya, as if she was doubtful. Isn't it the blood condensed from the dragon turtle's body? Why does she feel connected by blood? The ice phoenix covering the sky, and the sun waved its wings gently. And its body shrank rapidly, turning into a peacock and landing on the flying boat. The feather crest on its head slowly came together. She looked at Yaya and said softly,
"The little guy is merging his origins like this. But it's hard to be perfect."
Tearing off the original source and then replacing it again would be like Guhong and the others cutting off the original source and giving it back to Yaya. It would be difficult to fit it perfectly. Su Huanyan looked over immediately.
"I hope Senior can give me some advice."
Bing Feng looked at her and made a voice with affection.
"Call me Grandma."
A mother should protect her cubs like this. This is a qualified mother. Not like her. When the daughter was in the egg, her protection failed. 30,000 years ago, she failed to take good care of her, causing her daughter to die. If she could be like Su Huanyan, would her daughter still be flying in the sky right now?
What a pity. That little bastard Su he passed on the blood of dragon turtle to Yaya. If he passed on the origin of my phoenix clan, I can burn it with the true fire of the phoenix and perfectly fuse the little girl's origin. At this moment, the old guy from the dragon turtle clan has taken action. Su he has overcome the calamity. But no one from the dragon turtle clan comes?
She looked left and right, but there was no dragon turtle in sight. She was about to curse a few words when she suddenly looked up. For a moment, where she looked, two claws tore open the space, and a huge snake head came out, followed by the one below it. Faucet. A dragon turtle with lightning broke through the space and came out, with thunder and lightning flashing all over its body, and a thunder snake on its back. Dragon turtle. Green thunder. The snake on its back has no wings, and has the same color as him. It wraps around the turtle SHL, giving people a feeling of speed and ruthlessness. The strong aura of the dragon turtle hit his face. The feather crown of the ice phoenix shakes. Is this thunder? Lei Bushio's inner world was originally not very powerful among the dragon turtle clan, but he sensed it at this moment. Bing Feng actually felt as if he was facing Huang and Yin. Yin is Master Hong, who was temporarily taken away by Taizu because of his playfulness with his name. Bing Feng was confused. He hadn't seen him for 10,000 years, but this little guy was actually so powerful. Is it because there are more snakes? What kind of special Dharmakaya has been cultivated? But there was a smell of eggs, like a turtle that had just broken out of its SHL. Was he hatching turtle eggs before he came? Do turtle eggs also need to be hatched? Thunder shot out of the air and landed next to the flying boat, nodding towards Bing Feng.
Senior Fengxi, long time no see.
He roughly guessed why Fengxi came here. His little turtle hatchling is quite capable of causing trouble, and he actually created a second body like a peacock. The two races are at loggerheads. Toad called his parents like crazy in the mysterious world of mountains and seas, and naturally everything was explained clearly. The other dragon turtles haven't broken out of their SHLs yet. Qing Lei is different. This is not the first time he has fused with Soaring Snake. Before the Chijua's secret realm, he had used Bai Ling's Wanya arrangement to fuse Soaring Snake, but it was not perfect yet. It is several times faster than other dragon turtles to rehash eggs and recreate them. He was breaking out of his SHL when the toad screamed. He broke out of his SHL to understand the situation and rushed in before he could clean up the mess. Several bolts of lightning flashed across his body, annihilating all the breath left in the egg, and landed next to the flying boat. He tilted his head and looked at Feizhou. He also looked at Feng Yaya in the flying boat. The aura of the dragon turtle on this little girl was so strong that it could not be dispersed, no matter from any angle. She looked like a small human-shaped dragon turtle. I wonder if next time the demon transformation fruit comes, if I find a top-level demon transformation fruit for her, can she truly transform into a dragon turtle? Qing Lei naturally also saw the problems that Fengxi could see. In fact, It's not difficult to solve. The incubated egg left by Ling can be perfectly solved by combining soaring snake's methods. But a dragon turtle only has one chance to create an egg like that in a lifetime. If it is used by a little girl now, once it becomes a dragon turtle in the future, it will have no chance to cultivate the true body of Xuanwu. Qinglei hesitated for a moment, raised his head, and looked towards the heavenly tribulation, only to see the tribulation cloud rolling around and being rapidly absorbed. It seems that Su He has found a way to move the Honghua into the peacock's body, so that he can survive the tribulation smoothly. At this moment, someone sneakily detected a glimmer of consciousness, but was met with a cold snort from Qinglei. Follow the spiritual consciousness, and go straight to the source. After the void, there was a muffled groan, and an ape let out a mournful cry.
Old Zhu Yin! Live and speak out! If you dare to investigate again, your Zhu Yin clan will be destroyed!
Qinglei shouted angrily. After the void, Zhu Yin said nothing. However, Fong Xi's temper was even worse. He chirped and spit out a mouthful of Phoenix true fire, hitting the void directly. The true fire of her phoenix is not like the phoenix that burns everything. Fong Xi's phoenix true fire was icy blue, and even the space where it passed was frozen. The wail of the wild ape suddenly turned into a scream, then weakened and became inaudible. Within the seal, Su He flapped his wings and floated in midair. At the crown of his head, Honghua appeared in the wind and the remaining clouds, rapidly absorbing the tribulations. This time it is not the intersection of two realms to overcome the tribulation, but the power of the tribulation is super doubled by several clones of Fengiju, and the source of the world is still abundant. However, Su He's brows tightened. He discovered that there was a mutation in his beast transformation. In the ordinary animal transformation chapter, there is no connection between the various bodies. It's like creating several accounts when playing a game. Although they are all you. If you log in as a warrior, you will be a warrior. And if you log in as a mage, you will be a mage. But there was a certain connection between Su He's first body and his second body after he received a thunderbolt. According to normal circumstances, Su He should appear as a turtle, release the Honghua, reappear as a peacock, and accept the Honghua. But as soon as the thunderbolt fell, at the critical moment, he just instinctively mobilized the Honghua. With a thought, the Honghua emerged directly from Peacock Shin's body. Then, there is a certain connection between the peacock real body and the dragon turtle real body. It can even be said that they are integrated together. Su He still doesn't understand the specific situation. But as the catastrophe progresses, this connection becomes more and more obvious. Honghua flew up and swallowed up all the third heavenly tribulation, then turned around and began to devour the clouds of tribulation. This time, Su He gave up completely and was forced to resist a thunderbolt, which was already the limit of Peacock's body. The rest can only be swallowed up by Honghua. The peacock's body is too weak to withstand such a catastrophe. The hexagram hung is like a gourd, constantly swallowing up the calamity clouds. In just half a day, all the calamity clouds that were overwhelming the sky disappeared. Su He closed his eyes and looked inside. His head, wings, heart, liver, spleen and stomach. Everything is fine. A complete little weakling. Looking further down, Su He was stunned. A world bead is floating alone, with sparse images of mountains and rivers on it. This is not the newly generated world bead of the peacock's true body. This is the dragon turtle world bead. The dragon turtle's true body and the peacock's true body share the same world bead. The consciousness penetrates into the boundary pearl, and a newly opened world floats quietly inside it. Tai Mountain, Kaitian Bai. The last trace of fantasy was broken. It was the dragon turtle world pearl. Su He took a deep breath and had a question in his heart. If we share the world pearl, what will happen to our true essence? In the body of a dragon and turtle, the turtle element is generated outside the boundary pearl. You cannot use the turtle element in the body of a peacock. Su He withdrew from the Jiezhu and observed carefully that the catastrophe had passed. The Honghua revealed its origin and helped the peacock's body grow. Drops of golden phoenix essence condensed outside the boundary bead. What the world pearl condenses here is Fengyuan. Su He revealed the body of a dragon turtle and looked inside again. There was another condensed turtle element outside the boundary bead. Quite humane. There is just one bonus missing. In the monk's beast transformation chapter, the human body is revealed, and the beast's body can be practiced in the background. He can't do it now. The Jiazhu is too busy. If he wants to cultivate the phoenix element, he has to show his true body as a peacock. And he has to cultivate the turtle body. Yuan has to reveal the true form of dragon turtle. Practice progress divided by 2. Cultivation difficulty times 2. The dragon turtle has the advantages of the dragon turtle, and the peacock has the advantages of the peacock. I don't know what the peacock's heritage is, and it's not easy to watch it directly now. The second body is a peacock. I don't know how the dragon turtle and phoenix tribe view this issue. They will go out and meet the elders of both parties before making a decision. The water waves rolled under the dragon turtle, and it left the tribulation area in a moment. When it looked up, it saw a body like Qinglei Mountain, and it was overjoyed. They had just overcome the tribulation, and Fong Cha blocked the place where they were crossing the tribulation. So he didn't know that Qinglei had broken out of his SHL and arrived. He jumped and flashed to the flying boat. Yaya's body has solidified and woke up, and the feeling of blood connection spread over her. So he laughed. Fong Yaya was even happier to see him. Big turtle! Ah! Before her father could call out, she was already stunned. She tilted her head and looked at the Qinglei mountain-like body, and then at Suhi's 2 to 3 feet tall body. Turtle body? He pouted and thought for a while, then called out to Suhi. Little turtle! The scene burst into laughter. Suhi was startled, then gritted his teeth. The little girl had rebelled. Qinglei laughed so hard that the clouds in the air dispersed. He stopped laughing and said to Suhi, Take out Bai Ling's turtle egg first. Just now. He had nothing to do for a long time, and he had asked Suhi to tell Suhi's experience in the past year and a half in detail. He was really curious about how the little tortoise could not only open the sky, but also create a second body in just 1.5 years. Come. Naturally. He also knew about the white spirit turtle egg. It is almost impossible to hatch a dragon turtle from a turtle egg, and it is even harder than it is for an ordinary grass turtle to evolve into a dragon turtle. Simply use it to help the little girl integrate her origin, but it will have a better chance of shaping a real dragon turtle. Suhi didn't know why, but he did as he was told. The foreign minister's face shook slightly, and the turtle eggs floated on the flying boat. Qinglei let out a breath, and Yaya's body instantly became insubstantial, turning into a beam of lightning and falling into the turtle egg. Suhi has seen this electric light a lot. Fong Yaya's conscious body is like this, and so is the origin that was revealed in the previous illusion. Qinglei on the side suddenly froze and exclaimed, Clown! Fong Cha was also surprised and said, The reincarnation of a soul beast? This lightning-shaped soul beast is exactly the same white-spirited soul beast as that little guy Fong Yi. Fong Yi was beaten by Bai Ling countless times, but it was Bai Ling who he admired the most. He even looked for the same soul beast. Chapter 227 True Little Turtle. The air was somewhat condensed for a moment. Ancestor Fong Cha had only seen Bai Ling and occasionally glanced at Bai Ling's soul beast. But for her state of mind, one glance was enough to remember her for eternity. Even a small flash of lightning would not be mistaken. Fong Cha looked at Qinglei and saw Qinglei panting heavily. It wasn't until Yaya completely melted into the turtle egg that he slowly came back to his senses. The master of the soul beast is one. This is an iron law. When a soul beast is killed, it can be reborn in the sea of consciousness of its owner. Although it is difficult and time-consuming, it is indeed possible. But conversely, if the master dies, the soul beast will never be able to survive alone. If the master dies, the soul beast will die instantly. Therefore, the toad cared about Suhi far more than Suhi himself. This little girl looks to be only a few years old, and even her mother is only in her early 300s. In other words, the reincarnation of the white soul beast must be within the next 100 years. Bai Ling wasn't dead 100 years ago? Otherwise, it would be impossible to reincarnate within 100 years. Unless she has the means to die by herself, but keep the soul beast until reincarnation. Lei looked at Su Huanyan and opened his mouth to ask, but thought about it again. Should he be considered this woman's quasi-uncle? It is somewhat inconvenient to ask people about their pregnancy and childbirth. He glanced at Suhi, and his eyes were full of disgust. This idiot didn't even know how to chase women. He had to become a husband to ask some questions. Lei licked his lips, holding himself in enough. Suhi took a long breath and finally recovered. He looked up at Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan's face was pale, but she was not frightened by the news. She had been seriously injured and had lost too much blood. Su Huayang shook his head lightly. Who she was in her previous life has nothing to do with me. But she is my daughter in this life. The matters of the previous life were left to the previous life, and this life was the only one. Probably because of his previous life. Su Huanyan was very open-minded about this matter. Suhi nodded. The light flash landed behind Su Huanyan. letting her lean on her turtle L and look up at Lei pitifully. Uncle, can you bear to watch and not help with treatment? Su Huanyan smiled lightly and whispered to Su He.
Don't make trouble. The two seniors have treated my injuries. It was me who held on and wanted to wait for Yaya to wake up.
An hour ago, Yaya initially fused with her origins and woke up. But Su He had not returned from the catastrophe, so she could not rest.
Lie down for a while,
Su He said softly. The tortoise mountains appeared on his back. But they were not hard mountains and rivers, but rather soft. It is not difficult to control the softness and hardness of the foreign minister. Su Huaiyang shook his head lightly. Everyone present is here to help Yaya. How can she not even know how to treat guests? He forced himself to speak, but felt a gust of breeze coming, and he closed his eyes involuntarily. A piece of ice phoenix feathers floated over, gently lifted Su Huanyan up like a bed, and landed on the stern of the ship. I don't know when a cave was propped up there. Fong Yu carried Su Huanyan into the cave. Then Fong Xi's kind voice came.
You are also a fool. You don't have to be a mother to support everything. Otherwise, what else would you do to your father?
She glanced at Su He with a sharp look in her eyes. Su He subconsciously took 2 steps back and lay down next to the dragon turtle egg, which was as white as jade. Only then did Fong Xi's eyes soften. Watch over your daughter at all times. This is what a father should do. In the eyes of the mythical beast, the world, power, practice, everything in the world is more important than his own cub. Therefore, whatever Fong Yiju does should be cut into pieces in their eyes. After forcing Su Huanyan to turn off his phone, Fong Xi looked at Su He anxiously again. And even Qing Lei looked at him strangely. Su He thought for a while. Then the dragon's head lowered slightly and transformed into the true form of a peacock. These two probably want to discuss the issue of a second body. Sure enough, Fong Xi looked at the little chick with eager eyes, wishing he could hold it in his paws and circle it for a few times. Su He lowered his bird head slightly and said to Fong Xi,
Senior, the second body was condensed out of necessity. It has not entered the inheritance place so far. If the Fong clan would mind, if you mind.
Before Su He finished speaking, he was interrupted by Fong Xi.
What did you say? Call me Grandma. It's your ability to condense a second body. The Phoenix clan wishes that the whole world could condense a Phoenix body. Unfortunately, it has been since ancient times. Only you.
She looked at the plump little chick in front of her and felt a bit of affection.
Child, tell Grandma, how did you condense the peacock's true body?
Su He looked at Qing Lei. Qing Lei nodded.
It doesn't matter. You can say that this one should be your grandma in the true sense.
For divine beasts, bloodline is the foundation. Whether they are born by oneself is not that important. For example, in Lei's eyes, Yaya is Su He's biological daughter. And even the King of Heaven, and I can't change that. Then she is just a little turtle. And she should be protected by the Dragon Turtle clan. Who dares to touch one? Su He was immersed in it for a moment. Starting with getting the peacock essence and blood from the H.L. Ghost space. Then talking about the amnesia of the dragon god's sacrificial beast. Then to being trapped by someone in the battle with soaring snake. Until he condensed his second body and broke out of its S.H.L. Fong Xi nodded.
I know about the peacock essence and blood. It has been lost for tens of thousands of years. I don't want it to be refined by others. But it is worthy of leaving a bloodline for my daughter.
The more she looked at Su He, the more satisfied she became. There is no doubt that this is a peacock. But when it appears, its strength and momentum are not inferior to those of ordinary phoenixes, but even surpass them. Previously, I thought it was the little dragon turtle who had a special talent. But now it seems that my daughter's essence and blood are also particularly important. Isn't it natural to be 4 times improved, surpassing the average phoenix clan? She looked at Su He, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. It would be even better if the peacock was not a second body, but the only real body.
No wonder you can overcome the tribulation.
Fong Xi chuckled.
You transformed into a beast and passed through the lost tribulation as a swan goose. In the eyes of heaven and earth.
You are clearly a swan goose and a peacock who has achieved Taoism. It is natural to achieve immortality and survive the tribulation of heaven. Should.
She stretched out her wings, rubbed Su He's head, and whispered,
Her name is Li. Yun Li.
After a moment of silence, he continued,
Although I don't know whether you recognize your mother or not, but from a blood perspective, she is her. It will be the anniversary of her death in 30 years. Will you go?
One is 10,800 years. The mythical beast lives forever. And 10,000 years are counted as years. It is only held once a while on the death anniversary. Suhi nodded. Go. Condensing the second body with his essence and blood. It carries a share of cause and effect. Not to mention whether revenge is needed. If he doesn't even go to the death anniversary, it really can't be justified. Good boy. Fong Cha rubbed Suhi's head and looked to the southwest in a daze. Qing Lei, who was listening to Suhi's explanation, was already looking in the direction of Li Chenxiao and snorted. How dare you take advantage of the Dragon Turtle Clan's trophies? I'm tired of living with you. He waved his claws, and there was a scream in the distance, and all the damaged dust shields and soaring snake corpses came back. Li Chenxiao flew up and down in front of Lei. It is indeed designed for the Dragon Turtle Clan. This must be a series of works. Different covers are for different races. It is more convenient for the dust cover to absorb the true essence and strength of the dragon turtle. Seal the palace? Lei sneered. The information was quite good. It was probably when he discovered that the 7 dragon turtles disappeared at the same time, and even the turtle boy Kaitian didn't appear, that he got scared. Or maybe you want to use this to force a dragon turtle to come out and see what the dragon turtle is doing? Okay. As you wish. Qing Lei raised his claws and tore in the air. With a squeaking sound, the space was torn apart. On the opposite side of the crack, he saw the Emperor's great world. Above the 9 heavens, there were clusters of palaces and fairies flying. It's like a grand scene in heaven. Qing Lei shouted loudly from the opposite side, and a man in a python robe jumped up and blocked the opposite side of the space. I wonder why the Dragon Turtle Clan broke the space of my imperial palace. His voice was like a bell, rich and full of vicissitudes of life. Qing Lei didn't say a word, but roared with divine power towards the space passage. The man in the python robe screamed, and blood burst out from all 7 orifices at the same time. His face was filled with panic for a moment, and before he could speak, a mountain god seal crashed in. Qing Lei's mountain god seal was a standard large seal, but there were lightning flashes on it, and he rushed into the passage and broke into the Fong Palace. It suddenly became bigger and brighter than a mountain, covering the sky and the sun. Crashed down. It's like the end of the world. There was a sudden panic in Fong Palace. Past. An old voice came out from the Fong Palace, and another man in python robe was seen rising into the sky, tapping the what in his hand towards the mountain god seal. If this mountain god seal falls directly, this villa will no longer be able to be saved, let alone the palace people in it. The old man wanted to open the mountain god seal with a little effort. This is one of the foundations of Fong Palace. The previous generation of King Xianjing. He and Qing Lei are old rivals, and they have fought several times without losing. Having a deep understanding of Qing Lei's methods, knowing where to start and how to take action can make it even easier to take away the mountain god seal. As soon as his what board touched the mountain god seal, his expression suddenly changed. I just felt that the law condensed on the mountain god seal was much more powerful than before. In a hurry, they hurriedly mobilized the palace formation to help resist. But it was already too late. The mountain god seal exploded with lightning, and he felt a powerful attack. The mountain god seal exploded, pressing him straight down into the sky, and crashed into the other garden. Boom! With a muffled sound, all the auspicious clouds around him were blown away, and the entire courtyard was shattered into pieces in an instant, with rubble hitting the ground below Jiushu one after another. The smoke and dust filled the air and took half an hour to dissipate. Among the broken rubble, the old body of the previous generation King Xianjing burst out of the rubble, looking at the space passage above his head. His heart was filled with turmoil, and he could not calm down for a long time. How long has it been since you and Lei fought? The last time their little turtle went through the tribulation. Lei Badeo directly invaded the territory of the Neosho clan and controlled the 2 realms of battle. At that time, Lei was dragged down, and he and Lei barely managed to draw. It's only been 2 years. But this dragon turtle has made rapid progress. This shit is such a rapid improvement. It's like a new turtle. The combat power is more than doubled. He couldn't even resist a mountain god seal. Could it be that Qing Lei wanted to kill him and just come over? He looked at Qing Lei in shock, only to see Qing Lei throw out a broken bolt-like cover and hit him with the head of his pocket. Who did it? Find out who did it, and come to see him in 3 months. Otherwise, there will be consequences at your own risk. After Qing Lei scolded him, he raised his claws and a bolt of thunder flashed through, closing the space. After beating you, I still want you to do something, which is extremely domineering. The camel on the flying boat looked at Qing Lei and Suhi. He couldn't help but move closer to Qing Lei, his eyes full of stars. Traitor! Suhi snorted. The space outside the flying boat fluctuated, and two figures appeared. Next to Master Xiantian, who was dressed in camouflage, stood a tall woman. She looked about 18 or 19 years old, but she was the beauty of Xinjiang. Headmaster Xiantian laughed loudly. I have met the two seniors and fellow Taoist Lu Ru. On the way here, I saw this fairy rushing here quickly, so I came with the fairy. Qianqianzi bowed Ying and said in a very nice voice, I've met Senior Dragon Turtle. I've met Senior Bingfeng. I've met my two sisters. Dai Rui chuckled. My sister is so nice to talk to. If you come to our store another day, I will give my sister a 40% discount. Thank you, sister. Qianqianzi smiled. Headmaster Xiantian turned around in disbelief and looked at Dai Rui. I'm only 30% off. The dignified headmaster only enjoys a 30% discount. But a person who is meeting for the first time is given a 40% discount. Dai Rui looked at him and said seriously, because you don't speak well. Headmaster Xiantian suddenly felt extremely distressed. He turned his head little by little, no longer looking at his boss. He glanced at the tribulation land in front of him and sighed. That Fong Iju was really killed by the tribulation. Already? What a pity. This is a great research material. He looked at Fong Si and Qing Lei. Seniors, do you know what race Fong Iju is? He has a horn on his soul, and he can still be reborn after his natal star was destroyed. He had searched through all the race introductions in his mind along the way, but he never understood this. He was the headmaster of Xiantian, and there were very few secrets unknown to all the worlds. If Feng Huangdong really has such ability, it is impossible for him not to know about it. With horns and resurrection, could it be the Yuanzun clan? Qing Lei pondered for a moment and asked. Fong Si nodded and shook his head. It sounds very similar, but Yuanzun's clan was destroyed by all realms millions of years ago, and there is no way there are any heirs left. But we can start from here to check if there are really Yuanzun's remnants. Never stay. Qing Lei nodded. The spirit beast had already issued orders to his own sharks. Qianqianzi looked around and saw Suhi, and asked Qing Lei, Senior, where is fellow Taoist Suhi? A fat chicken raised its wings high. Fairy, I'm here. Suhi's body shape changed, revealing his true form as a dragon turtle, the second incarnation of the mythical beast. Qianqianzi's jaw dropped. But I heard Suhi ask, Senior Shinshin and the others are still coming here? They were all seniors whom they had never met in real life and had only known each other for a short time. When they heard about the need, they immediately came across the big world. Suhi was very grateful. Although I have never fought, I still deserve the gratitude I deserve. They are coming from across the border, so they have to be slower. But with the speed of Senior Zhan Xiao and Senior Shinshen, they should be here soon. Suhi nodded. He didn't know what to give as a suitable thank you gift. He didn't have a correct position on the treasures of heaven, materials and earth. He could ask Lu Ru alone later. Lu Ru Zhangji Feishue is the best at all things. The flying boat floated slowly to the ground, and several demon statues of the Ming dynasty were standing at the foot of the mountain. Everyone was there, waiting for Shinshen Zhanxiu and the others, chatting casually, but unknowingly they started talking about Tao. Except for Suhi and Qianqianzi. They are all top powers here. They belong to different forces and follow different paths. A slight collision can create different sparks. Qing Lei and Fong Si have lived for countless thousands of years and are very experienced. Human monks are active in thinking and express their own opinions. It's clearly winter, covered with snow, but the fragrance of flowers is exuding. As he preached, visions arose. The snow melted, mountain flowers bloomed, Taoist sounds burst out, fairies danced, and spiritual beasts danced gracefully. Even Qianqianzi, a serious third-level Tian, mastered a lot of knowledge on cultivation. Although he couldn't say anything, he was fascinated by what he heard. Only Suhi was blind and couldn't understand anything. The more he listened, the heavier his eyelids became, and at some point, he fell asleep completely. The sleeping dragon turtle's body unknowingly transformed into a peacock baby. Fong Si waved his wings lightly, and a stream of energy fell on him. He has just passed through the catastrophe, and although he has not personally survived the tribulation, his body has truly realized that it is about to start growing crazily and needs a good deep sleep. I don't know how long I slept for, but he was awakened by a strong explosion. When he woke up, he saw Taoist Shinshin standing in front of a deep pit with an embarrassed look on his face. They arrived one after another the day after the sermon. The fight didn't end, but they participated in a top-notch sermon meeting. The time was spent preaching day by day. On this day, Taoist Shinshin was talking about Taoism. He demonstrated the excitement of his sermon, but as soon as he touched it, the fairy sword used for demonstration exploded. He looked at the others innocently. He would not bear the blame. It was not the sword he had made for sacrifice. He opened his eyes and shook his head to wake up a little. He was dressed in white beside him. Su Huanyan had woken up at some point, and his face looked much better. He sat beside him and listened quietly to everyone's sermon. Sensing that he was waking up, she turned to him and smiled softly. It's just the right time to wake up. Yaya is about to break out of her SHL. He looked at the giant egg beside her. Sure enough, the energy in the egg was so strong that it was about to break through the SHL. How long have I slept? He asked quietly. Su Huanyan thought for a while. More than 2 months. After 2 months of sleep, it was just in time for hibernation. The mythical beast was so forgetful when sleeping. Time is worthless here. After 2 months, Sui's peacock real body no longer looked chubby and gray. It already has the heroic appearance of a little peacock. As he was talking, there was a crisp sound of egg LS next to him. Everyone turned their heads at the same time and saw the dome squirming, cracking a gap, and then becoming motionless. There were monks all around, and they were extremely patient. They could also sense the strong breath of life in the egg, so they just waited patiently. The only ones whose breathing was a little short were He and Ching Lei. The cracks in the egg gave off the smell of dragon turtle. Slightly stronger. The egg of the mythical beast is like a seal, blocking all inspection. This is a kind of protection for the creatures inside the egg. Forcibly breaking through the isolation of spiritual consciousness to check will inevitably hurt the creatures inside the egg. After a crack opened, the dome fell into silence until 2 days later. The sound of the SHL breaking sounded again. Crack. A crack appeared, intersecting with the crack, forming a twisted cross. Immediately afterwards, the egg squirmed and cracked, forming a hole. Then a small and cute faucet came out. The baby let out a milky cry, followed by front paws. Turtle SHL. The dragon turtle's aura was no longer concealed and rushed towards his face. The diameter of the tortoise SHL is less than 3 feet, only as big as a single-person school desk, and the color is dark black. However, in the gaps between the tortoise SHL and the intersection of scales, blue light bursts out and electric arcs show. There are 3 similarities with Ching Lei. Dragon Turtle Anonymous. Looking at the little turtle, my heart immediately reflected the name of the little turtle. Kong. It's not that it can't be mapped. It's that the little turtle doesn't have his own name yet. Ching Lei looked up to the sky and roared, laughing loudly. Before entering the egg, there was a little human with the blood of dragon and turtle. It was gestated in the egg for 2 months. It not only merged with He's paternal origin, but also absorbed by Ling's bloodline left in the egg. This little girl breaks out of her SHL and becomes a dragon turtle. Pure blood dragon turtle. Real dragon turtle. The sky was full of thunder and lightning, and it was like rain. The world is rejoicing at the birth of another little dragon turtle. The little dragon turtle crawled out, looked at the happy He and Ching Lei, and then looked at the surprised Su Huanyan. He let out a cry, crawled a step, and instantly returned to the appearance of a 3 or 4-year-old girl, and jumped into Su Huanyan. In the arms of Huanyan, she shouted happily, "Mother! Mother! I can turn into a turtle!" She turned into a human form, and the breath of the dragon turtle disappeared. Ching Lei, who was laughing and roaring, suddenly froze, as if there was a thorn in his throat and couldn't spit it out. What a small dragon turtle! Why does it have a human form? At this moment, he deeply understood where Fong Ci's tangled expression came from. Chapter 228 Fong Cha Fei. Su Huanyan turned around to block Yaya, took out the clothes from the space, put them on her, and tied up her hair. In a moment, a lively little girl reappeared. He was very happy when he looked at her. After carefully observing her, he could no longer feel the lack of Yaya's origin. 2 years have passed since it was discovered that her origin was missing and her lifespan was only 5 years. Finally, the hidden danger was eliminated,
and a big stone fell in her heart. It's a pity that the magical power of sending gods obtained from Bai Ling's tomb has long been out of date. Otherwise Mingjian could borrow it for a comprehensive test.
Uncle Lei, Yaya's body.
Before Su He finished asking, Qing Lei had already laughed.
Don't worry. The little turtle is very strong. It will be no problem to eat 2 cows.
Qing Lei was more concerned about taking care of the cubs than he was. That's good. Su He was satisfied and turned around to see Fong Cha looking at Yaya with envy in his eyes. When he found Su He looking over, his eyes turned resentful. It's clear that everyone has the true form of peacock. But the blood passed down is still the blood of dragon turtle. If the peacock bloodline is passed down, maybe a little thunder phoenix can be created. Thinking about it like this makes me even more worried. Qing Lei looked at Fong Cha's tangled look and felt relieved. This look was so familiar. Every time he heard that someone else had a new baby, the dragon turtle clan looked like this. Feng Shui has changed, and now they are at Gui's house. Qing Lei laughs without caring about the psychology of his seniors. Looking at Fong Cha's eyes again. Does this old ice phoenix still want to be like a bird? I'm afraid you're not being too whimsical. Yaya becomes a dragon and a turtle, which is unexpected but reasonable. She is the reincarnation of the white soul beast, so she can perfectly accept the bloodline origin left by Bai Ling in the egg. It also integrated Su He's paternal origin in advance, and the fusion of the two created the dragon turtle's true form. Moreover, Qing Lei suspected that Bai Ling might have planned everything for the soul beast. Not just anyone can accept the origin of dragon turtle inheritance. Ordinary monks. Not to mention their origins. Even if they take the dragon turtle's true blood into their bodies, they are looking for death. The moment true blood forms an army and enters the body, the war begins. Only divine beasts can withstand the dragon turtle's true blood. But divine beasts all have their own bloodline in Taoism, and they conflict with the dragon turtle's bloodline. I can't bear it, and can't integrate it. Only people like Yaya, who are humanoid divine beasts, have no Tao charm of their own, no bloodline inheritance, and are just a blank piece of paper. Only then can he carry the origin of Su He's paternal line. Then the white spirit turtle eggs were perfectly fused, and a little dragon turtle came out. This method cannot be copied. Just like Su He's second body, it is unique. Even if Bai Ling is resurrected, she will not be able to regain the soul beast again. There is only one soul beast for each person in a lifetime. There is no possibility of replacement. It is wishful thinking to want the little girl to become the Phoenix clan. Even if Su He passed down the origin of the peacock, and the Phoenix priest used the Phoenix true fire to help it fuse, the most it would get is a person with peacock blood. It is absolutely impossible to create a peacock or even a phoenix. Come out. The thunder clouds in the sky dispersed, but the Tao rhyme remained. Qing Lei's words were full of joy.
It's time to give the little one a name. The dragon turtle's real name is particularly important, so don't wait too long. How about the integration of the real name, which is the return of the mythical beast? It fits the temperament of a girl, and Ting is not bad.
Su He was dumbfounded and looked at Qing Lei with disdain. He has existed for 300,000 years, and only has this little ink in his stomach. Besides, choosing a name is a matter for parents. How can they allow others to do it for them?
Looking at the color, Yaya should also be called Xiao or Mo.
Yaya dragon turtle's real body is black with a black background, and exuding blue and blue lightning. The two words are consistent. Su He is satisfied. When he looks at Yaya, he sees the little girl nodded with satisfaction.
That's right. Xiao and Mo are so nice. So they don't want Pai Lai.
Su He raised his head and raised his eyebrows at Qing Lei. Very provocatively. Qing Lei curled his lips. His arrogance obviously weakened, but his eyes were still unconvinced. And he was searching for another blockbuster name. But I heard Yaya say seriously,
Xiao and Mo both sound nice. So I decided, my name is Su.
Huh? As soon as she spoke, she had a look of shock on her face. She turned around slightly, revealing the body of a dragon turtle. Everyone looked at it again and knew its name at a glance. Su. Su He. Little turtle. Your name is Su. Who among us has the last name? Electric sparks crackled on the little dragon turtle's body, and his big eyes were filled with grievances.
Why is this happening? I want to be called Su Man.
As soon as you say the word Su, your real name is formed and cannot be changed. Su He almost spat out a mouthful of saliva. What the H.L. is Su Man? Is this a name a girl should have? Fortunately, Dragon Turtle has a natural single name. Seeing Yaya's tangled look, Qing Lei burst into laughter, gloating about his misfortune, not acting like an uncle at all. Yaya bared his teeth and roared with laughter, then smiled and tore a crack in the space, pulling out a thunder pool.
Come on, little guy. I'll give you a meaning gift. And put all the unhappy things aside.
The thunder pool is like the sea, with rolling waves, and each wave brings a thunderous sound. Yaya was instantly attracted. This thunder pool fit Yaya's attributes so well that it naturally attracted her irresistibly. Yaya wanted it, but didn't dare to accept it. She secretly turned her head to look at Su Huanyan, her eyes full of pleading. Such a thunder pool was too precious. Su Huanyan didn't know if it was because of the Dragon Turtle clan's greetings that they were so arrogant. He couldn't make up his mind for a moment and looked at Suhi. But I saw Suhi complaining.
Uncle, why don't I get a greeting gift when I overcome the tribulation and become a dragon tortoise?
Qinglei blinked. As if he suddenly remembered, he pulled out another thunder pool, pressed his claws on the two thunder pools, and they were crushed into a palm-sized cyan jade pendant. He stuffed it in front of Yaya and said,
Your father is right to complain. He will survive the tribulation.
If you forget to give it to him, you have to make up for it. Then I will give you two thunder pools, and his will be your own turtle. No need to be polite.
Suhi.
He turned to Yaya and said, Take it. This is your Lei Zhu. Just call me Grandpa Lei. Thank you, Grandpa.
Yaya called out sweetly and swallowed the two jade pendants in one gulp. The little girl didn't have the space to store them,
so it was not convenient to store them. Qinglei suddenly laughed. Are we becoming grandfathers too? It stands to reason that the dragons and turtles born one after another within 80,000 years are of the same generation. But the little guy is special and can only be the next generation. The feeling of being a grandfather is completely different from the feeling of being an uncle. No wonder Fong Cha immediately killed him as soon as he realized that he had a blood descendant. This feeling is really great. The other dragon turtles were in retreat, so he took this opportunity. However, the little guy is a serious thunder dragon turtle, and it is only natural for him to teach him. It's just that Yaya still has parents, and this matter must be approved by the parents. He looked at Su Huanyan, coughed, and said what he was thinking.
Well, Yaya is from the little Suhi family, and she has a special thunder attribute. You have just broken out of your SHL, and you need to consolidate your roots. Can I take care of you during this period?
After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Huanyan nervously. A dragon turtle that had existed for unknown tens of thousands of years actually felt uneasy. Take care of the baby. What kind of honor is this among the dragon turtle clan? Su Huanyan was startled, then heard a message from Suhi.
Senior sister, Yaya is different from me. I survived the tribulation and became a dragon turtle. I accumulated a large amount of origin, which is enough to even open the sky. Yaya was conceived directly, without heaven, tribulation, and Ren also lacks the source of accumulation. Uncle Lei belongs to the same family as her, so it is safest for Uncle Lei to take care of her at this time.
Suhi thought for a while, and then said,
Senior sister, don't worry. The dragon turtle clan's care for their babies is better than any other race.
He was afraid that Yaya would be in trouble, and Su Huanyan was reluctant to let go of his daughter. Su Huanyan thought for a moment and smiled.
I'm not worried. It's Yaya's blessing to have seniors taking care of her. It's just that Yaya is naughty by nature and is afraid of disturbing seniors. Qingxiu.
Qinglei suddenly laughed. If all the dragon turtles had babies around them to disturb Qingxiu, the dragon turtles might not be able to wake up from their dreams with laughter.
Just relax. What can you do if you are naughty? The worst is to poke a hole in the sky.
Qinglei laughed, and with a sweep of his mind, he held Yaya and landed on the highest point of his turtle SHL, and Yaya immediately screamed. The little girl's fear of heights and flying has not yet been cured. Qinglei smiled even more happily. Deliberately lift her up into the clouds, then catch her firmly when she falls. Yaya screamed louder and louder, both fearful and excited. Her screams filled the mountains, forests, and sky. Su Huanyan smiled. This was a family affection that Yaya had never experienced since she was a child. Her father did not recognize Yaya as his granddaughter, not to mention Fong Cha. And even Su Huanyan was not good at spending time with his children. That's why Yaya and Camel and Dragon Turtle are extremely close. She looked at Suhi again, her eyes shining with light. Suhi brought Yaya not only rebirth, but also a real ethnic group. The Dragon Turtle lives forever. This is the companionship of eternal life. Seeing Qinglei teasing Yaya so much that she screamed, Su Hua was so blessed that these dragon turtles and their babies would be happier if they had something to trouble them. Right? Su Huanyan saluted and said,
Senior, Yaya has cultivated the path of the ancient martial gods. If you can, Senior, please supervise her during your free time.
During this period of time, due to origin issues, I neglected my daughter's practice. This should not be done in the future. Qing Lei laughed loudly.
It's easy to talk. I know a guy who specializes in the path of the martial god. When I prepare to become a master, I will take Yaya to become a master. Huh? Where is that guy who is a war cultivator?
Senior Zhan Shou has also arrived? When I woke up, I only saw Senior Shinchen and the others, but not Zhan Xiu. They thought he had left because of something else. Su He looked around and saw Zhan Xiu squatting at the foot of the mountain in the distance. His whole body slumped. His armor was stained with blood, and he was a rebellious general with a fierce fighting spirit. At this moment, his whole person had an aura of decadence, as if his faith had collapsed. Su He came close to Qianqianzi.
What's wrong with Senior Zhan Xiu?
Qianqianzi made a silence gesture and replied via voice.
Senior Zhan Xiu is here. When he saw Senior Qing Lei, he swung his sword to kill him. He wanted to duel with Senior Qing Lei again, but in the end, he only took 2 moves. I came back defeated. Then my whole person became like this. It's been a month.
Depressed? Su He was thinking when he saw a thunderbolt from Qing Lei falling on Zhan Xiu, instantly knocking him to his feet and shouting curses. Qing Lei completely ignored his shouting.
Hey! I have a very talented martial god disciple here. Do you want to accept him?
Zhan Xiu was dazed for a moment and sank into himself for more than a full month. Even when the world celebrated the birth of Dragon Turtle, he never woke up. Hearing Qing Lei's words, he instantly became energetic. But then he fell down again.
Are you misleading me? Bah! Hypocrisy.
Qing Lei spat at him.
On the count of 3. If you don't accept me, I will go find Wuho. 3. Stop it!
Zhan Xiu jumped up completely.
You're stupid. How does Wuho know how to teach his disciples? Look at his 3 disciples. One of them has become a talent.
Zhan Xiu cursed. But Fong Cha nodded.
Although the journey of the ancient martial god is difficult, it is one of the few ways I know that can kill the Yuanzun clan.
Su He looked at her. Su He didn't know about Yuanzun's clan, but Fong Yiju's method of immortality seems to be related to the Yuanzun clan. Fong Cha shook his head.
I don't know the details. Someone from the clan has gone to check. I will inform you of the results. The Yuanzun clan has long been exterminated, so there is no need to think too much.
She looked at Su He with a solemn expression.
You have a peacock true body and a Yunli bloodline. The one you need to be careful about is not the Yuanzun clan, but Fong Cha. That traitor from the Phoenix clan?
Su He asked. Fong Cha nodded. Su He had heard about the traitor many times, but he didn't know the specific reason. He only knew that the Suzaka sect, one of the top 10 immortal sects in the mysterious realm, was related to the traitor.
Very powerful?
Su He asked. Fong Cha was a contemporary of Huang ancestor, and was the top being in all the worlds. Even she seemed to care deeply about the traitor. Before Fong Cha could answer, Qing Lei's dull voice came from above his head.
Don't underestimate her. Fong Cha and I are 1,000 years apart, and she broke my world pearl.
Su He was shocked. He only knew that when Qing Lei was at the 3rd level of open heaven, he encountered special circumstances and had to break the beads into pieces and fuse the world beads into his body. But he didn't know the reason. Another genius who doesn't play by the rules? Under normal circumstances, the combat power of a mythical beast is directly linked to its age. Fong Cha must not be in this range either. Qing Lei knew what he was thinking, and said in a deep voice,
Which clan does not have a peerless genius? Fong Cha of the Phoenix clan, Ji Feishu of the Dragon clan, Bai Ling of the Dragon Turtle, and Shui Jun of the Qiling clan.
Qing Lei tossed Yaya and looked at Su He. Even you could be called a peerless genius. Kaikian cheated. Let's not talk about it for now. Condensing the second body of the peacock is always real. The bloodline is increased 4 times, and the potential is unknown. And it is foreseeable that the 3rd body, and even the 4th body can be condensed. If all the top divine beasts were gathered together, how many people would be able to fight with Su He in 100,000 years? Is 100,000 years a long time for a dragon turtle? Qing Lei sighed in his heart, and woke up suddenly. No! I can no longer watch another junior surpass me. I don't want to experience the fear of being suppressed and beaten by Bai Ling back then. After handling the matters at hand, immediately take your granddaughter to practice. Qing Lei let out a long groan and said to John Cultivator,
If you want to accept a disciple, show your sincerity and pass the review. I will send my granddaughter to you in 10 years.
He shouted and jumped up. Thunder and lightning flashed across his body, leading Yaya up to the sky.
Where are you going, Mr. Turtle?
Yaya lay motionless on the turtle horrible. In the past, he was just a little person with limited eyesight, and he was not afraid of being carried by the turtle father. Now, as a dragon turtle, at a glance, an ant thousands of miles away can be seen clearly even if it shakes its beard. You can truly feel every inch of height increase, and your fear will be infinitely amplified. You can fly. What are you afraid of? Qinglei laughed loudly.
Uncle will take you to collect debts.
He tore open the space with his claws and crashed into the Emperor's world.
Get him 3 months. And he really dares to drag it out for 3 months? He doesn't know whether to live or die. Fight?
Yaya's voice suddenly became louder. At this moment, even her fear of heights was gone. Chapter 229. Do you want the stars or the moon? The two turtles, the ancestor and the grandson, were still saying something, but they had already disappeared through the space. He was helpless. Does Dragon Turtle always think like this? He looked at Su Huanyan and didn't see any worry at all.
Aren't you worried?
They are looking for trouble in Fenghuang Palace. Feng Huangdong has all the means not to be afraid of dragon turtles. Su Huanyan shook his head.
Senior Qinglei must be sure.
She could clearly see the attitude of the Dragon Turtle clan towards Little Turtle. From Suhi to Yaya. We really have to hold it in the palm of our hands. Since we dare to take Yaya to the Imperial Palace, we have full confidence in protecting Yaya from any harm. Su Huanyan was not worried. But Yaya was taken away just after breaking out of her SHL. But he was reluctant to let go. It's just that she has never been good at expressing such emotions. Feng Si shook his head, and 2 phoenix feathers floated up, piercing the space and chasing Qinglei.
The little girl should call me grandma no matter what. How can I let Qinglei Zhuan be more beautiful than before? With a little gift, you can rest assured that no one can hurt her.
This little girl is much safer than you. She has no enemies either overt or covert. Unlike you who has a peacock's second body. Feng Si looked at Suhi and sighed.
What Qinglei said is true. Fong Cha is a genius that has not been seen in our clan for millions of years. Although he is not as defiant as Bai Ling, he is also the pride of Feng. He is just 100,000 years ago. For some unknown reason, he had evil thoughts in his heart and wanted to kill his fellow tribesmen to gather blood and dream of becoming a true phoenix. In that battle, he only broke out of his Alan mutated into a peacock 30,000 years ago, and he died because of the flying phoenix.
When she said this, it was not anger and hatred, but endless fatigue and sorrow in her tone. She looked at Suhi without blinking, as if she wanted to see the shadow of her daughter in Suhi's half-sized peacock body. She looked at them, but turned her head away. They had the same blood, and there were so many similarities that she couldn't bear to see them.
But Feng Chaofei has never attacked Chufeng, so you don't need to worry too much. The only time he got close to Chufeng was 6,000 years ago, when he approached Feng Yi. At that time, Feng Yi was dueling with Bai Ling all day long, and Feng Chaofei was just one hit by Ling's hand.
At this point, she flapped her wings and laughed. Then he turned to look at Suhi.
Feng Qian still doesn't know about this. Don't let it slip.
Feng Yi was arrogant and wanted to duel with Bai Ling every day, but was protected by Bai Ling. If he knew about this, he might not be able to pass the test in his heart. Suhi prayed for Feng Chaofei for half a breath. 6,000 years ago was the eve of Bai Ling's death, which was probably not the peak moment. Feng Si smiled.
Bai Ling is the best at deduction. After this incident, he imprisoned Feng Yi in the Liuli volcano and dug the mine for 2,000 years. Only then did we receive Bai Ling's last words and take her out. I think we have been through that. In 2,000 years, there will be no danger.
Suhi didn't know what to comment. The Phoenix clan is already the top race in the world, and they want to go one step further. Suzaku and Phoenix are similar in appearance, but they can't be compared to each other. Right? But, Suzaku. Now when I contacted him again, Suhi wouldn't believe it if he said it was just a coincidence. There are no rumors about Xuanwu Suzaku or White Tiger or Blue Dragon in this world. But what he has come into contact with recently is clearly within the scope of the 4 sacred beasts. There is also the witchcraft netherworld. This sleep has been completely integrated into the dragon turtle's true body, which can be really studied later. The ghosts summoned by the netherworld carry unknown history. Taoist Shinshin, Qianqianzi and others on the side were eating melon quietly. Fong Si did not transmit any sound or isolate them, so he just allowed them to eat the melon. Fong Si said and laughed.
I'm telling you this. I'm not telling you to be afraid of your hands and feet. Are you a dragon turtle or a peacock? Why should you be afraid of two races protecting each other?
She looked at Suhi.
My Phoenix clan is not like the dragon turtle. There are still people in the ancestral land. I was guarding the ancestral land. It was because of your second body that I broke out of the world. Now that things have happened here, it's time to go back. Do you want to go back with me?
Suhi thought for a moment and shook his head.
You might as well go back first and call me if you need it.
The Phoenix clan is different from the dragon turtle. After all, Suhi has condensed his second body, and he is also a peacock. The Fong clan is extremely sensitive, so maybe not everyone can accept him like Fong Si. In terms of blood, Fong Si is his grandmother, but the other phoenixes are not. Fong Si was silent for a long time and nodded, with Fong Chiang in front of him. The Fong clan was indeed a lot more stubborn. The feather crown on her head trembled, and 2 snowflakes fell on Suhi and Su Huanyan respectively.
This is a treasure. It can be regarded as a meeting gift. If you two can give birth to the blood of the Phoenix clan, such a treasure, the Phoenix clan will give you 100 times more, 1,000 times more.
Suhi laughed heartily, and Su Huanyan was startled, like a touch of pink on the skin of jade snow. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on the immortal sword in his hand. But he saw that Fong Si had already fluttered his wings, and instantly turned into an ice phoenix covering the sky, tearing apart the space and turning around. She wasn't kidding. Things like having children are so mysterious and have nothing to do with the realm of Taoism. So there are no surprises.
They left. It's time for me to leave.
John Shio sheathed his broken sword and looked at Suhi, his eyes blazing with fire. He was just in a daze, but he didn't know anything. He is very satisfied with this disciple. No one taught him that he could reach the 3rd level of the martial god by himself. His talent was so high that it was unbelievable. Could it be that the union of soul and body is more suitable for the path of a martial god? Or is it because of a pure heart? He has to make preparations and come up with an apprenticeship plan. He has to decide on this apprenticeship.
Little friend Suhi. Fairy Su. It's over here. I'll take my leave. See you in the Xian realm.
John Shio acted vigorously and did whatever he wanted. Suhi hurriedly stopped him.
Senior John Shio. Stay here. Senior came across the border to help me. I haven't thanked you yet. How can I let Senior leave in a hurry?
There is no such etiquette. John Shio laughed loudly.
How much do you want to thank me? A battle with Qing Lei is the best thank you gift.
For a being who follows the path of a martial god, is there anything more interesting than fighting? Qianqianzi on the side tilted her head thoughtfully.
So it turns out that you only have 2 moves. And then you are pressed to the ground and fighting is called fighting?
John Shio.
Dot.
He raised his head and looked at the sky. He didn't hear Qianqianzi's voice at all.
Since Fairy G is not here, I won't go to Yunming's to bother you. So I'm leaving.
He split the space with a knife, jumped in, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, splitting space across the universe. This way of leaving is very cool. Taoist Shinshin touched his beard and looked at Master Nanming. The two looked at each other with strange eyes. Fellow cultivator Jean probably wants to show off in front of his future disciples' parents? Is that why you are so childish? Long-distance space-breaking travel across the world is the exclusive domain of adult four-spirit beasts. If he forced himself to leave, the space load might not be enough for him to drink a pot. Could it be that at the end of the 10-year period, Yaya saw a sick master? Suhi looked at the two people with strange expressions, returned to his true form as a dragon turtle, and said,
Seniors, you don't have to leave because of something. Right.
Taoist Shinshin laughed and said,
What a coincidence. Before you woke up, we made an appointment with Shopkeeper Dai to go shopping at Wanshu Pavilion. Shopkeeper Dai was so generous that he gave us a 30% discount, so we could make a big purchase. As for I would like to express my gratitude to the two seniors Fong Si and Qing Lei for discussing Taoism with me for 2 months. Little friend Su he did not charge me a ticket, so I am very grateful.
Because several of them came across the border to help their children. Fong Si and Qing Lei did not hide any personal secrets. They were more of a pointer than a discussion. With hundreds of thousands of years of experience, one can gain a lot by talking about the detours one has taken. The problem of living a long life, being well informed, and blocking the path for hundreds of years is not a problem at all for the two divine beasts. Even if the paths are different, they have never encountered it, and their subordinates have already encountered it. Qianqianzi chuckled.
I was originally going to Tianqing Palace to do some work. If the seniors' discussion of Taoism hadn't been so attractive, I would have left long ago. Let's go! Let's go!
Everyone left one after another.
If Su-He feels bad, you can update the Qianjiang's home game. Or cancel the bet. If you continue to bet, my stupid dog will take out all the food bowls,
Master Nanming said, looking at the toad next to Su-He. The toad has just jumped out of the Qianjiang River and is twirling his fingers to calculate his recent wins. Toads don't gamble. They only play bankroll. Although I only drew 2 points. I won a lot of money. Su-He suddenly realized that no wonder Qianjiang had received a steady stream of law feedback during the 2 months of sleeping. It turned out that Toad had been running the game farm. There is a wise frog at home.
Young friends, you can come to Zuanshanmen to play in your free time.
Headmaster Xiantian cupped his hands. He left with a group of people. After flying thousands of miles, Dai Ruizai stretched out a hand and placed it in front of the headmaster. Headmaster Xiantian didn't know why. Dai Rui shook his head and sighed.
Brother, Headmaster, the sect stipulates that all income earned by disciples from outside belongs to the disciple personally. However, the income earned by the elders, chiefs, and headmasters must be turned over to the sect in proportion.
Headmaster Xiantian suddenly opened his mouth wide and was stunned for a long time before reluctantly placing 2 fruits in Dai Rui's hands. Taoist Shinshin and Master Nanming on the side were stunned and felt that they had gained a lot of knowledge. This fruit was clearly taken out by Senior Fong Si during the discussion of Taoism to entertain guests. But how many of them did he take? The dignified head of Zuanshanmen. Do this? No wonder shopkeeper Dai wanted to confiscate and punish him. It was a disgrace to Xiantian. As he was thinking this, he saw Dai Ruidai frowning slightly and looking at the headmaster with disdain.
That's all?
It's a rare opportunity. But there aren't even 2 more. Taoist Shinshin.
Dot.
Master Nanming.
Dot.
The custom of Zuanshanmen is quite strange. You won't be robbed of all your wealth here. Right? They are casual cultivators, and are used to carrying their treasures with them. Is it too late to go back and find little friend Su-He? Su-He watched Lu Ru turn into a white light and go west. And the seniors who came to help left one after another. He and Su Huanyan were the only 2 people left on the road. The lively place became empty for a while. There is heavy snowfall in the distance. But this 100-mile boundary is like early summer, full of greenery and flowers. 2 mythical beasts preached, and many great powers discussed the truth. If a formation is set up immediately to preserve the Taoyuan, a sect will definitely flourish here. The beasts that breed here in the next 100 years will never have the chance to become divine beasts. But the chance of becoming top-notch exotic beasts will definitely increase several times or dozens of times. Su-He slowly came back to his senses and looked at Su Huanyan. Su Huanyan had not recovered from his serious injury, but his complexion had improved a lot.
Senior sister, I think I have to build a dojo,
Su-He said seriously. Not only do you need a dojo, but you also need to accumulate some wealth. During this discussion, Uncle Lei made all kinds of spiritual fruits available to express his gratitude to all the seniors. But you can't always ask your parents again and again. The longer you practice, the more you get to know fellow Taoists. If you don't even have a place and delicious food to entertain your fellow Taoists, it would be a loss of status. The small world cannot be regarded as a dojo. It is just a secluded residence of Su-He. It is connected to Bai Ling's tomb. But it is not suitable for people to come and go. Su Huanyan rolled up his hair and chuckled.
Where do you want to open a dojo? Dongyun Mountain?
Su-He shook his head. Dongyun Mountain is in a good location. There is Senior Qingsong at Zuanshanmen to the east and Ji Feishua at Yunming's to the west. It is safe and secure. But it is too small here. And Su-He wants the sea.
Where do you want to live? Senior sister?
According to Su Huanyan's temperament, it is impossible to return to Qingyuan Mountain. When I opened the dojo, I wondered if I could take her with me. Su Huanyan was startled, and his heart was instantly confused. He didn't know how to answer. Under a tree in the distance, a huge red cocoon about 1 foot high made a tearing sound. The camel that was napping under its cocoon suddenly jumped up. He screamed loudly. Su-He took a quick look and saw a familiar smell on the cocoon.
Green snake?
Su Huanyan nodded.
I thought it was a cocoon made after I fell asleep. When I wake up, the cocoon will hang here.
This is the completion of evolution, and it is about to break out of the cocoon. The giant cocoon squirmed, but the green snake did not break out of the cocoon for a while, but fell silent. Difficulty breaking out of the cocoon.
Do you want to help her?
Su Huanyan shook his head.
The breath is stable.
Breaking out of the cocoon is an extremely private matter. Just like breaking out of the SHL, it is best for the green snake to do it himself, lest it be like a butterfly that can no longer spread its wings and fly without the process of breaking out of the cocoon. One person and one turtle waited quietly, but after a while, they heard an angry sound inside the cocoon, and a sword light came out through the cocoon, instantly opening a gap. Two delicate hands poked out the gap, revealing the jade lotus root-like arms inside and outwards. Tear. Su Huanyan immediately stood in front of Su He, covering his eyes.
The green snake transforms into a human being. It's a matter of a woman's reputation. Don't look at it.
Su He turned around and heard a surprised sound from Su Huanyan.
What's wrong?
Su He asked anxiously.
Nothing.
As Su Huanyan spoke, he took out a piece of clothing and tapped it lightly, and the clothing flew towards the giant cocoon. After a moment, the giant cocoon completely separated, and a figure swam out. After listening to the voice and finishing the chores, Su He turned back and was stunned. Nua. No. She has wings. The green snake tail is still there, but the upper body is a human body. The human body and the snake body meet in an extremely dangerous area. Graceful and graceful. Just like the waist of a 15-year-old girl, wearing Su Huanyan's clothes. The fairy clothes can change themselves due to the wearer. They are only half-length on the upper body. The snake's tail is slightly swayed behind him. A pair of white wings spread out. With a light beat, the lower body swayed, and it had reached 2 levels. Around people.
Thank you, senior sister, for protecting the Dharma.
Green Snake Ying bowed to Su Huanyan. Then he looked at Su He.
Thank you.
A turtle and a snake have known each other since childhood, but there is no need to be too polite. Su He circled her several times, eyes full of curiosity. A sailor formed and wanted to poke her waist, but after thinking about it, he decided it was inappropriate and gave up.
What race do you belong to now? Do you have any special abilities?
Su He asked curiously. With a new character and a new skin. Besides being beautiful, the only thing the man cared about was his skills. Green Snake thought for a while, then reached out and grabbed Su He, and then Su Huanyan, as if he had caught something, one after another. Su He vaguely felt that there was something extra. He looked at Green Snake in confusion. Green Snake also showed some doubts.
Marriage? I seem to be able to see other people's marriages, and I can match them and tie the red rope.
Su He.
Dot.
This is not a magical power. This is a vocation, Su He said boldly.
Sister, tell me, what do you want? Stars or moon?
Chapter 230 Chongyu Mansion. Green Snake really tilted his head and thought about it seriously.
Moon?
Su He.
Dot.
I'm just asking. I don't have the ability to take it off. Stars can still do it. They can fly out of the mysterious world and just pick up a small one and bring it back. The moon really can't do it. Green Snake laughed. She thought she might really need the moon. But it is not the bright moon in reality, but an existence like a realm and a dharma. Green Snake doesn't know if he has received the inheritance. He doesn't have the inherited memory left by his predecessors, like White Snake. I just somehow know my own path of cultivation. Pull the red thread and seal the marriage. When the bright moon appears, and the bright moon is in the sky. Marriage is not limited to living beings. Approximately. You hit the other person, and his Vientian tower has a soft spot for you, and can no longer be sealed to you. You are unparalleled in your magnificence. And the other party, Shifeng Tianlei, is devoted to you, and will not hurt you in the slightest. This is not a cause and effect. This is a cause and effect. A law. Of course this is just a theory. Just like,
as long as you are strong enough, you can break time with one punch.
I won't say whether it can be done, but it sounds amazing. Green Snake gives a brief explanation. Su Huanyan frowned slightly.
The way of incense?
That's what it sounds like. There are too many variables in the way of incense. And serious sects have few choices. Even if he is chosen, he will only serve as an assistant. How can a cultivator leave the path to all sentient beings? Green Snake shook his head.
I can just draw the power for marriage. But I don't have to get married. I can just find a mountain forest, where all the beasts in the forest can mate. And I can draw their own marriage. And I can also draw spiritual energy to practice. It doesn't have to be a marriage. Power.
Su Huanyan understood. This ability has great potential, and the future is promising. I don't know if the green snakes form a special race. If so, the future of this race is immeasurable.
I'm fine. Should we go back?
Green Snake looked around and asked. Tongue Snake's body was thrown aside. 2 months later. It was still as fresh as ever. Soaring Snake is dead. So Yaya has to go back quickly to prepare for her next transformation into a beast. Time is running out. What she saw was still before Tongue She died. Su Huanyan smiled lightly.
The source of Yaya has been solved. There is no need to worry. If possible, we need to stay for a few more days.
Yaya broke her L and left the edge. L here. The edge. L of the dragon turtle is strange. At this moment, it is actually absorbing the Taoist charm left by the sermons of its predecessors. This edge, L may still be of great use to Yaya. If possible, Su Huanyan would like to wait until the edge, L has absorbed the Taoist charm before leaving. Green Snake looked at the edge, L. The smell on the edge. I was too familiar. She looked at edge, L and Suhi. She didn't know what to think of for a moment. And her face was dull.
Yaya, dragon turtle?
She looked at Suhi. What did you do to Yaya? Suhi looked proud.
My daughter.
Green Snake was silent for a long time. Shook his head and chuckled.
Yaya is really lucky.
Dragon turtle. Can it be created artificially? After being surprised, Green Snake smiled.
I just need to consolidate my bloodline. It's the same everywhere.
After the catastrophe here, the heaven and earth repaired themselves. And the Phoenix clan and the dragon turtle preached. The rhyme of the Tao will last forever. And it is the most suitable for enlightenment of the Tao. A crescent moon rose. And the sky was filled with stars. The green snake coils its body, imprisoning half of its body in the center, and breathes in and out facing the new moon. Su Huanyan also sat cross-legged and breathed in and out to heal his wounds. The injury was extremely serious this time, and the 2 months of training were just preliminary adjustments to temporarily suppress the injury. It will take at least 5 or 6 years of healing. People who practice Buddhism can fly in the sky and escape to the earth for a long life, which is beyond imagination. But if you are injured, it is not something that mortals can understand. In particular, healing cannot be accomplished overnight and needs to be done step by step. Suhi's peacock body stands on the branch, with light shining on it. This is a sign of practicing gluttonous eating. The Tao Tai eating technique was originally just a magic technique. The achievement dragon turtle chooses to directly condense magical seeds for the first time. This technique can be practiced by the peacock's real body, and with the experience gained by the dragon turtle, it can be practiced with twice the result with half the effort. It will start to show results in 2 or 3 days, and you can devour some low-grade treasures. The peacock chirped, and an illusory gluttonous dragon head shot out, swallowing a pile of treasures prepared by the toad. With a bulging belly, he huddled on the branch and became motionless. After a moment, the peacock jumped up and landed on the ground, turning into the true form of the dragon turtle. To practice true energy, you must reveal your true body. The dragon turtle true body can only cultivate the turtle element, and the peacock true body can only cultivate the phoenix element. Shen Yuan cannot be idle in the background to practice, but you can hang on to the physical body. The peacock real body swallowed a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and slowly absorbed them in the background. Suhi's dragon turtle real body could do many things. His consciousness sank into the Tao Palace, and he chose the divine path method just like the toad. There was a serious problem when facing Fengiju this time. Suhi didn't have the means to reverse the root cause, so he couldn't reverse the natal star. The monks who have reached the second level of star destiny realm are immortal existences in front of him. There is no use in grinding it into dust. Even if you keep killing, you won't be able to kill a second born in the sky. It will only consume the power of the natal star. Resurrection will take longer and longer, and it will become weaker and weaker after resurrection. That's all. If you're not dead, you're still not dead. Many of the magical powers in the dragon turtle have the effect of cutting back the source. You can try to master them after the dragon turtle opens the sky. For example, Lei Fat on Ju. The 5 elements of divine thunder can be inherited by dragon turtles of all series, and they can be killed with heavenly punishment and cut straight to the source. But Suhi is more optimistic about Shinon. It is not an offensive magical power, but an auxiliary one. After it is passed down, the divine guidance will guide the power of the world and subtly change the dragon turtle's body. Every subsequent blow has the effect of cutting back the root. It's just that this magical power is difficult to advance, and when it is not fully achieved, the effect of cutting back the root is very weak. Only children make choices. I want them all. Suhi can now integrate 2 or 3 kinds of magical powers into his body at the same time. The load caused is still within the limit, and there is no need to fall asleep. Toad cooperated and pulled down magical powers and spells at the same time. Divine Lead times 3. Tenchu times 4. Blood Curse times 2. The Blood Curse is the Dragon Turtle's method of marking enemies, which is only visible to the Dragon Turtle. Even reincarnation can't get rid of the Blood Curse. The 3 magical powers integrated into his body. Suhi swallowed a few treasures and slowly closed his eyes. Never fell asleep. Just pretending to sleep. At the same time, he understood the barbarian king's world refining technique. With the chirping of insects and birds in my ears, and the crescent moon and stars above my head, I gently inhaled the elegance of Su Huanyan and the breath of green grass into my nose. The wind and snow were blowing 100 miles away, and the sound of falling branches and branches could be heard. It seems more and more peaceful here. In the middle of the night, Suhi opened his eyes leisurely. The toad was leaning on him, his head getting sleepy little by little. The green snake's body was still coiled. But Su Huanyan had stopped meditating and was reading the book by the moonlight. Seeing Suhi wake up, he took the scroll back without leaving a trace. Suhi's sharp eyes saw the words, Transformation of Beasts, on the scroll. It was not the Transformation of Beasts chapter adapted by Gu Luo, but a general chapter. Suhi's eyes lit up, and he was instantly overjoyed. Su Huanyan paused slightly. It's just an analogy. For reference. Got it. Got it. I understand. Suhi was not stupid and did not dwell on this issue. Senior sister, how about building the Daochong Cave mansion directly into chaos? The left and right also had to choose a place of suppression and open up a dojo in the chaos. Chaos and quiet can avoid most troubles. Su Huanyan thought of Suhi's previous remarks about where she wanted to live, and his eyes were slightly strange. It's okay. It's peaceful and comfortable. Normally monks don't have the ability to open caves in chaos. Otherwise, they would have gone there long ago due to their fear of trouble. Suhi smiled and said, Just open up a sea in the chaos. Senior sister is also a water attribute. Practicing in the sea will get twice the result with half the effort. The ritual of making ink has to be put on the schedule. It is best not to borrow the carrier of the divine pen from other people's hands. Su Huanyan glanced at him. Okay. Huh? Huh? Suhi's eyes widened. What the H.L.? Stupid guy. Toad's voice rose in Suhi's heart. The edge. I was not slow in absorbing Dao Yun, and it took only more than 10 days before it could no longer be absorbed. The flying boat took off, and everyone returned to Dongan Mountain. In more than 10 days, Tianzhu has not yet completely merged, but the fusion of Shinon and Blood Curse has been completed. Tenchu throws 4 points, but it does not increase the speed. The fusion is extremely slow, but it should be the power. Innate power times 4. After leaving the place of preaching, the entire mountain forest was covered with snow, as if summer had entered winter directly. This is probably the last snow of this winter. In fact, according to time, spring has already started at this moment. But the temperature has not warmed up much. But it will not stay after the heavy snow, and it will melt in 3 or 2 days at most. The further south you go, the more suitable the temperature becomes, and a touch of green bamboo comes into view in the distance. A bare roar came from the bamboo forest, when there was no snow at all, and all he could see was green. The feeling that the whole world was welcoming him arose again. Suhi said to Su Huanyan, There is a hidden cave here. Senior sister, would you like to go down and explore it? The sun, moon, yin and yang jade pendant is still placed in the outer space. The jade pendant is a key, which is very strange. When I was crossing the tribulation, I wanted Yaya to take care of it temporarily, but I couldn't hand over the key. With the key in hand, every tree and plant is welcoming Suhi as soon as he arrives here. I think the cave is unusual. Su Huaiyang shook his head lightly. It is not appropriate to cause unnecessary problems at this moment. Suhi had just overcome the tribulation, and Green Snake had just advanced in bloodline. She was injured, so it was not the time to explore the cave left behind by the monks. If she wanted to explore, she could wait until everyone's realm was stable and the injuries improved. Suhi nodded and drove the flying boat to leave. But at this moment, a joyful laughter came. Master and Madam, are you back? Suhi lowered his head and saw a middle-aged man dressed as a butler among the forest on the ground, waving excitedly. Quick! Quick! The master and his wife have returned from traveling. Opened a cave, prepared bathing soup, killed chickens and cows, and washed away the dust for the master and his wife. Little fourth, why don't you dock the master's flying boat and wait for him to control it himself? The housekeeper shouted. and a young man suddenly appeared on the flying boat, knelt down and bowed, and said happily,
"Welcome the master and his wife back home."
When he appeared, the flying boat seemed to be out of control, as if it was being pulled by something, struggling to fall to the ground. Base! With a sword cry, Su Huanyan's fairy sword came out of his body, and cut the young man in front of him into 2 pieces with 1 strike. In the way of spiritual practice, if you encounter any unexpected events, you don't need to pay attention to them. You will definitely be able to kill them with 1 sword. After a while, another boy happily boarded the flying boat, knelt down and saluted, his face full of joy.
"Welcome the master and madam back home."
It's the same boy. The same movements. Exactly the same. The corpse of the boy on the deck had no effect on him at all. As if invisible. Weird.
Roar!
Suhi roared with power. And the boy and the butler on the ground exploded at the same time. But then another butler appeared, shouting behind him,
"Chao Seer! Why don't you dock the master's flying boat and wait for him to control it himself?"
Another boy happily boarded the flying boat and kowtowed.
"Welcome the master and his wife back home."
Chapter 231 Act according to the rules. Yo! Immortality attributes have become a common commodity. I bump into them every few days. But I don't have them. I'm so angry.
"It's not a living thing. It's not a magic weapon,"
Su Huanyan said concisely. The moment the servant and the housekeeper died, their breath leaked and connected with the world, as if the heaven and the earth were created. But ironically, this world was silent. But he could feel that the world was welcoming him. The housekeeper and the servant kept greeting the master and his wife. But he could not sense any emotion from them.
"Do you still want to kill?"
Green Snake asked in a low voice. He and Su Huanyan looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. This is the result of this area. Unless this area is wiped out, these 2 people will be immortal, and killing them will be useless. It's a bit like a mountain god or water king. He let go of the Feijo's control. It was as if it was captured by the area below. Forcibly controlling it would only cause the Feijo to disintegrate. This airship is just a means of transportation, and does not have very strong defense. In Chingsong's eyes, no one dared to attack the flying boat driven by Dragon Turtle. After the flying boat landed, the boy excitedly led everyone on the boat into the bamboo forest. He tapped 3 times on a bamboo tree, and a cave appeared. It was said that the cave was actually a secret realm. A finely carved gate tower with 3 characters,
"Chong Yu Mansion,"
engraved on it. There was an old dog under the gate, looking at everyone with unkind eyes. The housekeeper stood aside and bowed slightly.
"Welcome the master and his wife back."
He raised his head, and his eyes fell on Green Snake.
"Ah! Did the master take a concubine?"
He actually looked a little excited. "It's like my long-cherished wish has come true." He paced back and forth.
"That's great. That's great. If the madam knows about it, she will definitely be happy."
Green Snake was stunned. Me? Becoming a concubine? The old dog downstairs bared his teeth and growled at Suhi.
"Hey! You dare to bite a mad dog!"
The housekeeper kicked the old dog to the ground. But the weak dog seemed to have been seriously injured and ran away with its tail between its legs and screamed. The housekeeper turned around and bowed to everyone.
"Master, go back quickly. The madam should be waiting in a hurry."
At this moment, the butler acted like a real person. Not at all like the machine he had just been. Suhi put a boundary-breaking bead into Su Huanyan's hand without leaving any trace. The boundary-breaking pearl is a treasure. It can be found in any space or in the dust-free shield. And this place shouldn't be too dangerous. Lu Ming and the others could just inherit the mortal realm inside. There was no reason why Su He and Su Hua were in danger. The only thing that needs attention is the butler and the boy. Su He flew over here just like 2 months ago. But no housekeeper stopped him. Su He took the lead and walked at the front. The outer phase turns into a light film covering the outside of the turtle SHL. Green Snake is walking in the middle. Su Huanyan is behind. The camel tilted its head and started running. Its hooves flying very fast. But its body was retreating. As he retreated, he disappeared. Su He knew the origin of its big name, and was so timid. Passing through the gatehouse, the scenery in front of you changes instantly. There are mountains and flowing water, flying springs and waterfalls, and beautiful lakes. The richness of spiritual energy is not inferior to that of Yunmengzi. It's a fine cave. Suhi's eyes lit up. If there was no owner of this place, his surname would be Su.
Eh?
The voice from the green snake came from behind.
This is not the right place.
Suhi remained calm. Su Huanyan had already tightened his grip on the fairy's sword.
There was a marriage entanglement on that door just now. This door should only be accessible to couples. But we actually entered without restriction.
And no key. Su-hee had the key to this cave. But he didn't use the key when he came in this time. The key was useless. So naturally someone opened the door. Su-hee looked at the housekeeper and the boy beside him who nodded and bowed. As soon as he entered the gatehouse, the feeling that the whole world was welcoming him became stronger. As if Su-hee was the master of this cave. But at this moment an uninvited guest came to the house. In the foreign minister's space, the love, jade pendant flashes and radiates heat. When this jade pendant was obtained, the dice rolled 3 points of quality. So it obviously cannot be treated as an ordinary inheritance token. Through the token, you can feel the intimacy of the cave more and more. A giant panda ran awkwardly into the bamboo forest. He roared at Su-hee from a distance to drive away enemies that invaded the territory. The housekeeper ran over and kicked the panda on the back. The force was not strong. But the panda screamed and ran away. The dog is so angry.
Master hasn't come back for too long. And all the animals in the house won't recognize him anymore.
There was a hint of resentment in the butler's tone. And the one with the script?
The weather is perfect today. And my wife is basking in the sun at Wanlu Mountain. Master, let's move faster. My wife has been waiting for you for a long time.
The butler's voice was a bit urgent. Su-hee was silent for a moment. She has been waiting for so long. So let her wait a little longer. I'm in no hurry. Just do whatever you say. You are too passive. Su-hee raised his eyes and took a look. In an instant, there were dark clouds and heavy rain. The housekeeper was on his way in a hurry when he got stuck. But in an instant, the journey became even more urgent. He looked back at Su-hee and said,
Master, hurry up. It's raining heavily today. I should go back to the house to rest. When the sun comes out tomorrow, I have to pay my respects to the wife.
He said this smoothly, as if he wasn't the one who said it was sunny just now. NPC. While the housekeeper was talking, he took out a paper umbrella from nowhere and held it up above his head. He hurriedly took Su-hee into a courtyard. Squeak-da-da. The door had been rusted for too long, and it made a hard protest sound when it was pushed open. It's embarrassing that he still has such a big door. Su-hee's body of 3 feet can fit in. This is a wall turned into a door. After sending Su-hee into the courtyard, the housekeeper no longer came forward. He looked at Su-hee through the door and window, holding a pale oil paper umbrella, and bowed to remind,
Master, you are tired from traveling and traveling. I will bring you food later. I will definitely do it.
I want to eat it.
He settled down, bowed slightly, and retreated. The room was quiet for a moment.
What is this? What is he doing?
Su-hee asked after a while. He could see that the housekeeper, the boy, and even the old dog and the giant panda were not real creatures, but operated according to laws. But I can't understand the details. His practice time is too short and his experience is too lacking. Su Huanyan pondered for a moment.
It is rumored that there are special areas with unique laws. It may be like a mountain village or a school. It is indelible. If you enter it by mistake, you must only act according to its laws. Otherwise you will be killed. Monks and mortals are among them. It's no different.
Weird. Su-hee only had this word in his mind, and then shook his head.
I don't believe it.
There may be special laws, but if monks and mortals are no different, why should we practice? Isn't understanding the rules just to break the rules? As he was talking, there was a knock on the door outside. A maid came in quietly carrying a lunch box. The lunch box was opened, and the 8 dishes were placed one by one. Inging saluted.
Master and Madam, it's time to eat.
As she spoke, a thunderbolt flashed outside, illuminating the entire world, leaving no shadow of the maid. Half of his face was broken, and the dining table was full of rotten flesh and maggots.
Master and Madam, please use it slowly.
The maid opened her broken mouth. Green Snake held her breath and concentrated. Su Huanyan frowned slightly, and saw Su-hee open his mouth wide. Swallowed the maid in one gulp. Magical power. Soul sacrifice.
What are you doing?
Green Snake was shocked. Su-hee said matter-of-factly,
Didn't the butler just say that the servants have to eat the food they bring?
Well, this doesn't follow the rules. Chapter 232 Weapon Spirit. Is this what the rules say? Green Snake was stunned. Did the horn on the glands grow backwards and poke into the brain? Su Huanyan frowned slightly.
Dirty.
Su-hee's head was covered with black lines. He just habitually opened his mouth to activate his skills.
just like a monk who always likes halberd fingers. But he didn't actually eat it. It's a soul sacrifice. It's magical power. That ghost is not in his stomach. A gust of wind blew, causing heavy rain. There was a figure floating outside the hospital. Dang! Bang! The third watch. The fifth watch. The sky is dry and everything is dry. Be careful of the candle. A watchman walked into the rain confused. But it's not too late now. And the count hasn't started yet. Is he stupid? Greensnake asked. Whose house is so dry and rainy so much? The rules are disordered, Su Huanyan said. The maid was not killed, but taken away. And the rules belonging to the maid disappeared together with it. The cave did not generate a new maid, but fell into chaos. And I don't know why. Su He looked at Su Huanyan and raised his eyebrows. Look! The rules can be broken. How could it be possible that a mortal monk would be the same? A mortal probably wouldn't be able to spot this table of carrion. And even if he discovered it by chance, he would have to hold his nose and eat it. I can only follow the script step by step and think of ways to overcome the obstacles. He is different. He can flip the table. Su Huanyan smiled and shook his head. This turtle's temper is like that of a child. Child. She suddenly fell into deep thought. There was a rustle outside, and a camel sneaked in, followed by an old dog with a rag bag in its mouth. A hunchback and a dog quietly jumped into the yard and directly into the room. When he saw the food on the table, the old dog became anxious. He jumped on it and knocked the round table over. Plates and wine bottles crashed to the floor, and the food was scattered everywhere. The old dog went crazy and trampled on the scattered meals to vent his anger. Finally, he looked up at Su He and the others. Patrol back and forth. The camel looked at it puzzled. This old dog is afraid that they will eat the food. The creatures condensed from the same cave. But the housekeeper and the old dog are not the same. The old dog barked. But it didn't mean anything. For the first time, Su He discovered that there was an animal language that he couldn't understand. The camel came up and barked at the old dog. The old dog shook open the rag bag, revealing a few wilted fruits and 2 or 3 spring bamboo shoots. Eat? Su He asked. The camel just chirped with excitement. The camel is his own camel. And in the second month of September, the camel enters the Tao with emotion, and his perception of emotions is extremely keen. You must have sensed something from the old dog. Su He picked up a bamboo shoot and ate it in several mouthfuls. This kind of thing of testing poison with one's own body is naturally done by dragon turtle. The bamboo shoots are sweet and refreshing. Su He only felt that his consciousness was infinitely elevated. For a moment, he stood in God's sight and looked down at the entire cave. But it is not the current Chongyu mansion, with flying snow and strong wind in sight. It's the middle of winter. Chongyu mansion is more than 300 miles in diameter. Not big, but not small either. Looking from top to bottom, you can see the whole picture at a glance. There are no housekeepers or servants. Only birds, insects, fish, and hundreds of beasts. The cave is safe and sound. Passing day by day. This day a flying boat passed overhead. It looked familiar. It was Su He's flying boat. It was the first time I saw the flying boat from this angle, and I almost didn't recognize it. This was the scene 2 months ago. 4 or 5 hours after the flying boat passed. Several people came outside the gatehouse. A young man from a wealthy family had an iron rope stretched out from his palm and tied to another middle-aged man who looked very similar to him. The means of sealing the imperial palace. Behind him was the scholar, using a cover to cover an elder Qing Yuan whom Su He was familiar with. Qiao Changluan. Elder Qiao. That cover is the dust cover. Elder Qiao and Elder Guo are close friends, and they are both scholar masters. Elder Qiao now had a broken arm, was covered in injuries, and was tied up. This is deceiving the master and destroying the ancestor. Several people came to the door downstairs, and the young man who led the world, Fong Huang, took out a pair of jade pendants. But they were also a pair of love pendants. He wanted to open the door, but he could not get in. After passing through the gatehouse several times, he was still outside and could not enter Chongyu Mansion. Chongyu Mansion's love-making jade pendant requires a male and a female couple each to hold half of the jade pendant before entering the palace at the same time. This place is special, and only lovers are not allowed to enter. The head brother also killed himself back then, and one of them turned into a woman, and each of them entered with half of the jade pendant. I heard that Mr. Duo has countless beauties, so you might as well find one to enter with him, the scholar suggested. The young man from the imperial palace, whom he called Mr. Duo, glanced at him and said with a disdainful smile, I am their lover, but they are not my lover.
How can I get in?
He smiled and took out a small object, which turned out to be a small stone courtyard. There were all the housekeepers and servants in the courtyard. He placed it on the ground and pointed his halberd. The small courtyard turned into a turbid air, fluttering on the gate tower, and just melted into it.
This thing is a strange land that my father obtained when he traveled through the heavens. If it enters Chong Yu Mansion, it can turn Chong Yu Mansion into a strange land. The more people who enter it, the more they can help the strange land invade Chong Yu Mansion. No matter whether that person found the rules and broke out, or he made a mistake and was killed.
The scholar bowed in admiration.
Sure enough, your horizons have been opened. You are a great talent.
Mr. Duo didn't care about his compliments, and only said,
as long as there is the palace of suppressing evils as you call it, you have everything Fong Cha has. If you have made a great contribution, I may not be able to give you immortality. The scholar was immediately overjoyed. At this moment, a ray of light rose into the sky from the north, and the middle-aged man who was tied by Mr. Duo's iron chain suddenly began to struggle. The dust-free shield covering Elder Chiao's body suddenly broke through the air. Mr. Duo watched everything, but couldn't stop him. Looking back at the tied middle-aged man, he raised his sword eyebrows and kicked him to the ground.
Idiot! I let you look at Fong Cha, but you were transformed from life to death, and even the dust cover was leaked. I want to take you back and throw you in front of the second lady to see what she says. What a good situation. I was almost ruined by you.
A fool. That light was the death of Tongue Snake, and Fong Yi's method of staying on Tongue Chi's body was activated, allowing this idiot to use the lichen shield. He scolded the middle-aged man and saw a strange aura clinging to the gate of Chong Yu Mansion, crawling inward like maggots. The lake in Chong Yu Mansion surged, and the mountains and rivers trembled. A force gathered and turned into a black dog. Leaping out, the black dog bit into the strange aura, but was slapped away by Mr. Duo. Several talismans were shot out and fell on the black dog. He laughed loudly.
Item spirit. I didn't expect that there is an item spirit in a cave. Don't you think so?
When I came out, I couldn't do anything to you for a while. But now that I'm out, I just got an advantage.
He laughed and hit the black dog. The black dog barked and killed him. A man and a dog fought in front of the door from midnight until dawn. The scholar stood aside with a bow, his posture more standard than that of a servant. Elder Chiao lost his dust cover, but he never woke up. He collapsed on the ground, soaked in snow and water, and the scholar seemed to have disappeared. The black dog became more and more courageous as he fought, and the entire cave was providing power, as if it would never be exhausted. Mr. Duo was extremely patient, until the clouds of calamity gathered in the northern sky, and the feedback that the dust barrier was shattered came. Master Duo's expression suddenly changed, and he turned around to leave. But the calamity cloud disappeared in a moment, as if it had never appeared. Mr. Duo hid his figure and waited for a long time. But nothing happened. He fought out again, but refused to fight with the black dog. He took out a glove from his arms, gritted his teeth and put it on. His face instantly turned pale. As soon as he came out, he immediately grabbed the black dog and tore it back. The black dog screamed, and a ball of aura was torn off, and he backhanded it into the strange aura. The black dog grew old instantly, and ran away with its tail between its legs. But the housekeeper's boy showed up. He walked into Chong Yu Mansion with a smile. His aura and Chong Yu Mansion were closely connected. Then he came out and bowed to Mr. Duo.
Master, it's time to return home.
The scholar lowered his body.
Congratulations, Mr. Duo, on getting a cave.
Mr. Duo had just taken off his gloves and was still breathing heavily. He waved his hands and refused to say anything. The scholar bowed to the end.
Sir, just now, did the dragon turtle escape from the trap?
Mr. Duo looked unhappy.
There is a divine beast to overcome the tribulation, and the dragon turtle escapes.
The scholar's face changed instantly, as if he had opened a dying workshop in an instant. His face went from red to black to pale, and his lips pursed for a long time before he said,
Even the Imperial Palace can't subdue the dragon turtle? Conquer?
Mr. Duo turned around and said,
Do you know what the dragon turtle is? His identity is no worse than that of the crown prince of my court. You actually want to conquer it?
The scholar's expression became even worse. The nobility of dragon turtle's identity kept refreshing his understanding, and it was far beyond his imagination. They had a chance to live in harmony with dragon turtle, but it seemed that everything was lost in his hands. Mr. Duo grinned, and a light flashed in his eyes.
It is impossible to conquer the dragon turtle, but it may not be impossible to find a fight and collect some flesh and blood. He was thinking about it. And just as he was about to enter the house, clouds of calamity rolled in the northern sky and enveloped the entire world. Less than a quarter of an hour later, his fellow tribesmen who were entangled by his iron rope were confused in their eyes. And then they jumped to their feet and cried loudly, "Who killed my friend? My friend is immortal. Who killed him?" Before he could stop crying, he heard a phoenix cry from the north. Mr. Duo's face was pale and frightened. He hit the middle-aged man with a palm, knocked him unconscious, turned around and walked away without looking back. The scholar didn't know why, but he jumped up and followed him. The butler, who was left downstairs, nodded and bowed, and was still bowing to greet the master. Paused. "Master, it's time to go back home." The scene dispersed at this point. Suhi slowly came back to his senses and looked at the old dog. "My eyes are blind. This is actually a weapon spirit. There are also weapon spirits in the cave?" Suhi turned to look at Su Huanyan. "Senior sister, have you seen the weapon spirit?" Su Huanyan didn't answer, but he picked up his fairy sword and flicked it lightly. A shadow condensed on the sword, but it turned out to be a little girl who looked like Yaya. He put his hands on his hips and looked at Suhi with an awesome look. "Hey, big dragon turtle, are you looking for me?" "Oh, this sword actually has a weapon spirit." Suhi knew that this immortal sword was not forged by Su Huanyan, but was the real treasure of the immortal family. He had carried it for several months, but he never knew that this sword actually had a weapon spirit. But if you think about it, you can understand that Su Huanyan can attach his consciousness to the sword and turn it into a clone. This is not an ordinary weapon. It can be done by ordinary means. This is the magical effect of the weapon spirit. "Senior sister, this sword?" Suhi raised his eyebrows. Was it from a previous life? How could the sword spirit in the previous life look like Yaya? Su Huanyan returned the sword to its sheath, and the small weapon spirit retracted into the sword. "It's not counted as the immortal lord's sword. It's just made casually. But the weapon spirit is new, and it's only been condensed for 30 years. What do you ask the weapon spirit for?" Suhi motioned to the old dog. "This guy is actually the weapon spirit of Chong Mansion. Senior sister, can you imagine that?" Su Huanyan looked at the old dog, who was sitting upright with his head held high and his chest high. Su Huanyan shook his head. He had lost about half of his existence, and could not tell that this was a weapon spirit at all. "I can't see it either. I suspect this guy is using false illusions to deceive me. Otherwise, let's dissect him." The old dog, who was sitting upright, was stunned for a moment, looked at Suhi in disbelief, shivered, and backed away. Can understand the words. Just after losing half of its existence, the roar turned into meaningless barking, and the ability to speak was given to the housekeeper and the servant. Suhi looked at the old dog and told Su Huanyan what he had just seen. Su Huanyan's expression remained unchanged, but his tone became a bit colder. "Elder Chiao, can he still be saved?" An elder from the previous generation of Qingyuan sect, the uncle who watched her grow up. "I don't know. I'll try my best." Judging from the black dog battle, Mr. Du is not so strong that he can't be defeated. It shouldn't be difficult to rescue Elder Chiao. It's rare that Suhi doesn't know where they are. Return this strange land to its original shape and directly refine it. You may be able to find it through the mark that Mr. Duo left in the strange land. Elder Chiao had protected him for several months. How could he ignore the kindness of protecting him? "Senior sister, you said that we entered Chongyu Mansion. Does Mr. Duo know?" "The strange land is his treasure, and he is familiar with it." Su Huaiyang shook his head lightly. "I must not know what happened in the house. I arranged the formation, but I may have known it before. But it is impossible to fully understand it. After all, the mansion here has not been completely assimilated. If it were truly assimilated, the weapon spirit would not be able to exist. But the degree of assimilation is already very high, and the weapon spirit doesn't even have the strength to resist in front of the housekeeper. When they were expelled before, they probably didn't want anyone to come in and strengthen the power of the land. Or maybe they felt the jade pendant on Suhi's body? How to remove the strange ground? Suhi asked. Su Huanyan pondered for a moment. Gluttonous food. Soul sacrifice. Breaking the rules of the earth. Or there may be another catastrophe. She looked at Suhi. If it could cause a catastrophe. The cave was just a place. Just a place to overcome the catastrophe. But the strange place was obviously not the same. Covering it would definitely eliminate it. Suhi was covered in cold sweat and said seriously. Senior sister, don't treat heavenly tribulation as a regular means of fighting the enemy. People will die. Those who play with fire will burn themselves.
Su Huayoung curled his hair.
I just said what I could think of.
Su-He pondered. The Taotai eating method should not be used indiscriminately. That thing is really eaten into the stomach. Who knows what the reaction will be if it enters the stomach? Moreover, the Taotai method of eating does not distinguish between friend and foe. If one bites the old dog and Giti, their origins will be torn away at the same time. This is a knife attack for the enemy, and the ally judging from the current situation. The first one to be unable to hold on will most likely be the old dog. Soul sacrifice is effective in actual tests. But housekeepers and servants do not belong to the soul category, and their applications are limited. As they were talking here, the banging outside became louder. After the maid passed by, there must be something related to the watchman. The maid disappeared, and the watchman's procedures were disordered. A white oil paper umbrella suddenly appeared outside the courtyard. But it never came in. It only reminded outside through the wall.
Master, you must eat the food served by the servant.
The old dog swooped under the table with frightened eyes. Su-He turned around and responded.
I've already eaten it. Not a single bit was wasted.
The butler obviously paused, and then said in a voice without any emotion,
Master, you must eat the food served by the servant.
The old dog under the table became even more frightened, dragging a dried fruit and throwing it towards Su-He. Still eating? The old dog is a cave spirit, and he was cut off from the ability to speak. If he wants to express his meaning, he can only use the things from the cave. Fruits, bamboo shoots. Su-He was slightly disgusted, and picked up the fruit and swallowed it. A flicker of consciousness came into my mind. It was the cave weapon spirit coming into contact with the mysterious land and stealing the laws of the mysterious earth. First, you can only do things that are consistent with your identity. Second, the steward's reasonable request cannot be refused or delayed. Third, the same thing should not be repeated more than 3 times by the mysterious characters. The rules are simple. Only 3. One is bigger than the other. In the past 2 months, only one mortal hunter had strayed into this place. He was very obedient and survived peacefully. Until 3 days ago. He slept in and was called to bed 3 times by the housekeeper. But he still didn't get up. The 4th time the hunter was forced to get up. The skin was separated first, then the meat and finally the bones. Su-He took one look and threw the rules behind him. This thing only bluffed low-level monks and mortals. If you lie here today and let him skin and deb-one you, do you think he can do it? The housekeeper outside didn't see Su-He's reply and opened his mouth to speak again. But at this moment Su-He walked out of the room.
It's really delicious. Don't you believe me to spit it out to you?
Su-He opened his mouth and fired out a soul sacrifice. It was the maid from before who came out and hit the housekeeper with the most powerful blow before she was born. She took off her clothes. A maid's strongest method is not to fight, but in bed. 3 days ago, Orion failed at this trick. He couldn't get up after being tortured all night. The housekeeper called him 3 times and forced him to get up. As soon as the maid came out, she hugged the butler and tore her clothes. But the butler turned a blind eye and let her get ripped. Just looking at Su-He, he opened his mouth again.
Master, my servant is delivering food. Bah!
Su-He shouted loudly, interrupting the butler's spellcasting, and said in an angry tone,
It's bright and clear in broad daylight. But as the housekeeper of the house, you are doing such an arrogant thing with a maid. From now on, I will take away your position as housekeeper.
The housekeeper was stunned for a moment. Chapter 233 Recognize the Lord. The strongest rule in Giti, you can only do things that are consistent with your identity. As the head of the family, it is reasonable for a master to remove a misbehaving butler. The butler's uniform was taken off by the maid, and even his middle coat was taken off. But the housekeeper was stunned, as if his computer was down. The maid continued. The scene was too indecent. Su-He moved his body to block Su Huanyan and Green Snake. The housekeeper was completely down, and no one had done anything like this since probably its creation. There is insufficient information in the information database, and it is difficult to cope with it. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and there was a lot of noise in the distance. And a hoarse voice came.
Everyone, step back. The madam is here.
The rescuer has arrived. The land has its own set of rules. If something goes wrong in the middle, it will inevitably be corrected. In this mansion, the only person with a higher status than the master is the madam. From the title, you can tell that this lady's position is probably the Jiamu in the Red Mansion. The one who stabilizes the master and ensures that no matter what happens, there is someone to control the situation. But? Su-He smiled. It's a pity that she is a madam, not a great master. As long as the king of the backyard just stays in the backyard. It's okay. The important things have to be decided by the masters. Before Mrs. Tai came in, Suhi's roar could already be heard.
Stop, Mrs. Tai! This place is dirty, and such obscene things will offend Mrs. Tai. All of your servants will be kicked out of Chong Yu immediately. Mansion! Come!
If you dare to correct me, I will turn the table over. The noise disappeared in an instant, and the entire Chong Yu mansion was as quiet as a chill. There was no sound of the madam, or the sound of the servants rushing to arrive. There were only the sounds of the pouring rain and the rapid breathing of the maid. The scene is 2 Jillian Bridge. Kitty has some IQ, but not much. It was about weighing the loss of a butler or the loss of a group of servants. Which was more important? After a while, a maid came in under the rain with a white umbrella, walked straight to Suhi, and said expressionlessly,
Sir, the madam said that this matter is not the housekeeper's fault, but the housekeeper was forced to. I know.
Suhi interrupted her directly.
Does it matter whether he is right or wrong? The face of the house is what matters.
Things that figure identity may not necessarily be right. As the head of a family, should he care about the housekeeper's innocence or the face of Chong Yu Mansion? The maid paused for a moment, bowed, turned and left without any further excuses.
Where's the 4th child? Why don't you throw the embarrassing thing out of the house and leave it here to be an eyesore?
Shaosir didn't come in. He went crazy in the rain in the distance, and cowed out for a while.
The master and his wife are back.
After a while,
Master, I have a daughter. It's time to have a young master.
He is a close follower of the butler. When the butler makes a mistake, he is also in chaos. 2 servants they had never seen before emerged from the rain and dragged the housekeeper into the rain. It seemed that they were about to throw him out of the house. The maid who was twisting on his body turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. The strongest blow had been struck, and it dissipated naturally. Suhi turned around and returned to the house, and saw that the old dog was covered in gray hair and had regained a bit of blackness. The housekeeper is too important in Giti. If it is wiped out for a while, some of the existence that was taken away will return. The old dog was patrolling and peeing in the 4 corners of the house. As soon as Suhi entered, he felt as if the house was isolated from the outside world. The old dog took back control of the house from the deception. Su Huanyan looked at Suhi and chuckled.
Using the rules itself is also helping the land to advance. After it adapts, it evolves new rules and arranges butlers again, which will probably make it more difficult to deal with.
Giti gradually evolved through repeated failures and exploitation, until the characters in it were as smart as ordinary people. Suhi smiled.
Senior sister, don't worry. How can we give it this chance? And annihilating Giti is not the purpose. It is to use him to find Mr. Duo.
Not only for the sake of Elder Chiao. Suhi was also very interested in the immortality and evil suppressing palace mentioned by Mr. Duo.
Hey! Do you know where the Palace of Evil Suppression in Chong Yu Mansion is?
Suhi asked the old dog, who was peeing on the ground. The old dog was peeing in the corner with its legs crossed. Hearing the sound, he tilted his head and looked at Suhi. He put down his legs for a moment. Ji Lingling shivered. Confused. It knows nothing. It's proven. It's a stupid dog. Suhi shouted toward the door.
Here comes someone.
In the rain, 2 oil paper umbrellas floated over, and 2 maids saluted.
Master!
A bit lifeless. If the voice was more lively, she would still be 2 young maids.
Notify the people in the mansion. Find another word, and write a notice. Chong Yu Mansion is looking for a housekeeper. How can such a big mansion be without a housekeeper for a day?
If you are a master and do your best for a day, how can you allow chaos in the house? The housekeeper doesn't need you to make evolutionary arrangements. I'll find them for you. The 2 maids trembled rapidly, and after a while, they bowed and saluted.
Yes, Master.
The tone is generally the same, and the steps are uniform. Giti as a whole, no matter how many servants there are, they are actually the same thing. Suhi was thoughtful, raised his head and groaned, then cast a blood curse towards the leading maid. Blood curse. Mark the enemy. The blood curse is invisible and formless, and can only be solved by the dragon turtle that casts the blood curse. There is no other way. Not even reincarnation or even other dragon turtles. Suhi cast a blood curse, and the aura of the blood curse rose up in half of the Chong Yu Mansion, including the servants, maids, and even trees and wild animals.
What did you do?
Green Snake looked around, her animal instinct telling her that Suhi must have done something, but she couldn't tell no matter how she looked.
Nothing. Just marked it,
Suhi said with a smile. It was getting late now, and the moon was covered with dark clouds. This Yusua has no intention of dispersing. No matter what Giti wants to do, it is always right to go against it according to the rules.
Senior sister, you said Mr. Duo should have found out something was wrong and the housekeeper was dismissed. Right. I am recruiting a housekeeper with such great efforts. Will he show up?
I'm a little envious of Bai Ling's divination ability. It couldn't be easier to find someone. Su Huanyan's voice was cold.
If he knew it was a dragon turtle coming in, he would definitely not come.
If you dare to come here even if you know it is a dragon turtle, then you are harboring evil intentions and should be killed. That makes sense. Suhi looked outside.
It's raining so well. Senior sister, do you want to go out for a walk?
Chongyu Mansion was divided into two. The western half was not eroded by the treacherous land, so Suhi wanted to take a look.
Okay,
Suhua said Young, raised his sword and went out, then turned to Green Snake and said,
Don't leave this room.
This yard was taken back by the weapon, and it was impossible to explore it. There was no choice. Moreover, the strange land has just been damaged, and will not act like a monster until it recovers. After all, Giti is just a twisted collection of laws. Only instinct. We can't do a sneak attack. If she followed Suhi out, she might encounter something. Or she might encounter a new law. It's actually safer to stay inside. One person and one turtle came out of the rain. The rain fell on Su Huanyan's head and separated automatically without getting his clothes wet. The two of them walked quietly until they reached the lake without saying a word.
Want to come up?
Suhi asked. Su Huayang smiled and landed on Suhi's turtle SHL with a slight jump. The heavy rain separated completely, and even Suhi was no longer wet. In fact, Suhi likes rainy days very much, preferring the feeling of being drenched in the rain to being dry. But obviously Su Huanyan couldn't be allowed to get wet in the rain. Swim across the water and row westward.
The spiritual power in this water is really rich. This place must be a powerful cave. But now it has been infected by Xiao Xiao.
Suhi sighed with emotion. The weapon spirits were almost killed, and the master didn't show up. It must be a land without an owner. Right? Moreover, except for the weapon spirit, no one in the cave spontaneously resisted the sudden invasion. I am afraid that the mountain protecting formation left by the master has lost its effectiveness over time. Suhi looked around. Even with the intrusion of the strange land, Chongyu Mansion was still shockingly beautiful. Almost like a Jiangnan scroll. It's just that the rain was too heavy, and it had a bit of a force feel. The heavy rain hit the water surface, causing waves to form, which destroyed this picturesque scene. But it also gave rise to another connotation, which is quite similar to the roughness of Jiangnan women who are not whipped. Feel. Suhi paddled gently in the water, while Su Huanyan sat sideways on the turtle SHL, looking up at the sky, the wind ruffling his hair. An old dog followed behind Suhi. Also swim to the west side. The 300-mile cave can be traveled back and forth in the blink of an eye at Suhi's current speed. As we get closer and closer to the unoccupied place on the west side, the wind and rain behind us become more and more terrifying, with lightning and thunder, and some houses collapse. Weirdly refused to let Suhi leave, and a servant appeared. He was about to shout at Suhi from a distance, but Suhi yelled back.
It's a rainy day for a trip to the lake. The master is taking his wife to enjoy the scenery. Which one?
Dare you talk too much? When you have time to persuade me, just cook the ginger soup and wait for the master to come back.
The servant was suddenly stunned in the rain, with crackling raindrops hitting him. He wanted to protest, but he saw that the turtle had already carried the beautiful fairy, broke through the rain, and rushed into the other half of Chongyu Mansion. The old dog followed soon after, and when he reached the halfway point, he immediately became full of energy, jumped up from the water, walked on the water on the lake, and started running. His excitement was beyond words.
It is a weapon spirit, but it was isolated by the strange place and cannot come back?
Suhi asked. Su Huanyan looked at the Chongyu Mansion with the same beautiful scenery, but it seemed like two worlds. Is this the half of the cave that has not been occupied by the strange land? She didn't realize it until she came here, but dragon turtles seemed to know it in advance.
It's so weird. No one can tell what the rules are.
Su Hua said Young. Today, it wasn't Suhi who had withdrawn the housekeeper, which caused the sudden chaos in Giti. Not to mention the weapon spirits. Even they couldn't have casually left Giti and came to the west side.
Did you call me out for something?
Dragon Turtle came out and headed straight to the west. Something must have happened.
Old dog. Isolate the place to detect.
Suhi said to the old dog. The old dog tilted his head, not knowing why. Su Huanyan said,
Don't worry. The only things that Juity can control are within Juity.
Even so, she still played a token to isolate the distance.
Suhi took out the love jade pendant from the foreign minister's space. The old dog, who was having fun in the distance, turned back instantly, looked at the jade pendant in astonishment, and was stunned. Then he barked and rushed over. He threw himself on Suhi and screamed. His voice sounded aggrieved, like a dog that hasn't seen its owner for a long time. It turned out that he had not sensed the jade pendant before. This weapon spirit is indeed useless. The jade pendant was improved in quality, and had long been connected to Suhi's chi machine. As soon as it was taken out, half of the lake rippled instantly. Suhi's mind moved, and the jade pendant was divided into two parts. One yin and one yang, shaped like a pair of fishes. The yang fish stayed by his side, while the yin fish floated towards Su Huanyan. His breathing became rapid. Su Huanyan looked at Yin and was stunned for a long time. He suddenly smiled, stretched out his delicate hand, and took off the jade pendant in midair. The jade pendant did not return. Instead, the red thread wrapped around her wrist like a bracelet. Suhi was so happy that he didn't even have time to express his joy by chanting twice. The old dog became anxious instead, running back and forth, barking eagerly. The two of them were tearing each other apart and wanted to take them to the shore. As soon as they landed, the old dog bumped into a hill and melted into it. In a moment, an altar rose up from the hill. The small altar is only half a person tall, with a gap in the center that fits the yin and yang jade pendant. The old dog emerged from the altar and looked at Suhi and Su Huanyan eagerly.
Recognize the master?
Su Huayang said. Chapter 234. There is no owner here. I am the one who respects you.
It's not about recognizing the owner. It's about identity verification,
Suhi said softly. He looked at Su Huanyan and said through a message.
This jade pendant was snatched from Lu Ming, and its quality has been improved.
Improve the quality. It is no longer an ordinary inherited jade pendant. Can you become the master of this place after verifying your identity? One person and one turtle looked at each other, and at the same time, they put the jade pendants they held into the groove of the altar, and a wave of water rippled over the groove. The jade pendants flew back respectively, and the two of them felt that their connection with this cave was instantly closer. The spiritual energy of the entire cave was jumping around, and even the mountains and rivers were cheering. But this closeness and cheering became sluggish when they reached the east side, as if they were stuck in a quagmire and couldn't move forward. Feeling depressed and uncomfortable, the old dog next to him cheered.
Master! Master! You are back! You are finally back!
It is not a language but a thought, and the true meaning of it cannot be understood by anyone other than the owner of the cave.
Do you know us?
Suhi asked.
I don't know him,
the old dog said matter-of-factly.
I was not born when the master left. How could I possibly know the master?
That would be admitting a mistake.
I just got the jade pendant by accident, not the original owner of the cave,
Suhi explained. The old dog didn't care at all, snapping his head and slapping his ears on the dog's face.
You have come back with the jade pendant. You are the owner. The original owner has nothing to do with me. I will recognize you.
Good dog. Suhi laughed and Su Huanyan smiled. One turtle and the other smiled, and at the same time turned their heads to look at the east side. Not all of the cave mansions have recognized their masters, and Gidi on the east side is still struggling. The original Chong mansion wants to recognize its master, but Gidi has invaded most of them and is motionless. As a result, Suhi did not get all the information about the cave, and there was no record of the evil suppression palace that he wanted to know.
Senior sister is right here. Don't go back. While the place is in chaos, I will go and fetch the green snake. Be careful.
Su Huanyan did not refute. She is not a sloppy person. She has not recovered from her serious injury, and even when she saw Mr. Duo, she could not show much of her fighting power. Instead of being a disservice, she would be better off here to assist in refining the cave. Chongyu Mansion is just a sign to identify the master, and true mastery requires further refinement. Both Yin and Yang Jade have their own strength, and it is not the work of one person.
Senior sister refining cave. Be careful not to disturb the owner of Gidi on the east side. Let's see if we can attract Mr. Duo.
Suhi ordered to divert the water and return to Gidi. After a while, he returned with the green snake. At this moment, the sky has completely darkened,
and the 300-mile boundary of Chong Mansion is divided into two halves, east and west. On the west side, the rain has stopped and the sky is clear. There are no clouds in the sky, and the sky is full of stars. Dark clouds cover the east side, with lightning and thunder. But being on the east side, there is no clear sky in the west. This is the case on rainy days. On a clear day you can see the rain. But in a heavy rain the whole world is rain. There was a notice posted on the gatehouse of Chong Mansion. It was a gatehouse in the middle of the night. But there were actually people watching in front of the notice in the middle of the night. It was a young man dressed in rags, his eyes roaming back and forth between the notice and the dilapidated butler under the door. The housekeeper is not a ghost, but a special being born from the strange land. However, the ancient town used the rules to cut off his connection with the strange land and threw him out of Chong Mansion. At this moment, it was completely out of shape, like a piece of rotten wood, riddled with holes and decaying. The young man walked over and pointed his halberd at it. The rotten wood shrank rapidly, and instantly became the size of a thumb. It looked like a small stone sculpture before it was put into Chong Mansion. He put the villain into his arms and knocked on the door. "Is there someone in your house? The villain has come to recruit a housekeeper." After sending the green snake away, Suhi laid down in the original courtyard again. The rotten meat and vegetables scattered all over the room had been taken care of by the green snake. The sound of bangs came from outside, striking the heartstrings one blow after another. Boom! Boom! It's the fourth watch. It's freezing cold and pouring rain. Be careful of the cattle and sheep. Suhi opened his eyes slightly. The confusion of the maid's death had been smoothed over, and the watchman was back to normal. Then the plot about the watchman is about to begin. To be honest, I still have a little expectation. The watchman approached the small courtyard where Suhi was little by little. The sound of the stick got closer and closer, so he had to take action. But at this moment, the sound of slapping at the gate tower was heard. "The villain is here to recruit a housekeeper. Recruiting housekeeper." Suhi suddenly became energetic. "Coming. I don't know if it's Gidi's self-repair, or Mr. Duo is here. There is a treacherous ground blocking it, making it difficult to see outside." Suhi shook his body and got up. I saw two paper umbrellas floating in front of the door. Two maids knocked on the door and said to the courtyard, "Master, someone needs to be hired as a housekeeper." Are you actually abandoning your own rules? At 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, you ask the boss to get up to interview candidates. Is this what a boss deserves to suffer? Suhi raised his head and roared, "Get out! If you come to apply for a job in the middle of the night, you are either a lonely soul or a wild ghost. Get out of here!" The two maids outside the door were startled, then turned and left silently. Suhi's eyes had long been turned away from the gatehouse. The gatehouse struggled to convey a happy atmosphere to him, and showed the scene outside the door. The area on the east side was only infected by the treacherous land, not completely destroyed. Outside the gatehouse, a young man was dressed in rags, but the rags exuded precious light. Unlike ordinary things, it's not a strange creature, but it's not an independent life either. It's a clone, based on its breath. I can tell it's Master Nadwa. Mr. Duo was stunned when he heard Suhi shouting in the gatehouse. His face was stunned. He has been a monk since he was born. The work and rest of a monk is completely different from that of a mortal. He has long since lost the need for sleep. A monk can visit him in the morning or in the evening. There is no difference in the eyes of a monk between day and night. He can visit his friends at any time, unless it is more grand. I will deliberately choose daytime. Empiricism kills. The two young men in the gatehouse waved their sleeves as if to drive away the guy who was disturbing his dreams in the middle of the night. Mr. Duo took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged outside the gate tower. Suhi frowned slightly. This guy was so confident. Aren't you afraid that he would come out and destroy him? Or does it not matter if you die or not? Suhi did not act rashly, fearing that Elder Chiao would have an accident if he showed up here. And he did not even use his consciousness. Now that the clones are here, where can the main body go? Suhi closed his eyes and inhaled gently. Master Duo's breath floated in through the gatehouse. Bamboo, Shannon, Taipei, Shinon grass. Judging from the breath, this clone has the realm of the second step to the sky. The speed should be very fast. And the speed can also attract the smell. That is, it has passed through a large area of similar plants. Judging from this, he must have made an arc from the direction of Zuanshanmen. The starting point is at the intersection of Xiantian Immortal Domain and Dongan Mountain. Only there is a large area of Shinon grass. It should be a cattle-raising village.
and the smell of cow dung is already ingrained in my bones.
Senior sister, come here separately and help me locate my position.
Suhi's voice turned into water, and a drop of water hit Su Huanyan across 100 miles and exploded in her ears. He could only make a rough judgment based on the smell, but he couldn't directly locate the specific location of Mr. Duo's body from a clone. The training time is too short, and the means are too scarce. A fairy sword stabbed the rain curtain and fell next to Suhi. Su Huanyan's voice came.
Let him enter the cave, and use the power of the cave to isolate his body from exploration.
Outside the gatehouse, the young man slowly opened his eyes and looked at the bright moon in the west, the scorching sun rising, and his expression was not good. Dragon Turtle actually didn't have the consciousness to detect him. This weird place is getting weirder and blocking spiritual consciousness. Or does the Dragon Turtle not care at all? He didn't want to come, but he had to come. The evil suppressing Dao Palace must not be discovered. At least it cannot fall into the hands of Dragon Turtle. This is the bottom line. The real body didn't want to come over, so he had to come in avatar form. In fact, we should have come here to explore in the first 2 months. But Qing Lei and Feng Si were preaching in the north. What is the difference between him showing up here and seeking death? When he heard the news that Qing Lei was making a big fuss in the Fengwang Palace, he rushed here, but it was already too late. The Dragon Turtle had already entered Chongyu Mansion. Only a treacherous place cannot stop Dragon Turtle, as long as Dragon Turtle stays inside. Sooner or later, he will find the palace a suppression of evil. He had to come. Expelling the Dragon Turtle through deception, or even maiming the Dragon Turtle to extract its blood if possible, would be enough to exchange for a large amount of resources within the clan. A ray of scorching sun jumped over the ridge, rising 3 poles high. Mr. Duo stood up and patted the gatehouse again.
I'm here to recruit a housekeeper. I hope you will inform me.
A boy appeared at the gatehouse and waved mechanically.
Come!
Mr. Duo nodded and followed him into Chongyu Mansion.
It's him!
Su Huanyan's voice rang in Suhi's ears. The fairy sword trembled slightly.
Back then, Feng Yiju was half in the sky-treading battlefield, and this man was having a drink with Feng Yiju.
Although the clone changed his appearance, Su Huanyan still recognized him at a glance. Su Huanyan was different. Whether Suhi was in the form of a snake or a wild goose, she recognized him at a glance. Being a priest is no exception. Even if you change your appearance, you can't hide it. Su Huanyan never relies on appearance to identify people. Following the young man into the gatehouse and outside Suha courtyard, Feng Duo bowed and saluted.
Hello, sir. I've come to recruit a housekeeper. I have been a book boy and can write. You don't need to.
Before he could finish speaking, Suhi's voice came out. Feng Duo. He didn't care whether Suhi agreed or not. He said this to Madame Tai, or rather to Gui. As long as he can join in any capacity through Judy's judgment, he can instantly control the Judy. Feng Duo looked at Suhi.
Master, this villain is really suitable for... What does it have to do with me?
Suhi interrupted him again. An old voice came from outside the hospital.
My son! I think this guy is pretty good. Why don't you agree?
An old woman was carried in by 2 young men. With bright eyes, she glanced at Feng Duo and then at Suhi.
Because I don't like this person,
Suhi said matter-of-factly.
No matter how good he is, I get tired of looking at him. If I don't like him, I won't hire someone I hate as a housekeeper.
Feng Duo was angry for a moment and wanted to scold his mother. But what Long Gui said made sense. Recruiting a housekeeper was not unreasonable. The most important thing was to serve the inner government. If the master doesn't like it, it's useless no matter how good you are. He gritted his teeth, but heard the wife say quietly,
My son is right. But our house is desolate and built in such a wild place. It is rare to find suitable talents. So we let him stay and start working since he was a child. When will my son, if you like him, mention him? If you don't like him, he's still in the backyard. Just give him orders.
Suhi frowned. Feng Duo's eyes lit up instantly, and his aura suddenly changed. All he wants is an identity in the house. It doesn't matter whether he is a servant or a housekeeper. He suddenly jumped up, grabbed it in the air, and enveloped Suhi like a cage.
Dragon Turtle, this is not the place you should come to. Once I enter the mansion, you will respect me and capture me without any effort.
Feng Duo's eyes flashed. Unless the master of this place returns, nothing can limit Wei Di. And he is invincible. What a pity this place has never been owned. Chapter 235. Open the door and deliver express. For a moment, Sui felt as if the entire force of Giti was pressing down on him. The feeling of twisting and splitting. From the SHL to the inside. The power of the earth is not Taoism or magic. It is an indescribable and awkward law. To forcibly assimilate people. Make you accept his rules. And completely become a part of the world. The sound of teeth grinding came from the outside. Like an iron basin rubbing the bottom of a cylinder. Sui looked up at Fong Duo in midair. Assaulting and killing the master as a servant is considered the following crime. Right? The land is an aggregation of twisted rules. Even the owner of the land has to abide by the rules of the land. Sui doesn't believe it. And his next mistakes will not be repulsed. He saw a glove on Fong Duo's head. Constantly grabbing at him from the air. Every time he grabbed him. His face turned pale. But wisps of breath were clawed out of his body. Twisting like maggots. It's the law of deception. This glove is strange and can capture metaphysical illusory existences. Laws. And weapon spirits. Sui likes it. Suppress! Fong Duo shouted low. Raised his hand to suppress. And with the movement of his true energy, he suppressed it with the power of the earth. Even the twisted maggots he caught pressed towards Sui. The stone slab beneath Sui suddenly collapsed. And the entire turtle was pressed into the pit. Looking up with difficulty. Fong Duo bared his teeth, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. With such a sudden force attack. Even if a prince comes, he will suddenly be attacked. No matter how talented this dragon turtle is. The training time is too short after all. It's normal to be unable to react to his surprise attack. They used cunning tactics to suppress him. Seriously injured him in a sneak attack. Took his flesh and blood. And drove him out of Chong Mansion. As long as the dragon turtle is driven out, he will be the one to kill and chop every person and snake who escaped to the west side of Chong Mansion. These thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. And he didn't even have time to form a complete train of thought. At the same time as he suppressed them, Fong Duo's spear had already been poked out. And the barrel of the gun pointed straight at Sui. Use all your strength in this attack. Be sure to achieve success with one attack. The dragon turtle cannot predict. If the attack fails, he will think of a way to attack the strange place without knowing it. Then he will be in a bitter battle and live in disputes. With one shot, he used all his strength to pierce the space and hit the bottom of the pit. But at the moment when it was about to hit the dragon turtle, which was still fighting against the laws of the earth and trying to get up, suddenly raised its head, and a brilliant light flashed in its eyes. Fong Duo secretly said something bad and wanted to retreat. But it was already too late. The dragon turtle roared. Before the roar started, a pure gold dice was smashed out and hit the tip of the gun with a bang. As if the whole world had collided with it. The huge force crushed the spear head and hit Fong Duo. An illusory armor appeared on Fong Duo's body, blocking most of the power. But he was still bombarded by the mountain god's seal. The two arms holding the spears were shattered and covered with blood. Fong Duo's expression changed drastically. The dragon turtle was not suppressed. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. And when he looked down, he saw the dragon turtle's figure flashing above his head. He opened his mouth and roared. His divine power surged out. His whole mind was turned upside down. And his clone's consciousness was almost shattered. Fong Duo hurriedly gathered his consciousness and conveyed the message to the main body. But his expression suddenly changed. The news could not get out. And his connection with the real body was cut off. Looking at the dragon turtle again, I saw that the whole body of the dragon turtle seemed to be emitting infinite light, isolating the laws of the earth. It is the power of the cave here. Dragon turtle is the master of this place. Fong Duo's expression changed drastically. But after the dragon turtle roared, he stopped attacking him, and instead bit the glove on his head. No! Fong Duo's face became even paler. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a sigh. The dragon turtle used his strength to directly cut off the connection between him and the glove, and pulled the glove away. The mysterious backlash came in an instant. Fong Duo's whole body was twisted like a twist. To commit the crime of assaulting and killing a master as a servant is a twisted act, as a natural person should be. But this distortion could not kill him. Fong Duo gritted his teeth and looked at Sui, blood seeping out from between his lips and teeth. This time, I lost, but I am just a clone. And there will always be a time when the real body will confront me. The dragon turtle entered the cave and happened to become the master of the refining cave. Otherwise, how could you make a mistake? Sui sneered. Don't worry. We will reunite your clones immediately. But first we have to deal with the treacherous land. Sui turned his head towards Madame Tai and said in a deep voice,
Madame Tai has not cared about the affairs of the house for a long time, and has become unfamiliar with the method of identifying people. I personally chose the young man, but he came to attack and kill me. If he really succeeds, we should too. The family is broken up and everyone is dead.
Suhi spoke earnestly.
Today's world is complicated and people's hearts are not as old as they used to be. Isn't it better for Madame to not care about the affairs of the house and just chant sutras, recite Buddha's name, seek Taoism and worship gods, so as to keep her children safe?
Suhi seized power with one word, and the lady below grinned as if she was crazy. The pressure on Suhi became stronger and stronger. This was because Suhi wanted to take away the power of the wife. So he resisted directly. Are you using the method of conferring the title of duo to cause trouble? On the west side, Su Huanyan put one hand on the altar, turning the power of the cave to resist the strange land. Suhi sneered and looked at Fong Duo.
You are not pure in mind, but you still want to be a servant of my house? You will be expelled from Chongyu Mansion immediately, and you will no longer be a servant of my house.
Suhi's mind moved, and a gust of wind and rain came, carrying Fong Duo straight to the west, breaking through the rain curtain, and landed in front of Su Huanyan. The enemy was extremely jealous when they saw each other. The old dog barked a few times, bit hard, and sat down on Fong Duo's head, suppressed with the body of the weapon spirit. You can't beat the intact one, but you can't suppress the crippled one? Around Suhi, the condensed power of the strange world dispersed instantly. But in the moment they gathered together, a large area of territory had been taken back by Lao Go. At this moment, the strange land had shrunk by more than half. The madam lowered her head and let the maid carry her away. On the top of the mountain in the rain, a small courtyard appeared at some point, resembling a Taoist temple. The master makes reasonable demands and cannot violate his own laws.
Senior sister,
Suhi said softly. A sword energy slashed out from the immortal sword and condensed into a small sword. There was a drop of blood from Fong Duo's clone on the hilt, and the sword tip pointed directly to the southeast.
Be careful!
Su Huanyan's voice came from the fairy sword. Suhi nodded and smiled softly. He walked out of the gatehouse and immediately disappeared from sight in the snow and walked through the sky to the southeast. The trick cannot be erased immediately, and it is likely to be discovered by Fong Duo. The clone cannot be killed either, although the perception of the clone and the main body is isolated. The death of the clone must not be hidden from the main body. Suhi couldn't let him escape. Speeding along without saying anything, Suhi followed the guidance of the small sword and stopped over a mountain village. A hunter was saying goodbye to his old mother, and went into the mountains to hunt with his bow and arrow. I greeted the villagers I met along the way.
Hello, third uncle. Granny Jian goes to sit at home when she has nothing to do. My mother is at home alone. I might be scared. Don't worry. I'll drag her out for a chat when the sun comes out. Third uncle, I have gone into the mountains. My mother has something to do. Please help her. Sanwa is going into the mountains. Are you alone? Where is Uncle Ya? Uncle Ya has entered the city.
Orion waved, passing by a man with open crotch pants, and flicked the little boy's pussy. It made the little kid scream. Is this a role-playing addiction? This Fong Duo actually still has status in the village. Inhaling slightly, Elder Chiao's scent was in the well in his small courtyard. But the scholar's scent was very light, almost inaudible. I've been gone for at least 2 months. Even 2 months ago, I only stayed here briefly, and never lived here. Suhi opened his eyes, and looked at the well. The well was ordinary, but there was a formation hidden at the bottom of the well. Suhi had only briefly read the theory of the formation, and could only see that it was a formation that combined functions such as self-destruction, communication, and imprisonment. Suhi couldn't break the formation silently. All he knows how to do is smash the dice down, and destroy the formation with one handle. But just because it won't break the formation doesn't mean it can't save people. A domain power brought the boundary-breaking bead to the bottom of the well, and Suhi jumped to chase Fong Duo. Before work started, it was breakfast time. Men from various families were squatting at the door, with their rice bowls in hand, talking about the mountains in the distance while eating. The village is lively. At this moment, a sudden roar came from the depths of the mountain, and a pure gold dice fell from the sky and crashed into the mountain. Then, there was an iron rope crossing the sky, and shouts and curses were heard. Then the villagers didn't know anything anymore. A wave of energy hit them, and they all fell into coma. Before he fell into coma, he only saw a huge, pitch-black turtle rushing out of Aunt Dong's well, transforming into a rain curtain, blocking the air waves coming from the mountain. If it weren't for the protection of this turtle, when the roar came, none of the villagers would be able to survive. Suhi made a sneak attack. One strike with divine power, and the other with mountain god seal. The moment Fong Duo's iron rope was revealed, a series of attacks had already fallen on him. Fong Duo was stunned in an instant. The chaotic blades slashed from the air without distinguishing each other. With a squeaking sound, the sword cut off the arm holding the rope, and the mountain god seal was stamped on Fong Duo's eyebrows. Suppression. A set of combos. Extremely smooth. Suhi looked at Fong Duo. He had seen the clone before, but the main body was not as strong as the clone. This was the first time he had seen it. Or maybe Fong Duo has special means, and the fusion of the clone and his body is the real combat power. Just like Fong Ichu? Suhi was silent for a moment. He smiled. He couldn't understand these things in fantasy. The title of duo was right in front of him. But he couldn't interrogate Suhi. It will not force the memory to be retrieved. And the retrospective can only be reflected with the cooperation of the person being viewed. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, Suhi's consciousness clone woke up and groaned to the director of thunder and lightning in the cloud.
Uncle Lei! Open the door! The escort car is here!
Ching Lei.
Dot!
In the real world, a space was torn apart, and the green thunder dragon head emerged. On the head of the dragon, a little turtle hatchling lay on its back, sleeping soundly.
What escort?
Uncle Lei's thunderous voice sounded. Suhi's mind moved, and a water ball wrapped Fong Duo and flew towards Ching Lei.
Uncle Lei is not in Fong Huang Palace anymore.
Through the space channel, you can see a vast ocean with magnificent waves. There is also a giant egg behind Ching Lei. The egg is transparent, and the aura of the ancestral is coming from it. Ching Lei went to Wuchen Sea, beside Huangzu.
After the fight, I will leave, of course. The Lycan shield is still under investigation. If the 3 months are up and Fong Huang Palace cannot give a satisfactory explanation, I will come back to them to argue.
Ching Lei glanced slightly, and Fong Duo fell at his feet.
The brat from Fong Huang Palace? Yes.
Suhi nodded.
Li Qinzhao is the one who shot the attack from him. Uncle Lei will help me check his memory to see where the scholar is, then help me find out what the Changyu Mansion suppression of Evil Dao Palace is. Where is it again? Also, he once said about immortality, Uncle Lei might as well find out what it is. Maybe it has something to do with the Yuanzun family?
Ching Lei smiled.
There are still many problems, but the memory of the royal family in the Fong Huang Palace cannot be probed. Forcibly probing it will only cause self-destruction. I will tell you the results after I use some methods.
He pressed Fong Duo down with his claws, and the little turtle hatchling above his head floated up and flew towards Suhi.
Yaya will let you take care of her for a few days. I'll go handle some things and pick her up later.
After Ching Lei finished speaking, he raised his claws and touched the cracks in the space to smooth the space. Suhi blinked.
Lend me to take care of you for a few days? Borrow?
Chapter 236. Powerful and Overwhelming. The Wuchen Sea is not in some big world. It is floating in the universe, and is a planet of pure water. The entire planet is a sea, boundless as far as the eye can see. There is not even an island in the sea, and there is no such thing as the bottom of the sea. Daoxing is enough to lurk down from the sea on this side, and break out of the water on the other side. This is the theory. But so far, except for Huangzu, no one has reached the core of Wuchen Sea by himself. The entire dustless sea contains nothing but water. At least that's what you can see. Ancestor Huang suppressed Wuchenhai for who knows how many years. It has long since become a wonder in the world, smoothing the cracks in the space. The thunder liquid under Ching Lei's body rolled, and he took Fong Duo to swim towards the ancestor. It was previously connected to the Suhi space channel, and the ancestor dome was suddenly behind Ching Lei. At this moment, it looked like a turtle and an egg apart, but I don't know how far it is. In fact, when you look at the Wuchen Sea from any angle in the world, the first thing you see is the figure of the ancestor. When the ancestor turned into an egg, what he saw was a giant egg.
Uncle Huang!
Ching Lei whispered. The Wuchen Sea suddenly parted, and Ching Lei went straight into the core of the Wuchen Sea. This place was empty and waterless, but a giant egg was floating up and down. The ancestor has always been at the core of the Wuchen Sea.
Uncle Huang! Immortality!
Ching Lei said in a deep voice while lying in front of the dome. Under his left paw is the unconscious Fong Duo, but on his right paw is a single horn, which is 70% similar to the single horn on the head of Fong Yiji Yuanshan. This is what I gained from this visit to Fong Huang Palace. After a while, A voice came from inside the dome.
It doesn't matter. Who hasn't studied the talents of the Yuanzun clan?
It's about the power of rebirth and immortality. And who doesn't want that?
We, the Dragon Turtle clan, don't bother to study it,
Qing said proudly. On the ancestral dome, an image of a dragon and turtle was reflected. He looked at Qing and said with a smile.
Really? Of course.
Qing looked arrogant.
The Yuanzun clan's method is just to increase the number of resurrections. Who can force my Dragon Turtle clan to revive?
His voice suddenly became softer. And he looked at the ancient turtle egg and whispered.
In Bai Ling's tomb. What is the method of resurrection for little Suhi?
He only heard Suhi talk about it. But Huangzu used Suhi to see the method of resurrection with his own eyes. Naturally more convinced. That guy Bai Ling actually studied the Yuanzun clan behind their backs?
Uncle Huang, why were the Yuanzun clan destroyed by the combined efforts of all heavens and worlds?
Qing was only 300,000 years old. But it took 1,000,000 years for the Yuanzun clan to be exterminated. So not much is known about it. The ancestral projection shook his head.
It's indescribable.
He looked at Qing.
Did you know that in the ancient times there was a powerful man who was nearly immortal? The heaven and the earth were destroyed, but his body was immortal. Everyone praised his name, chanted his name, and talked about his power. If something happens, he can be condensed and reborn in time? The matter about the Yuanzun family has this effect. As long as someone talks about it, it will be repeated.
Some things are not unsaid, but cannot be said.
You don't need to pay attention to the study of resurrection and immortality. But if you see anyone with the characteristics of Yuanzun's family, you will be killed,
Huangzu said in a deep voice. After saying that, his eyes brightened and he looked at Qing.
When I have the opportunity, I'll ask Yaya's mother sideways. How did she get pregnant with Yaya?
The reincarnation of a soul beast is unheard of. I wonder how many shocking things that guy Bai Ling did without telling them. Qing let out a long sigh. After preaching for 2 months, Su Huanyan woke up 1 month later, faced with the reincarnation of the white soul beast. How could he not make some insinuations? There are some things that it is not good to ask the elders in depth. But you can always ask if you have ever seen a white jade dragon turtle before. But it is a pity that Su Huanyan's pregnancy and childbirth are full of Bai Ling's characteristics. Even among the monks, there are strange opinions. Before Jiazi, Su Huanyan was hunted by someone and strayed into the Qiju's secret realm. Then a thunder catastrophe came. There were pursuers outside, and he could only survive the thunder tribulation in the Qiju's secret realm. A monk's thunder tribulation lasts forever. Even if it lasts for 3 or 4 years. It is normal. Su Huanyan was not pregnant before the tribulation. And it took 3 months to recover from her injuries before she could survive the tribulation. However, during the process of passing through the tribulation, the abdomen gradually bulged up. For the 9th level of thunder tribulation, the fetus of the 1st level lasted for 1 month. At first, Su Huanyan thought it was just an illusion of the inner demon. But magic and magical powers were banned in the 7th absolute secret realm. After passing through the 7th thunder tribulation, he could not hold on and passed out. When he woke up again, the 9th level of thunder tribulation was over. But it was time to give birth. And he actually gave birth to a baby girl. It's a pity that she got pregnant due to a thunderstorm. The baby girl only had maternal origin and was about to die at birth. Su Huanyan held the baby in his arms and held a sword in one hand. He used his heaven-treading cultivation to kill the enemies all the way and returned to Qingyuan Gate. That was also the first time that Fong Cha showed his difference in front of her and actually completed the origin of the baby girl. This is also the reason why Yaya has been sleepy and has a short mind since Jiazi. But she has never doubted the root cause of Fong Cha. If Fong Cha doesn't like it, he just needs to pretend not to know. And Yaya won't survive. Yaya's fate was given by Fong Cha, the father of her life. The ancestral projection shook his head.
You must have done something to replenish the origin. Otherwise, he is his biological father. How could he have such control over the little girl's origin?
After cultivating to the point of reaching the heaven, it is not difficult to take out the origin of children. It is rare to be able to take it out as quickly as a day. And control it carefully to prevent the girl from losing her life in a moment. It can only be that Xiao Yaya was refined into a great medicine when filling the source. The spiritual intelligence reaches the age of 3 or 4. And all white soul beasts have a strong foundation. Su Huanyan was willing to give up the treasures of heaven and earth. And was willing to practice his own way every day to help the girl cleanse her essence. Cut her marrow. Strengthen her roots, and cultivate her strength.
Of course.
Qing chuckled.
This is also the source of Su Xianzi's heartbreak. If Fong Yiju doesn't help, Yaya will die young. And Su Xianzi may be sad for a while. Now that I have helped, I have done it. Yaya's father had already planned to refine his daughter into a powerful medicine. He has been paying attention to it since he met Yaya, taking one large medicine for a period of time.
Qinglei shook his head, not wanting to comment further on this matter. With a flip of his claws, the talismans on the dragon's horns fell on Fong Duo. First, help Su He find the scholar he mentioned, and then look at the so-called evil suppression palace. For some reason, as soon as I heard these 4 words, I felt destined to be associated with Dragon Turtle. In the mountain village, the heavy rain has turned into light rain. Su He's rain has the effect of washing, purifying and healing injuries. The villagers woke up one after another, and were stunned for a long time. Suddenly someone remembered the past. Suddenly his face was full of horror.
Turtle! Turtle!
He said turtle, and everyone remembered it. Looking left and right, nothing was lost in the village. The only loss was Aunt Dong's son. That young man happened to be in the mountains today. Where did Aunt Dong get her son from? Aunt Dong is an old man in the village. Her son died due to a raid by bandits 10 years ago.
You said?
Someone whispered.
Is it true that there is a divine turtle who knew that our village was in trouble? So he pretended to be Aunt Dong's son in advance and stayed in the village. He didn't go into the mountain to slay the demon until today.
What he said immediately resonated.
It should be. Look at the last turtle shadow floating up from Aunt Dong's house. Think about it again. When the turtle transformed into Aunt Dong's son, he helped this family dive into the water. That family chopped firewood, helped us herd cattle, look after the mountains, and took care of a bunch of us old guys.
Almost all the young people in the village died 10 years ago, and the whole village struggled to survive. However, these 2 months have been the best they have ever had.
Shall we build a shrine for such a good turtle?
After the incident, after the villagers marveled at the roar and the giant dice, what they thought about the most was what Fong Duo had done in the village in the past 2 months. Su He collected Xiaoyu, condensed the water into a belt, carried Elder Qiao, and flew towards Chong Mansion. This rain is enough to cure diseases and disasters, allowing many elderly people to grow old safely. As for the Temple of Immortality, it doesn't matter. Su He doesn't care anyway. Halfway through the flight, Yaya had woken up. She was kicking her legs on Su He's back, shaking her head, and getting out of the turtle L to stretch her body. He murmured in a hazy voice.
Master Gui, I still want to eat snow clams. It takes 3,000 years, but I can't digest 5,000 years.
Su He blinked. Snow clam? Still pick time? I want to eat it too. But I haven't eaten it at all. They never gave me anything delicious. I feel so angry just thinking about it. The dignified dragon turtle has never even eaten serious delicious food. To temper his body, he consumes all kinds of foraging materials through gluttonous eating.
Huh? Big turtle. Little turtle. Father turtle. Where is Master Turtle?
Yaya looked around. The tiny dragon head is only slightly larger than an adult's fist, and even the horns have not sprouted. It is petite and cute. She looked around and saw the unconscious Elder Qiao on the water belt.
Is this Grandpa Qiao? Why is Grandpa Qiao's hand missing?
Su He pulled Elder Qiao under him with a wave of his paw, blocking Yaya's sight. But I don't know how to explain it. In my past life and this life, this is my first time raising a daughter. I don't know how to do psychological construction. But Yaya is not an ordinary girl. She was killed in a battle among the strange beasts. She is used to seeing bloody fights. And she recovers after a moment of silence. He comforted himself in a low voice.
It's okay. It's just that my arm is gone. It doesn't affect eating.
Su He.
Dot.
Yaya's sleepiness finally subsided, and she woke up completely. She patted Su He's turtle Ellen said,
Daddy Turtle. Daddy Turtle. I brought you delicious food.
She smiled cheerfully, opened her mouth, and spit out a toad that looked like a dead leaf.
8,000-year-old snow clam. I got it from Mr. Turtle just like a spoiled child. Mr. Turtle will give it to you.
Su He was greatly comforted, and the spirit snake's tail patted Yaya's turtle L.
Be good. Swallow it quickly. Your mother is seriously injured and needs a lot of nourishment. Vomit it to her later. Is mother injured again?
Yaya's voice suddenly became deeper. Mother is too weak. She is always hurt. Always hurt. But don't swallow it anymore. Spit it out and swallow it. It's too disgusting. The two turtles were talking, and time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, They arrived at Chong Mansion. When they jumped in, they saw Su Huanyan floating in the air, the fairy sword stepping on his feet, and the power of the cave mansion suppressing the strange land. His eyes lit up when he saw Suhi come in, and when he saw Yaya coiled up by the spirit snake. She even smiled.
Mother!
Yaya called out and stepped on Suhi's back with her 4 claws. The thunder pool roared under her body and turned into a blue light and rushed towards Su Huanyan. When she got closer, she appeared in human form and got into Su Huanyan's arms. He arched hard. Suhi's breathing suddenly became tight.
Don't make trouble.
Su Huanyan patted Yaya's back twice and lifted her out. The little girl is pink and is actually a little younger than before. She used to look like 3 or 4 years old, but now she is a standard 3 years old, or even less than 3 years old. But the chi of the body is stable, and there is no crisis of missing the original source.
Elder Chiao was rescued?
Su Huanyan asked softly to Suhi. Suhi pulled out the water hose. Su Huanyan was already prepared. With a flick of his hand, a pill shot into Elder Chiao's mouth.
I'm afraid it will be difficult for Daoxing to recover if the Foundation is injured.
Su Hua had been ill for a long time, and could tell the extent of Elder Chiao's injuries with just one glance. Although he was seriously injured, his life was still intact.
The scholar is not here. Fong Duo was thrown to Uncle Lei for interrogation.
Suhi said.
Thank you.
Su Huayang said. Suhi smiled.
How do you thank me? Besides, the scholar is an enemy. Elder Chiao is a benefactor, and I wanted to save him. Okay,
Su Huanyan replied, but he didn't know what he was talking about.
First pull out the treacherous land and restore the cave.
Fong Duo was caught, so there was no need for the treacherous land to exist. Suhi looked up to the sky and let out a long groan, and his territory instantly opened up to its maximum, occupying most of the cave. The dragon turtle has a unique refining method. It is most convenient to refining the cave or domain infection, coupled with the barbarian king's world refining technique. The effect far exceeds Su Huanyan's refining with the jade pendant alone. With the addition of Suhi, the power of the cave was completely suppressed by Giti. Yaya tugged at the corner of Su Huanyan's clothes.
Mother, Father Turtle said you were seriously injured again.
Su Huanyan always had a smile on his lips, and he shook his head gently, saying,
Mom, everything is fine. She will be fine soon. Mother lied to me again.
Yaya pouted.
But I have something good for Mother, and I will definitely make her feel better soon.
As she spoke, she mysteriously took out a red gourd from her storage bag, shook the half bottle of liquid, and swayed.
Baby! I got it from Grandpa Lei.
Suhi's heart became smoother and smoother. How could he not like such a little girl? Even in the autumn wind. I know how to bring some treasures back to my parents. I am very happy, and I feel like I have a daughter growing up in my family. They saw Yaya dragging her mother's clothes to the ground.
Mother! Mother! Let me show you how to use it.
She kicked and stomped to a big tree that was as thick as an arm's length. She hugged it with both hands and pulled it up. The whole tree was uprooted. With a few flicks of her fingers, all the roots of the big tree were eliminated. Then he turned back to Su Huanyan, raised his head, and said in a showy way,
Mother, please watch.
She inserted the big tree into the soil, opened the red gourd, and a drop of emerald green sap fell under the tree. The naked eye could see the newly seriously injured big tree. The roots of the tree stretched out in an instant. The whole tree grew taller, and grew 4 or 5 times. 10 feet tall, with luxuriant branches and leaves, covered a whole world. There was actually a trace of spiritual power spitting out from the tree. Yaya smiled mysteriously.
Look, baby!
She smiled, jumped up and punched the ground aside.
Mother, lie down on the ground quickly, and I will give you a drop of green water. Mother, do you think the soil is wet? Do you want a box?
Su Huanyan was stunned. As Yaya spoke, she punched the ground. In an instant, the earth cracked and the sky collapsed. The whole earth trembled, and a crack opened, revealing a stone-carved door. There are 2 stone carvings on both sides of the gate. A green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right. Xuanwu on the lintel, and a red bird on the ground. There is a stone tablet outside the door, with 2 words engraved on it. No one can recognize it, but they know the meaning of these 2 words just by looking at it. Suppress evil. Yaya was stunned for a moment, looking at Jinxiadao Palace and her little fist. I still can't figure out why a punch can knock out an underground palace. Dragon turtle. So powerful. Her eyes were shining brightly, and she looked at the ground next to her. Chapter 237 Who hasn't had a previous life? Suppress evil Taoist palace. When the ground was not open, there was no feeling at all. Just when Yaya punched him out, an ancient aura hit his face. Exactly. He didn't believe in coincidence at all now. Any coincidence was either planned in advance or had other reasons. Su Huanyan frowned slightly.
Dao Gong was not here originally. He was dragged here by Yaya's power.
She has been refining the cave for longer, and her perception of the cave is more acute.
Is it because of the Xuanwu in the Jinxia Dao Palace?
This is the only factor that Su He thinks can be involved. Although Yaya has not yet condensed the spirit snake, Dragon Turtle and Xuanwu are involved after all. He also fought here before, and was not let out of the evil suppressing Dao Palace. Was it because of the interference from the earth? At this moment, Judy's aura has been compressed by more than half.
Xuanwu?
Su Huanyan was confused.
There is a pattern similar to mine on the lintel of the Taoist Palace.
Su He replied. Su Huanyan was silent for a moment before shaking his head and saying,
I can't see it. I can only see an ancient stone gate and a stone monument.
Su He.
Dot. Yaya.
Su He called out and turned to look. Yaya breathed a sigh of relief on her little fist.
Hey!
She let out a childish cry, then hit the other side with her fist, causing a big pit to break in the ground, and the roots of the tree broke layer by layer.
Huh? There is no palace.
After she finished wondering, she turned to look at Su He.
The turtle father is looking for me.
This girl is a bit violent. After refining the cave, she must find a way to improve the quality of the cave. Not to mention being impregnable. At least the cave must have the function of self-repair.
Come here and see if you can see the pattern on the Taoist Palace. Come on!
The little girl responded, jumped over, tilted her head and looked at it for a long time, then shook her head. He didn't see any pattern where the turtle father signaled. Just a bare stone gate.
Check the turtle body,
Su He said in a deep voice. Yaya lay down, revealing her turtle body, looked at it for a few times and then shook her head. Still didn't see it. It seems that I guessed wrongly. It was not Xuanwu that attracted me. Could it be that as long as the strange land no longer affects it, the power of the Tao will lead to the suppressing evil Tao Palace? Fengiju also saw the Jinxia Dao Palace. There is no way he has Xuanwu aura. Think for a moment.
Refining the cave first, and then exploring the Tao Palace.
The refining cave has the power of the cave to suppress it, and it also has some confidence to suppress evil in whatever it encounters in the Tao Palace. In the mysterious world of mountains and seas, Su He's consciousness shouted to Qing Lei, telling him that he had found the palace a suppression of evil. Here I was immersed in the refining cave. The territory expanded and the rain poured down. Every drop of rain carried Su He's Taoist charm and will, soaking into Changyu Mansion for 300 miles. Under the rain curtain, an illusory courtyard appeared on the east side of Changyu Mansion. In the courtyard, the lady was pacing back and forth, roaring at the heavy rain. The courtyard doors and windows crackled and flapped. Gidi could no longer be integrated into Changyu Mansion and was forced out. But no matter how Su He's heavy rain fell, the strange land was not refined at all. The land is not a real thing. It is just a twisted set of rules. Either use rules to forcibly compress and refine it, or borrow its own rules to defeat it logically. It cannot be refined for the time being and can only be expelled. But after being driven out of Changyu Mansion, this strange place will wander to nowhere. If mortals and ordinary monks enter, they will really be like the hunters before, and they will die without knowing how. Just when Su He was in trouble, an electric arc fell on the phantom of the strange land. The roaring lady and the frightened young men suddenly stopped. The entire strange land shrank smaller and smaller, turning into the size of a chessboard in the blink of an eye. It looks like a small stone courtyard. Su He opened his eyes and saw Qing Lei lying in midair, a little turtle hatchling swinging on a swing with a dragon's whisker in its teeth. Yaya is so small that even the dragon's whiskers can only bite the narrowest end.
Snow clam! Snow clam!
The little dragon turtle kept chanting. Qing Lei's eyes were full of adoration.
Be good. Eat something else. You are still young. Eating too much snow clam is not good. Grandpa will catch shrimps for you.
A jasper fishing rod took the initiative to spin, and the fish hook was thrown out, dragging a long fishing line into the void, and it went to an unknown place. Su Huanyan stepped on the fairy sword and stood beside Su He. He looked at the coquettish little turtle with a smile in his eyes.
He will be spoiled,
Su He murmured. Qing Lei glanced at him.
Have you ever seen a spoiled dragon turtle? Most of the time, the spoiled dragon turtle is his father. So just give him a good beating.
Su-hee.
Dot. Is Uncle Lay's matter settled?
Ching Lei withdrew his gaze, looked at Yaya dotingly, and casually replied to Su-hee.
I haven't left yet. I heard your message to suppress evil Dao Palace. Come and have a look.
He glanced at the Gidi stone sculpture that fell on the ground again.
You can't produce anything by refining Gidi at the moment. If you manage your territory well in Xinjiang, when will you be able to understand the laws of the mysterious world and condense the laws of the inner world? Try to refine the treacherous land. The laws of the treacherous earth are distorted, and too much contact in the early stage will be detrimental to yourself.
Su-hee nodded.
Thank you, Uncle Lei.
An old man in a family is like a treasure, and there are 7 such treasures in his family.
I've seen the evil suppressing Dao Palace. It's really strange. I can't even push the door open, so I can only try to break it in. I've never seen the Xuanwu you mentioned, but looking at it with my mind's eye, there are 4 directions in the 4 directions of the stone gate. Taoist talismans are not from this era and are worthy of study.
He looked at Su-hee.
While I'm here, you can try to open the door. Or is it different?
The 4 appendices are invisible to ordinary people, but in Su-hee's eyes, they are patterns. They mark a specific person who matches his identity. Ching Lei was confused in his heart. What's the difference between Su-hee and ordinary dragon turtles? Look dark? Su-hee licked his lips, parted the rainwater, and fell in front of the Taoist palace door. With the faucet raised, the Taoist palace door creaked open without any difficulty. He looked back and saw that Ching Lei had an expression on his face. He waved his claws to let him in. Ching Lei narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched Su-hee move cautiously, the spirit snake tensing up and crawling into the Jinxia Dao Palace as if it was ready to attack at any time. Su-hee's turtle snake appearance was indeed different from theirs. Xuanwu? Su-hee's name? Or was it already there, and he didn't know about it? Su-hee crawled through the door. There was a tunnel in front of him, and the door behind him was slammed shut. Suddenly the tunnel was dark, with only the mural above the head shining brightly. The dots on the mural are like a star map. After careful identification, there are more than 700 of them, which are the 7 stars of the West. This world is very strange and wonderful. The theory of the 4 holy beasts has been lost for some reason. But when studying the stars in the sky, they still appear in all directions. Not to mention the 4 holy beasts. Just the 7 places in the north and the 7 places in the south. Chisu's name is also different from Su-hee's memory. Since embarking on the dragon turtle's path, I can remember the memories of my past life half-assly. Even the papers and knowledge I glanced at. Su-hee had never studied the 4 directions properly, but had dabbled in novels. And Su-hee remembered it clearly at this moment. The 7 constellations in the west, 54 star officials, and more than 700 stars are white tigers. Was this evil suppressing Dao Palace the work of White Tiger? Su-hee crawled carefully. The tunnel was narrow and difficult to crawl. The more he climbed, the more he felt that this place was like a tomb passage. There were murals on both sides, but only patches of clouds were painted on them. Nothing could be seen. Don't know what to express. The tunnel is not long, only 3 or 4 miles, and can be exited in a short time. When I rushed out of the tunnel, my eyes lit up. It turned out to be a tomb. A crystal coffin was parked in the center. There is a passage in the southeast, northwest, and 4 directions connecting the tomb chamber. Su-hee walked in from the west passage. The starry sky on the top of the tomb is shining, and the 28 stars are scattered in the 4 fields, echoing the stars in the 4 passages. As soon as Su-hee entered the tomb, the whole tomb buzzed and trembled. I saw a blue dragon swimming in cautiously from the eastern passage, looking up at the stars above me with a puzzled look on his face. Su-hee didn't recognize this green dragon. He had never seen it before at the Dragon God Festival.
Su-hee, may I ask what you call your friend?
Su-hee asked, but the Qinglong didn't seem to hear it. He ignored Su-hee and just stared at the starry sky above his head. Su-hee asked again, but Qinglong still didn't respond. Su-hee condensed a water ball and flicked it over. The water ball passed through Qinglong's body without ever touching it. Qinglong is not a real existence. It is just a phantom of what happened in the past. Left here, the green dragon was circling, looking at the stars above its head. It didn't know how long it took to observe. And then it slowly lowered its head. The stars in its eyes flickered, as if it was comprehending. After a while, he closed his eyes slightly and opened them again. This time he looked at the central crystal coffin. He thought for a moment and walked towards the crystal coffin. However, he walked in the center of the tomb and was blocked by a barrier that could not be penetrated no matter what. After several attempts, he finally failed and returned the way he came, reluctantly turning back 3 times. As he walked, he stared at the murals on both sides of the tomb passage with wide eyes. It seemed that what Qinglong saw was not just a cloud of mist. So he took a deep breath and walked towards the crystal coffin. But at this moment, a burst of fire shone in the southern passage, and a fire phoenix fluttered out with an expression of relief on his face. As soon as he came out and looked around, his eyes fell on the white tiger passage that Suhi was walking in, and his eyes flashed.
It is indeed a white tiger,
she murmured to herself.
Blue dragon and white tiger. Suzaku Xuanwu. Suppressing evil Dao Palace.
Sifong star chart.
What exactly is it suppressing? The Yuan Zun clan?
After she asked, another tone of voice immediately replied. Then he returned to his original tone.
Yuan Zun is worthy too.
1 phoenix. 2 tones. A sophisticated fire phoenix. The fire phoenix narrowed its eyes slightly, and was bounced by Suhi's water ball, passing through his body. It was just an afterimage of the past. She looked left and right, and saw that the eastern passage was stunned for a moment, probably looking at the photo left by Qinglong just now. After a moment, the fire phoenix feathers trembled.
The one from the dragon clan who came to Xinxia Dao Palace was not Ji Feishue. Who is this green dragon?
Another tone did not reply. Hua Fong then looked towards the northern passage. There was no sign in the north. Hua Fong grinned and spit out a flame, and his tone became excited.
Bai Ling has never been here. That female turtle has never been here.
The voice was filled with surprise and pride. But after the pride, there was still a bit of sadness. Fong Cha? Suhi confirmed it almost subconsciously. I saw the fire phoenix fluttering its wings and flying towards the center of the tomb. But it was still blocked by the barrier.
If you don't become a Suzaku, you can't enter it?
Fong Cha muttered to himself.
It's already early. We are still far away from the Suzaku.
She muttered and flapped her wings to return to her own passage. Qinglong and Fong Cha seemed to be rushing in and out again. What terrible things are urging them in other passages of the Xinxia Dao Palace? The water waves rolled under Suhi and headed towards the center of the tomb. There is a barrier blocking entry. Looking at the crystal coffin across the barrier, Suhi held his breath suddenly and forgot to breathe. He stared at the coffin blankly. The crystal coffin was not covered, and there was a corpse lying quietly inside. He looks like he is in his 20s, has dark eyes and black hair. The corpse is Suhi himself, his past life. There was no way he could admit it. That was definitely his previous life. My heart suddenly trembled, as if someone had grabbed me hard. This feeling of blood connection is wrong. It is not a blood connection, but a closer relationship. It is just a part of the body, like a stretched out hand or an outstretched leg, although you cannot feel its existence. It is yours. Suhi's chest felt tight, and the star map above his head seemed to be rotating erratically. The world is spinning. Previous life. Corpse. The palace of suppressing evil is suppressing the corpse of my previous life? Suhi quickly recalled his time travel in his mind. He had no memory of the time travel process. He fell asleep, woke up in a turtle egg, and then conceived step by step, broke out of the SHL, struggled, and grew. I always thought that I was reincarnated, but I just didn't have a fetish obsession. Why are there corpses from past lives here? I am still being suppressed. What did I do that was outrageous and rebellious when I didn't know about it? Suhi let out a big breath and breathed in big breaths. My heart was filled with turmoil, and my whole head was looking around, not knowing where to put my eyes. His 4 legs were crawling back and forth uncontrollably, and his mind was in a blur. Just when he was confused and at a loss, the barrier in front of him suddenly dissipated, and the corpse in the coffin was visible to the naked eye with decay and flying ash. Suhi was stunned and hurriedly climbed up, only to see that the body was completely gray, and a blue light shot from the ashes into the center of Suhi's eyebrows. A mellow and elegant female voice sounded in my mind.
Use your corpse to suppress evil spirits. Condensate your true spirit and help you reincarnate. When you return, your corpse will be disposed of.
The voice was gentle and a bit mature and cold. It was not any voice Suhi had ever heard before. The tone was different from now, and even the pronunciation was different. It was full of desolate and ancient charm. It just rang in his mind, and Suhi naturally understood the meaning. Suhi was stunned. I was stunned for a long time, still at a loss. Use his body to suppress evil spirits. Isn't he the one who was suppressed? Does his corpse still have this effect? He looked around and saw that this tomb had existed for an unknown number of years. and that the body of his previous life had been lying here for an unknown number of years. So, in fact, he did not travel to 4 or 5 years ago, but earlier? Or maybe what came was just a corpse, which was borrowed by someone to suppress evil spirits, and the person gathered the true spirit to help him reincarnate. It's just that the process of reincarnation took a long time, and it wasn't until 4 or 5 years ago that I was born. So he couldn't figure it out for a while. Moreover, if there are evil spirits suppressed here, where are the evil spirits? Recalling that Qinglong and the others had come and gone in a hurry, He obviously knew some information that he did not understand. He returned to the tomb passage and looked at the murals on both sides again. Still a cloud of smoke and nothing. He exited and turned into the northern Xuanwu passage. The 7 constellations in the north above the head flickered, and a desolate roar came. Chapter 238 will destroy his next life. The stars are like turtles and snakes, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, and their roars are ancient. The 7 stars above the head seemed to come to life, and a Xuanwu was swimming in the sea of stars. The starlight around him shone on the murals on both sides of the tomb passage. He's true energy poured into the murals uncontrollably, and a picture unfolded in front of him. In a mysterious waters, a dragon turtle set off huge waves and was at war with a group of people. It was a special group of people with a body and cow legs and a single horn on their head. War drums, flags, and sun frames stretched across the sky, and powerful magic weapons suppressed all directions. The dragon turtles are rampaging and fighting unparalleled. With the sound of drums, the one-horned oxman charged and fought bravely. But there was nothing he could do. Not even the dragon turtle could get close. The war seemed like a one-sided massacre. But the dragon turtle never went far. Only in this water area. And what was he guarding above the water area? The war continued. Blood dyed the waters red, like a sea of blood. I don't know how long it took. The sky suddenly tore apart, and a rhinoceros-like beast rushed out, with one horn on the dragon turtle's SHL, knocking the dragon turtle back far away. And the dragon turtle guarded it. Something revealed. Dao Palace. Dragon Turtle's inheritance palace. Looking at it now, the Dao Palace is brand new, as if it has just been condensed, and has not yet been integrated into the dragon turtle bloodline. These one-horned oxen are robbing the Dao Palace. The dragon turtle roared, and reappeared next to the Taoist palace in a flash. His front paws slapped down, and a huge wave surged into the sky, turning into a downpour, and hit the ground directly. It was Qianjun. But it was not the Qianjun that he knew. In every raindrop, there seems to be a world from birth, reproduction and destruction. Every drop of rain has the power to destroy heaven and earth. The dragon turtle rushed over, opened its mouth and smashed out a huge mountain, crashing into the rhinoceros without any sound. The rhinoceros was cracked inch by inch, and the area where the rhinoceros was turned into a void, swallowing up everything. The dragon turtle huffed and puffed. He didn't know how long he had been fighting, taking advantage of the break. I glanced at Dao Palace. My eyes were full of nostalgia and reluctance, as well as deep worry. At this point, the picture suddenly shattered. It was no longer a scene of a dragon turtle battle, but a thatched house. In front of the thatched house, a unicorn man sat quietly. Next to him was a coffin, with endless talismans and laws floating on the coffin. Another magic weapon suppressed it. The one-horned ox man's face was gloomy, and he looked up at the sky. In the sky, a sword came from the void, and cut off the head of the one-horned ox man with one sword. A slender palm fell from the sky, and with a sudden blow, all the talismans and magic weapons outside the coffin were scattered. A corpse was lifted out of the coffin, ascended to the sky for 9 days, and then disappeared. That was the corpse of He from his previous life. The head of the one-horned bull man who fell on the ground was not dead. He raised his eyes and looked at Joshua. You can't take away the next life if you take away this life. This person's body and true spirit will be destroyed by our clan. If you can't kill him now, you will kill him in the next life. God forbids it to exist. Boom! A mountain god seal fell from the sky and annihilated the entire mountain. The picture was completely shattered at this point. No matter how much he transferred his true energy, it could no longer stir up any shock. Only the Xuanwu's 7 constellations above his head shone brightly. A glimmer of understanding arose in He's heart. With his current state, he can only see so many scenes. Qinglong and Fong Cha must have seen more. Otherwise they wouldn't be so hurried and anxious. Even different races should see different things. He crawled 2 steps, and the true body of the peacock appeared. The Xuanwu Chisu above his head was instantly extinguished, and the murals on both sides turned into pieces of cloud and mist, just like what was seen in the White Tiger tomb. The peacock cannot see the murals in this tomb passage. Suhi flapped his wings, jumped and glided into the Suzaku tomb passage. When he looked up, he could not see the turbulence of the Suzaku stars. The murals on both sides were still obscured by clouds and mist. Suhi frowned and sent out his true energy, but neither the mural nor the stars responded. The true form of peacock has not followed the path of Suzaku. So he can't see the scene here? This place is not big, but it seems to have recorded some secrets from a long time ago. The 4 tomb passages are related to the 4 holy beasts, but the scene Suhi saw has nothing to do with the 4 holy beasts. Instead, it has something to do with himself. What is that race with cow's feet and 1 horn? Suhi could sense the murderous intention towards him through the screen. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary young man. Where did he attract such hatred? Especially from just a corpse. It's not enough to destroy his previous life. Why should he come to kill him now? 1 mouthful of mountain god seal will suffocate you to death. Suhi returned to the Xuanwu passage. The stars above his head were shining, and hundreds of stars were moving according to specific laws. Although he can't understand, he's not stupid. The movement of these stars is obviously related to Xuanwu. Suhi stared closely and wrote down the movement patterns of all the stars. The movement trajectories of more than 800 stars were not too difficult for Suhi to memorize by rote, making sure his memory was correct. Suhi returned to the White Tiger tomb passage and pushed the door open. He had tried the Xuanwu passage, but the door could not be opened. There are 4 gates in Jinxia Taoist Palace, but only 1 person can enter through each gate. A turtle walked past the gate of Xuanwu passage and recognized its owner. But there are no photos of the tomb. The turtle probably only entered the passage and never went to the tomb. It's also a strange flower. Of the 4 tomb passages, only the White Tiger tomb passage was unoccupied, and he occupied the White Tiger passage. Suhi lowered his head, still thinking about what he saw in the tomb. Before he knew it, he had stepped through the stone gate and arrived outside the Taoist palace. A comfortable feeling of intimacy slowly rose up, and Suhi suddenly woke up. Only then did he realize that the entire cave had been refined by Su Huanyan, and he only needed to imprint his own aura. After a trip to the Jinxia Taoist palace, it seemed that a long time had passed to the outside world. In the distance, Qi Lei is grilling 2 large shrimps, and the faint fragrance comes out, tempting your mouth.
What's going on? What's being suppressed inside?
Qi Lei turned around and asked. I don't know. The 2 scenes didn't show any suppression. Suhi shook his head and opened his mouth to speak, but found that the scene he saw in the tomb could not be described.
Huh? What? You can't tell?
Qi Lei dragon's beard wrapped around Yaya's turtle sh. Ellen asked curiously. Suhi nodded.
As long as I think about the scene in the palace of Jinxia Dao, I can't speak.
After a brief attempt, not only language, but also spiritual consciousness, writing, and all means of transmitting messages to the outside world cannot be used.
Is there any danger inside?
Qi Lei asked in a deep voice. Arcs of electricity flashed from his body, and he squinted at the gate of the Dao Palace. Suhi shook his head. Suhi didn't know what the evil suppressing palace was suppressing, but the body in his previous life was gone. I wonder if the evil suppressing palace still had the suppression effect? Lightning condensed between the 2 corners of Qi Lei and turned into talismans, falling on Suhi. After a long while, he said,
Deed.
Suhi has the power of contract, which prevents Suhi from telling what happened in Jinxia Dao Palace. Lei was silent for a moment.
It doesn't matter. Everything you can't do is because you don't have enough Taoism. When you have enough Taoism and surpass those who established the evil suppressing Taoist palace, naturally all restrictions will no longer exist.
He pondered and remained silent for a moment.
Perhaps the suppression of evil Dao Palace suppresses things that you are not allowed to describe?
What is there to suppress about the story? Suhi shook his head.
Does Uncle Lei know how our Dragon Turtle clan came to inherit the Dao Palace?
There was a flash of light in Qi Lei's eyes, and his 4 claws shook, and he was a little eager to try.
Only Taizu probably knows about this matter. You can go and ask.
Which Dragon Turtle is not curious about the Inheritance Palace? He also asked at Uncle Hong's instigation, and then Taizu hung him up and whipped him. At that time, other Dragon Turtles were gloating about their misfortune to the point of being unreasonable. Later I found out that everyone who asked questions was hung up and beaten by Taizu. This is a traditional program of the Jackie Chan Turtle clan. Well, It's time for Suhi. The world has been opened. If he doesn't get beaten, his life will not be complete. Yaya. Forget it. The little girl is thin-skinned and cannot be beaten. Qing Lei's eyes fell on Yaya again, with a look of endearment in his eyes. The little turtle hatchling had eaten its fill, and was lying on its back with its SHL facing down. Sleeping. Yaya was born out of a SHL. Born as a dragon turtle. She has never experienced a catastrophe, and has no source of world replenishment. So she will truly grow up step by step. It's time to eat and sleep. The green thunder dragon's beard swung, and he gently moved Yaya upright. Extinguished the bonfire with a light breath. Placed the roasted prawns next to Yaya, and took out a box and threw it to Suhi.
The pill inside. Take 1 pill every 3 days. Take it every night. Make sure Yaya doesn't miss it. It can help her lay a solid foundation and improve her potential. In addition, the food is Yaya's rations. You are not allowed to steal. After she is full, you can have a taste.
Suhi, didn't Uncle Lei want to say this at the beginning? He raised his head to look at Qing Lei, and saw another box flying towards Su Huanyan from Qing Lei.
After a serious injury, you should take good care of yourself. Medicine must be poisonous, so it is better to supplement food. There is no need to save on some food. I don't have many good things here. When your Uncle Huai comes out of seclusion, he will have real delicacies.
Su Huanyan was startled. She never thought that Qing Lei would have a gift for her. Just as he was about to refuse, Qing Lei waved his dragon whiskers and flew up. Don't give him a chance at all. Suhi looked at the box in front of him, and then at the lunch box in Su Huanyan's hand. A big question mark rose above his head. Me? An outsider? Qing Lei glanced at him. This turtle has no self-awareness. Yaya and Su Huanyan are granddaughters. They have the same attributes among dragon turtles, so they are their biological granddaughters. The other one is Yaya's mother, who gave birth to a dragon turtle. Is this still an ordinary person? This is the hero of the dragon turtle clan. When all the dragon turtles come out of seclusion, the real thank you gifts will be given. Even if you want to be the queen of a big world, the dragon turtles will also be defeated. And you? Qing Lei looked at Suhi and laughed. The depressed look in Kaizi's eyes was indeed interesting. No wonder Uncle Hong always likes to play tricks on his juniors. It's so funny. Qing Lei is naturally not stingy when it comes to just eating. But as soon as Suhi passed through the heavenly tribulation, he immediately opened the sky and then condensed his second body. It's too fast. You have to slow down the advancement speed. Not to mention the normal 10,000 years to reach the first level. It will always take 2,000 to 3,000 years. You should not take any more supplements at this time. Try not to use external means to enhance your body, and absorb every bit of spiritual energy yourself. The slower the better. Slowly realize the power of this moment, the body of this moment, and the inner world of this moment. It's never too late to know yourself thoroughly and move forward. Dragon Turtle is not short of time. The Green Thunder Turtle was in midair, and stepped down with both feet. A series of talismans fell outside the gate of the Jinxia Dao Palace. The dense talismans instantly sealed the Jinxia Dao Palace. The earth healed, and a high tower full of thunder and lightning fell and stayed in place.
Suppress evil Dao Palace. Please do not enter when the elders are not around.
There was no abnormality this time. It doesn't necessarily mean that the Jinxia Dao Palace is really harmless. Maybe it's just that the things inside sensed that he was outside and didn't dare to act like a monster? Qing Lei had to leave. He even lent Yaya to Suhi, so he had to leave due to urgent matters. If it weren't for the suppression of evil Dao Palace, he wouldn't have stayed here for a long time. There was something wrong with Zhu and Huai's fusion of Tengxi, and he had to go take a look. The great world of Fengshan where they were located was the ancestral land of Soaring Snake, and the fusion of Soaring Snake involves some sneaky things. Thunder breaks through the air and flies away. It was silent and did not disturb the sleeping Yaya. Chapter 239 Home. The weather is getting warmer. The green bamboos are swaying outside, and the spring water is rippling. The grass grows, orioles fly, and fish leap into the water. Spring is coming. Suhi gently arched his head and put a tortoise into the lake. This is his turtle mother in this life, and she has always stayed with Yaya. There are too many strange beasts in Bai Ling's small world, and they are not suitable for release. There are no strange beasts in Chongyu Mansion. There are ordinary beasts everywhere. This turtle has been eating the treasures of heaven and earth for 2 years here. It is now as big as a dustpan. Even if it is placed in this lake, it will not be the overlord. But it is also absolutely invincible, and there is no problem in living a long life.
The moment Su-hee crossed the heavenly tribulation and became a dragon turtle, all the bloodlines of the ordinary turtle were cut off. In terms of blood, Su-hee and his mother turtle are no longer related. Good Lao Dao helped Su-hee cut off the blood connection once. Although it is a bit unreasonable for a disciple to think like this. But the master's method of cutting off the blood is really bad. I couldn't feel it at the time. But when I look back and think about it now, I can't bear to look at the crudeness of the method. Watching the female turtle sway away, she carefully looked around, then quickly sank to the bottom and resurfaced in the distance. Su-hee lay motionless on the shore. Next to him, the toad was lying on a protective golden lotus, sleeping deeply. The frog was too tired. These days, this guy actually made a game by himself in Xinjiang and launched it again. Instead of gambling with money, gamble with time. The soul beast that loses is sold into slavery and serves as many days as it loses. Frog is a thief, and he took several soul beasts who were sold into slavery to hunt for treasures. By relying on the soul beast's ability to switch between reality, and not afraid of ordinary attacks, he dug 3 secret realms. Except for one, he found nothing and lost some money. The remaining 2 made a lot of money. However, it only uses its time to sell its body to other soul beasts, and everything belongs to it. But a toad has a lifespan of thousands of years, and it can even become a frog. It has 2 secret places, one of which is its own. The other one is taken out to disperse the wealth directly. Everyone who participates will receive dividends. Even Xinjiang's other soul beasts also had red envelopes. There are more than 30 people in Xinjiang, 30 soul beasts, and a few who have not been seen all year round. Not much spread out. But the frog started to rise. Even the reputation he lost by opening a gambling house some time ago has been earned back. The camel stayed far away, while the dog and the black dog chased each other angrily. Turtle Daddy, aren't you happy? Yaya lay on Su-hee's turtle SHL, with small turtles stacked on top of bigger turtles. Thunder and lightning flashed on the turtle, and they kept hitting Su-hee. The nutrition has been so good recently, and the thunder and lightning is growing rapidly. Yaya has some bad control, and will hit people if she is not careful. The camels no longer dared to approach her. Su Huanyan turned around and looked over. In the past few days, she also found that Su-hee was worried. But the fairy would not comfort people, and just stayed quietly by Su-hee's side. I do have something on my mind, but I can't express it. Every time I close my eyes these days, I always think of the dragon turtle guarding the palace of inheritance. Su-hee made comparisons repeatedly. That dragon turtle was not the huge dragon turtle in the Dao Palace Inheritance Sea, nor was it any of the dragon turtles on the dragon turtle's back. He did not leave any inheritance shadow in the Tao Palace. Approximately. At that time, the Dao Palace had not yet been integrated into the bloodline inheritance, and the dragon turtle before that had not condensed the inheritance of the Dao shadow. But in terms of combat power, that dragon turtle is very strong. I once asked Uncle Lei in the mysterious world of mountains and seas, what state can be so critical that every drop of rain is like a world that is disillusioned? Uncle Lei said bluntly that it was thousands of years ago that Huangzu reached this level. Qianjun is the magical power of the water dragon turtle. Now there are only 2 water dragon turtles, Su-hee and Huangzu. Huangzu is special. It is not black, but almost transparent. Huangzu is an existing dragon turtle, and his Taoism is only inferior to that of Taizu, close to the pinnacle of the dragon turtle. Even if they exist like this, they are still not invincible. Those unicorn men are the enemies of dragon turtle, and they have even more evil intentions towards him, and even threaten to hunt him down until the next life. In the past few days, Su-hee often recalled the one-horned oxman who fought against the elder dragon turtle, recalled the one-horned oxman who was decapitated by a sword, and recalled their eyes and expressions. There is a growing feeling that the one-horned oxman's murderous intention towards him far exceeds that towards the dragon turtle. So unreasonable. Because of his identity as a time traveler? Or something else? Su-hee really didn't know what happened between when he fell asleep in his previous life and when the hatchling hatched out of its SHL in this life. How could he be a mere mortal corpse? Isn't it just annihilation? Why go to all the trouble to seal with talismans and suppress with magic weapons? And the being who snatched his body must be a fairy. Just look at the hands. And the fairy sword is also sharp and delicate. It is 2 points narrower than an ordinary fairy sword, and is also engraved with a small snake surrounding the sword. The toad on the golden lotus woke up, shook his head, and jumped into the mysterious world of mountains and seas. After a while, he jumped out again.
holding a single horn in his claws. It was passed on by Uncle Lei, the one-horned ox man, the one-horned man of Fong Cha, the one-horned member of the Yuanzun clan. It didn't sound like it didn't matter. Suhi asked Uncle Lei about the Yuanzun clan 2 days ago, but he didn't know much about this clan. Uncle Lei only asked him to wait for 2 days, and passed a single horn through Xianzun. The news came over. This horn is translucent, and is a fragment of the soul. Its power has been wiped out by Uncle Lei. Just one look at Su, he instantly confirmed that the one-horned man and the one-horned ox man must be involved. The shapes of the horns are different, but the lines on them are generally the same. The one-horned ox man is probably the Yuanzun clan. Fong Si said that the Yuanzun clan had been exterminated. Su he didn't believe it. Otherwise, where did this horn come from? The Yuanzun clan. The imperial palace. The same thing? Or inheritance? Seeing that Su he didn't answer, Su Huaiyang asked in a low voice, "Are there any enemies?" "Probably yes." Su he regained consciousness and laughed. The 4 spirits all originated from the Xianwang realm. Although they rarely participated in the disputes in the 3,000 realms, they were not in the same imperial palace. Now there is another cause and effect. "Then practice hard and kill the enemy when you meet him." Su Huaiyang's tone did not change at all. The thinking of sword cultivators is simple. If there is an enemy, just kill it with one sword. If you can't kill it, the sword will break. However, the simpler the thinking, the more direct the attack will be, and the enemy will be killed when encountering it. Su he didn't know how powerful the Yuanzun clan was, but he had an idea of the Fengwang Palace. If the most powerful force in the world would attack and kill by any means, even war, the dragon turtle is probably unstoppable. There are too few dragon turtles. If there are 30 or 40 adult dragon turtles in the dragon turtle clan, what fear will there be in conquering the heavens? But the dragon turtle has advanced. If the dragon turtle is not enough, then Xuanwu. Quantity is not enough. Quality is improved. If Xuanwu is not enough, then Suzaku, White Tiger, and Qinglong. Second body, third body, fourth body. No matter who the enemy is or where they come from. As long as you are invincible, what is there to fear? Su he suddenly became full of fighting spirit. Never really practiced. In the past, Su he also fell into practice when he had time. But his practice at that time was instinctive. Or simply like it, aimlessly. At this moment, Su he felt a sense of urgency for the first time, which was quite exciting. Consolidate your realm and enhance your inner world. Comprehend the 7 places in the north and find the path of Xuanwu cultivation. There is also the true form of the peacock, which cannot be left behind. There is no blood relationship with Suzaku. There is no reason that Fong Chaofei can follow the path of Suzaku. But he can't. Of course. This is something for later. Now even the dragon turtle has just started on its journey. You can't become fat with just one bite. Take it easy. Suhi's depressed mood for several days suddenly seemed to lighten up. He looked up to the sky and let out a long groan, which made the little turtle cub on his back tremble in fright. And thunder and lightning burst out all over his body. Yaya screamed, jumped down from Suhi's turtle SHL, spit out a thunderball in dissatisfaction, and exploded on Suhi's head. "Wow! Rebellious girl! Watch the ball!" Suhi shouted, and with a wave of his paw, the water in the lake formed a column, and he suddenly rushed towards the little turtle hatchling on the opposite side. The huge water dragon washed her into the water, spitting her SHL downwards and bouncing away in the lake water. Go away. Go away. It just became a small black dot on the horizon. After a moment, there was a thunder, and a small thunder turtle rushed from the horizon against the lake water. It screamed and roared from a distance with murderous intent. The roar was filled with divine power. Another thunder ball came out, but was blocked by the thunder ball. Suhi easily dodged it, and the thunderball hit the bamboo house in the bamboo forest behind him and exploded. The entire bamboo house suddenly turned into pieces. This was the bamboo house built by Su Huayan himself a few days ago, where he rested and practiced. Su Huayan shook his head and chuckled, looking at the 2 playing dragon turtles, waving his hands and flying into pieces, flying deep into the bamboo forest. With a flick of his fingers, a sword energy shot out. The fairy sat still, with the sword energy flying behind his back. He chopped down countless bamboos, drew water, and dried them. In a moment, they turned into bamboo. With a gentle wave of his palm, the bamboos fell one after another, and a new bamboo house fell to the ground. Generate. It is much more exquisite than the previous one. The original farmyard is a bamboo house in the forest, with a bit of interest. But at this moment, another water ball came and exploded in her newly built bamboo house. Water waves rushed in all directions. This time, Su Huanyan was not needed to deal with the fragments. The water waves directly washed away the broken bamboo fragments. A newly built bamboo house was gone. Su Huanyan gave a wry smile and looked at the two dragon turtles. He was addicted to playing. He flipped Yaya over with his claws. The little turtle cub jumped upright with a cry and hit the big turtle hard with its head. But he was knocked so hard that he couldn't move for a long time. When two turtles collide, a bell rings, a long and distant sound that ripples through the lakes, mountains and forests. Su Huanyan smiled slightly, stretched out his green fingers, and moved a little further into the middle of the forest. In a moment, a bamboo house appeared again. It was not as exquisite as the last time, but it had a bit of a homey feel. There is a stove and a chicken coop outside the bamboo house. Then, boom! With a flash of lightning and a water ball, the bamboo house disappeared again. This time more completely. With the powerful heat of the lightning, the bamboo house did not even burn, but turned into ashes, and was completely washed away by the water ball. The smile on Su Huanyan's face froze slightly, and the fairy sword in his hand suddenly came out of his body, turning into a sword light with a sharp sword sound, and slashed at the two dragon turtles. The two dragon turtles were stunned. One on the left and one on the right ran away at the same time, shouting for mercy while running. And in a moment, they disappeared. Su Huanyan stood there, watching the two turtles escaping, and stood quietly. After a long time, he burst out laughing, and stars splashed across his eyes. With a wave of his hand, another bamboo house appeared, a little bigger than before. After thinking about it, I built a fence around the bamboo house with broken bamboo fragments. A stable and a doghouse were built. A fence surrounded a small pool in the courtyard, and bamboo built a toad's nest. Next to the nest, a bird's nest appeared on a bamboo tree that survived the disaster. A green light flashed between Su Huanyan's eyebrows, and the blue bird flew out and tilted his head, looking at the courtyard and Su Huanyan. In the previous battle with Soaring Snake, it was injured and had been comatose in Su Huanyan's sea of consciousness, and then woke up. But he found that his master's state of mind seemed to have completely changed. As the sun sets, the sunlight slants in the lake, reflecting the shimmering light of the bamboo house. Soon, night fell. On the lake in the distance, two dragon turtles, one big and one small, sneaked back cautiously. The little dragon turtle lay on the SHL of the big dragon turtle, with uneaten shrimp SHL still in the corner of its mouth, looking at the bamboo house in the distance. A pair of double eyelids slowly he slumped down, and his breathing became longer and evener. Even the electric light on his body fell silent, and the little dragon turtle fell into a deep sleep. Su Huanyan came over and gently picked up the little dragon turtle from Suhi. Ya arched her arms into her arms, and assumed a comfortable position. I can hold it now. But in some time when the little dragon turtle grows up, it will no longer be able to hold it. Su Huanyan put Yaya on his lap and gently touched the turtle SHL. Suhi lay beside him and looked up at the starry sky above his head. At this time of year, not all of the Xuanwu appeared, but both appearance and non-appearance are the rules of the movement of stars, which are themselves part of enlightenment. Taoism observes the heaven and earth. The Taoism comes from all things. Observing all phenomena is the foundation of practice. It has its own advantages and disadvantages in reciting Taoist scriptures, and both are indispensable. Suhi has learned many Taoist scriptures, some of which he has read in this life, and others who have read them in previous lives. I studied the Chinese language in my previous life, and the Buddhist and Taoist scriptures are must-reads, just like the 3,000 morals. Although it is not a cultivation method, it is an explanation of the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, and it must be helpful for enlightenment. Thinking randomly, Suhi was suddenly stunned. He traveled through several years and set out to practice for a long time, but he never understood Dao and Huangting. It's not that he doesn't know it, it's that he didn't think about it at all, as if he ignored it on purpose. When transforming into a beast, I recalled the memories of my past lives several times. The scriptures were in my mind, but I never paid attention to them. Something went wrong. How could a cultivator not notice it for years despite clearly violating morality? According to Suhi's memory, these scriptures were only written by saints in the previous life. But after traveling through this world, He really came into contact with Xuanwu and Suzaku, and really saw flying into the sky and escaping to the earth. How many people would still regard the immortals and Taoists in their previous lives as myths and legends? Ordinary mythology coincides with the practice of this world? How could it be such a coincidence? Suhi slowly closed his eyes and thought carefully. After a moment, he opened his eyes again. It was the ashes of his previous life's corpse. And a ray of light came back. These things that he had ignored attracted his attention again. In the palace of suppressing evil, what suppresses evil spirits is not the corpse of the previous life, but the moral, Huang Ting, and the like that remain in the body and can be recited. Chapter 240. The leader is determined in one word. The wind is not strong. The lake water laps gently on the lake shore. The breeze blows, and the bamboo forest makes a rustling sound. Suhi looked up at the starry sky, with the stars shining in his eyes, and silently recited the Tao Te Ching over and over in his heart. The breeze blew, and Yaya regained her human form in her sleep. She got into Su Huanyan's arms and settled into a comfortable position. Su Huanyan sat sideways on the bluestone, leaning on Suhi's turtle SHL, and fell into a deep sleep. In the distance, in the only blue brick house in Changyu Mansion, Green Snake walked into the house holding the elixir. As soon as he entered, he saw that Elder Chiao had woken up. His face was still pale, and his eyes were lifeless. But he was watching through the window. Long Gui and Su Huanyan by the lake 30 miles away. Seeing Green Snake come in, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded and saluted.
Thank you very much. The fairy took care of you for a few days, and the old man woke up.
What kind of monster is this with a human body? A snake tail and wings? Xiao Chongluan once again felt that he was ignorant and ignorant. Green Snake chuckled.
Uncle Master, you don't recognize me. I am Green Snake.
Xiao Chongluan was surprised.
Snake Valley Green Snake?
The snake demon who started at the same time as the dragon turtle? It's understandable that a snake demon transforms into a half-man, half-snake. But why does it still have wings?
Which elder did you become your disciple?
When he called his uncle, he thought he was a fellow disciple of the same generation. It seems that Green Snake's talent is not low. Green Snake shook his head.
Senior sister Su takes over as a disciple and accepts me into the sword washing pool.
He went to participate in the Dragon God Festival, and Green Snake accompanied Shou Yaya to transform into a beast. After Su Huanyan gave some advice, he discovered Green Snake's talent in swordsmanship. Beasts have pure minds and few distracting thoughts, so they are more suitable for washing swords in the sword pool. Because of Su He's relationship, it was always inappropriate to accept Green Snake as his disciple. So he accepted the disciple on behalf of his master. Xiao Chongluan shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Even Master Su's nephew has learned to help Master steal disciples. If your master knows about it, he should also smile.
Green Snake smiled. She didn't think much about the master she had never met. All swordsmanship and Taoist practices were taught by Su Huanyan. The current bloodline is left by the deceased Miss Dragon Turtle. She placed the elixir box on the table.
This is senior sister's new elixir for uncle's injury. After taking it, uncle can meditate and refine it. Thank you.
Xiao Chongluan thanked him again.
I wonder how you fellow apprentices and nephews saved me. Where is my traitor at this moment?
As he spoke, disappointment, pain, and determination flashed through his eyes at the same time. Green Snake shook his head.
It was Su He who rescued you. I haven't seen the scholar, so he must have escaped to another place.
Xiao Chongluan's expression changed rapidly. He didn't even bother to take the elixir, and stood up suddenly.
No! That traitor instigated the leader to stir up disputes within Qingyuan. I must go back. You must also go back with me. Husband, Master Nephew Su, she should go back. She has high prestige, but she can be suppressed by force, so the leader has to take care of her.
Thinking of the Qingyuan battle that day, Su Huanyan cut off his black hair and broke off the relationship with the master. It was no longer appropriate to call him madam. Green Snake looked at the anxious old man, but he admired him in his heart. The first thing he did when he woke up was not to care about his own arms, but his sect. The previous generation of elders in Qingyuan really regarded their home as their home.
Uncle, please rest assured.
Qing, she said softly.
Bongiju is dead. Scholar. He offended Long Gui, and he still wants to run away. Now he probably doesn't have the guts to stir up trouble in Qingyuan. I don't know where he is. Which corner is hidden?
Xiao Chongluan was suddenly stunned, as if he couldn't believe it.
Bongiju is dead?
The leader who was wise for 200 years, fell for another 60 years, and suddenly broke out, and even the Shinon sect was plotting against him. Is he dead? Xiao Chonglun felt unbelievable. Dragon turtle? Looking up in the direction of Suhi, the dragon turtle was several times larger than the last time he saw it. More importantly, the aura emitted unconsciously from its body made Xiao Chonglun's breath choked. The little dragon turtle that needed his protection 2 years ago was now filled with a wild aura, like a wild beast whose life could be taken with a roar. Beside him, Su Huanyan was sleeping deeply. I don't know what he's been through, but he's a dignified existence. But he's really fast asleep, and he didn't even wake up when he spoke here. Dragon turtle. Xiao Chonglun raised his head and looked at the green snake.
The dragon turtle is not infallible. When I saw the traitor, he was worshipping a Zhu Yin. According to the traitor, it was also a divine beast and the proud son of the Zhu Yin clan. 20,000 the strongest genius in recent years, with unparalleled combat power. He is the top existence among the divine beasts. He just participated in the grand ceremony in Yunming's and was treated as a guest of honor. Dragon turtle.
Xiao Chunluan shook his head slightly. Turtle and ape. The turtle always suffers. Green Snake burst out laughing. And Elder Xiao, who was laughing, was at a loss, and then said,
Uncle, don't think too much. Our dragon turtle has also gone to the Yunming's Dragon God Festival. And the Zhu Yin you mentioned is in full view of everyone. Was beaten half to death by the dragon turtle. And the elders of the clan did not even show up. B Fong, who was in the same realm and status as Zhu Yin, was even beheaded by the dragon turtle. The elders were all detained in Yunming's.
She looked at Elder Qiao, suddenly realized, and chuckled.
Don't you understand what kind of existence the dragon turtle is?
Elder Qiao didn't react for a while, still shocked by the news mentioned by Green Snake. That arrogant Zhu Yin, who had both of his arms chopped off without even a chance to resist, was beaten to death by a dragon turtle? He looked at the Green Snake in shock. What kind of existence was the dragon turtle? Green Snake smiled.
In this world, there are 3,000 big worlds, 100,000 small worlds, and tens of thousands of divine beasts. If ordinary divine beasts are compared to high-ranking officials and generals, then the 4 tribes of dragon turtle, divine dragon, phoenix, and unicorn are the emperors and supreme emperors. Say the same thing.
She looked at Xiao Chongluan, with a flash of pride in her eyes.
Before the Yunming's Dragon God Festival, a soaring snake attacked our dragon turtle, and the elder dragon turtle directly destroyed the soaring snake clan. The soaring snake's rank is not lower than that of Zhu Yin, or even it's more than enough.
This kind of thing happened when I listened to the Golden Dragon Ming Xian in Bai Ling's small world before the Dragon God Festival. Following Su He, let alone anything else, my knowledge increased dramatically. A golden dragon wanted to hire her as a copycat strategist. Who would believe it if she told it? Xiao Chengluan was stunned on the spot. The huge news refreshed his worldview. It's not like he has never seen a beast that has been practicing for thousands of years. Back then, the older generation of Qingyuan followed King Jing to attack the Tianshou Great World and had a lot of experience. At that time, a golden pheasant with 2 eyes under its wings appeared to take away a group of captured natives of the Tianshou Great World. Prince Jing agreed directly without even thinking about it. He even treated him with courtesy and personally sent the golden pheasant out of the world of Tianshou. Later I heard that the golden pheasant was just an ordinary kind of mythical beast. Even so, Prince Jing never neglected. What kind of existence is King Jing? The first of the top 10 immortal sects. The direct descendant of the Taoist ancestral court from Guangshan. The status is equivalent to that of a prince in the imperial palace. Only Guiwang Mountain can order all Taoist sects to attack a big world. The sharks from Gulaodao's Tianshui clan were brought back from that battle. When Xiao Chongluan digested the news and came to his senses, Green Snake was no longer in the room, and the pills were quietly placed on the table. Xiao Chongluan smiled bitterly and sat down. Does the dragon turtle exist like this? I'm afraid his status is not lower than that of Prince Jing, his traitor, who once encouraged the leader to ban such an existence. The sky gradually brightened and the stars receded. But Su He could still feel the power of the stars with his eyes closed. Retreating does not mean disappearing. I didn't realize anything after a night of meditation. He knew too little about the way of the stars. Su Huanyan's mother came from the Tianqing Palace, and Su Huanyan himself knew a lot about the ways of the stars. This can be discussed later, if it involves the untold secrets of Tianqing Palace. If not, why not take the treasure to Tianqing Palace in exchange? Su He would not spread the secrets here. He would just use them as a means of enlightenment. Su Huanyan woke up early and was swallowing the morning glow. The morning glow and bright moon are the cheapest treasures of heaven and earth. They are cheap because they can be seen every day and can be obtained by everyone. But the effect is visible and tangible. Suhi faced east, with the dragon's head sticking out, stretching its neck, and inhaling through its nostrils. 2 streaks of purple energy were inhaled by him. This breath was long and light, like a whale sucking water. It took half a cup of tea. When the sun rose in the east, there was no more purple air to breathe. So Suhi slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The little turtle hatchling on the turtle SHL imitated his example, spitting out a breath of turbid air and letting out a long milky moan. Elder Chiao came over and waited for the 3 of them to finish their morning classes before walking over to him. His eyes were full of shock when he saw the turtle baby on Suhi's back. He had just seen with his own eyes the little Yaya dressed in red, who turned over and turned into a little dragon. Turtle. Yaya's transformation into a body shape is not the story of turning into a beast. Gu Lao Dao and he are brother-in-law friends, and he is too familiar with the story of turning into a beast. Yaya's animal body is somewhat like the real body and human body of a demon. Even if it appears as a human body, it is also a humanoid dragon turtle, which is not related to the human and animal body in the Transformation of Beasts chapter.
Uncle Chiao.
Su Huanyan looked at the old man coming over and bowed slightly. He smiled.
Uncle Chiao is awake?
Chiao Chungluen nodded. He received too much news that night, and his mind was a little overwhelmed for a while. However, because there was too much news, he could accept even the shocking things without shutting down.
Yaya, what is this?
He asked doubtfully. He smiled and said,
It's just a coincidence.
Elder Chiao had secretly protected the Dharma for several months. He was the first to recruit the senior Qing Yuan to create Mingqian. He had a very good impression of him. Xiao Chungluen shook his head. Did he get a dragon turtle by chance? Are you going to make a coincidence with me too? I don't want to struggle anymore after working hard for thousands of years. I also want to be a dragon turtle and live forever without waiting for death. Suppressing the sigh in his heart, Xiao Chungluen nodded slightly and said,
I shouldn't disturb the practice of these 2 nephews, but I have to come now.
Xiao Chungluen said in a sincere tone.
Thank you, my nephew, for saving my life.
He shook his head.
Of course, I have not thanked my uncle for protecting the law for several months.
This kind of thing came and went without end. Xiao Chungluen did not get involved in this matter. He kept his gratitude in his heart and said,
It took a long time. I just woke up today. I should have thanked my 2 nephews. But Qing Yuan is so troublesome that I have to leave immediately. I'm here to say goodbye to my 2 nephews.
The Qing Yuan sect is also experiencing troubled times, and is now divided into 2 sections. The Wuxiang Sword sect and the Qing Yuan sect lost their heads at the same time. But they also monopolized dongan. I'm afraid there will be constant trouble. Su Huanyan was silent for a moment.
This place is in the northwest of Qing Yuan. If my uncle wants to go back, it won't take long to wield a sword. Is it just that my uncle's body can handle a sword?
Xiao Chungluen burst into laughter.
It's just that my arms are gone. But it's not that my moral conduct is completely ruined. How can I not be able to wield a sword?
He stopped laughing and looked at Su Huanyan again, with a more serious look on his face.
Qing Yuan will choose a new leader when he returns this time. Who do the 2 nephews think is suitable?
Fong Yiju will die, no matter what grudges there are. The dragon turtle and Su Huanyan in front of him are Qing Yuan's current highest combat power. If the 2 of them wanted to, they could definitely be the leader.